Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1301, Chapter 1301 New Faces. So this is the other world. Truly surprising. Tenjiro marveled at the view of the human world that was a bit different from what he knew. I'm sorry, but this is as far as I can escort you. Gabriel, who escorted the group out of heaven, slightly lowered her head. Me leaving heaven right now could cause unwanted complications. As much as I want to lead you all the way and show you around, I don't have that luxury these days. No need to apologize, Gabriel Nichin. You were already a big help. Thank you for your hard work. We can take it from here. Claire expressed her gratitude. She looked up at her with a big smile. I also haven't thanked you for saving me that one time. If things are convenient, I'll be sure to return the favor. Gabriel also returned a smile. You don't have to worry about that. I'm just happy that you're all right. She then turned to everyone else and slightly nodded her head. Everyone, let's meet again next time. As soon as she finished her words, she disappeared, returning back to her post. The group first looked at each other before coming into a silent agreement and moved to another location. The group soon reached the southern coast of Japan, and before they moved further, Claire, Kunu, Tanis, Tenjiro, and Retsu looked towards the men who secretly followed them. Uncle Aizen, is it all right for you to sneak out like that? Claire didn't really know what to say, especially when Lilith is riding on his shoulders and Ophis is riding on Lilith's shoulders. It's a ridiculous sight that even Gabriel didn't notice. Why not? I've fulfilled my responsibility, so there's no reason for me to stay there. Aizen replied with a soft chuckle. So you're going to follow us around now? Claire wanted to retort. She didn't really want this nuke in human form to be running around. Of course, Aizen's sharp eyes easily noticed the minute change in Claire's expression and reassured her, don't worry. I don't want to make Urahara Kisuke my enemy unnecessarily. Not after what he had just done. As long as Kisuke doesn't step on his head and control him, he also won't touch his soft spots. In fact, Aizen will even defend and assist them if he benefits from the circumstances. Claire held back the sigh she wanted to release and could only nod in agreement. I mean, what else could I do? And how did you even go through their mental defenses? Tenjiro and Retsu also looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders. If Claire can't do anything, then there's nothing much they can do themselves. Tanis then curiously approached the three and looked up. By the way, what are you doing, Lilith-chan, Ophis-chan? As if expecting that answer, Lilith and Ophis both made a proud expression while saying, preemptive measure. He shall not fool us. Still, with the same smile, Aizen added, you know you can just leave your snakes with me, right? You'll also know when I break them. While Aizen could adapt his hypnosis against mental defenses, contact through touch is a weakness that he won't be able to do anything. Their pride instantly changed to that of a great realization. Lilith looked up and Ophis looked down. Without saying a word, both of them conjured a black snake each, and those snakes wrapped themselves around Aizen's left and right wrist before transforming into a faded tattoo. Only then they start to slowly climb down from his shoulders. And as they stood side by side, they declared as if nothing had happened, we know that. Even Claire, who had been acting serious just now, could not help but giggle a bit at their act, and that's also the same for the other girls. The two Shinigami, however, couldn't laugh. In fact, they find this scene terrifying. Claire was intending to teleport the group, but Kunu stopped her. Claire, I'd like to visit my mother first. Should we come with you? Kunu shook her head. It's fine. I just don't want my mother to think that I don't miss her. I see. Be careful out there. Kunu nodded before disappearing through a teleportation magic. Claire's group reappeared on the platform that was designated for private use. This platform was located in a secluded area within the floating island of the Ouroboros Academy, and the moment they arrived, multiple individuals were instantly made aware of their presence. A few seconds later, the group could feel multiple individuals making their way towards them. The first one to arrive was a flash of white light that accompanied a pure white armor with a blue accent, landing softly not far from them. The second one was a darkness that moved through the ground until it was beside the white armor. A woman with jet black hair then peeked from the darkness, only showing her head. The white armor caught the attention of the Shinigami group, but their focus immediately turned when a woman with brown hair and golden eyes appeared using flash step. What piqued their curiosity was the fact that she was wearing something akin to a shihakushu, and the long blade slung behind her looked and felt almost like a zanpakuto. Who? Urahara has been doing a lot of interesting things, I see. Aizen commented, and Tenjiro and Retsu couldn't help but agree. While Valley and Nyx were wary of the strangers, Aika immediately lit up upon spotting the girls. You guys returned. While ignoring the others, she jumped towards them and grabbed them into a hug. I missed you guys. Where's Kunu? She's not in danger, is she? Kunu said she'd like to visit her mother first, so she went ahead of us, Claire answered while gladly returning her hug. However, their happy reunion was instantly interrupted when an almost suffocating spiritual pressure descended into the vicinity. Valley and Nyx were shocked and fell back to figure out what was happening while Aika was confused and looked up to Yoruchi who just arrived. "What's wrong?" Yoruchi didn't answer and just looked down on the strangers, more specifically, the men with swept-back brown hair. The moment Aika felt Yoruchi's killing intent, she held the girls tightly and hurriedly jumped back from the strangers. Yoruchi was appreciative of Aika's quick actions and asked the strangers while holding onto her zanpakuto and putting up her mental defenses to the maximum, "Is it safe for me to assume that you're not holding them hostage?" Aizen's smile grew deeper and he was very much tempted to provoke the black cat to see how much she had changed. If Urahara was able to change that much, how about her? And that curiosity inadvertently made Aizen release his own Ryatsu, cancelling Yoruchi's and sending it back to her. Chapter 1302, Chapter 1302 Treatment. Yoruchi retracted her Ryatsu and grabbed the handle of her zanpakuto behind her while arcs of lightning emerged from her body. But before Yoruchi and Aizen could do anything else, Tenjiro stepped in between them with a fed-up expression. "Is there any point in doing this? Aizen, if you're going to mess around, I'd rather you go somewhere else. And Shihuin, you should have some idea why we're here. Except for this guy." Aizen looked at Tenjiro for a bit before shrugging his shoulders and the terrifying Ryatsu around him disappeared like an illusion. Yoruchi, on the other hand, stayed silent for a bit before letting go of her zanpakuto and the lightning around her body withdrew. "Where's Kisuke?" "He's looking after a global project and taking care of the woman with the surname Citri." Yoruchi dropped down to the ground with a frown. "Citri? Do you mean Sarah Fall? What happened to her?" The simplest explanation would be that she almost died. It was Retsu who answered Yoruchi, which made her clench her fist, and Tenjiro soon followed with a comment. "I'm actually surprised that she managed to stay alive after that." Yoruchi almost lost her calm, but she was able to let out a sigh of relief soon after she fully digested their words. "Almost. With Kisuke around, she should be fine." "I'd like to hear the whole story." "I'm fine with that, but where's the Sleeping Beauty? We actually came here first for her." "Sleeping Beauty?" Claire finally had the time to react and wriggled out of Aika's embrace. "Ah, that, Yoruchi Nichan. Kisuke Nikan sent them here when he heard that Kaneko Nichan was injured. He said that they might be a better fit than him." Yoruchi rubbed her chin and thought about it for a moment while looking at Tenjiro and Retsu. That could be true. "All right. I'll lead the way. Please follow me." As Yoruchi started walking off, Claire sighed in relief and hoped that this was the last troublesome thing involving the uncle. Yoruchi led Tenjiro, Retsu, and for some reason, Aizen towards a detached building on the quiet corner of the expansive island. If not for Ophis and Lilith distributing their snakes to core personnel of the academy to render Aizen's Kyuka ineffective, Yoruchi would have asked him to remain in the same spot. Even then, it meant that he'll be able to manipulate the non-core members, and that's another form of risk. Yoruchi asked Ophis if they could give the snakes to everyone on the island, but she surprisingly didn't agree despite being fully capable of it. He wouldn't like it, huh? Yoruchi fully understands Ophis' strange consideration. If they make Aizen fully ineffective to everyone, it can be viewed as being restrictive and the men might react unfavorably. There's no way that Kisuke didn't notice this, so he's probably already devising a method to detect who is under his hypnosis. Aside from that, Yoruchi also noticed that Tenjiro and Retsu both have physical bodies while Aizen remained a purely spiritual being. I know he was preparing a perfect body since long ago. Has he planned for this since long ago? She wanted to hear the whole story in detail right now, but Kaneko's case comes first. A few minutes later, the Shinigami group reached the last room of the detached building, and even those who just learned how to detect magical properties were able to feel the heavy barrier surrounding the room to the point that they couldn't even tell if there was anyone inside. It took Yoruchi a few seconds to unlock the barrier and enter the room. Inside it were 3 people, and it was obvious who's the patient. The patient was a young lady in her 20s with long white hair and matching cat ears, peacefully sleeping and surrounded by a gentle purple light. The one beside her was another cat person but with opposing black hair and golden eyes with a much more mature demeanor. She's a beautiful young woman, but that beauty was heavily covered by her tired expression, most notably, her sunken eyes filled with indignation and frustration. The last one was also a beautiful young woman possessing short blonde hair and red eyes. She was also the first person that the 3 Shinigami noticed, not because of her appearance but because of the golden cup she was holding. Who? That's interesting. I'm really glad I came here. Aizen thought to himself. Kuroka sluggishly looked up and to who entered the room, Yoruchi. They are dash. But before she could even finish her words, the tall man with outlandishly large pompadour moved and a wooden pole with a small plank attached on its other end suddenly appeared in his hand. Written on the wooden plank is, Kirinji, and that same plank slightly tapped the golden cup that Valerie Teeps was holding. He moved so fast that even the owner of the golden cup didn't notice what happened and only realized that the glow of her sacred gear disappeared along with the gentle aura enveloping the room. What are you doing? Kuroka instantly exploded. But her tired mind and body along with the focus she needed to maintain her senjutsu didn't allow her to do anything more than that. Without minding her outburst, the woman she didn't know approached with a gentle smile and hovered her hand above the patient before a translucent green light surrounded Kaneko. It's fine. We can treat her. Kuroka was confused, but she immediately noticed that Kaneko's aura became a lot more stable than when she was using her senjutsu. While this thing can stabilize her soul, it has the stupid price of paying with your own life. Don't use it to heal people if you don't have any idea what you're doing. Tenjiro explained to the stunned Valerie with a reprimanding voice. Not just Kuroka, but also Yoruichi frowned upon hearing that, Valerie. The damper could only scratch her head with an awkward smile. I thought I'd figure something out if I put more effort. Yoruichi sighed and was thinking of properly reprimanding her later. But for now, she turned towards Kuroka, who didn't know what to do. Kisuke sent them, so you can leave it to them. Kuroka calmed down and retracted her senjutsu. Soon the purple light disappeared and Kuroka moved to the side. Thank you. Tenjiro approached and went to the side where Kuroka was standing before. He eyed Kaneko for a bit before turning to Retsu. I hope you already noticed what I'm seeing. Retsu nodded. I wasn't very sure, but if you're saying you can see something, then you're probably referring to that. Yoruichi also came closer and asked them, what are you seeing? Something is lodged in her hakusui. It's cleverly hidden, so I can't blame you if that went past your senses. Tenjiro answered while continuing his inspection to see if there was anything else. Chapter 1303, Chapter 1303 Treatment Part 2. Do you need anything to remove it? Yoruichi asked while establishing a communication connection to Sona. Normally, we'd have to prepare for an operation. Tenjiro replied while rubbing his chin. Yoruichi put the call on hold. Normally. Is it? Tenjiro turned to the men who's just silently observing. I believe you developed a technique to extract foreign objects from souls, correct? I learned it from Urahara and I have to know where exactly it is if I don't want to hurt the soul much more than necessary. Aizen honestly answered. Great. Since you're here, you might as well help out. Tenjiro turned his attention back to Kaneko and also hovered his hand over her like Retsu. I'll tell where exactly it is and you don't have to worry about hurting her. I'm here after all. Aizen let out a short breath and chuckled a bit as he approached from Retsu's side. Well then, excuse me. Without any hesitation, Aizen's hand stabbed through the patient's chest. Kuroka was startled but managed to hold herself back from disturbing him. Tenjiro verbally instructed Aizen, and after prodding around for a bit and making Kaneko squirm in pain in her coma, the latter was able to pull out a single strand of gray hair made out of spiritual matter. What surprised Yoruichi, however, was the fact that even though it's already within Aizen's fingers, she still couldn't feel anything out of the ordinary from it. I'm keeping this. Consider this as payment for my hard work. Aizen suddenly said after inspecting the hair curiously. Yoruichi immediately reacted and said, hold on. I'd like to keep some of it. Aizen turned to her and replied, then let me have a container. You have it, right? Yoruichi sighed as there's no point in negotiating with him and took out 2 small bottles specially created by Kisuke to contain and preserve delicate materials. Yoruichi tossed them towards Aizen and the latter cut a small part of the hair. Aizen then caught the 2 bottles and placed each part in them before throwing the one containing the exponentially smaller part back to Yoruichi. Yoruichi caught and looked down on it. It's not enough to study it, but it's enough of a lead to find that bastard. Now that we're done here, I'm taking my leave. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he disappeared without a trace. Yoruichi immediately tried scanning his whereabouts using the various spells embedded on the island but failed. He already left the Ouroboros Academy. Is it fine to let him go like that? Retsu asked with an extremely concerned expression. Yoruichi sighed again before shaking her head. It's not, but what can I do? I'm just happy that he doesn't appear to be hostile. It was then that Tenjiro stood up and fixed his pompadour. I'm done here. Retsu, keep up the initial treatment. Shihuin, give me some space on this island. I want to build my white bone hell and blood pond hell. She's going to need it if you guys want a speedy recovery. Yoruichi nodded before turning towards Kuroka and Valerie. You two take a rest. This is Unohana Retsu, and while traditional, she's a good doctor. Retsu slightly lowered her head to Kuroka and Valerie. Nice to meet you. I can't be compared to Kirinji-san here, but I'll be in your care. Tenjiro thought that it would take a while for Yoruichi to get what he wanted, but to his surprise, everything was arranged within just a few minutes of him asking, and it was way wider than he initially requested. Are you sure you're just going to give this much space to me? Shouldn't the usable area of this floating island be quite limited? Tenjiro asked Yoruichi. You should ask her. Yoruichi pointed out to another young woman with long black hair and a pair of glasses in her 20s directing what seemed to be autonomous machines handling the supplies that Tenjiro would be needed. She's the one who's managing this whole place and it's in her authority what to give you or not. Hearing Yoruichi refer to her, the young woman turned and approached them. Nice to meet you. I'm Citri Sona, the headmistress of the Ouroboros Academy. Sona extended her right hand towards him. Regarding the limited space, we can just attach more land to the island, so it's not really a big problem. Tenjiro looked at the hand for a second before returning the gesture. Kirinji Tenjiro. Nice to meet you too. How are you related to Citri Serafal? Sona fixed her glasses and proudly smiled. She's my dear older sister. I hope she didn't cause too much trouble. Your sister beat me up. Tenjiro almost instinctively retorted but managed to protect the meager pride he still has. You act too different from her. She's a bit quirky, but that's what's great about her. Sona replied with a chuckle. Then shall we hear your story while we do our work? If possible, in full detail, please. And I also have a bit of a request. A few hours later, a medium-sized ryokan could be seen standing on the previous empty land that was given to Tenjiro. While Sona was arranging the supplies needed, she heard from Yoruichi detailed information about Tenjiro Kirinji and his plans to build rejuvenating hot springs for Kaneko, so while he's at it, she requested him to make a normal hot spring for normal use to serve as relaxation spot for the members of the Ouroboros faction. I was wondering why a member of the Zero Division is cooperating with Kisuke, but it turned out like that, huh? It was a much bigger deal than I thought. Yoruichi muttered to herself. There's so many points that she wanted to hear more about, but there's so much fragmented information from Tenjiro's perspective that it was obvious that he too doesn't know much. Of course, it's a big deal. Ichibai almost successfully devoured the whole 3 worlds. But if you want to hear more details, you'd have to wait for Urahara to return. Tenjiro replied while balancing the waters within the White Bone Hell. Will that White Cat be able to take the White Bone Hell in its usual strength? She's going to be fine. I'll ask you to toss in the Black Cat too, since she's too spent and probably damaged her soul too. Yoruichi then turned to Sona, who was taking notes. What do you think? I'm not sure. There are too many holes in the story and it's actually unbelievable from my perspective. However, the soul migration matches with the timeline when heaven locked their doors and the density of holy power around it increased. I'll also have to ask Irina and Akino to look after Claire to check her actual status. Nei-san might know a bit about holy power, but nothing beats an actual angel and fallen angel. Aside from that, I'll be issuing a return command to all members in preparation for Kisuke and people of another world's arrival. Yoruichi nodded before asking, do you think it's possible to place the dungeon world in between this world and the Soul Society? Sona stayed silent for a moment to contemplate her words. For finer control of the flow of people, huh? The Beelzebub and Azazel will probably protest against it, but I still have some negotiation chips for them, so it's doable. I see. Then I'll be leaving everything to you. Yoruichi turned around and started walking away. Where are you going? I'm going to hunt down the bastard who hurt our kitten and everyone related to him. Once Kisuke gets home, tell him that I'm going in first. Whether he'll have his turn will depend on how slippery these guys are. Sona could only sigh as she watched Yoruichi wave her hand before disappearing. Quite a handful, huh? Tenjiro commented while continuing his work. That's true. But still manageable and understandable. If Kisuke was the one here, he'd probably flip the whole metaphorical table just to spite everyone. Sona replied while also returning to her work of controlling the autonomous bots to finish the rest of the building. By the way, could you tell me more about my elder sister? Is she alright? I can't say alright, but she is recovering. Chapter 1304, Chapter 1304 Hot Spring. Ouroboros Academy. Aside from being an academy, it's also a newly recognized major faction that holds the rights and is the only manufacturer of the most sought-after soul gears. The one handling the mass production of the soul gears previously was the Belial House of the Underworld. But when Cleria Belial received an early tip that the Underworld government was going to move to control these highly dangerous weapons, she immediately transferred everything to the just recently established Ouroboros Academy. The Underworld tried to veto this, but Cleria had already prepared various fail-safes since she knew this was already an inevitability. However, for this to happen smoothly, some sacrifices were needed, and those sacrifices include dissonance. As of right now, although Sona still uses the name Citri, she was already officially stricken off the Citri House's records. There was a lot of drama before this was officiated, but Sona remained firm on her decision, much to her parents' disappointment. Naturally, it wasn't just Sona but also the other core members of the Ouroboros Academy that had to cut ties with the organizations or factions they were previously in, essentially becoming traitors in the eyes of those groups. While the Ouroboros Academy has thousands of students and hundreds of staff and instructors, only the core members, which are composed of the women very close to Kisuke, including his mother and a few select deities from the dungeon world, are considered part of the major faction. There are some concerns about the core members utilizing the students and instructors as part of their faction, but after using the contract spell that is similar to what the devils use and ensuring that they won't be allowed to participate in any of its activities as a faction. Because the academy also accepts students and hires staff regardless of their origin, applications flooded in, and even those who were still opposed to letting the academy have this much autonomy and freedom couldn't do anything. After all, this faction, especially the core members, were still a black box that's capable of mass destruction of an unknown degree, and many others would rather send their own people to investigate than pressure the group to only have them move in the shadows, silently, and most importantly, deadly. Another important point is that only the Ouroboros Academy has the pathway towards the dungeon world. While they can't control it completely because of the contract they handed out to various factions to gain influence, they are still the ones who are maintaining it, and the specifics of their gate technology are still locked behind their doors. Thanks to these cards they hold and the fact that they don't really hold back on what they teach people, Ouroboros Academy managed to exponentially grow within just a few years. So much so that a few big players didn't like the trajectory they were taking. The trajectory of not listening to anyone. It only took a few hours for the whole building to be completed, but Tenjiro needed an entire day to properly concoct his 2 special hot springs. The Ryokan immediately became a center of attention to the personnel of the academy, but since it's a highly restricted area, only the core members are authorized to get near it, or if you're accompanied by one. The sudden Ryokan sure made everyone curious because it seemed out of place. However, it was the strange aura emanating from it that alarmed various eyes stuck on it. Such curious and invasive stares, Tenjiro muttered while wiping the sweat off his face. He'd just finished his work, yet he was watched by rude, and some could even be considered hostile for how deep they were trying to scan. Sona waved her hand and a barrier instantly covered the building. Please allow me to apologize. There are rather ill-mannered people on the island right now. Couldn't you just do that before those scans even happen? Tenjiro asked himself while looking up at the barrier. Don't you control this island? This is just outright disrespect to you and your organization. Of course. Sona fixed her glasses and displayed a smile that didn't reach her eyes. They'll be appropriately dealt with. Do you have anything you want to happen specifically, since it was you who was offended the most? Tenjiro looked at her for a few moments before sighing. I don't really have anything in mind. I'll leave it to you. He felt like if he proposed something, he'd just be used even more. She doesn't have any ill will, but she's obviously one of those schemer types. The only effective way of dealing with them is by not giving them the chance to begin with and keep their attention away. Tenjiro's next work is creating the proper protection for those who can't dip their bodies in the hot springs. He's not as good as Senjumaru, but it's better than nothing. Sona smiled, but she was indeed disappointed inside. Sona trusts Kisuke, but she wants to know more about their guests. She didn't really have any deep intentions and just wanted to know what he would request if asked like that. Would have been fine if he revealed a bit of his personality. As for the barrier, she could indeed have activated it a bit earlier since she already predicted that it would happen. But why would she waste a perfectly capable bait? Sona knows that those who actively scanned the Ryokan to investigate were only disposable pawns, but she wouldn't pass on this easy cleanup. This will also serve as confusion if they try to analyze the minute data they acquired. A good scenario no matter how I look at it. Naturally, Sona is just being optimistic that they won't figure anything out since she doesn't really know the extent of their knowledge. However, that optimism stemmed from the fact that she has been analyzing the hot springs using various equipment herself, and even after watching it be created from scratch, she still can't make heads of their composition nor their purpose. What she knew, however, was these strange hot springs came from his blade. It's similar to what Kisuke created long ago, so it probably has healing effects, but the intensity of these waters is on a whole different level. A few more minutes later, Tenjiro called out to Sona, "It's done. But before anything else, invite a few men who are confident with their bodies. I want to understand how this will affect the people of this world and adjust it accordingly." He didn't hide the fact that he wanted test subjects. Understood. Please wait here. Sona returned to her office and soon made a call for his request. She wasn't really sure how her call was going to be received since it was about being a test subject, so she sent a message to quite a few that she thinks are free and trustworthy. However, Sona should have known that being a test subject in an unknown experiment would be ignored by those who are confident with their bodies. As such, she could only give those in attendance a fed-up face. Seriously? Do you guys want to prove it that much? No. I shouldn't be here. The first one to react was someone who was dragged involuntarily by the other men in the room, and the most scrawny one. If you want to be a real man, you can't back down from these challenges. You already failed the moment you let that comment pass by. Serord, who was holding the struggling Gasper by the collar, reprimanded the latter with a wide smile on his face. Sona looked around once more to confirm those who arrived for the call. From left to right, they were Gasper Vladi, Serord Bale, Vali Lucifer, Krum Kruch, Yuto Kiba, and finally Surzex Lucifer. Even you, Surzex-sama. Sona only tried because she's worried that no one would turn up, because being a test subject essentially means being played around, and usually, it's not worth it. I guess he already received the information about the newcomer's arrival. All smiles, Surzex replied, why not? Sounds fun. Chapter 1305, Chapter 1305 Hot Spring Part 2. Soon, the men arrived at the Ryokan and saw that an unknown, steaming man with a glorious pompadour was waiting in the lobby for them. You guys were sent by the Citri girl. The one leading the group of men was obviously Surzex, and he approached the men with a smile while offering his hand. You must be Kirinji Tenjiro. Nice to meet you. I go by the name Surzex with a last name Lucifer. Tenjiro didn't hesitate to grab his hand and also introduced himself, Kirinji Tenjiro. I've heard about you from the other Citri. Surzex raised his brows. Oh, is that so? I'm curious as to what exactly she told you, but it must be some random stories that she has. Tenjiro smiled, you know her well. There's nothing really specific. I just noticed that she loved telling all sorts of stories without actually giving away useful information. She's a crafty one, I'm telling you. The two of them let go of their hands and Tenjiro immediately noticed that Surzek's soul gave the same feeling as Seraphal's, another ridiculous guy, huh? I thought she was exaggerating but now that I met him, she's actually selling him short. He looked around and the feeling that he was getting from them was similar to the captain-level Shinigami. The four of them are quite young, similar to Kurosaki Ichigo, but the two of them are definitely veterans. Similarly, Surzek and Crumb could also tell that Tenjiro is a battle-hardened individual with a vast amount of experience. I heard that you're looking for people with strong bodies. What do you have for us? Serorg excitedly asked. Indeed, but I'm not exactly looking for someone with a durable body. The others were confused but Tenjiro suddenly took a step back and a massive, almost deadly, unknown pressure suddenly pushed them down. Hick! Gasper immediately started trembling from fear and hugged Serorg's arm. He has already matured from his high school days but it seems that he's still the overreacting guy. Meanwhile, Valley, Serorg, and Yuto frowned as they endured the pressure that directly weighed down on their consciousness. On the other hand, Crumb remained unperturbed and Surzek kept his smiling face without any change to it. A few seconds later, the pressure disappeared as if it was just an illusion. There's a popular saying you see. A healthy body is a healthy mind. That also applies to the souls most of the time and it'll probably take a long time for the Citri girl to look for people with strong souls. Tenjiro explained, and just now, I tested if you indeed have enough. Serorg sighed, so, did we pass? The three of you just barely. Tenjiro turned around and started walking towards the halls of the Ryokan. Follow me. The men looked at each other and wondered who the three people were and started guessing among themselves. Crom is an evil dragon and dragons are known for their strong souls as they age. Surzek is a super devil who transforms himself into something ridiculous. In any case, the two of them are obviously not the bear passers. On the other side of the spectrum, they guessed that Gasper who still can't get his scaredy-cat behavior in order most of the time and pretty much was forced to come here with the scrawny body he has is probably one of the bear passers, which mean, two of the three men who are in the same generation are with him. While Yuto is arguably the weakest of them, he still won't back down since the power of the soul is something ambiguous and doesn't always pertain to abilities. Should we ask him who's who? He asked with a light tone. Let's just wait and see. Since he needs that specific criteria, we'll figure that out with what he wants to do. Valley answered, as unbothered as ever. At this moment, Serorg suggested with a grin on his face, shall we bet? Tenjiro heard this but didn't say anything. He was actually surprised that all of them passed but more than that, he was shocked that the trembling scrawny guy who had the face of a woman had a soul on par with the crimson-haired men and the black blonde men. You really can't just the book by its cover. With just towels on their waists, the men lined up before the steaming and bubbling milky white hot spring. Are you stewing something here? Asked Gasper while trying to figure out what he was looking at. Stop standing around and get in. Tenjiro stepped into the hot spring and while he was at it he lightly patted Gasper's back, causing him to be thrown off from the edge and into the center of the hot spring. Yua. Gasper hurriedly closed his eyes as he smashed himself into the strange white substance. Although he's scrawny, that's only in comparison with the rest of the people here and in reality, he is much more durable than most people out there. So when his nose hit the floor, it only stinged him for a bit. He immediately resurfaced his head and complained, that's so mean. But at the same time, he realized that his fears were unfounded as he settled himself in the water. Wait. This isn't as bad as I thought. It's a bit hotter than normal hot springs, but there's a soothing feeling. And there's also something leaking out from me, though I can't tell what it is. Hearing that, Tenjiro chuckled, soothing air. That's good. Soon, Surzek and Crumb followed in and the moment they submerged their bodies, they figured out what's its purpose. With wide eyes, Surzek commented in awe, amazing. I didn't know something like this was possible. This is also the first time I've experienced something like this. These were Crumb's first words since he decided to join out of curiosity. I heard the Hindu and Celtic have something similar, but those are just rumors. Even if it's true, it'd be deep within the territory. Of course, the other three men don't have any idea what they are talking about. While they are very curious as to what they are referring to, they keep themselves on the edge of the hot spring, feeling the threat of it. Thanks to their instincts, they could tell that this milky hot spring is actually very dangerous. Although Gasper, Surzek, and Crumb are already inside it, they can't easily discard the apprehension they have. Is it really safe? Was the question that they kept repeating in their heads. But if they don't move in soon, those inside will think that something is strange with them and worse, they might just think that they are scared. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva to appease his dry throat, Valid decided to take a step forward. But before he could even lift his leg, the voice of another unknown man came from behind them. Do you mind if I join you? Tenjiro furrowed his brows and said, Aizen. I thought you'd never return. Chapter 1306, Chapter 1306 Hot Spring Part 3. And where will I go? There's nothing more convenient for newcomers like us than this place. Aizen went past the 3 men still standing and took the spot furthest from the group. I've only heard about your white bone hell, but it's as good as expected. Is this even remotely effective for someone like you? Tenjiro asked himself, how are you even coming in and out of this place? My understanding is that this place is part of Urahara's territory, so I doubt it lacks the security to let you do as you please. Believe it or not, but despite acting like children, those 2 are careful enough to not leave me alone. Although that also meant that I could access places where they are normally allowed to go. Aizen shrugged his shoulders in dismissal, but enough about me. I'm more interested in your guests here. Surzex smiled at him and introduced himself, pleased to meet you. I'm Lucifer Surzex, one of the Devil Kings. Sosuke Aizen, former captain of the Goti I-13. I've heard about you from Citri Serafal, and indeed you give the same feeling as her and the men with green hair called Beelzebub Ajuka. Aizen scooped out a bit of the water and inspected it. Is that so? I see that you can see things that normal people can't. Surzex is doing his best to figure this man out. When he came to the Ouroboros Academy earlier, he already heard about the 3rd individual who came with the guests and left. He used his network to find him but failed to do so. Out of the 3, he's the most enigmatic, and it seems that Yoruchi is on guard against him. Although Surzex was trying to hide what he's thinking behind a small smile, Tenjiro and Aizen still managed to guess what he's trying to do, as both noticed the curiosity behind his eyes. Tenjiro was staring straight ahead, and without turning his head, he suddenly said, a friendly reminder here. Don't ever trust this guy. Aside from being cunning like a snake, he also has a nasty personality. He'll happily shake your hand as he burns your house behind you if it benefits him. Surzex chuckled and said, you 2 must be close if you can openly diss him like this. But contrary to his lightheartedness, Tenjiro turned to his direction. This is a fair warning. Well, you probably won't understand until you experience it. He lifted his right hand, and from it, a black snake emerged, which surprised everyone because that's a very familiar snake. As soon as Tenjiro started gesturing, the snake to him flew at lightning speed and brushed past everyone, slightly touching them with its tail before returning and disappearing where it came from. The men didn't defend themselves because nothing about the snake is dangerous. However, the moment it touched them, they felt that something was wrong but couldn't immediately tell what it was. I'll ask you this. Just where were you looking just now? At that moment, they finally figured out what was bothering them, and upon realization, they all shuddered, and that included Surzex and Crom. Aizen, who was happily talking from the remote corner of the hot spring, was now sitting opposite of Tenjiro. What's strange, however, is that they are very sure that he didn't move even an inch from his spot. Wait. What? Gasper raised his voice. He never moved, did he? Yuto asked while gulping. If my senses are not failing me, he didn't. There's not a bit of ripple in the surroundings. Valley answered while staring daggers at Aizen. Serorg still couldn't believe it, so he suggested, maybe it's an advanced stealth movement. No. The corner of Surzek's mouth is twitching, he never moved. We all just thought that he was sitting in that corner. When in reality, he's been this close all this time. At Surzek's confirmation, the others instantly flared their aura up with the exception of Crom. I was hoping that they'd figure it out on their own. Aizen was still casually sitting on his spot, you just had to ruin the fun. But as soon as he finished his words, a purple glint lit up his body before he disappeared and reappeared behind the men who were still standing on the side of the hot spring. Aizen wrapped his towel around his waist and started walking away. It seems that I'm not welcome anymore, so I'll be taking my leave first. Enjoy your stay. The group could only remain stunned as he left the premises. But even after his presence was gone, the aura the men were releasing only intensified. Surzex frowned. Was that instant teleportation? But what medium did he use? Upon feeling the wind kicking up, Tenjiro sighed and said, don't bother. You wouldn't be able to stop him. Crom finally reacted, feeling a bit insulted even though he was not really thinking of chasing after Aizen. Oh? That's an interesting thing to say. You don't know us, do you? Tenjiro leaned back, not intimidated by the aura that Crom is now releasing. I don't. And I actually think that you guys are ridiculous people who are around the level of that guy in red armor. Hayate Issei, was it? Seriously, if that's the norm, I'd be too afraid to get out of my house. You know Issei-senpai? Gasper hurriedly asked while approaching excitedly. Tenjiro nodded. He's one of the people who fought against a certain monster in our world. But you see, even if there are 5 of him, it may still not be enough to catch him. Even Urahara had to work around him just to seal him. All of them didn't know what to say, and it was only after a few seconds of silence that Surzex managed to squeeze out a wry smile. I see. Then he must be around Ophis or Great Red's level in their heyday. The dungeon world didn't have any transcendence anymore after Kisuke Urahara defeated Tiamat and Chaos, but this time, it's a walking, talking transcendent. This isn't good, is it? If his existence is revealed, it's going to be another messy phase that may actually start a big war. Surzex thought to himself before suddenly standing up, the Ouroboros group will probably welcome that chaos considering the situation they are in, so they probably won't do anything to hide him. But that won't do. We're still fractured and unprepared. Even if the DXD team is a good deterrent, those bastards will do anything to pull this man to their side. Surzex gave Tenjiro a small smile and bid him farewell. Thank you for this wonderful experience, but something came up so I have to go. He didn't wait for Tenjiro to say anything and just directly went to the dressing room before teleporting away. Tenjiro watched him leave for a moment before turning to the three men that's still standing. Nothing will change even if you stand around and wait. Or are you actually not confident? That question instantly lit the fire in their heart and they all simultaneously jumped into the hot spring. However, unlike Gasper, Krom, Surzex, and Eisen, they could only last for 2 to 5 minutes before their skin and flesh started burning. It was then that they realized that they were all the barely passers. Chapter 1307, Chapter 1307. A small rest. After a few days, the world migration was launched through Kisuke and those from the foreign world's efforts. However, before it could settle a bit more around the real dimensional gap completely, they would have to monitor its progress and only allow the movement of souls between this side to the other to avoid any complications. Claire and her group's case was already an exception that Kisuke vehemently pushed forward despite its detriments. Right now, as the few proficient magic practitioners, Issei, Sikvera, Keisha, and George went to the human world, also known as the world of the living, to help with the restoration work. Although it was not their expertise, magic construction and restoration was still vastly more efficient than any known technique on the same branch, especially if what they are working on is made out of normal materials. As one of the centers of the conflicts, the group decided to go to Karakura town as their first destination. Issei, Sikvera, Keisha, and George landed on the rooftop of a tall building with busted windows, presumably from the shockwaves that occurred during the heights of defense. They overlooked the town, and although it's a bit of a distance from central Tokyo, it's still a prosperous area. However, only a shadow of that remained and the whole place was scarred pretty badly with smoke still rising from embers that hadn't been completely doused. It doesn't look like there are that many casualties despite the bleak scenery. The blonde-haired girl, Keisha Abaddon, commented while looking down and noticing that the cleanup of corpses was actually almost done. The girl with long pale greenish blonde hair, Sikvera Agars, fixed her glasses and turned in another direction. I'm more interested in her, she said while pointing towards another girl with a horned skull attached to her head, carrying lifeless maggots of several magnitudes of her size with ease and running through the streets to transport them. Issei and the others also turned to the direction she was looking, and indeed, they were interested in her, not because of her feat of strength, but the lack of any magic and ki fluctuations coming from her. That spiritual power, is it? I still can't believe that it can be utilized like this. Even the Atolls use either ki or magic if they want to strengthen their bodies. Similar to when the Shinigami encountered Serafal and the girls, Issei's group is having a hard time detecting her. Although they already knew how to detect spiritual power thanks to their secret interaction with an Atoll, it still isn't much compared to their magic and ki detection that they honed through the years. It was also because of this that it was only now that they noticed another group approaching with considerable speed. A few seconds later, 3 individuals jumped on the rooftop they were on by running on the side of the building. They approached without hesitation, and the one leading the group, a tall man with orange hair and wearing what seemed to be called shihakushu, introduced themselves. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Nice to meet you. Behind me are Ishida Yuryu and Sato Yasutora. Through the numerous experiences they have, Issei and his group can tell that these 3 are dangerous people, similar to the so-called captains of the Godai 13. Renji. I mean, someone from the Soul Society told us that you're going to help with the restoration. First of all, thank you, and we will be your guide for today. Ichigo immediately added. Issei smiled and shook Ichigo's hands. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Hayadu Issei. We got nothing else to do, so we figured we'd help out. And the sooner the normal people could return to their everyday lives, the better. As soon as they received each other's hand, a strange feeling instantly came to both of them. Thankfully, it wasn't anything bad and they think that they would be able to get along. Issei then introduced Sikvera, Keisha, and George before telling them how they would be restoring the whole city in one go. Back at his old candy shop, Kisuke was having tea with Tessai, Serafal, and surprisingly, Kiryu. Fueya. Kisuke let out a blissful breath after taking a sip from his tea. Finally, some rest. You should sleep if you want a proper rest. When was the last time you slept? Serafal asked while leaning on her hand. It had been a few days since she woke up and she could finally move without worry. However, it may take a while before she can become combat ready again. Kisuke rubbed his chin and thought about it carefully. About a year ago. Tessai and Kiryu almost spat out their tea, and even Serafal was stunned for a bit before yelling, "Go to sleep now." No matter how immune one is to drowsiness and how strong their willpower to keep on going, sleep is still the best way to correct and heal mental fatigue. Even for someone like Kisuke, a year of no sleep is still pushing it, especially with what he has been up to until now. But no matter how good his reason is to get some snooze, he's still not allowed to do so. I still have to monitor the merger, remember? I'll do it once I'm sure that nothing is going to go wrong. Seraphol narrowed her eyes and muttered, that sounds fair. But when you say it like that, it sounds like it'll take another year. Kisuke, however, only chuckled, I can still go on for that much. Besides, I have my ways to empty my head. It's not something concerning, so don't worry. Tesai on the side cleared his throat. He didn't really know what to say and didn't know how Kisuke could keep this up while claiming to do more of this. But as much as he didn't like to admit, he couldn't fathom the changes in his biological processes, so he really can't say anything about it. Are you sure you don't want to join the negotiation between the worlds? And do they really need to negotiate now? Couldn't they do it after everything has settled down? They have to, because this world is already intricately connected to the other side through the reincarnation system. Before the complete merge, they have to discuss at least the rough specifics. Kisuke took another sip of his tea before continuing his answer. I also promised Soul Society that I wouldn't be controlling them and would have no authority as long as they do me a few favors. But that also means that I have no say in their negotiations. I could try and force myself in, but both sides won't trust me. It'll only become an unnecessary wedge between them. Tesai turned to Seraphol, then what about you? Shouldn't you help the visitors? Seraphol shook her head. I'm essentially already part of Kitan's group, and this group's position on the other side is a bit controversial, so even though they are my good friends, they won't be able to trust me completely. That incomplete trust in a matter as huge and important as this might just turn into poison down the line, so it's best for me to just stay out of it. It's easier for me too. Chapter 1308, Chapter 1308, A Small Display of Power. Tesai turned to Kisuke with an exasperated expression. Just what did you do on that side to be controversial? I know that you're reckless, but not to the point of deliberately attracting attention. Don't blame him. Seraphol immediately retorted, from what I heard, he was just dragged in the first few times and he got involved with people who could influence a portion of the world. You know him. Once he has to do something, he'll do it to take back control. And he's so damn good at it that he eventually became an influence that no one could ignore anymore. Seraphol then smirked after pausing for a bit. It would have turned out differently if he became recognizable through time, but he essentially shot straight through the sky with no one being able to grab his feet. And a lot of people didn't like that. The current generation is an anomaly, and it wasn't just Seraphol who shared this opinion. There are many who rose to prominence this past decade, and most of them could probably turn the world upside down if they decided to go down the wrong path. However, unlike Issei, the Red Dragon, Vale, the White Dragon, Rias, the Gremory Princess, or Cao Cao, the hero of Longinus, Kisuke, and Yoruichi are nobodies. Even though Issei started out as a normal human at first, he became tied to the Gremory household, and he's the host of one of the Longinus. As such, most of his achievements in his earlier years are also partially credited to the Gremory household and the underworld. But unlike him, nobody knows about Kisuke and Yoruichi even after they appeared in the world. With no discerning origin and abilities that go outside of any known systems, no one could understand how they could possess so much power. When everyone realized that there were no chains of obligation tying them down, it was already too late, and they were already out of their reach and created a group that was now considered one of the major factions to exist. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a huge wave of magic power that washed over the whole region. It was so much that even Kirio, who had lost her power, felt it. Tesai hurriedly turned towards the window to open it. What he saw outside was a bright red light shining over the whole town, giving those who basked within it a light form of oppression. He thought that there was an enemy attack, but Kisuke beside him also peeked and smiled. I know that's the easiest way to do it, but it had to be as flamboyant as possible, is it? Well, Issei-chan would also want to do something to benefit the alliance. Either Azazel-chan and Ajuka-chan probably asked him to do it like this. Seraphol also stood up and went to the window. Curious of what's happening, Kirio asked after taking a peek, what are they doing? Kisuke pointed towards the nearby destroyed building and the surrounding debris that are now outlined by a soft red light. As if a miracle, the debris started floating and fusing back to the destroyed building, and a few minutes later it was now fully intact, that its previous state seemed to have never happened. What's this? Restoration magic. Kisuke answered Kirio while going back to his seat. They are repairing the whole region. Naturally, that only works for inanimate objects and recently destroyed buildings. It also doesn't work on things that possess a considerable amount of energy. Seraphol added, those things need a specialist. Tesai watched the process for a few more minutes before saying, so this is normal for that side, huh? It's not. Kisuke replied, that scale of restoration was only possible because it's being done by Issei with the help of a few others who are good with spatial recognition. Believe it or not, but those kids are of legendary status even on the other side. The work they are doing is normally done by thousands of people restoring the buildings one by one. Seraphol nodded and also supplemented, they are normally not allowed to do this. Yes, they can do it in a snap, but they are also taking away precious jobs from the weaker mages. After all, these restoration and logistic works are a lot better than standing on the front lines for a lot of people. Front lines. Tessai muttered before closing the window and going back to his seat. He can ask Kisuke more about that, but with how long they have been staying on this side, he doubts that he also have a proper view of things over there. Since there was no point in continuing this discussion, he decided to face Kiryu, who also just went back. What about the Zero Division? I heard none of you will be attending that meeting. Kiryu smiled wryly. For what? After what Ichibai has done, we really are not in the position to decide what's what. Kiraku also already promised to us that we can allow our subordinates to return to the Goti 13 if that's what they want, and those who will remain, including our territories, will be transferred to the special region. Special region. That's what we're calling hell now. Kisuke answered. The initial plan was for the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world to be transferred to a special space where they could remain stable even after the flow of souls changed. But after Hyusub Ichibai's threat ceased to exist, we couldn't leave hell alone with all the untapped resources within its expansive land. It will serve as a springboard for the Soul Society to recover and aid for the development of new technologies that will eventually come as long as they trade with the other world. Seraphal frowned, but it's also this point that those geezers from the other side wouldn't let go of no matter what. With the conflicts intensifying, new lands mean new breathing spaces. This is another reason why Seraphal didn't want to join the negotiations. It was because those from her side will definitely ask for access to these lands. If it was just her, she'd happily offer Hueco Mundo, which is essentially a desolate land, to ease up the pressure on the Ouroboros Academy and the dungeon world. And even just momentarily, this will also ease up the people who are breathing down Kisuke's neck because he's gathering too much influence in such a short amount of time. If Kisuke didn't decide to back off, she'd be the first one to propose this idea. Kisuke smiled. He guessed what Seraphal was thinking and patted her head. Don't worry about it. This is actually a very good decoy in my opinion, so let's just leave it to them. Just remember that whatever they end up with, we will benefit from it somehow. Tessai and Kiryu shuddered because Kisuke's gentle smile slowly changed into a mocking one. They felt like they heard something they shouldn't and would, of course, not ask about it any further. Decoy. Kisuke didn't explain, just directly changed the topic. Besides, Kiraku has some interesting ideas. Interesting. Kiryu couldn't help but snap back at his words, immediately forgetting the previous topic. They're not interesting. They're just beyond reckless. I can't believe old man Yamamoto agreed to it. Chapter 1309, Chapter 1309. Interesting idea. Within the underground hideout below the Urahara shop was a silent group of people sitting at a very long table. The table was around 60 feet long and the people at it were divided into two with them sitting on each end. Despite the distance between them, the air is palpable and it seems that at any time one side could explode into action with the amount of killing intent they were emitting. This was not intentional, but this is the only result possible due to the people present. On the northern side of the table was the group of Quincy that assisted Ichigo's group in defending the human world from the maggots. Bambietta, Lildato, Meninas, Candace, Giselle, Basby, and Askin. With the exception of Askin, everyone else was pouring their killing intent on one person sitting on the opposite side of their table, and that person was the blindfolded Yawatch with Uetsu and Senjimara sitting on each side. It had been half an hour now since the former members of the Sternritter were invited down here, and aside from the obvious provocation of the other side with their deep animosity, there hasn't been a word that has been spoken. Senjimara looked at each side before sighing and loudly muttering, "So you guys really are just going to stare at each other? What do you mean? This guy can't see." Uetsu immediately responded with a chuckle. That earned him a glare from Senjimara. "You know what I mean. Besides, I still don't get it. What's the point of doing this?" With that question, everyone from the Quincy group's ears instantly perked up. We can't really guess what's on Kiraku's mind. Uetsu rested his chin on his right hand and tapped the table with his left, but I have an idea. He figured out Senjimara's intention and agreed with it rather than just wait for these guys to sort themselves out. And that is to bolster this world's apparent military might. Uetsu answered while lowering his sunglasses. Even without seeing the full extent of it, you can guess what the other side is capable of, can't you? They're a dangerous bunch that was able to make Urahara the way he is now. Kisuke's monstrous form flashed through Senjimara's head, which made the corner of her eye twitch. But after thinking about it more, she realized that can't be the whole truth and shrugged her shoulders. Urahara was a strange one from the beginning. It's an insult to his ability if you say it like that. My bad. What I meant was what he's capable of now thanks to that world. Everything is new and we'd have to adapt to it to properly compete. I know that, but aren't they also divided and at each other's throat? Can they really go past that and take advantage of this world? That's the problem. We don't know them. Their culture, their morals, their views. We don't know much of it. What we thought is impossible and unacceptable within our society could easily be the opposite for them. We sent Tenjiro to their side for initial recon, but our situation right now is similar to that of a fat sheep with an unknown beast in a dark room. As long as we're sure that this beast won't attack us, we can't let our guard down. And the solution for that is to revive the Wandenreich. I've always thought that there's something wrong with his head, but now I can surely say that he's an insane one. Senjimaro let out a mocking smile. As I've said, it'll bolster our military strength as a whole and make it hard for them to even think about sinking their teeth into this world. Like it or not, once Yawatch restores the Sternritter, they'll have as much combat ability as the current Godai 13. But before Senjimaro could say anything, the two of them heard someone slamming at the table at the opposite end. When they turned their head, they saw Basby standing up with a royally pissed expression, and what? Hand over our lives to that man once again. How stupid. He then started walking off towards the ladder to get out of this place. Basby really wanted to dig out the heart of His Majesty, but he knew he couldn't win against the two members of the Zero Division. The other watched his back for a few seconds before standing up one by one to follow him with Lilt Otto giving Yawatch a side glance. There's a limit on how gullible you think we are. A few minutes later, everyone except for Askin left the underground hideout. Oh. What a surprise. Senjimaro commented, I thought it would be a complete disaster, but it turns out that there's a chance for reconciliation even with just you. Askin smiled wryly, I don't know about that. If those guys won't do it, then forget about it. Uetsu stared at him for a short while and asked, then why did you remain here? Wouldn't they suspect your motives? Oh. They will, all right. Asking looked up, I just want to prepare myself to meet the guy upstairs again. You never know. He might just cut off my head suddenly just for blocking his path. Ah. You two have a wonderful history, right? I think you're overthinking it. He's not petty enough to take revenge for a war that has already ended. As his sentence goes, Uetsu also realizes how ridiculous his statement is, and even both Senjimaro and Askin are looking at him strangely. Well. We probably all share the sentiment that he's probably petty as hell, so I'm taking that back. But cutting off your head? You're still useful to him, so the most you'll probably get is a non-stop diarrhea for a few days. Askin wanted to say that he's immune to anything poisonous, but immediately recalled the existence of magic and ki. My adaptation and immunity probably only work on spiritual-based harm. Fuck. He shuddered at the possibility of non-stop diarrhea, but thought that it was still better than losing his life, as long as I'm useful, right? Askin sighed and changed the topic. I'm also curious about how the two of you came in to moderate this whole thing. Those guys didn't think about it because they were blinded by their rage at the traitor. What's in it for you? Asking was hoping for some reaction from the blindfolded man, but was disappointed to see that he didn't even twitch. He's not asleep, is he? To get more stuff for ourselves. The Zero Division is gone, you see. But as luck would have it, Soul Society is currently in the middle of restructuring and figured we'd get more if we do a bit of their request. You don't have to worry about it, though. Senjimaro added, you've helped Urahara substantially, so you didn't really have to do this. What are you talking about? I betrayed you, yes, but you guys are still my precious comrade in arms. Your plight is my plight. Besides, it's a lot easier to do this with us working together, so just accept it, okay? Oomph. Senjimaro turned her head away with a small harumph. She still resents the fact that he went behind their backs, but deep inside, she's happy. That the years they fought together wasn't meaningless. There's a chance that Uetsu is lying to gain her trust, but it's the risk she's willing to take. Chapter 1310, Chapter 1310 Strange Request Part 1. After doing her duty, a woman with long white hair and a face covered with a black veil returned to her private quarters. She first made sure that no one was around and that nothing else was on her schedule before she activated her personal teleportation pod. A second later, she reappeared in a dark room that couldn't be illuminated despite the teleportation magic emitting light. She stopped for a moment to feel her surroundings and didn't do anything to turn on any lights because it was specifically designed to be pitch black no matter what. She then reoriented herself slightly to the left before walking straight. Her pace was neither slow nor fast. In complete darkness, only her confident steps echoed. It was at the 5-minute mark of her walking that her surroundings suddenly changed and she reached a very heavy-looking 10-meter tall and 3-meter wide unadorned metal door. Welcome back, Lady Corvina. A tall, beautiful, mature lady with long black hair and bangs parted in the middle and wearing tight-fitting black and white combat gear greeted her. She has dark purple eyes that contrast her fair skin. You came back earlier than expected, Adrena. The veiled white-haired woman replied, were you able to investigate it? Adrena nodded, yes. And you were correct to obscure the appearance of that sword the moment it appeared. Is that so? The lady known as Corvina turned towards the door and it automatically opened. Contrary to its appearance, it opened very smoothly and quietly. Tell me more about it. She added as she walked inside. Adrena followed Corvina and entered the room. The circular room wasn't that big and it's just almost the same height as the door, but it was sturdy and secure enough to contain various things. And currently, there is only one person inside it, or rather, two if one considers the obviously autonomous giant mannequin a person. In the middle of the room was Corvina's beloved daughter, Stralit, lying on the floor unconscious with various stitches on her body and convulsing from time to time. On top of her was the top half of a giant mannequin with long black hair, eyes closed, and hands hovering on top of Stralit, constantly moving. From time to time, stitches would disappear on Stralit's body, but they would soon be replaced by a new one. To this day, they still couldn't understand how the mannequin was doing this, and most surprisingly, this operation wasn't just happening on her physical body but also in the soul. Going back to the day that it all went down, Corvina immediately understood the threat of the unknown men who suddenly appeared from Stralit's shadow, bearing killing intent towards her daughter. Because this heavily involved her daughter and she still hasn't found the traitorous ones in their ranks, her first thought was to protect her, not just from the unknown men but also from the ensuing aftermath. While it was already too late for the men, Corvina had enough ability to deceive everyone's eyes and was able to change the appearance of the sword that also suddenly appeared. However, she severely underestimated the unknown men and was hit with an ability that absolutely pushed her away. Her heart sank the moment the realization of her not reaching her daughter in time set in. But to her relief, her daughter actually turned the unknown men into a black puddle. Sadly, it didn't end there, and the space opened up beside Stralit, and Corvina instantly guessed the intention of the one controlling her. Not knowing whether the mannequin meant harm or even understood her, Corvina sent a telepathic message to the mannequin through Stralit and pointed out a safe place for them to settle. And that safe place was exactly this room. Since then, however, there has been no movement other than the mannequin moving its fingers, and any attempt of communication failed. And as much as she wanted to pull out Stralit from the mannequin's influence, their own health scans on her told them that Stralit was currently in a very precarious situation, with her organs spontaneously rupturing apart, only to be repaired by the stitches. As long as they can't figure out why Stralit is in this state and cure it from the root, they can only hope that the mannequin will continue what it's doing until they can find a solution themselves. As the sword appears to have the ability to manipulate spiritual power, there are only a few places to look at. There are some complications, but I found a match for it on Draconic Dais. Corvina turned her head towards Adrena, and under her veil, her brows furrowed. Draconic Dais. What complication, and is this why Stralit involved herself with that place? I'm still not sure about the young miss involvement with that world, but I indeed found a match of the sword. Adrena took out a terminal and manipulated its screen for a few seconds before a holographic image appeared on top of it. Apparently, this sword is named Benihime and its owner is someone called Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke Urahara. Isn't that one of the 3 people designated as special spirit users from Draconic Dais? Corvina muttered while reading the detailed report about Kisuke. It even shows him utilizing the same mannequin in the underworld incident. But although it's an amazing report, Corvina noticed the problem right away. He's still part of that designation, isn't he? And even if that's still the case, this is still too much. The information lock on special spirit users is on the highest level because of the implications their abilities could bring. The lock is so thorough that even if Corvina was the head of one of the major households within the Atolled Society, the only thing available for her was their names. Not even their appearance was available in the accessible data bank. Then the question is, where did Adrena acquire this information? That's the complication I mentioned. Thanks to the lead I got in the urgency of the situation, I had to go through to a third party to discreetly gather this report. I wasn't really expecting much when I requested it. Adrena pursed her lips. So you were trapped, Corvina concluded. I'm sorry. Don't be. You didn't have a choice after seeing this. Corvina scrolled through Kisuke's profile and said, so who's this informant and what do they demand? You already heard about her. She was the same informant that helped us dig out those related to Aurelius, Yoru. Corvina stopped her hand and turned back to Adrena. That Yoru? Does she also have access to Draconic Dais? Is she confident or just plain reckless? Adrena shook her head. I don't know. I couldn't get anything out of her even after talking to her directly. There was also no prior information about her until she registered as a mercenary in Hardajertal. Many are trying to look into her, but none of them managed to dig anything out. Corvina became quiet. Both of them now realized that when they contacted the informant for the first time, it might not have been a coincidence. Corvina sighed and said, there's no point in thinking this now, and further investigation will take too much time and put too much attention to what we're doing. What does she want? She wanted to meet Lady Stralit, the current holder of Benihime. This time, Corvina became very surprised. Did she ask for that specifically? As far as she knows, she only asked Adrena to search for the origins of the sword, and she trusted her not to make any mistake. Adrena was silent but nodded. I see. You really can't get out, huh? Corvina clicked her tongue. Yoru doesn't appear to be hostile, but she knows far too much. Adrena hesitated for a bit but ultimately shared her opinion. In hindsight, she's also our biggest clue to solving the young lady's plight. I implore Lady Corvina to consider this. Corvina was silent for a few moments before she started walking toward the center of the room where Stralit was. But just a few steps in, she felt the threat of the unknown ability and found a cut on her arm. She immediately jumped back and soon the cut mended itself. She gritted her teeth and while looking at Stralit, she instructed, invite her in. Chapter 1311 Strange Request Part 2. In a random empty asteroid in a distant star system, Yoruchi was sleeping in a small place that she made habitable. The moment her terminal rang, she instantly opened her eyes and checked it. She contacted me way sooner than I expected. I just tossed out a bit of bait yet they're inviting me this early. Is it a trap or are they just this desperate? She knew that Kisuke was a successor of Stralit Luxu and that a strange relationship had connected the two of them. Also thanks to Saraselbs, she was able to easily gather information about her and even managed to solicit her help to stop the Evis from fully puncturing the draconic dais barrier. Though because of that, she received a disciplinary action. Yoruchi thought to herself before thinking back to the day the Luxo matriarch's aide suddenly asked for Beneheim's information. Stralit's disappearance coincides with the strange incident in their home world. And now they're asking about Beneheim. I was just shooting in the dark, but it really turned out that her disappearance had something to do with Beneheim. She wanted to ask Kisuke about it, but she couldn't really contact anyone in the draconic dais this far out. Furthermore, Kisuke didn't warn her about this, so it's either he doesn't have any idea that this happened or he can't relay this information to anyone. Yoruchi stood up and stretched her limbs. Either way, I'll finally get some clue on the bastard who hurt Kaneko-chan. She then replied to the message she received and warned them not to do anything funny if they wanted a smooth trade. Yoruchi arrived at a designated point within the home planet of the Luxo clan, Lux, a planet covered with golden shimmer. But instead of her real appearance, Yoruchi arrived with her Pamatipian disguise, dull white hair, rough gray skin, and slightly altered face while wearing a standard skin-tight combat outfit. Welcome, Miss Yoru. In front of her is Adrena wearing a similar combat outfit as Yoruchi. Miss Enna. It has been a while. Yoruchi greeted her back with a smile, and I certainly didn't expect you to call me this soon. Is it all right for me to assume that your master agreed to my condition? You may call me Adrena here, and yes, my mistress agreed to your condition. Adrena replied while narrowing her eyes, but before that, may I ask why you wanted to see the sword? Yoruchi smiled fearlessly, will answering that change how you treat me? Adrena was silent for a short moment before saying, please follow me. She turned around and started walking away. What they need right now is more information about the sword. I can't risk being hostile with her now. But if she tries to take young Lady Stralit as hostage. Although Adrena managed to calm herself in time, Yoruchi still noticed the slight bloodlust that momentarily leaked out from her. Looks like the situation on their side is not that good. She followed her while being mindful of her surroundings and prepared the escape capsule that Saraselbs gave her. It might reveal her affiliation with the Evis, but it's a lot better than dying or being trapped. They were walking for a few minutes and Yoruchi thought that they'd be going at this pace for a few hours when all of a sudden, Adrena who was in front of her suddenly disappeared, melding into an invisible wall. Yoruchi stopped and looked around. Even after knowing the existence of the barrier, she still couldn't sense it. What's this? How come I can't feel anything? She was very tempted to take out her equipment to take a closer look at her surroundings but ultimately decided against it and walked forward. As soon as she hit the barrier, her surroundings instantly changed and she was now within a pitch-black environment that further confused her senses. Yoruchi was glad that there was no hostile intent but she further put up her guard. Please walk forward and do not deviate anywhere. This is our security measure. Yoruchi heard Adrena's voice but she couldn't point out where it was coming from or how far she was. Yoruchi hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. 5 minutes into the well-paced movement, her surroundings cleared up and the darkness receded behind her. When she turned around, she saw a pitch-black hallway and she had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to exit this place by retracing her steps. My safety is now in your hands, huh? Yoruchi muttered while turning back to Adrena who was waiting in front of a big metallic door. It wasn't just Adrena but also Corvina who was waiting on the other side, watching the former guide and their guest, was surprised. You can read the flow of spiritual power. Are you perhaps a successor of one of the sensory-type clans? Even though Adrena asked, she already knew the answers. It's obvious that she could read the flow of spiritual power or else, she won't be able to tell that she won't be able to come out the same way they came in. As for the latter question, it's a no because there's no indication that she's a successor. As someone working for the Luxo matriarch, she was taught how to differentiate all the successors from other Itolds. Yoruchi smiled but didn't give an answer. Adrena sighed and opened the door. Since it's not a big room, it was immediately revealed to Yoruchi what's happening. She ignored the veiled person and muttered out loud, that looks pretty bad. Bad? What do you mean? Adrena hurriedly asked but Yoruchi ignored her and walked towards the unconscious Stralit and the mannequin. Adrena tried to stop her but Corvina gestured for her to stand down. Yoruchi took her steps until she was at the same distance as when Corvina was about to get affected by the cuts and stitches. She stared at Stralit for a moment before turning towards the veiled woman and asked, what happened here? If possible, I'd like to know every single detail to give this girl a better chance to live. Adrena looked into Corvina's eyes and the latter just nodded her head. The former then approached Yuruchi with her terminal and showed her the only surviving record of the scene of the court that day. The whole video isn't even a minute long, but it was shocking nonetheless. Yuruchi contemplated for a bit before turning towards the mannequin and speaking in Japanese. How long can the girl last? Corvina and Adrena were surprised, but thankfully, they already installed several languages that originated from Draconic Deus to their auto-translator in anticipation that they'd have to talk to one of its natives. The surprise, however, didn't end there, as the mannequin they thought couldn't reply responded back, around a week before her spiritual power is completely depleted. Will she be alright by then? I'm hoping that she will, but I don't really like working on such a tight margin. Give me a number here. 1 out of 100. I overestimated her adaptability. Yuruchi clicked her tongue. That's not just a tight margin. She muttered until she found something strange in Beniheim's words. Wait, adaptability. You're not expelling it. Thanks to my and Kisuke's utilization of her shadow, Ichiban's power has been tightly woven into her soul, which is the source of her ability, so much that it became impossible to separate the two. What the hell are these two doing? Yuruchi was speechless. She has so many questions, like how Ichiban reached this place and how Stralit used his naming ability. However, this isn't the time for that right now. What do you need? The white bone hell if possible, but the hot spring in Kisuke's hideout would suffice. If I can get away from removing impurities from her, I would be able to focus on adjustments. Yuruchi started rubbing her chin and muttered under her breath, white bone hell, huh? Even with obfuscators, it would be suicidal to transport that through atolled territories. I will allow you to use my secret channel to bring whatever you need. Yuruchi was pulled out of her thinking and turned to the source of the voice, the veiled woman. I can guarantee your secrecy and security. Chapter 13:12, Chapter 13:12 Introductions. Yuruchi was having a headache. She didn't know if this was for better or for worse. However, she did realize Stralit's immense importance to her mother. Now that it came to this, might as well go all the way. Thankfully, I can be sure that this young lady would be on our side. Yuruchi sighed and turned around again, and while doing so, she removed the seal on her Ryatsu. What? Corvina and Adrena both took a step back from the sudden pressure that directly weighed down on their souls. What's happening? The latter further exclaimed, while the former made sure that this room didn't allow any leakage. Out of nowhere, Yuruchi took out 9 daggers and stuck them on the floor around Stralit. The handle of the daggers then lit up with a soft blue light before they formed a non-agonal barrier around her target. This can serve as your battery for now. How long can this extend your active time? 4 more days. Don't you have more? Replied Beniheim. To that, Yuruchi could only scratch her head. I bothered Kisuke to make these for me, and it was originally created to amplify a single attack. These things aren't just disposable, but you also can't normally use them repeatedly since it'll kill you first before you could go for the second attack. She then turned around again and started walking away. I'll go get what you need, so hang tight. And within a few steps, she soon came face to face with Corvina and went back to speaking her language. I apologize for ignoring you earlier, Lady Corvina. Let me formally introduce myself. Yuruchi gestured the formal greeting for Atolls by putting her left arm horizontally across her stomach. At the same time, her gray hair slowly turned black and her skin returned to the normal dark tone. As her face warped back to her original one, she continued, It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Yuruchi Shihoin. Corvina stared at her for a moment before parting back her veil to the side, revealing her pure pitch-black eyes that seemed to absorb even the brightest light, and returned the formal gesture. A pleasure to know you too, Yuruchi Shihoin. I'm Corvina Luxo, the current head of the Luxo clan. Any normal person who stares at her eyes would momentarily lose their sanity. However, Yuruchi just smiled and went at ease without breaking eye contact. Please let me say this first. I and those behind me don't have any intention of becoming your enemy. Your words don't hold any weight, Corvina replied without her expression changing. Yuruchi, meanwhile, was neither disappointed nor offended. That's very clear to me, so I'd like to work towards adding that weight. For starters, please let me take care of your daughter. I'll make sure she'll wake up healthy and with an added bonus too. Corvina obviously doesn't trust Yuruchi fully. Nonetheless, there are no other alternatives. What can I do for you? Corvina asked because she couldn't possibly be doing this out of the goodness of her heart, and maybe her answer would shed some light to her relationship with her daughter. Nothing major. I just want you to take a look at something. And if possible, I'd like to know its owner. It has been half an hour since Yuruchi left, and Corvina has been staring at the vial containing a strand of hair made out of spiritual power and deeply within her thoughts. A few minutes later, her trusted aide, Adrena, returned. I'm back, milady. I'm sorry, but our scouts lost her as soon as she arrived in Hardajurtle. Corvina placed the vial on the nearby table and asked, What do you think of her? When she introduced herself as Yuruchi Shihoin, I think she was telling the truth. Because only then does it all make sense. Corvina stood up and approached the barrier surrounding Stralit and the mannequin known as Beniheim. I'm not asking about that. I'm talking about her spiritual ability. Adrena is fully aware that her mistress has way better insight regarding spiritual abilities than her, so she shouldn't even be asking that question to her. But since Corvina did, she was not hallucinating when Yoruchi erected the barrier earlier. First of all, those daggers already violated the Atoll's Sacred Soul Act. It's a technology we don't have and are not allowed to develop. If those strict old men find this out, they'll hunt her until the ends of the universe. Second, the way she uses spiritual power by releasing it in a pressurized form and shaping it through her will is radically different from any Atoll who uses their spiritual ability by shaping their power within their souls first and releasing it to the world. I tried doing it myself, but my body was almost injured by an incomplete attempt. If I released it to the same degree as her, I would, undoubtedly, instantly die. It's an archaic way of utilizing spiritual power and its efficiency is extremely bad, Corvina added. That is also what I was thinking. It wasn't just dangerous but also very draining. I can't understand why she'd opt for that method even though she's successful. She must already have an idea on how the Atoll uses theirs and be capable of imitating a portion of it. Adrena continued, after all, as long as you can feel and manipulate spiritual power to a certain degree, you could easily learn how to use it from public knowledge among the Atolls. Corvina didn't say anything else. Adrena was correct to think that Corvina has better insight than her because if not, she'd also be as nervous as Corvina is now. Its efficiency is bad, yes. But that method of releasing a pressurized spiritual power might just be a method of extending one's soul domain. And when one can extend their domain outside of their body, ridiculous ideas could be realized now that the vessel is not a limitation anymore. Although these utilizations are vastly different, the majority of people who'd come across this won't even notice the difference thanks to their not-so-accurate senses and lacking experience. Even then, Corvina couldn't help but sigh in frustration. If she's guessing it right, the man who saved Stralit from Aurelius was the owner of Benihime, Kisuke Urahara. I know it's not easy to notice, but to think that even Grenlin would miss this. Or is he just keeping it a secret for Stralit? Then what about Alicia? Chances are they didn't really notice and thought of it as a strange pressuring ability. Corvina walked back and instructed Adrena, take the vial and find its owner. Be careful. The offers are moving suspiciously these days. Just focus on looking for its owner and don't even try digging into what they are doing. And call Grenlin back while you're at it. What about Yoruchi? She's too dangerous, so I'll be taking care of her personally. Chapter 13:13, Chapter 13:13 Crowded Hot Springs Part 1. Yoruchi went through the 13th portal on the way back to Draconic Dais when she felt one of her terminals ring, and when she looked at it, she saw the name of their biggest customer. It's very rare for you to contact me without reaching the checkpoint first. Are you that worried? This is already the second time that my mark on her went off. The first time, I was able to send Kisuke Urahara to her side, but this time, she was within her clan's influence, and even after a while, the alarm wouldn't stop. You've met her, correct? What happened to her? And why is she still on the verge of death? Yoruchi heard Sarah Selby's not-so-Malmer voice from the other side. While in transit, Yoruchi already came to the decision to be completely honest with her. There's no point in letting this problem fester and turn her hostile against us. It'll hurt now, but it'll only get better from here on. Before I explain anything, I first would like to apologize on behalf of Kisuke. It was his fault that Stralit was put in danger. Explain. Where do I start? Yoruchi found a random flat rock and sat down on it. Kisuke provoked a pretty terrifying guy. It almost took Yoruchi half an hour to fully explain in detail what Kisuke had been doing that she heard from Tenjiro, while also piecing together what actually happened between Ichibai and him when she saw the former suddenly appear in front of Stralit. In short, Kisuke Urahara used his connection with her as bait to lure this unkillable Ichibai Hyusub into a trap where his sword could deal with him. That, I think, was the plan he came up with. And in the process, Stralit was dragged to a fight she has nothing to do with and is now on the verge of death with only a spirit maintaining her life until she can recover on her own. That's the gist of it. After that, there was silence for a few minutes. Yoruchi also stayed silent, but she's starting to get worried. While she has been in contact with her for a while, she knows nothing about her aside from her being Stralit's best friend. She has some ideas regarding her personality, but that's only on the surface level. Thankfully, she finally responded after 5 minutes had elapsed. What are you planning to do now? Yoruchi sighed in relief and was surprised that she didn't outright rage. You can see the gates I'm using, right? I'm returning to Draconic Dais to get a few things to ensure her full recovery. However, those things emit spiritual power that could be detected by the Atolled, so I'm using their matriarch's secret channel on my return trip. I see. Is there anything I can do from my side to help? If there's something, I can't think of it right now. But I'll keep you posted on the progress. I will be waiting for the good news. Yoruchi thought that Sarah Selbs was going to hang up, but just as she was about to hit the end call button, Yoruchi shuddered at a sudden cold voice, and tell your lover that I'll be remembering this. With the familiar beeping sound of disconnection, Yoruchi couldn't immediately keep the terminal as she wiped the cold sweat that was running down her forehead. Phew. Even though she's not here, her threatening will could still affect me. I guess there's a reason why the Atolls mostly lose the worlds they contest with Evies. And after a long time of looking into Saraselb specifically, Yoruchi has reasons to believe that she's actually the strongest Eevee in terms of power scale. Fortunately for the Atolls, Saraselbs don't actively invade worlds and only stay behind the rear. Alright. Yoruchi stood up and stretched her arms upward. The current priority is to heal the little princess and stop the robot empress from rampaging. I can't mess this up. A few days later, Yoruchi returned to the Ouroboros Academy and she went straight to the newly built Ryukin. Since Yoruchi was already expecting this, she was not surprised. It's a little bit larger than I initially thought, though. What she didn't expect, however, was the popularity of the hot springs, not the normal hot springs, but the White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell. What are you guys doing? Tenjiro seemed to be busy at the moment, so she peeked at the women's bath of the White Bone Hell and saw Loki, Freya, Hestia, Hephaestus, Artemis, Demeter, Kali, and some girls from Draconic Deus like Ica, Benia, Nyx, and Valerie. Isn't this very cramped? Ah. Yoruchi. You're back. Loki gleefully greeted her. What are those clothes doing? Take it off and hop in. No. I'm not dipping in. I'm just curious why there are so many of you here. Yoruchi looked around and turned to the right side where the Blood Pond Hell is, which was only divided by a wall. Runia's Gremory and Lilith of Bible is even here. I didn't think this place would be this attractive. Although looking at the members, Yoruchi could understand how they could withstand the hot spring. The dungeon deities are technically spirits despite possessing physical bodies, and the other four have strong affinities with souls and spiritual power. We're just here before they started requiring admission fees and limitations, Freya answered while scooping water with her hand and dripping it on her shoulder. Admission fee. Yoruchi asked herself, well, considering the situation, Tenjiro would be overworked if they didn't require it. This is still better than the men's side, Hephaestus added while taking a sip of alcohol. That side has become a dumb contest. The owner of this place had to pull half-dead bodies out of the water. Yeah. That sounds dumb. Is this why Tenjiro is busy? Yoruchi muttered under her breath while turning her head towards Hephaestus. Since the latter was facing sideways towards her, Yoruchi didn't immediately notice. Hold on, Hephaestus. Your eye. Hephaestus turned her head towards her with a big smile. I owe the owner for this one. Her previously scarred face was now cured, revealing her beautiful gem-like golden eyes. Yoruchi grinned. I see. The number of men going after you will inevitably shoot up. Hephaestus just chuckled while lifting her cup. Then they can have my hammer to their faces. Chapter 13-14, Chapter 13-14 Crowded Hot Springs Part 2. After talking for a bit with the girls, Yoruchi barged into the men's bath without any shame. Tenjiro. Leave these guys alone. I need you to work on something for me. However, her voice slowly trailed off in shock. Naturally, it is not because of the naked men, as she didn't care in the slightest about that. It is the sheer number that is currently dipping themselves. They said it's cramp here, but I seriously underestimated that statement. With just a single glance, Yoruchi could tell that there are at least 20 people right now in the White Bone Hell, and a quick scan of what's beyond the wall told her that there are at least 10 people in the Blood Pond Hell. Not just that, Tenjiro is dragging Lugaru and Balbrith to the side where Riser Phoenix, Hercules, Urayunakiri, Bova Tannen, Biko, and Genturu are already lying unconscious with their skin burnt. The only silver lining to their shameful appearance is that their genitals are covered with a small towel. Yoruchi. You're back. Tenjiro carelessly throws the two people at his hand while also tossing them some towels. What do you need? Yoruchi didn't immediately reply and looked around further. He ignored those who were chilling within the water and focused her attention on those who were obviously struggling to shield their souls. These bastards. She realized something, so it wasn't just some dumb contest. You can say that again. Tenjiro sighed in exasperation. These crazy bastards are using the hot spring to train against spiritual attacks even if they are risking their lives for it. Is this normal here? Yoruchi kept her mouth shut. She didn't want to admit that this culture of training until you're about to die, propagated from their group, it was effective though. Also made everyone resistant to mental attacks. The men also noticed Yoruchi's presence, and although they wanted to greet her, they didn't bother her when she started talking to Tenjiro and only perked up their ears. Tenjiro naturally knew what these guys were here for, so he gestured to Yoruchi to get out while yelling back, you guys should already know what it looks like when one is about to die. Handle it yourselves. Then followed Yoruchi outside. Yoruchi went outside of the Ryokan and put up a small barrier the moment Tenjiro approached. You know why those guys are here, right? The kids are probably training and testing themselves, but those old geezers are here to observe you. You don't have to remind me, and they aren't really hiding their intention. I only allowed it because I can study them up close. Kuratsuchi would have a field day if he's here. Yoruchi answered, but enough about that. What do you need? White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell on the go. Tenjiro's jaw almost slacked. Are you mistaking this a restaurant? I'll give you the information about another race that can use spiritual power effectively and rival those at home. Tenjiro stopped for a moment before scratching his head while sighing. When do you need it? As soon as possible. It'll take about 2 days to complete and you'll have to provide the container. That's long. Making it portable adds various complexities to the balance and effectiveness. I see. I'll wait for it. And I want the treatment data. Yoruchi thought about it for a moment before saying her own condition. I don't want it leaving your hand. Spare me from Kuratsuchi having it. That's what I intended to do from the start. Yoruchi settled a few more details with Tenjiro before she made her way towards Kaniko's room. Unlike before, there are no more barriers impeding anyone from entering. As soon as she knocked on the door, it opened with Kuroka happily greeting her. Yoruchi. Where did you go, Naya? Just a short trip. How's Kaniko? She just went back to sleep but she already woke up the other day, Naya. Tenjiro said that she just needs plenty of rest because she's very drained stamina-wise. It was then that Yoruchi recalled that it was Kiryu who restored everyone's energy after Tenjiro's treatment. Without her here, it's going to take some time for Kaniko to naturally recover. That's great. But remember, you're also very drained. Now that Kaniko is safe, take care of yourself more. Medusa and the others told me that. But I'd like to stay up for a bit more until I'm sure that Chiron's recovering well. Yoruchi sighed and smiled wryly. She knew that there was no point in telling more of it to this worried cat. I'd like to say eat well, but it's hard to find food that directly recovers your spiritual strength. Maybe I'll get something when I come back. You're leaving again? Yoruchi nodded. I commissioned Tenjiro to make something for me so I'll be waiting for that. But once that's done, I'm leaving immediately. It's not dangerous, is it? I won't lie to you. It's quite dangerous but it's still within the acceptable risk. Kuroka frowned. The acceptable risk is still proportional to the reward. That still doesn't tell me how dangerous that is. You don't have to worry about it. That is what I'd like to say, but that won't reassure you or the others. Then take somebody with you, Naya. Do you really have to do it alone? Yoruchi nodded. The risk is way less when I move alone and I'm not saying that because I don't trust your abilities. Is it because we're much more needed here? Kuroka asked, but it's not even that hectic here. Surely, you can take someone, yeah. That's right. You guys are much more needed here. You've seen what happened to Kaniko when you guys let your guard down. And if you think it's not hectic, it's because the heat hasn't reached the surface yet. Even with my limited ability to gather information on the other side, I could see so many people eyeing this world for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons, is it? The existence of beings that are on the same level as the gods of Evis and Atolls and the fact that this world is connected to many others are two of those. Yoruchi started walking towards the door after peeking at the sleeping Kaniko for one last time. You should rest too. Now that the others know that Kisuke is about to return, things are about to turn up another notch. You know the guy, he'd mess with them as soon as it's convenient for him. Yoruchi was about to close the door when she remembered something and added, by the way, I'm not alone. How do you think I'm gathering information? Chapter 13-15, Chapter 13-15 The Matriarch and Yoruchi Part 1. Yoruchi didn't explain much to Kuroka and went towards the director's office where Sona, Medusa, and Riveria were neck-deep in the paperwork and data analysis jobs. Yo, what's all of this? The three of them simultaneously looked at her entrance and Sona, the one in the middle, beckoned her to come in. As soon as the door behind Yoruchi closed, Sona sighed while the other two silently returned to their work. We might have picked up the traces of the Sky Prime ruler, Regatamo. Regal Ziva's second in command. Yoruchi muttered while rubbing her chin. The situation isn't ideal, but we already expected this. He might be on Super Devil or even above level, but their goal is occupation and not destruction. After entering the barrier, he'll probably lay low for a while. Sona clenched her fists. It's fine if it's only that. Yoruchi instantly frowned seeing her reaction. What's wrong? We're still not sure if it's indeed his traces that we found, but the problem isn't the traces itself. It's where we found them. The dungeon world. Yoruchi's eyes went wide open in shock and she slowly approached Sona. Are you serious? I already sent Akino, Irina, Lufei, and Rossweiss to investigate. Yoruchi took a deep breath and slowly let it out. She wanted to go too because if this is real, this means that another pathway was created to the dungeon world and important assets that they moved to that world became open to risks. Furthermore, the world they thought could serve as their safe haven suddenly became part of the front lines. The problem doesn't just end there, as this would also mean that the Evis have the ability to compromise all the subspaces or pocket world that's within the dimensional gap without using the Earth as the bridge. Whether the factions like it or not, secret and secure enemy channels could be built without their knowledge. No. If this was true, then there's probably already a fully operational enemy network out there. What's your plan? We're moving while assuming that we'll lose control of the people passing through our gate in the immediate future. I see. Even though other factions can't get this information, starting a rumor that there's another gate towards the dungeon world would benefit the Evi, so I'm imagining that it's only a matter of time. Yoruchi is trying to think of a solution, but nothing good is coming to her mind except for one, and she's sure that Sona has already thought of it. Are you planning to partially abandon the dungeon world? Sona leaned back and looked up to the ceiling. At this point, that's the only choice we have. I'll be asking Rosweiss and Hestia-sama's help to create a sanctuary that is far from the dungeon entrances and move our important assets there. And while they are preparing that, Riveria will be detaching the gate from the island and toss it in the middle of the Pacific for others to take and do whatever they want. Ah. That's understandable. Yoruchi nodded in agreement. I can already imagine idiots using this to undermine your authority. And by freely opening the gate for everyone, it'll prevent the same idiots from doing whatever they want in that world. She then turned to Riveria, busy analyzing the blueprints of the gate. Is that fine with you, Riveria? Riveria nodded. Those guys are not kids, and even if they want to wreak havoc, the lazy and bored deities would finally have something to do. But I'm telling you now, those deities could also form relationships with these Evis and Atolls. We won't know how they'll react to this. But even with solid plans ahead, it still doesn't change the fact that they lost their footing and had to take many step backs. By the way, do you need anything? Sona asked Yoruchi. I was going to ask Lofei and Rosweiss a favor, but this clearly is more urgent, so I won't bother them. But don't you need it? I do. I want to save my cards as much as possible, but I guess the timing isn't right. I'll deal with it myself. You're expecting a confrontation. I'm hoping that it won't reach that degree, but I doubt they could hold back. Yoruchi turned around. Don't worry about me, and if you can, try sending Kisuke a message regarding this. He's moving another world into the vicinity, so it would be great if he could make a countermeasure against these intrusions. 3 days later, Yoruchi was waiting for the Luxu contact while staying on another inhabitable planet. Thankfully, she didn't have to wait for too long and soon got the confirmation and instructions to reach the Luxu home planet. The same method as Saraselby's, huh? Well, there are countless inhabitable planets out there that can be used as jump points, so it's not really surprising. Yoruchi commented after reading through the instructions. Besides, only those who have considerable power and wealth are capable of this. But before she left, Yoruchi first checked her belongings. As she had expected, even locked behind a pocket of space, Tenjiru's hot spring waters still emitted spiritual power that made her look like a light bulb to the sensitive enough Atolls. That's how potent is hot spring, that's capable of bringing an almost thoroughly mangled soul back in one piece. Next is that she took another terminal and sent 2 separate short messages, get ready. And, interfere as soon as they move. Yoruchi went through several gates and it took her around half a day of careful navigation to reach Strawai, the Luxu home planet, or so she thought. The moment she stepped into the last gate, she was greeted by the same absolute darkness that messed with her senses. Yoruchi stood still for a few seconds before a familiar voice resounded on her right, over here. Without any hesitation, she started walking in that direction and soon reached the same ordinary metal door. Yoruchi could feel something going through her, but she didn't mind it and just kept waiting in front of the door. It would seem that the operator of the room was satisfied after a few scans and opened the door, revealing the matriarch, her aide, and Stralit under Beneheim's influence. I can indeed feel a strange strain of spiritual power from you. Is that what you're going to use to treat her? Asked the matriarch curiously. Yep. Just watch. Chapter 13:16, Chapter 13:16 The Matriarch and Yoruchi Part 2. Yoruchi immediately secured Stralit and Beneheim's surroundings with her own barrier, but before she started, she looked at Stralit while thinking, these guys sure are underestimating me. Were they certain that I wouldn't notice this or just didn't care? Either way, a confrontation is unavoidable now. I should at least get some names for my request. Yoruchi turned around and said to the distant veiled woman and her aide, I'm starting. Whatever happens, please don't approach. She didn't wait for their reply and took out a cylinder glass tank of crystal clear steaming water just big enough for one person. Beneheim didn't need to wait for Yoruchi's instruction, and for the first time ever since arriving in this place, she started moving Stralit's body and dunked her into the water after cutting away all of her clothes. Corvina and Adrena both frowned at the sight of their princess' naked body but didn't say anything and carefully observed what was happening. Beneheim's careless movement splashed some of the water out of its glass container, which prompted Yoruchi to say, be careful. This is all I have. Adrena went towards the terminal that monitors the condition of the room and started reading through the data that was streaming into it in real time. So what is it? Corvina asked through the previously established telepathic link after letting Adrena inspect it for a minute. Adrena couldn't immediately answer. Her audible gulp surprised Corvina and made her ask again, Adrena, what's wrong? I apologize. I'm just confirming if what I'm seeing is true. Adrena rekindled her focus. That unknown substance contains a very massive amount of spiritual power. So much so that it won't be strange to think if that's the materialization of spiritual power itself. Our scanners are functioning properly, yes. Corvina had no choice but to take her eyes off Stralit and took a peek at the terminal. How is that possible? I can feel a substantive amount of spiritual power from it, but far from what you're describing. There's no doubt. Its appearance is deceiving. But even after looking through it, I still can't figure out what it's trying to do. Is she trying to mend her body by injecting spiritual power directly into the young miss? Naturally, even Corvina couldn't easily answer that and returned her sight to her daughter. However, she was sure that her aide's assumption was wrong. Very wrong, in fact. At each passing moment, Corvina's frown grew deeper and deeper as she slowly realized what's happening. Exactly 5 minutes after Stralit was submerged in the crystal-clear water and saw that various parts of her skin started to scald, she finally figured out what was going on. Could it be? As Corvina loudly muttered in shock, she returned her sights towards the monitoring screen and looked for the exact values that would answer her questions. There's no mistake. Adrena only kept quiet and waited for the continuation of her words. That unknown substance is melting away Stralit's soul and body. Then shouldn't we stop her? It was at this same moment that Yoruchi took around a container that seemed to be filled with blood, and without any delay in movements, Benihime transferred Stralit into this container in one fell swoop. Thanks to the previous knowledge that she could use as reference, Corvina could easily see what this one is doing now. This time, it's replenishing those lost parts. She stopped Adrena, who was about to launch herself, and said, "Let's watch for now. My daughter is not yet in danger. And make sure that you record everything that's happening down to the smallest detail. I'd like to review them later. Should I export it to a secure data bank?" Corvina looked at Adrena and went silent for a few seconds before nodding. "Please." Yoruchi wiped the sweat off her forehead as Benihime and she had to repeat the process of dipping Stralit into the 2 hot springs. While Benihime was the one controlling the timings of how long Stralit should be in each hot spring, it was Yoruchi who was filtering the gunk that was being left behind as Tenjiro instructed her, especially within the white bone hell. It's really a wonder how he was doing this non-stop and for multiple people at a time. Another thing that was heavily contributing to Yoruchi's mental fatigue was her constant watch of every movement within the room. Although she gave them a reminder not to interfere, Yoruchi did not have even an ounce of trust in them. Case in point, she felt Adrena's intention to interfere on the first cycle. 3 hours in and only half of the hot springs are left, Yoruchi asked Benihime, "Benihime, do you think this girl could wake up?" Impossible. Her mind instinctively shut down to protect it from the erosion of Hyusub's power. It made my work so much easier, but she won't be waking up anytime soon. Seriously? I'll have to leave you alone then. It's fine. I can't really leave that man's power uncontrolled in her hands anyway. Kisuke probably would also like to see what will happen to an Itold once he or she gains Shinigami arts. That's true. But you're treading a very dangerous path. I know that. But isn't this how we always do things? Fair point. And that bastard overworked me in our home world, so let me mooch off this rich kid for a while. Yoruchi froze for a little bit before replying, "That's the real reason, isn't it?" Benihime didn't give an answer. At the 5-hour mark, the hot springs have already lost most of their effects, but Benihime's cuts and stitches have also stopped appearing, signifying the end of the treatment. Benihime lifted Stralit up out of the glass container for one last time before returning to her cane appearance. Yoruchi instantly moved to catch her and took out a large towel to wrap her with it before passing her to Adrena, who already ran over to them. Adrena also took out more towels and blankets while drying Stralit with magic. Although she tried to be discreet, it didn't escape Yoruchi's notice that Adrena took some samples of both White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell. But Yoruchi responded as if she didn't notice a thing. "What about this sword? Cane. Take it." "I won't be able to separate them," answered Yoruchi while cleaning up, taking everything that she took out back in, including the gunk that resulted from the treatment. "You can artificially inject her with spiritual power to replenish her stamina, but I wouldn't recommend that. Instead, wait for her to wake up and feed her all the spiritual power-rich food you can provide her." Adrena picked up Benihime while slowly distancing herself from Yoruchi. Once Yoruchi was done, she turned to Corvina and said, "I fulfilled my part. It's your turn." Chapter 13:17, Chapter 13:17 The Matriarch and Yoruchi Part 3. Corvina was already prepared and tossed a small terminal towards Yoruchi's direction. It was easy to figure out which clan it came from with an available sample at hand. What took time, however, was searching for possible member presence within the vicinity of the Draconic Dais. While listening to her, Yoruchi also took a look at the terminal and summarized the document she was presented. Kyra Clan. A nomad clan that roams through the whole Atoll territory and experts of poison-type spiritual abilities. They are under the direct orders of the Holy Family, but their members would sometimes take an outside commission under the table. Yoruchi couldn't help but click her tongue. This is going to be harder than I thought. In addition to the document about the Kyra clan, there's also a note at the bottom of it. To cure their poison, one has to use the antidote from their members. As there are multiple types of poisons, getting the antidote from the attacker will yield better chances of success. If one can't find any of its members, the alternative is a soul surgery which can only be done legally if performed within the Holy City with an accredited spirit doctor and at least 3 witnesses from the Atolled High Court. What the heck is this? Yoruchi asked herself after reading that note. I wasn't sure at first since it's hard to find relevant records, but could it be that their technology regarding souls is even more primitive than that of Soul Society? If that's really the case, then Yoruchi just dug her own pitfall. From all the data I've gathered in this note, I can be pretty sure that research about souls and their link to spiritual abilities are banned or a taboo. Is it to protect the sanctity of their unique abilities? If so, I just showed them something very illegal and something that violates their moral code. F***CK. As if confirming her thoughts, Yoruchi heard a metal clicking sound, and when she turned around, she saw Adrena placing a thick metallic collar around Stralit's neck, and as soon as it locked, the leaking spiritual power from her immediately disappeared. Yoruchi knew the significance of Adrena sealing Stralit's spiritual power. You don't have to do that. Beniheim won't be able to act without the girl calling her name. Nevertheless, she still has to try to settle things peacefully. Yoruchi turned back to Corvina while reorienting her body towards the door. Now that I'm done here, I'll be taking my leave. I won't bother you anymore, but I'd like you to give me a call when the girl wakes up for further checks. But as soon as she took a single step, Yoruchi noticed that her shadow started moving and formed a tiny cage surrounding her in an instant. I knew I'd been rude, but I still saved your daughter. Isn't this too much? I don't care about your etiquette and am truly grateful for your help in saving my daughter. However, as a head of the Luxo clan and a part of the Atolled race, I just can't ignore what happened. Such as, please don't act ignorant. While new, you've been dealing with information business, so even though you're from Draconic Deus, you should already have some idea of the gravity of your actions just now. Yoruchi was silent for a moment and seemingly waited for Adrena and Stralit to take some distance from her. I'm ignorant, all right. But even if I'm aware, I don't think your codes apply to me. Draconic Deus is not part of your territory, nor I'm an Atolled. So why should I answer to your governing body? And isn't this done in secrecy? Couldn't you just let me go and pretend that nothing of this happened? Corvina was silent for a moment and considered Yoruchi's words and the fact that she saved her daughter, even though she had a feeling it was her group's fault that something like that happened to Stralit in the first place. I apologize, but it's not something I could ignore. Yoruchi's poker face turned into a frown. She was about to force her way out when all of a sudden, Corvina started moving and took out her personal terminal, and the moment she pressed its screen, a holographic image of a pretty woman with deep dark red hair and eyes of the same color. Good day to you, Luxo Matriarch. It has been a while. Corvina frowned. Gwen Yarwood. I would like to know how you got my personal contact, but I'm quite busy right now and won't be able to entertain you. I apologize for the sudden contact. I pestered my father nonstop for a few days to talk to you. I understand, but whatever it is, it's inconvenient for me right now. Because of Yoruchi, isn't it? She showed you something amazing and you now see her as a threat. Adrena was stunned and Corvina's frown grew deeper. The latter was silent for a few seconds before replying. It would seem that you're here to vouch for her. With a big smile, Gwen nodded. That's exactly what I'm here for. You of all people should know how dangerous this is. Of course. But confining her would just delay the problem. You do know that there's another person like her within Draconic Deus, right? But that doesn't change the fact that she's roaming around with that kind of technology and abilities. As long as we're not sure that the Evies won't be able to replicate this, we can't let her go. At that point, Yoruchi finally understood Corvina's concerns. She was not worried that Yoruchi is going to be hostile towards her and might cause her irreparable damage, but the possibility of her falling into another influence, more notably, the Evies. I see. She thinks that I shouldn't be running around when I look like a piece of meat surrounded by predators. Which is why I'm here to request you to let her go if you think she's strong enough to protect herself. Corvina went silent once again. But Gwen didn't wait for her answer and raised her voice. Yoruchi, you can hear me, right? I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. If you want to convince this madam, just go ballistic. That's more of her language anyway. Under the veil, Corvina was smiling. But when Adrena saw that, she shuddered because her smile didn't reach her eyes. Are you perhaps implying that I'm violent? Even Gwen in a different location couldn't help but be nervous. Of course not. I'm just giving regard to the brightest star that decimated millions of Evies in a war a few hundred cycles ago all by herself. I figured that you'd rest easy once it's proven that she won't be captured by just anyone. I guess the conditions have been set. Well, I'm also curious about the Luxo, Quasar. Yoruchi sighed, and for the first time since she started exploring the Eviatold side, she released all her seals, instantly flooding the whole room with her suffocating spiritual pressure and crushing the cage made out of shadows that's surrounding her. Chapter 1318, Chapter 1318, The Matriarch and Yoruchi Part 4. The gush of spiritual power originating from a few points of Yoruchi's body transformed into an almost tangible force. This force weighed down directly on everyone's souls and instantly broke several seals that protected the room from outside influence. So she can release this much. Have you seen this? Corvina calmly asked Gwen while gesturing to Adrena to shield Stralit and herself in the corner. Yes, but the same as the first time, I'm still in awe now that I'm seeing it again. Gwen replied with her eyes shining. Corvina glanced at Gwen for a few seconds before returning her sights to Yoruchi. I see. And what did you see back then? Knowing you from the stories I heard from your father, you probably kept this a secret because it's interesting, right? I don't know what that nosy old man told you, but you're partially correct. And while they were talking, Yoruchi finally fully released her seals, giving her access to her entire strength, Shunku, Raijin Senki, Flash War Cry, Thunder God battle form. Corvina and Adrena's eyes went wide and the both of them hurriedly dived into their shadows, escaping the vicinity. The next instant, a large column of lightning engulfed the whole room, eradicating it down to its foundation. A few seconds later, Corvina, Adrena, and the unconscious Stralit reappeared a few kilometers away. Since the security features of the room were already broken before Yoruchi completely exploded, they were able to travel through the shadows. And even though they managed to get away, they still could see the large column of lightning that pierced through the sky and could feel the immense pressure she was releasing that no normal being could stand up against. A radically different way of spiritual power utilization. Gwen's voice rang out from Corvina's terminal. I've seen it twice, but I still can't believe that something like this is possible. It wasn't just absurd, it was completely idiotic, inefficient, and frankly speaking, suicidal. If an Atoll tried that method, their own spiritual power would burn them to a crisp before they could even make use of it. Of course, I'll keep this a secret. Forget about explaining it to anyone, I'll completely lose my reputation if I even alluded to this fantasy-like situation. Having to listen to Gwen's rant while watching Yoruchi emerge from the disappearing column of lightning with a circle of dense electrical energy behind her, Corvina replied, now that I see it too, perhaps you can now tell me what you're seeing. There seems to be gateways that allow her to release her spiritual power like this on her wrists, which is probably directly connected to her soul. What a surprise to hear that from you. Probably. Her spiritual power is moving too fast for my eyes to see anything clearly. I can't even estimate the amount of spiritual power she has, but if I were to guess, just a bit less than yours. Oh. Corvina let out an impressed tone, as there are only a few among the many atolls that match her in terms of spiritual power. Not just that, she's also utilizing ki, which, I'm just guessing, is what's keeping her body intact. Is that clever, or her just forcing it to use spiritual power this way? That I can't make an assessment. These two types of energies are intricately woven together, so it must be doing something more. As I've said, I'm just guessing, and to add, trying to make sense of what I'm actually seeing. Yoruchi was looking around, observing her surroundings. Corvina knew that she wouldn't be attacking immediately because instead of her home planet, they were actually on a completely different one. A rocky and barren planet perfect for hiding things underground. That room and shadow gate was an expensive investment, and it was destroyed just like that. So I just have to block her wrists to completely stop her. Nope. If it was that simple, then there's no way she'd be doing this. Besides, I'm still trying to figure out how she's manifesting this phenomenon. It's completely opposite of how we dash. At this moment, however, Yoruchi is done observing and suddenly appears in front of Corvina via a bolt of lightning. Corvina jumped back, but the speed that Yoruchi showed was unexpected, so she couldn't completely dodge and could only cover her skin with her shadow. With a fist containing dense lightning, Yoruchi burnt Corvina's shadow itself and sent her flying back while also obliterating the terminal in her hand. Yoruchi didn't immediately follow up and instead asked, still not convinced. The arms that Corvina used to block Yoruchi's fist were scalded. Nevertheless, it was not even a minor injury, and her shadow soon regenerated to cover her skin, interesting and intriguing to say the least. However, still far from satisfactory. Yoruchi couldn't feel Corvina's reaction like she normally would with other spiritual power users. The movements of her spiritual power were very subtle, almost to the point of perceiving it as completely inactive. Even then, Yoruchi knew that something big was coming. She tried getting away, but the darkness was faster. It was already too late for Yoruchi to realize that Corvina's shadow extended all around her, painting her entire world black. Much worse, Yoruchi was actually already acquainted with this darkness. How the hell could she just explode like this? This is cheating. Yoruchi internally screamed as she tried regaining her senses back, but to no avail. It was the same darkness that she went through to reach the secured room, but this time, the guide was actively trying to harm her. Yoruchi completely underestimated Corvina after seeing Stralit and Grenlin's files and how they use their shadows. She might be a monster on the cusp of reaching transcendence. Chapter 13-19, Chapter 13-19, The Matriarch and Yoruchi Part 5. Yoruchi could still tell where's the up and down but nothing else. This inadvertently reminded her of Tosen Kanami's Bankai, Suzumushi Suishiki, Enma Kurogi, Bell Bug Closing Ceremony, Field Cricket, with an ability to create a vacuum that nullifies the senses of spiritual energy, sight, sound, and scent. Thankfully, it's not as potent as Tosen's ability. Yoruchi thought to herself after figuring out that her senses weren't actually blocked. Although even if it's as potent as Tosen's Bankai, Yoruichi already developed a technique to deal with situations like that. While finding her bearing, a tiny electric spark extended out from her back and Yoruichi hurriedly stepped to the side. The next instant, an invisible blade went through the spot where she was just standing. Corvina, who was hiding within the darkness, was surprised that she was able to dodge and sent more shadow blades toward her direction in addition to ejecting spikes from her feet. But before the blades could reach her, tiny sparks of electricity would fly off from Yoruichi's body, striking the blades. It didn't do any damage to the blades nor did anything to stop or deflect them. But strangely enough, Yoruichi would turn in their direction and dodge them with ease. Even the spikes that emerged under her feet were rendered useless as Yoruichi would move at any tiny indication that it would produce. She can somehow read the movement of my shadow. Corvina kept sending remote attacks towards Yoruichi while also trying to figure out how she was detecting her surroundings. It was because of that she didn't immediately notice why the tiny sparks from her were slowly extending out, and the moment it reached her position and slightly pricked her feet she had a eureka moment. However, it was already too late. The instant it happened, Yoruichi also turned in her direction with a large smirk, and with her explosive speed, she instantly arrived in front of Corvina. Found you. Electrostatic charges. Corvina guessed the true nature of the detection ability Yoruichi was using while also boosting her defenses. But instead of being annoyed, Corvina smiled. Yoruichi threw her fist containing enough power to vaporize a high-class devil in an instant, but soon the smirk on her face was wiped off when Corvina also threw out a fist, meeting her own. Corvina knew an Eevee who had a similar ability in the past, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to hide from her. As a Luxu who mostly excels in covert battles and ambushes, that Eevee and several others that are good with detection and known as assassin killers were sent to eliminate the unit she's part of. It's a sound strategy, but it's also the time when her name isn't known yet. Those Eevees didn't know that the young Corvina is someone who likes to duke it out head-on. A 3-mile wide and 2-mile tall pure black dome was created the moment Corvina trapped Yoruichi with her. Adrena already knew what would happen before this, so she was able to retreat with Stralit far enough not to be caught in it. As Yoruichi's oppressive and very overt spiritual power was also trapped along with her, Adrena was able to sigh in relief and continued to check Stralit's condition. A few seconds later, however, her thoughts were interrupted, and loudly muttered, "As I suspected, you're also here, Lady Yarwood." She turned her head to the right and saw a young woman with deep red hair and eyes looking towards the dome. "How did you find this place?" "Thanks to our fatal flaw as a society." Fatal flaw. Adrena was not expecting that kind of dramatic answer at all and ended up repeating her words. "We developed our society while considering our prized spiritual abilities as the most important asset that we can't have our enemies analyze. In the past few decades, it was discovered that a few races and even some atolls started cooperating with the Eevees to create a prime that's capable of using spiritual abilities. That resulted in an extensive ban on any research on spiritual power unless you're part of the Holy Family. To keep our edge against the Eevees, we focused on developing various techniques and devices that focus on the usage of magic power and ki. And you know what we left out?" Adrena could see where she was trying to say, "What's uniquely yours, spiritual power? Are you saying that Yoruichi used spiritual power to create a beacon to lead you to this place?" Gwen turned to her with a smile. "Correct. Due to how it was implemented, none of your sensors nor Corvina Luxu noticed it." Adrena swallowed a mouthful of saliva to ease her dry throat. "We're in a hidden world, yet she was able to track this place using Yoruichi's signal. How did she do it?" Gwen, meanwhile, approached the unconscious Stralit and started unlocking her collar. "Hold on. What are you doing?" Adrena tried stopping her, but Gwen intercepted her hand. "No worries. I just wanted to check her condition. Although I'm here to vouch for Yoruichi, that's all I'll do for her since that's all I previously agreed to. Stralit is also my friend, so I want to check if there are any hidden dangers." Adrena hesitated for a moment but soon let go. "Thank you. But be careful of the sword. It might manifest again." "It won't. I've been looking and I think there's a condition for its activation that requires the user to be conscious." While Gwen is checking on Stralit, Adrena's eyes turned to the dome and her thoughts went back to Gwen's words. The atolls didn't allow in-depth study of their spiritual power as a form of self-defense. But now that it's not uniquely theirs anymore, it came to bite them back. Once knowledge about Yoruichi becomes more public, Adrena doesn't doubt that there's going to be an upheaval through all the atoll territories. But when she reached this train of thought, she remembered something. It was when she's doing her regular work and gathering information for Corvina. A small rumor said that the Holy Family will soon lift the ban of spiritual power research. It wasn't too far-fetched, so both Corvina and her immediately dismissed the rumor as something unreliable. Wait. Could it be the rumor about the Holy Family lifting the ban? Without turning her head, Gwen replied, "That's what I thought too." Almost everyone was dismissing this, but it seemed like it's going to be a good idea to have a head start. "I see. So that's why you're cooperating with her." "I have a feeling that it won't be a peaceful time," Gwen muttered to herself. At this moment, the black dome suddenly started shaking before a pillar of light burst forth from it, dyeing the surroundings with its blinding color. Chapter 1320, Chapter 1320 The Matriarch and Uruchi Part 6. The two combatants got close and it ended up a full-on bare-handed fight. Uruchi, with a small smile displayed on her face, was feeling the immense pressure that her opponent was giving her. My Shunko is already fully committed but I can't gain any ground at all. On the contrary, she's actually losing her edge because she has been going at her with full power, and the lightning cladding her body that's enough to melt almost anything is already damaging her body. On top of that, Corvina has these almost unpredictable shadow tentacles that would attack her at the most opportune times. While she could detect her and her shadow's movements in complete darkness through electrostatic charges, Uruchi was only able to block the fatal ones and smaller attacks started accumulating causing detrimental effects to her movement, and there's not a change in her expression at all. I didn't expect that she's such a monster. Uruchi was really happy that she challenged her like this as this is the first time she managed to get baseline information of a prominent Itold combatant. But different from how Uruchi was thinking, Corvina was not as calm as she's showing. With her deadpan expression, Corvina is hiding her nervousness. Someone like her came from Draconic Deus. Is this why the Holy Mother is keeping others away from that place? Unlike Uruchi's sharp and explosive attacks, Corvina's movements are slower but a lot more flexible, making it possible to deflect most of the strength of her opponent. In addition to her unexpectedly hard shadow armor that protects her even from the heat of Uruchi's lightning, she was able to stand her ground against someone known for her close combat capabilities. Despite this apparent strength, under her armor of shadow were multiple burns that even charred some of her flesh. She's strong. Not even Adrena would be able to deal with her. And since her lightning is mostly made out of spiritual power, it could momentarily pierce through my shadow. However, that's not the most terrifying thing about her is the martial technique she's using. Seriously, where did something like this come from? Each hit that Uruchi gives her rattles her soul directly. Since spiritual power came directly from the soul, it's disrupting her ability and if she gets a direct hit, it could even directly hurt her soul. It's easy to chalk this lightning up as her unique ability, but this martial technique could be learned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this an anti-Itold art. Corvina also noticed that Uruchi was fully capable of escaping from the barrier she created and the reason for her unwillingness to do this was, she's also gauging me. If this technique was created to combat an Itold, she wouldn't be testing me like this. That would mean that this was developed for a different purpose. After a bit more contemplation, she figured that she'd be at a disadvantage in terms of information gathering as she didn't have enough context to pull out any conclusions. So when she found a chance, Corvina met Uruchi's fist with her own, causing a huge explosion of power from both sides and forcing both of them to take distance. As soon as she landed on her feet, Corvina asked, "Why not escape? You can do it, right?" Uruchi also took a breather and stopped her assault, "And why are you still holding back? Aren't you going to test me if I can keep this power to myself and not get caught to be experimented on?" Corvina stared at her for a few seconds. She was not surprised that Uruchi figured that she was still holding back. Even though it's already from the far past and only a few records left, Corvina believed that Uruchi was capable of digging for bits of information about her if she searched hard enough. But the same as her, Corvina also figured out that Uruchi was still holding back. After all, she hasn't once pulled out the short blade on her hips. And although Uruchi is trying to hide it, Corvina's instincts are screaming at her that this blade is a dangerous one. Corvina took a deep breath and let it go with a long sigh. "That's true. Well then, please try to survive." The smile on Uruchi's face disappeared and hurriedly sharpened her senses. However, that was a mistake on her part. The pure darkness that was surrounding her disappeared and was replaced by a blindingly pure white world. The source of this sudden change, Corvina, shone like a sun, compelling Uruchi to close her eyes. Sadly, that was already too late and her retina was burnt, blinding her. Shit. I misjudged the records. Her real power is not a thermal type but light type. If it's the former, Uruchi has some ways to deal with it. However, a light type similar to what the angels use could have various effects that she won't be able to predict, but I guess there's still some truth to that passage where she apparently burned the entire battlefield and left nothing alive. She commented internally while trying to stop further damage to her eyes. Uruchi was trying to adjust her senses to the situation but ahead of that, she can suddenly feel a few searing pain that goes through her body and shortness of breath. Before she was made aware of it, a few holes already appeared on her. What? She couldn't see but she could finally feel numerous spears of light piercing her and one of it went through her chest. Uruchi coughs out blood and can tell that more of these spears are coming. I can still detect them, thankfully. But I can't react in time. They're too fast. While preparing the next volley of spears, Corvina suddenly heard Uruchi chuckling and she couldn't help but frown. Bankai. Kyo no Kogo, Byako. As fast as Corvina spread her light, the dome that was holding both of them burst open without any resistance. Seeing this and feeling the massive pressure that is incomparable to what Uruchi had released before, Corvina could only smile wryly. I have to meet Lady Chimyun Chapati. To think she's hiding this monster. The lightning on Yuruchi's body disappeared and her defenses weakened considerably due to that. Corvina was confused and wondered what sort of transformation she went through next. Nevertheless, that didn't stop her from shooting out the next valley of lights that looked like lasers when they traveled instantaneously. Since her aim was to incapacitate Yuruchi, she didn't aim at any important parts, and it also helps to hide her attacks if she didn't have any killing intent. Those beams of piercing light that melded into the blinding surroundings soon reached Yuruchi within a fraction of a second, but to Corvina's surprise, these tens of attacks all bent around Yuruchi, causing all of them to miss. The next instant, the image of Yuruchi from the distance warped strangely, and before Corvina knew it, she was already standing in front of her with a very thin, almost translucent single-edged short sword drawn and ready to swing down. Corvina hurriedly put her right arm in front of her to block the sword. Compared to when she was in her shadow form, her light form boasted several times of its raw defensive capability, making her a walking and flying fortress. She intended to make a counterattack after blocking the sword, but the moment its blade connected to her armor of light, her instincts screamed at her and she hurriedly flew back off. Even faster than a hot knife through cold butter, Corvina's arm was instantly lopped off by Yuruchi's sword. Chapter 1321, Chapter 1321, The Matriarch and Yuruchi Part 7. Corvina gritted her teeth and prepared for the follow-up attacks, however, those never came. Once again, before she realized it, Yuruchi was already gone. Not just her figure, but also the pressure she's releasing. And since the dome has disintegrated, there's now nothing blocking her all-encompassing and damaging light. The battle has ended, so there's no reason for her to unnecessarily hurt others. With that in mind, Corvina, who looked like a sun that descended on Earth, returned to normal. Lady Corvina. Corvina turned around and saw Adrena flying towards her. Why your arm? She looked down and saw that her forearm was missing. Her shadow wrapped around the wound to stop its bleeding as she turned her head up. I'm fine. I'm just taken aback since it has been a while since I was injured. Without saying a word, Adrena started casting healing magic on Corvina's arm and immediately found the extent of damage didn't stay on her physical body. Hold on. What? How? Corvina didn't answer and just kept looking up. A few seconds later, Gwen also arrived while carrying Stralit and asked, You're not going to chase after her? All this time, Corvina was looking at the several stealth ships that were above the planet. There's no point. She has already proven herself and she also doesn't work alone. Adrena took a peek at Gwen, of course. If Yuruchi could show the way to her, she could also do the same for the others. Corvina sighed and looked toward Gwen. Did you see what happened at the last second? Gwen shook her head. Nope. You're too bright and I didn't want to risk burning my eyes out. She stared at her for a few seconds before sighing once again. You got what you want, so go home. Corvina then turned to her aide. Adrena, prepare the gate. We're going to the homeland. Gwen's ears perked up and asked, Are you going to take action? I have to if I want to protect her. Corvina replied while looking at Stralit. That sword. I wasn't able to feel anything substantial when that giant mannequin appeared due to the men who died in ink. It looks like it's a lot more dangerous than I thought. Corvina knew that she had to meet the one overseeing the overall situation on the Draconic Dais if she didn't want her to misunderstand Stralit's involvement and connection to such a sword, and no matter how much I think about it, this is weird. It shouldn't have been that long since the Draconic Dais was discovered, yet someone from there already commands a fleet. No matter how amazing Yuruchi is, I don't believe that this is just her work alone. Someone else should be supporting her from behind. Oh. I see it now. Gwen muttered to herself, I guess I'll prepare for an outing too. Do you still intend to associate yourself with her? As your senior, I am warning you. You're playing with fire. A fire that will attract attention and stab you in the back. Thank you, but it looks interesting and I'm pretty bored right now. Naturally, Corvina didn't believe those words when she looked at her eyes that were burning with passion. Are you still seeking revenge? No. Forget I said anything and do whatever you want. You're not my responsibility. Though I'm sure that Thea wouldn't want any of these. Gwen's cheerful expression instantly turned cold. I'll keep that in mind. Laria hurriedly carried the wounded Yuruchi to the medical bay while issuing commands. Use Route 3C5 BBA to retreat and make sure we're not being followed. Roger. Multiple voices answered her, and most notably, all of them were women. Clad in sleek armor from head to toe, they operated the ship they were in and deployed several barriers to get away as far as possible from the Luxa-controlled territory. They were the team that Yuruchi and her assistant Laria had gathered and had been training for the sake of various work that the former required. How's the boss? One of them asked in concern, seeing the multiple holes in her body and limping with Laria's help. I'm fine. Don't worry about me and continue what you're doing. Although I doubt Corvina Luxa will chase after us, there could be other eyes that are watching, so carefully watch our surroundings. Yuruchi answered with a small smile. Within the medical bay, Laria asked everyone to leave and maintain high alert. How serious are these wounds? Yuruchi laid down on the bed and answered while Laria was attaching various equipment to her. Not that serious. That lady avoided the dangerous spots for whatever reason. You underestimated her, didn't you? Yoruchi was silent for a moment before replying, I did. And also I misunderstood her ability. She was not called the Quasar because she can release massive amounts of thermal energy. She could somehow convert her shadow to an opposite attribute and manipulate light itself. Laria gritted her teeth, I apologize. I didn't just gather enough information but also brought forth a misunderstanding. Yoruchi sighed and smiled wryly, don't be. I was the one who analyzed them, so it's my fault. I thought that her ability has somehow something to do with black holes considering the other data points we gathered from the Luxo members. It seems that she's an abnormality within that clan. What should we do now? Yoruchi thought about it for a moment before muttering, it's about time I introduce you to others. Laria's eyes widened and she asked to confirm, do you mean? After this, Corvina Luxo will probably involve herself with Draconic Deus due to the condition of her daughter. I'm planning to bring you back with me. Laria was stunned for a moment before excitedly holding Yoruchi's hand, it'll be my honor. Don't get too excited. We still have a lot of work to do before that. But what about the others? I'd also like to bring them back with me, but now is not the right time. I will be asking them to hide for some time because Corvina's inevitable inquiry into Draconic Deus will put us in the spotlight. We have to avoid unnecessary danger. Then the intelligence network. It'll be suspended for a while. Inform everyone to make the necessary preparations. Laria lowered her head, understood. Yoruchi looked at her short gloomy white hair and blindfolded eyes before smiling wryly, even with Saraselby's support, it was thanks to her that I was able to assemble this group. She then looked up at the ceiling's light and thought, more Tolds and Evies will invade. I feel bad for the other girls, but I should ask Kisuke to remain hidden. It'll be more effective if he looks for them in secret. Chapter 1322, Chapter 1322 A Step Forward. Kisuke was standing inside the monitoring room that Mayuri had prepared and watching every movement of the graph on the screens. We'll be establishing a preliminary connection within 2 minutes. Start the primary checks. Mayuri, the only other person in the room with Kisuke, reminded his team through an intercom. Primary checks initiated. All values are within the predicted model. Proceeding to Phase 2. Kisuke could hear Akon's voice from the speaker. This exchange happened until Kisuke heard Akon say, connection established. Proceeding through stress tests. As soon as this was said, Kisuke could immediately feel the uptick in the density of magic power. Although it's still not that much, it's still an exponential increase and will soon match what the other worlds are getting from the dimensional gap. But along with this, Kisuke also felt the terminal in his inventory that's only reserved for emergency contact, ring, Mayuri turned in his direction and saw him take out a phone, what's wrong? Kisuke didn't answer immediately and read the message carefully. It came from Sona and its contents are short and summarized reports of the current events. What caught his attention, however, was the possibility of an Eevee already reaching the dungeon world and their plans to retreat to a secure corner of that world. There was also a note that Yoruchi wanted him to move in secret, but that's not important right now. I'm sorry Kuratsuchi-san, but it looks like we'll have to implement that along with settling. What happened? I thought we were going to do that once everything stabilized. The defenses on the other side have been breached. We can't afford to wait for that anymore. Kisuke approached the console and started tapping on it, bringing out new programs on the screen. It's going to be a bit risky, but it's still worth it considering what's in line. Mayuri stared at him for a short moment before sighing, I still don't understand. So what if the defenses of that world were breached? I don't think your enemies would immediately aim for this one. Kisuke could only smile wryly at his response, normally, that is. The problem is that those guys would go ballistic if they ever discover a Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, or Fullbringer, and probably will start a full-scale invasion if they knew there are a lot of us. He continued tapping on the keyboard and sent additional instructions to the members of the 12th Division. I'll send the Atolled and Eevee basic profiles to you later along with some historical and cultural information. Once you've gone through that, you'll understand what I'm feeling too. Fine. Akon. Prepare the Spirit Wall implementation. We'll do it along with the merger. Is that really okay? Wouldn't it be dangerous? If it was just me alone, it'd be too dangerous. I hate to admit it, but I can't see us failing with this guy around. Understood. I'll also call everyone to return back to their posts. 3 days later, a large tremor shook not just the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world, but also the entire special region formerly known as Hell. Azazel and Ajuka, who have been waiting all this time within the Urahara shop with Serafal, Issei, George, Keisha, and Sikvera, sighed in relief, it's finally over. I was worried that there's something else considering how much of a trouble magnet Kisuke is. Thankfully nothing complicated happened. The former commented with a hearty laugh. Overall, it was a good sudden vacation. Issei also added. Despite what happened when they just arrived and they helped out with the restoration of the human world, their wait times have been proven to be relaxing as they didn't have any work to do. I know, right? Sikvera muttered with a blissful expression while holding onto her mecha figures that she acquired and couldn't be found in her previous world. Although the two human worlds pretty much have similar histories, the slight variations and even some completely different aesthetics awaken the collector's spirit within me. Keisha looked at the mecha otaku and wondered if she ever acted like this while minding the suitcases of new dresses she bought on a shopping spree with Sikvera. I should probably get something too in case Jean asks for something. George thought to himself. It was a rare time off for everyone who was very busy preparing for a war they didn't know when would come. Azazel was talking to Tessai asking about various things that he still was curious about. Meanwhile, Ajuka noticed that Serafal was busy swiping on her phone and it had been a while since she lifted her sights. As far as he knows her, she's not the type of person who'd mindlessly stare at a screen with a deadpan expression because the only moment she uses social media is when she's ego-searching and searching for other magical girls. Those would always put a smile on her face, so Ajuka asked curiously, "Something the matter?" "Nothing. It looks like Kitan won't be coming back with us yet." Azazel and the others stopped what they were doing and perked their ears up. "That's not nothing. What happened?" Any news about Kisuke is far from nothing for Ajuka. Serafal contemplated it for a moment and decided to just say it. Apparently, Sona-chan and others found traces of Evi's arriving in the dungeon world. "What?" Azazel exclaimed, and even Ajuka's eyes widened. "Hold on. How did that happen?" Serafal shook her head. "I don't know. I just received a short message a few days ago. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask Sona-chan for details. Kitan will have to remain here to secure the border and prevent any unauthorized entry." "Then what's going to happen to the gate the Ouroboros Academy is managing?" Azazel asked. He could already tell what sort of action they would take, but he still had to ask. "They are going to let it go. Since the enemies already have access to the other side, they'd rather let everyone else go through and slow down their advancement. It might devolve into senseless violence." Ajuka muttered to himself, "I doubt they'll go after the dungeon entrances, but the territories besides that are going to be up for grabs. We'll probably be swamped by work once again, huh?" Issei regretfully says. Since the DXD team is a peacekeeping organization, they would have to act as police to prevent any large-scale conflict. Not just that. Serafal added before standing up and walking towards the door, "It seems that the Atold and Eevee activities will exponentially increase. Please watch out for their spies." "Where are you going, Serafal-sama?" Sikvera asked curiously. But contrary to her complicated expression earlier, Serafal was now grinning happily as if she just decided on something big that she wouldn't regret no matter what. "Before I go back, I'm going to bother Kitan as much as I want." As Serafal left everyone stunned, it was Keisha who said something that woke everyone up from their stupor. "Should we expect a Citriere?" "Stop that." Sikvera retorted, "You'll give Dylan Citri a heart attack if he hears you." Chapter 1323, Chapter 1323 A Step Forward Part 2. After receiving the emergency message from Sona, Serafal knew that she, along with the other girls, wouldn't be able to meet him for some time. Although she feels bad for the others, she knows she couldn't let go of this chance, hit it while it's still hot as they say. Serafal teleported to the one vast and almost empty Soul Society and went straight towards the 12th Division where it's abuzz with people continuously running around. Since this is a huge undertaking that would forever change the Soul Society, more than half of the Godii 13 personnel were assigned to assist the 12th Division and even some nobles and students from the academy. The moment she approached the gates, Serafal coincidentally came across Akon, who came from his in-person survey. "Citri-san. Could I assist with anything? Is Kitan around?" "He is. But I don't think you'd be able to meet him now. We're in the middle of setting up defensive barriers around the three worlds and controlling the rate of flow of the magic power coming from the dimensional gap, so I doubt he and the captain would be able to entertain anyone." Akon answered while checking his phone. "If it's urgent, I can send him a message for you." Serafal immediately shook his head. "No, it's nothing urgent. I'm just wondering when you'll be done." Akon thought about it for a moment and replied, "If nothing goes awry, we'll be able to formally open the transport gates within half a day." Serafal's eyes shine. "Is that so? Then is it all right for me to wait here?" Akon nodded. "I'll lead you to the break room. Since we're about to finish, no one is using them. I'll also inform Urahara-san of your arrival." "Thank you." More than half a day later, Kisuke came out of Mayuri's lab while yawning. "It's finally done. The only thing left is to send those guys back along with some envoys." Kisuke felt like a monumental amount of burden on his shoulders had disappeared. Ever since he reincarnated in a different world, he always questioned if Soul Society was really doing the right thing, meddling with the flow of souls. When he realized how the souls are handled in that world, Kisuke thought that it was beautiful. A system devoid of emotion and morals, he thought that only such a thing would be able to handle the sorting of souls. He knew it was not perfect, but it was way more reasonable than what Soul Society and the Soul King was employing. Kisuke, of course, would always repress these thoughts as he knew that this was his arrogance. He realized that he'd be pushing his belief that something is better than another in which no way is fair in an absolute sense. He didn't have the justification. Even then, he couldn't help but prepare for it with the sole reason, just in case. And when the Evis and Atolls arrived in that world and threatened it, he finally had a reason to go back. Kisuke initially thought that he'd just be recruiting Aizen and others as a countermeasure to Atolls who decided to approach his world on the good side, since he knew that betrayal never comes from your enemies. But as he learned more about the world he was previously born in and got a glimpse of Ichibai's plans along with the Soul King's approval, the justification came. Kisuke, as if all fetters were removed, came to a decision to change the world for the better and move towards it with full force. He still thinks, even now, that this was extremely arrogant and his own self-control not to become someone like Aizen or Yawatch is working against him. But with the choice of being a monster's food or continued existence, the choice was pretty obvious. Now that everything is over, Kisuke's ambition, or more accurately, desire, has been fulfilled, and the burden that has been bothering him since long ago has disappeared. But resting is still far off. I still have to do something against those robots and fleshy spirits. Kisuke couldn't help but sigh. If his roots didn't go so deep on the other side, he would certainly just ignore the problem and just escape somewhere. The worst thing is that this isn't the same as chaos or Hayasub. The problem won't be solved even if those on top disappear. In fact, that only will be a precursor to endless hate and war. I don't have time nor motivation for that. Kisuke soon reached the door to the break room where he was told that Serafal was waiting. The only solution to this would be for both Evis and Atolls to stop their hostilities and us standing on our own, even not on their level. But if one side weakens too much, the larger one would swallow the rest. Damn. This sounds really impossible. Before he could open the door, someone else on the other side opened it for him, what with the long face. Aren't you supposed to be celebrating? Serafal asked after seeing Kisuke's face. If one problem was solved but you realized that a bigger one was just waiting around the corner, how would you react to that? Celebrate the small win. Be glad that you're done with that one. Serafal answered without any hesitation. Kisuke stared at her blankly for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling, that's true, isn't it? He took a long breath and slowly released it along with the tension he put himself into. So what's the plan? Don't you mean Sona and the others? Serafal then grabbed Kisuke's arm and started dragging him. I do. But I can meet them later. Let's go on a date. I doubt that there are going to be stores open. Should I prepare something? Kisuke thought while letting himself be dragged by the relatively short and very bubbly Devil King. Both of them arrived in the human world sometime after, and Kisuke was surprised that it was actually bustling. Not to the point of the normal hustle and bustle, but there are a lot of people shopping around the newly repaired town. What's going on? This was when you were busy with the merger. Serafal replied while dragging Kisuke by the hand towards the crepe shop. The world leaders had a meeting with Goti 13 and Wingbind overseeing it. It was decided that with my and Flanachan's help, we'll erase everyone's memory of the war. Kisuke thought about it for a moment before saying, wouldn't that cause a lot of problems? Although the casualties are reduced to the minimum, that's still a lot of people. Not to mention various parts of life if you just suddenly reset the time before it all went down. Some people would notice these huge discrepancies. That's true, but dealing with those is still preferable. Serafal cast a spell that would jumble their words into something different for those who could listen to them as they approached the line. I'm of the same opinion that people of this world is still not prepared for the supernatural, and included in the plan was the slow introduction of this side of the world. How about those whose memories couldn't be erased? Even if Flana is assisting you, I doubt you could do anything to those with resistance towards it, considering what you've done was on a worldwide scale. It'll be sort of a litmus test for those with special abilities or those with potential to it. Whenever they appear, they'll be immediately approached by the territory's government and use their help for the slow integration. They are still drafting a treaty that would ensure the said individual's safety and rights, but the Goti 13 and Wingbind promise that they'll strictly look after this. Of course, they should. But even if they did, various underground organizations will probably pop up to take advantage of this. Kisuke thought to himself while ordering crepes, oh well, not my problem anymore. I'll only create more work for myself if I get involved in this. Chapter 1324, Chapter 1324, A Step Forward Part 3. Kisuke's eyes opened as the light from the sun peeking through the curtains disturbed him. Afternoon. He could feel the soft brush of the blanket over his bare skin as he moved slightly and turned his head to the side to see a sleeping beauty sharing his blanket with shiny and soft black hair that draped over her shoulder and was also glistening under the ambient light. Kisuke was able to sleep for the first time in a while, but not before partaking in some extremely strenuous exercise for a few hours. He tried recalling their date yesterday and painted a smile on his face. Although it was just a few hours of fun, he knew that it had become a precious memory, not just for him, but for his partner as well. Kisuke already accepted the life that had come to him, but there's still a different kind of realization when the deed itself was done. With a wry smile, Kisuke thought that he'd probably lose more of his inhibitions when it comes to crossing the line with the women around him. I have to be careful. The sleeping beauty also felt his slight movement and snuggled closer while tightening her hold on her man's arm. Her eyelashes fluttered for a moment before her eyelids slowly partly opened and met Kisuke's eyes. They stared at each other for a short while and she closed her eyes back while inching even closer to Kisuke. Kisuke lifted his free arm and brushed his hand against her cheek. Sarah-chan, you have to return today, remember? Sarafal furrowed her brows and pouted her lips a bit. I demand 10 hours more. Kisuke was a bit nervous because it didn't sound like she was joking. He actually wanted to accommodate her demand and spend more time together. However, as always, time was not on their side. The others will return today too. If my timing is off, it'll be hard to go off the radar. Thankfully, after a bit more urging from Kisuke, Sarafal fully awakened. Nevertheless, she still clung to Kisuke while saying her final compromise, then 10 more minutes. Kisuke smiled wryly and turned his body towards her before wrapping his arms around her. I guess I'll make your 10 minutes more worthwhile. While burying her face on his chest, Sarafal asked, do you really have to leave? She wasn't just asking that for herself but also for the other girls that were left behind and was waiting for his return. Although she's really happy that she finally got together with Kisuke, the moment she received the news that Kisuke would need to hide himself, it felt like she was cheated somehow. You know Yuruchi. She wouldn't ask me something like this if the situation was not dangerous. Kisuke answered, ignoring the hint of sadness from Sarafal's voice. It would seem that we're still underestimating the other side. Sona probably didn't send this to you since she's worried about your recovery, but Yuruchi returned injured despite carefully researching her opponent and only planned to push a few buttons. Sarafal hurriedly sat up and the blanket covering her slid off. What? Is she okay? Kisuke pulled her back down before answering, she's fine. In fact, you were in a much worse state than her. However, that prompted her to ask me to find the intruders even though she's better than me when it comes to that. Sarafal immediately understood what happened. She gathered too much attention. Right. In addition to that, there probably would be an increased activity from both the Eevee and Atolled side and she wouldn't be able to move properly while acting as bait. Sarafal stayed silent for a while. Even in her time as a rising Devil King, she never experienced this kind of prolonged conflict that felt like hands were choking their throat. There's no time for rest nor there's no time for fantasizing about a beautiful future. All she could see right now was them struggling for survival and did her best to keep the image of death to any people she cared about out of her head. When will it end? She muttered to herself. Kisuke couldn't answer that as much as he wanted to. As long as the information from the future is accurate, there's still no way for us to defeat Melvazoa. Not even with Ophis, Lilith, Flanna, Aizen, and Yawach's help. It's about time I get a solid answer from Sarah Selbs as to what she wants to happen. Kisuke waved his hand at Sarafal as she went through the portal that would take her to Draconic Dais and she was followed by Issei and the others of the younger generation. Ajuka and Azazel were also scheduled to go with them but they stayed behind for a little bit to have some private talk with Kisuke. I heard that you're going somewhere else. Azazel asked, impressed with his workaholic attitude. Is finding new worlds your new job nowadays? Is it that easy? And how are you finding these worlds in the first place? Let me funnel some of my personal funds and assets. I want to invest in your journey too. Ajuka added, you have no use for these worlds aside from strengthening your position so let's have a slice of the pie. Kisuke grinned which made Ajuka and Azazel shudder. They regretted opening their mouths but it's true that they want to take advantage of Kisuke's great track record to gain some benefits too. It's true that I'll be going to a new frontier. Normally, I wouldn't even bother to inform anyone of my plans but since you're my good friends, I'll let you have some exclusive info. Of course, if you're willing to bet. It won't cost us our entire wealth, would it? Ajuka and Azazel both asked themselves. They both looked at each other before nodding. They both thought that it's still worth the risk of shaking Kisuke's hand. In any case, he's the only guy that they could trust right now considering the complex situation and relationships within the Draconic Dais. They got ready to hear about Kisuke's next outing and thought of things they could offer but they still weren't able to expect the next words he uttered. It's not exactly a new world, but I intend to set up an outpost behind the Eevee and Atolled lines. My contacts already prepared what I'll need on the planned site, but I could definitely use some more assistance. Kisuke's grin grew wider. What do you think? Willing to sink in everything you have? It was a deal that even made a Devil King sweat in the cold. Chapter 1325, Chapter 1325 Dissolution. Azazel and Ajuka both returned to their respective organizations and updated them on the reason for their sudden leave. Shocking the higher-ups of these organizations was an understatement but these two leaders didn't have time to entertain them and immediately excused themselves while citing that they were working on something important in light of all of these. Is this line secure enough? Azazel asked from the other side of the screen. I'd like to believe so. Ajuka was brewing his cup of coffee in the background, but I can understand your apprehension. If any of this gets out, we'll lose our advantage and we'll be listed in that guy's naughty list if not already. Still, it's unbelievable. While everyone else is trying to decide whether they should side with either Shiva or Indra, there's this guy laughing at their faces watching them duke it out within the playing field that he already exited. Well, with this, we can finally understand Ouroboros Academy's adamant neutrality. Is it really alright for us to just jump in like that on his terms? Can you think of any other alternative? I do think that it's better to agree to it immediately because who knows how he'll manipulate us into accepting it. Azazel went quiet for a few seconds while tapping on his table, but why do you think he's letting us in now? To answer that, we first have to figure out the root of his motivations. Even though we're not that close to him, we're the few people that's within his vicinity and knows how his head works to some extent, so that's an easy guess. Safety and protection, huh? It's way too pure for someone with a personality like him. It's still way better than people who declare such things and bend the moment it disadvantages them. Ajuka chuckled a little bit. Kisuke is someone Ajuka couldn't fully trust, but he's someone who he could leave his back open as long as he doesn't cross his lines nor give him any reason that he's a threat. Continuing, we can also guess the reason for Yoruchi's prolonged absence, and the reason why he's doing us this favor is probably because the scale of their operation has expanded so much that it became difficult for them to handle it effectively. Or they wanted to stir the pot for some reason. Ajuka finished brewing his coffee and went back to his seat, that too. Or maybe a little bit of both. Either way, it's our chance to get away from Shiva and Indra's ever-expanding influences. However, the problem now becomes the personnel. We don't have anyone, right? Azazel also became silent on the other side. It was at this moment of silence that Ajuka and Azazel received a message from an unknown origin at the same time. Good day, Ajuka Beelzebub/Azazel. I'm Laria, your correspondent and assistant who will help you establish a base in Zerg of Nenbatun, an atolled territory. Pleased to meet you. Ajuka and Azazel looked at each other with eyes wide open, with the latter asking, did you receive it too? And the former nodding. You know what? I just had a great idea. What is it? Let's dissolve the DXD team and dissolve the alliance officially. Ajuka was stunned for a moment before asking, are you sure Kisuke Urahara hasn't rubbed off you? Ho. A tall blonde man with Western features, long hair, and bright blue eyes sneezed horribly loud. Who the hell misses me now? He muttered in a deep voice while rubbing his nose. Somewhere within the state of California, the man was standing in front of a strangely grandiose mansion in the middle of nowhere. At its front door was a black-haired man in a suit. You must be Mr. Smith. The chairman is waiting for you. The blonde man nodded and walked towards the door without talking. The guard didn't say anything about this and just opened the door, revealing a lobby that was way larger than the building itself. I'll lead you to the chairman's office. It's on the 99th floor. The blonde man quietly followed him towards the magic circle that would teleport them to the assigned location, so it didn't take long for them to reach the designated floor. The guard didn't leave the magic circle and just gestured for the blonde man to go forward. Since there was only one room on this floor, it wasn't hard to find the only door that would lead to the person he was looking for. The blonde man knocked 3 times and a deep but playful voice came from the other side, come in. The blonde man opened the door and once again, he saw a room that was way larger than what the floor suggested. The room was surrounded by bookshelves that's at least 100 feet tall, and in the middle of this room was a single table surrounded by floating holographic screens showing various news channels dedicated to the Supernaturals. The one who was watching all of this and the owner of the room was sitting on the table, swiped his hand and all the screens disappeared. The moment the doors behind the blonde man closed, the middle-aged man with gelled hair, which is a mixture of red and blue, and heterochromia red and blue eyes greeted him. I was waiting for your arrival. It's our first time talking directly, isn't it? Kisuke Urahara. The blonde man smiled and walked towards him. Please call me John Smith, Mr. Mephistopheles, or else, there would be no point in us doing all of this. Kisuke, who's in disguise, came to meet the Grauzober's chairman for his next set of actions. I won't have enough time to search for those guys if I were to start from scratch. Chapter 1326, Chapter 1326 Uninvited Guests. So. Mephisto stood up from the table and started walking towards one of the shelves and grabbed a book to read. What makes you think that I'll help you out? For starters, you agreed to meet despite me demanding something nonsensical. Kisuke answered while taking a step forward, and next is just my speculation, but I have a feeling that you're very much frustrated with how things are right now. Who? Mephisto took a peek at him from the corner of his eyes, and what makes you think that? One reason is that your Grauzoberer is now the only remaining medium-sized faction that's remaining neutral. Those guys must be hounding you to pick a side. Isn't it more accurate to say that I'm taking my time to sweeten the pot? Kisuke smiled and continued, but that isn't the main source of your headaches. How many of your magicians have already taken those hands? Mephisto turned his eyes back on the book but didn't say anything. Kisuke also didn't say anything since he's giving Mephisto a think. A few minutes later, Mephisto turned around and started walking towards his table, but his eyes never left the book he was reading. Kisuke patiently waited for a few more minutes until Mephisto finally opened his mouth. I'm under the impression that the Ouroboros Academy hasn't taken any side, but who's the maniac you decided to follow? Maniac, you say? Kisuke chuckled, quite a grudge you've got there. Mephisto finally stopped sounding him out, Kisuke thought. It was as Kisuke had said. Mephisto is currently plagued by headaches and frustrations. It is not a big secret that Mephisto is quite protective of his organization of magicians, not because he wants them as his weapon for his influence, but a shield given to the humans as a way to protect themselves from angels, devils, gods, and any other supernatural out there. It was the will of his late contractor, Johann George Faust. Mephisto decided to continue that same will while believing that it was the path to move forward. But these days, the world has become divided between two sides, and the people he blames for it are the founding members of the Tri-Faction Alliance. While it was founded to safeguard the world against the evils threatening to destroy it, it has now become plagued with internal conflicts that have become so dangerous that they themselves became a danger to the world they're trying to protect. But because they're not evil, there's no effective method of putting them in their place. The problems didn't stop there, however. The magicians who are supposed to be the vanguard against the encroaching influence of these warring factions have now become part of them and are now dragging down the whole of human civilization that had just started adjusting to all of this. Mephisto was actually skeptical of what the Ouroboros Academy was trying to do, pulling in the normal citizens into this dangerous side of the world, but now he's glad that they actually pulled it off, since it could have been even more dangerous if only the select few who had access to power. It was because of this that he was actually willing to hear out Kisuke when he contacted him. Or do you want me to officially join the Ouroboros Academy? You of all people should know that it'll only result in more ruffled feathers that would benefit no one. Instead of answering, Kisuke changed the topic. You're probably wondering why I appeared before like this, and it has something to do with what I want to propose to you. And that is, please allow me to join Grauzauberer and accept those pesky offers. Mephisto turned his eyes towards Kisuke once again. For what and whose offer? Infiltration of Shiva's ranks. I didn't think I'd be explaining this to you, but even with me vouching for you, you won't get anywhere near where it matters the most given your unknown identity. Besides that, you won't be able to fool Shiva's eyes no matter how good your disguise is. The disappointment was apparent in Mephisto's voice. Fair points, but I'm not really aiming for Shiva. Not for Shiva. The ones behind this proxy war, if you know what I mean. Mephisto raised his eyebrows. Them. If you can't reach Shiva or Indra, there would be no way to reach them too. That's true, normally, that is. Mephisto stared at Kisuke for a while, then closed his book. Before we talk about the specifics of that, let me hear what you really want to achieve here. Kisuke, with a very innocent smile on his face, answered with the brightest voice he could. I'm actually a huge fan of Indra. I want to fulfill his wish of all-out war with Shiva, so I'm thinking of setting up the most grandiose stage for them to duke it out. Mephisto's eyes shot wide open, but Kisuke didn't stop there and continued, and this stage that I'm talking about won't just be on a worldwide scale, but a galactic one. I'll also make sure that there's a proper viewing and betting system in place. It'll be the event of the millennium, and they won't be bothering anyone else as they wring each other's neck. A few seconds later, laughter rang out that was heard throughout the whole building that was twisted in space. One of the magicians working on some research looked up and muttered, "It's been a while since I heard the chairman laugh. Looks like something good happened." A few days later, Kisuke was in Rome, drinking coffee in an open-air cafe while reading a newspaper with a headline, Tri-Faction Alliance on the verge of dissolution. Was this their brilliant idea to secure manpower? Kisuke asked himself as he took a sip from his cup. Not too shabby. Kisuke was supposed to work with Mephisto closely to bait out the hiding Evies and Atolds, but he had to postpone that when he suddenly felt a familiar aura arriving within his vicinity. Mephisto was confused, but Kisuke had to make a sudden exit before things got too complicated. Just as he finished reading the paper citing the reason for the dissolution was the distrust between its members, his eyes caught two women, one with long deep red hair and another with short white hair. So she's really here. I hope she knows how to react. The same as him, the two women are also staring at him from a distance. Is that the guy you said will help us out? Asked the woman with deep red hair. The one white-haired one nodded and answered as she took a step forward towards the blonde man. I'm sure. Let me talk to him first. How did you even know someone from Draconic Deus? The red-haired woman muttered in suspicion. Seeing them approach, Kisuke also stood up and walked towards them. Before they could say anything, Kisuke smiled and said first, "Hello there, ladies. I've noticed that you've been watching me. Is there something I could do to help?" "Ah, my name is John Smith, by the way. Nice to meet you." Chapter 1327, Chapter 1327 Trust. Stralit was a bit surprised, but her expression immediately returned to normal before the one beside her. "Gwen, noticed anything? I hope you haven't forgotten, but you're the one who helped me when I was in a pinch." Kisuke rubbed his chin in contemplation before the moment of realization hit him. "Saved you? Oh, hold on. Your voice. Could it be that mysterious lady?" Stralit chuckled and nodded. "Correct, and I'd like to thank you for that." She then turned to the side and said, Gwen, I'd like to talk to him for a moment, do you mind leaving us alone for a bit? Gwen stared at the disguised Kisuke for a few moments before turning around. All right. Call me when you're done. As Gwen left, Kisuke led Stralit to the cafe and ordered a drink for her. How did you find me? He asked while setting up a soundproof barrier. Same as how you felt my presence. While you can tell that I'm within your general area, I can tell where exactly you are within a certain distance, so don't worry about others tracking you down. The moment her eyes landed on him, Stralit knew that Kisuke was once again in disguise, and she immediately followed up by pretending that he was an entirely different person. She took a sip of the drink that Kisuke offered and was surprised by it. This is pretty good. What's this? Frappuccino. It's a local drink made from a certain roasted bean. Kisuke answered before immediately lowering his head. I heard it from Yorichi. You almost died and it was my fault. I apologize. Stralit was so shocked that he suddenly lowered his head and panicked. Hold on. I heard what happened from Benihime and you already saved my life once, so let's just say we're even. Still, I apologize. Even though it was unavoidable, it was still my conscious decision to put you in danger. I may have helped you in the past, but that doesn't give me the right to risk your life willy-nilly. The value of life can't be calculated like that. Kisuke continued while keeping his head low. Stralit was stunned and knew the weight of his gesture just after a few days of studying Draconic Deus. She couldn't say anything for a few seconds. But soon enough, she was able to crack out a smile. All right, I accept your apology. Kisuke sighed in relief. Thank you. So despite your personality and the things I heard about you, you're still bothered by things like this, huh? I may not be a good person, but I do have a strict moral code. I don't know what you've heard about me, though. Well, things like you being one of the worst villains out there in addition to being incredibly stubborn and petty. Oh my, you're making me blush here. Kisuke scratched the back of his head out of embarrassment. That wasn't a compliment though. Stralit retorted strongly but soon changed the topic. By the way, I can materialize Benihime now and give it to you. When is a good time? Kisuke shook his head. Don't. Until you're completely stable and in control, you can't separate from Benihime. Nevertheless, I'm still curious. Only those in the higher-ups of big organizations could say something like that about me. After all, despite how I normally act, I have a pretty good reputation among the masses. Stralit went quiet for a moment but didn't question Kisuke's decision. I heard it from Alicia. She's the reason for most of the Atolled activity within the Draconic Deus. Alicia. As in Alicia Crowfeather. Stralit nodded. Is it all right for you to tell me this? I trust you. And you might be surprised by this, but my mother said to keep in contact with you and cooperate as much as possible. Kisuke's eyes went wide open. Your mother? The matriarch of Luxu clan. Why? Stralit, this time, shook her head. I don't know. It seems that she had a change of mind after meeting the Holy Mother. Ah, it seems that she also wants you to know that Alicia is not receiving her instructions from the Holy Mother. Holy Mother should be the one who contacted Issei and the one meddling with the Draconic Deus, but she's not the one giving instructions to the liaison. What does this mean? Kisuke thought to himself before asking, do you have an idea as to what might have been the topic of their conversation? No. I was not privy to it. However, I do have the impression that Mother wants to support you. Kisuke doesn't know whether to trust Stralit's impression, but there's also no way for him to disregard that. If that's true, then that changes things. I can also speed things up and root out all of these bastards faster than I thought. Do you think it would be possible for me to meet the matriarch? That's possible, but not at this moment. After insisting on meeting the Holy Mother and the strange accident that I went through in addition to my meddling with Draconic Deus last time, there are now a lot of people eyeing her with suspicion. It was only through the help of the Yarwood clan that she was able to exile me, making it possible for me to reach this place in secret. I want to ask for information about you Atolls and the factions dividing you. Kisuke saw Stralit's expression and could only smile wryly, but that's impossible, I see. I can tell you what's happening behind the scenes if it's related to Draconic Deus, but I won't sell out my own race until I'm fully certain of your goal. Fair enough, Kisuke shrugged his shoulders. I'll be contacting Saraselb sometime soon. Do you have a message you wanted to pass along? You two are getting along, huh? Oh well, that's better for me. I'll prepare a message cube, could you wait for it? Stralit immediately took out a device for creating encrypted message boxes. Sure thing. And while you're at it, do you mind telling me why you came to Draconic Deus? I doubt you're here just to meet me, especially if you're with her. I think Gwen became friends with that girl called Yorichi and we're here to investigate you, her, and another individual called Ika Kiryu for your abilities that use spiritual power. I'm not really that interested, but Gwen seems to be a bit too enthusiastic about it. Be careful around her. Noted. Kisuke replied while thinking, I'll have to ask Yorichi to tighten the information control. Those guys will be more effective if used as a surprise. Chapter 1328, Chapter 1328 Receiving the Guests. Are you done? Gwen returned with a bunch of snacks in her arms. Kisuke first slowly lowered his head towards Gwen before turning towards Stralit. Well then, Miss Stralit. I will be waiting for your contact. He didn't say anything else before leaving in a random direction. Gwen waited for him to disappear from her sight before asking, can we trust him? Of course not. Although he was able to help me out, I don't know much about him. Stralit lied with a straight face, but using him is a lot better than using Alicia's contacts. She's only hiding our existence because you're blackmailing her. That's true. It won't be long before someone notices, so it's better to take some distance from her. While Gwen has questions, she doesn't really become suspicious of Stralit. What did you talk about anyway? Is he useful in the first place? He apparently works directly under someone called Mephistopheles and has some information that we want. Gwen passes her snacks to Stralit before taking out her terminal to look up the name, Mephistopheles, an influential and old devil that primarily works within the human world. He's the chairman of an organization of magicians called Grausauber that remains neutral between Shiva and Indra. But there's nowhere in his profile that he's related to someone called John Smith. It's either he's a secret piece or not important enough to be listed here. Which is it? Actually, he just gave me a piece of information. You could decide after hearing that. What is it? The lover of your very important friend seems to have opened a path to another world once again. Gwen's eyes widened and she hurriedly tapped away on her terminal. A few seconds later, she started muttering, there's no information about that at all. How accurate is this? Stralit just shrugged her shoulders, who knows? We'll be able to confirm that once Alicia gets the same information and verify it. Gwen wanted to directly ask Alicia about this but stopped herself. If this is true, then that would mean they got acquainted with someone who's capable of gathering vital information like this, and she would hate it if Alicia gets him. Let's wait for a few days. For the time being, I'll try contacting Yoruchi to ask more about this strange world and that strange space they call the dimensional gap. So they were able to enter Earth. My goodness, I know that the hole they created in the barrier is significant, but to think they could easily come here. Might as well take down that wall. Yoruchi grumbled. We can't do anything about that now. That Gwen girl will probably contact you in a few days, so I'll leave it to you to control the flow of information there. Don't worry about it. I'm done with my countermeasures. Aizen, however, I have no way to control him. Let him do what he wants. Despite his strength, he's an incredibly cautious guy. Though I don't really have any way to control him. Once he notices, it'll only become a headache later on. Out of interest, he'll probably make contact with the Atolled sooner or later. I guess I have to warn Stralit about him next time we meet. What are you going to do next? I already left my trail as John Smith, so I just need to wait for their offers. To make it more convincing that I'm somewhat of a secret weapon, I don't plan to show myself anytime soon. And where are you going next? To that deadly lady. I need to pass a message. Kisuke paused for a moment before saying, I'm sorry Yoruchi, but I'll be the one taking their heads. Yoruchi immediately knew who he was talking about and couldn't help but sigh. I'd like to do it myself, but now that it has come to this, you're the only one with actual freedom among us. Any further delay will just make it harder to track them. But how much are you willing to show off? Kisuke smiled with a hint of the craze in it. Tiamat and I probably won't pull any punches if required. Yoruchi squinted her eyes. You plan to wreak havoc without holding back. Yep, you guys prepare, cause those robot guys will probably use this chance to go on the offensive. Yoruchi sighed. Fine, but soon enough a crazed smile also appeared on her face. If you plan to go all in, make sure to grab the feet of those higher-ups. Leave it to me. Kisuke chuckled and ended the call. He was still keeping his disguise, but he already left Draconic Dea some time ago and is on his way towards Saraselbs. Sona, who had been listening to Yoruchi and Kisuke's conversation, had glistening eyes, so we can finally do something. Yoruchi nodded. Let's call everyone and prepare to set a trap. We won't be able to get everyone, but it's still good enough to slow them down. Wouldn't that give it away that we're somehow related to whatever he's going to do? Probably, but without proper evidence, all they could do is speculate. As they were talking, Sona saw an urgent notification pop in, and the moment she brought it up she made a surprised expression. How surprising. Yoruchi went around her and took a peek at her screen. Who? Now they want direct contact. Do you think the DXD team is aware of this? With how things are going on with the Alliance, I doubt it. They're probably losing confidence in them, so they had no choice but to let go of their middleman. And most probably, she's asking for direct contact because of those two new Atolled that Kisuke told you. Sona replied. While typing on her keyboard and setting up the schedule for the meeting, are you coming? As long as it's only them. And I'll bring Aika too. I don't really want to be stared at by Gwen too much. Alright. Aika is free too, so she should be able to come immediately. Where should I set it up? Yoruchi thought about it for a moment before replying, I guess somewhere deserted. Somewhere where a little bit of noise won't be a problem. Chapter 1329, Chapter 1329 Repelling a Monster. Sona decided that their meeting would happen on a random floating island within the dimensional gap covered in a barrier. This would eliminate the need for an extra large space in case a fight broke out, and it has an additional benefit of naturally blocking the fluctuation of released aura. However, it has its own set of disadvantages even though it's such a great space to meet secretly. First of which is that meeting within the dimensional gap requires a certain degree of strength or durability, and without any way to cut through the space and leave it of your own devices, you'll just be signing your own death certificate. Second, despite the entire space seemingly unending and twisting every second, it's relatively easy to find someone in it as long as they're acquainted. The dimensional gap has strange properties that came from both Ophis and Great Red's authority, so even if there is unlimited space within it which came from Ophis, anyone can find someone they personally know as long as they think hard enough of their target, thanks to Great Red connecting everyone's dream. It was due to this that there are several teams of experts that would scour the dimensional gap every day in hopes of finding bigwigs that don't appear in public. There are ways to mitigate this which were already employed by the Ouroboros Academy and other major factions, but those are only temporary measures. This is truly a strange space, Gwen muttered while looking around. She had to limit what she could see so that she wouldn't get dizzy from all the nonsensical information entering her senses. I tried searching for any record similar to this, but I got nothing. This is something unique to Draconic Deus. No wonder the two sides were cautious with their approach to this place. Stralit replied to her while also marveling at the sky. Both of them did their best to gather data on the space, and although Alicia probably already gathered way more, it's great to have a different reference whenever they request for it. Sadly, they only had a few minutes to do this when two other individuals landed on the island they were on. They were familiar with one of them, but they were only staring at the new face. She had long ponytailed brunette hair and a pair of golden eyes behind her spectacles. What caught their attention, however, was the attire she was wearing and the more than long enough sword behind her waist. A cloth weaved with purely spiritual matter. And that sword. It's not the same as those soul gears. Another Zanpakuto. Stralit softly muttered. Well. There are two, so it won't be strange that there's a third one. Gwen replied while the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably and thought, that settles it. In a way, they are more advanced when it comes to utilization of spiritual power. Something like that could only be worn by those in the Holy Family. But soon after, Gwen realized that something was strange with them. Yoruchi is frowning and the girl beside her has her hand on her weapon. Are they hostile? But not towards us. Gwen turned around to follow their stare, and when she did, she shuddered and was frozen in place because a sudden pressure pressed on her and a hand was already about to grab her face. Stralit also realized that something was strange and hurriedly turned around, but before she realized it, an unknown man, with his outstretched arm towards Gwen, was being blocked by the woman who was just beside Yoruchi using her sword. Hup! With a deep breath, the woman planted her feet firmly on the ground and rotated her body to give more momentum to her swing, successfully pushing back the unknown man. Nevertheless, it was very strange that she was only able to cut a bit of his palm despite the forceful slash. Is the sword dull? Stralit asked herself in that situation before she finally realized the sudden attack targeted Gwen. Stralit lowered her body and immediately grabbed Gwen, who was strangely not moving, and took some distance from the clash. Since she didn't know if she could trust Yoruchi, she chose a direction that would also increase their distance from her. Hey! Gwen! What are you freezing for? Stralit was tempted to slap Gwen, but thankfully, she didn't have to resort to violence for her to get her mind back. Ha! Gwen hurriedly took a deep breath because she unconsciously forgot to breathe. What was that? Stralit then turned to the tanned woman and asked with a frown, You're Yoruchi, aren't you? What's the meaning of this? But to her and Gwen's surprise, Yoruchi ignored them and her gaze never left the unknown man with swept back brown hair and now floating on top of the island. I won't ask how you tracked us, but what do you get from assaulting them? The unknown man just smiled. Don't misunderstand. I know that the silver-haired girl is directly related to Kisuke, but that's not the same as the red-haired one, is it? For the unknown man, Aizen, it's only a fair game. She's mine. Back off. Now you really are misunderstanding things. Aizen chuckled. I'm cautious of Kisuke, but that doesn't extend to those around him. I may not be able to hurt you without a good reason, but I won't back off just because you say so. Don't delude yourself. You don't stand on the same stage as him and I. Yoruchi went silent and Aika also didn't say anything. Yoruchi didn't have anything to retort since it was just plainly the truth. While she had improved considerably compared to her previous life, all she did was run around in darkness and she still hadn't reached the line of transcendent. In fact, she feels like it's still far beyond her reach. The frustrating truth is that neither she nor the other girls had what it takes to contend with Aizen. He'll listen to Kisuke if it's convenient, but he'll disregard everyone else if he has no interest in them. It was his pride in his achievement. However, Yoruchi knew that she couldn't be silent forever. I can't talk to him at all. I don't know why he wanted to abduct Gwen, but to stop him, we should prove that it's not worth the effort. Yoruchi sighed. She didn't want to reveal anything major to the two Itold right now, but they didn't have any choice. Aika, go all out. Chapter 1330, Chapter 1330 Not worth it. Without any hesitation, Aika stood her ground and released her massive spiritual pressure, Bankai, Akane of Dreamscape, Kagaya of Endless Night. The Ryatsu she released solidified and formed a pillar of twisting red and black light around her. The small island they were standing on cracked into smaller pieces and started drifting apart while also being disintegrated by the twisting space of the dimensional gap. Yoruchi immediately grabbed Stralit and Gwen and enclosed them within a nullifying barrier with her. Don't get too close. It'll be bad if either of you gets captured by that guy. Hey, what's going on? Stralit asked while stuttering. The spiritual pressure that Aika is releasing right now was on par with her mother when her spiritual power started affecting the world around her. But more than that, the unknown man watching from above with a confident smile on his is giving her a dread that she never even felt from her mother nor any of the other highest-ranking Itolds in their homeworld. Gwen, on the other hand, still couldn't get any words out but did have the same opinion as Stralit. Different from her, however, Gwen had a better reference to compare the unknown man to. Thanks to her past achievements, she had a chance to meet the Holy Mother. It was not as intense as their goddess, but the unknown man was undoubtedly in the same league as her. The unknown man then set his sights on them and pointed his finger in their direction. Saokasui, blue fire, crashed down. The iridescent light of the dimensional gap was instantly covered by a giant wave of blue flame that was about to engulf Yoruchi, Stralit, and Gwen. Stralit and Gwen panicked because the attack was something that could directly damage their souls, which is the source of their power. They were about to conjure various barriers but Yoruchi blocked their front. Don't do anything for now. Before they could ask what she was going to do with the flame that was about to engulf them, a dark silhouette appeared in front of them, and with a swing of her gigantic broadsword, the blue flame was cut in half first before it completely lost its substance and fizzled out. How is it? Yoruchi asked the one who protected them. With a slightly altered Shihakushu, golden reptilian eyes, red and black scales on various parts of her body, and a huge black broadsword with a red edge in her hand, Aika answered after taking a deep breath and staring at Aizen. I think I can control the violent urges better. Great. No point in aiming anywhere. He's a lot more durable than Kisuke, on the outside, at least. Outside, I'll keep that in mind. Aizen, meanwhile, was also staring at Aika in shock. If she cut it, it should have exploded. But it fizzled out. He was still contemplating what just happened when all of a sudden, the strange Shinigami appeared beside him, swinging her unbalanced broadsword. That, of course, was not enough to elicit any hurried reaction from Aizen and he just lifted his arm and caught the blade with his bare hand. Aika's eyes widened as Aizen remained unmoved and her sword became stuck. What she didn't know, however, was that Aizen also shared the same sentiment as her, this strength. She's on par with Zaraki. Aika didn't know that Aizen had to put a considerable amount of strength into his hand just to stop her sword and even then he could feel the impact wreaking havoc inside his body as he was slightly pushed to the side. Aika narrowed her eyes and the blade in Aizen's hand suddenly slipped away. Aizen didn't let go of the sword but he felt it disappear from his hand. However, it's still clearly there and he just can't touch it. Aizen tried jumping back but the sword swiped at him across his chest. He immediately checked for wounds but there was nothing. Aika's sword went through him without doing anything to him, is what he thought. A second later, Aizen could feel a lump from the back of his throat and couldn't help but cough it out. When he caught it with his hand, he was shocked yet again. Blood. Aizen could still feel more blood coming up from his throat and he was having a harder time breathing. My lungs were ruptured. On top of that, a good portion of my regeneration was restricted. Of course, Aika wouldn't let him rest just because he was coughing out blood and continued her assault. This time, Aika brought her sword up for an overhead swing. Aizen responded by pointing his finger at her and muttering, Byakurai. A blinding white lightning was ejected from Aizen's finger and instantly swallowed Aika whole. He wondered why his opponent didn't dodge. Even though it was not at full power, it was still enough to incinerate a normal lieutenant instantly. The lightning disappeared, but she was still there, in her overhead pose with a small smirk. It was too unexpected that Aizen wasn't able to react and dodge properly. Aika's sword, just like the first time, went through him from his forehead down to his crotch. And then just like in the previous instance, Aizen didn't immediately feel the pain and it only arrived a second later, giving him a very familiar feeling. It made him recall that time when Ichigo transformed and bisected him in half. Except this time, there's no indication that he was bisected although he could feel that his insides were definitely cut in half. He could feel that he was about to blank out but did his best to hold on to his consciousness. However, that was enough for him to have a lapse in concentration and before he knew it, the strange Shinigami had already disappeared along with the other three. Aizen tried tracing their whereabouts but the strand of spiritual power that he secretly implanted on Yoruchi was already gone. She figured it out. Huh? What was that anyway? The only thing around him was the scattered rocks and soil along with a piece of note. He approached the note and read it, making you our enemy is very inconvenient, but don't mistake it for us fearing you. If it comes down to it, we're willing to go on an all-out war with you. Aizen smiled and burned the note. I guess it's not worth it. That red-haired one would be the most convenient, but I guess I'll settle for that black-haired one. Now with a new target in mind, Aizen left the dimensional gap with his near-instant teleportation. Soon enough, the dimensional gap returned to its default state, erasing every trace that was left behind. Chapter 1331, Chapter 1331 Main Objective. Yoruchi sent Stralit and Gwen to a safe place before hurriedly going back to Aika's room. How is she? Within the room wasn't just Aika, who was lying on her bed and heavily breathing and sweating, but also Riveria, Aquino, and Irina taking care of her. She went a bit over her time limit, but she's fine overall. Riveria answered as she looked towards Yoruchi. She just need a bit of time to rest and cool down. Who did she fight that she had to use outrage and phase change? Yoruchi found a chair and sat on it while sighing heavily, someone extremely troublesome. And even with all that effort, Aika only hurt him at most. The three people who are assisting Aika adjust herself were shocked and Aquino immediately commented, only hurt him. Even someone like Kisuke who has extreme regeneration ability could be killed by Aika, but she only managed to hurt him. Yoruchi shrugged her shoulders, that's just how unreasonable that man is. If not for Ophis and Lilith Snakes, we wouldn't have it easy like this. Sosuke Aizen, was it? Aquino muttered with an extremely concerned expression, what's the risk of him retaliating? As time goes on, the lower the risk. He probably already knows what we're capable of, so he won't be the type to wait. Yoruchi leaned in before continuing, the fact that he's not here right now suggests that he might have changed his target. Irina finished inspecting Aika and applying holy power on Aika to counteract the destructive tendencies of her outrage. The only prominent it told around here is Alicia. Yoruchi finished her sentence, he might go after Alicia, but frankly speaking, that might be good for us. And very bad to Shiva's faction. Riveria added, but if this Sosuke Aizen is not careful or doesn't care in the first place, it won't matter if we deny our association with him, we'll still take the blame. He might just announce it as a form of retaliation to us. Maybe. But I doubt he'd do that. He would be actively working against Kisuke at that point, you see. I think he'll at least do it discreetly so that he can properly move. And just as Yoruchi had expected, Alicia Crowfeather, the main liaison for the Alliance and Shiva's faction, disappeared without any trace. This is nuts. Gwen scratched her head in frustration upon receiving emergency notice of Alicia's disappearance. She's really gone. Stralit was also looking down at the notice before turning her head up to Yoruchi. Is she perhaps? Yoruchi waved her hand in dismissal. I can assure you that she's still alive. That guy, Aizen, only wanted to move on his own and a conveniently rich young lady was running around, so he decided to use her as a stepping stone to make it easier for him. Stralit and Gwen fell silent and were contrasted by the wind coming through the window ringing the chimes, giving a pleasant vibe. Yoruchi brought them to the dungeon world and within the land that the Ouroboros Academy secured after abandoning the gate. As of right now, they were given a small but very cozy house, and all of their needs were provided. Despite this though, Stralit and Gwen still consider themselves as prisoners with how they are not allowed to leave. What's going to happen now? Stralit asked. She might be in the same situation as Gwen, but she's not as worried as her since she at least has some idea of how Kisuke's companions operate. If I'm in the same shoes as them, I also wouldn't let go of ourselves until an agreement could be reached. She felt a bit guilty for Gwen, but nothing could be done unless I could fully trust her. That's impossible, huh? After all, she couldn't trust even her own mother and only revealed the big secret to Kisuke because she didn't have much choice and thought that he's weak. Yoruchi sat down and gave them a small smile. That would depend on you guys. Gwen narrowed her eyes and asked, what do you want? No need to be so defensive. I can promise you that even if our negotiation fell through, I won't hold you to any longer than this. You'll be free to go. No hidden issues. Yoruchi nodded, no hidden issues. Then please tell us what you want first. Stralit initiated the conversation. I'll tell you all about the man called Sosuke Aizen in full detail except his origins if you can give me satisfactory answers. Yoruchi saw Gwen's shoulders shaking a little bit but pretended to have missed it. I'll start with a simple question. Yoruchi's casual tone disappeared. Who's really running the show here? Stralit slightly tilted her head to the side. What do you mean? However, Yoruchi wasn't looking at her but at Gwen. She seems to have an idea of that, so you should ask her. Stralit's eyes widened in surprise and turned to the side. Gwen. Gwen looked straight into Yoruchi's eyes for a few moments before sighing and turning her head to Stralit. This is essentially revealing our information to potential enemies. Are you sure? Stralit became silent. She didn't really want it to come to this, but considering the situation, she could easily see the unknown man, Sosuke Aizen, prying far more from Alicia. There's no point of keeping things as they are, right? Gwen smiled wryly. I'm of the same opinion. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. We also need information on that man if we want to counter him. It's not an exaggeration that he's on the same level as those from the Holy Family. Ha! Stralit let out a huge breath. Go on. I'm also curious about her question. Gwen nodded. Even before the Evies could be made aware of this world, the Holy Mother already came into contact with one of its denizens and planned to assist him to fend off the inevitable arrival of the Evies who would try to run a thorough analysis of its biological beings. Wait. Thorough analysis? Yoruchi interrupted her. Yes. They plan to annihilate all life on this planet and put them through an extreme analysis for replication. This has been their main goal in hopes that they would be able to replicate or engineer something that could render the Atold's abilities useless. Chapter 1332, Chapter 1332 Main Objective Part 2. Saraselbs never mentioned anything like this. Yoruchi thought upon hearing Gwen's words. But after further introspection, she only had herself to blame for missing something so obvious. Of course, they could have another reason for their actions and not just plain invasion of resources. And as their enemies, the Atolds wanted to help our side to deny them of those resources and maybe use them themselves. So that's why they aimed at Great Red first without establishing a proper foothold here. It wasn't just to establish dominance but also to snatch his body. Yoruchi muttered in an attempt to hide her thoughts. I would have been a disaster if Regal Ziva was successful. Gwen nodded. Yes. If the records about that dragon are true, they could have another executive class Eevee on the level of primes, or even worse, on the level of one of the pillar gods with it as the base. It was amazing that you managed to erect a barrier that was strong enough to block one of the pillar gods. Executive class. Those guys should be on the level of those upper-ranking gods like Odin and Zeus and maybe even better. Yoruchi thought to herself while asking, but you guys can already bypass that barrier, right? What's up with this very slow approach? I can understand if one side is doing it on purpose, but both. I don't think transport and reinforcement is the problem here. I heard you guys already set multiple gates around the inner solar system. The corner of Gwen's eyes twitched. I know that it's already inevitable for the gate on the planet you call Mars to be discovered, but how did you know we have others? You don't need to know that. Gwen became silent for a few seconds before sighing, whatever. Going back to your question, one of the reasons is that it's still hard for those in executive class to go through and the hole created was still too small for the pillar gods. Gwen first took a peek at Yoruchi's reaction and managed to guess what she was thinking next, and yes, those pillar gods would destroy the barrier as it is now, but they're refraining from it due to one discovery both sides have made. Yoruchi was silently staring at Gwen before letting out a small breath of realization. I think I get it now. Stralit turned to her in confusion. What is it? It's the fault of your silly successor. Well, it's mainly my fault but it's probably thought of as his actions. Yoruchi only gave a small reply. Stralit was still confused but Gwen continued speaking, so it's true. I was skeptical when I first heard it, but Kisuke Urahara managed to connect this place to another world through that strange space called dimensional gap. It was then that Stralit finally realized the gravity of the situation. At first, the Holy Mother accidentally made a connection with Issei Hayadu. For reasons I don't need to say. Then that idiotic rise of him went on to provoke the Evies using that established connection. Yoruchi sighed. Those two times could be considered coincidence and were only possible if it opened the path towards the Eevee Atold world, but Kisuke entered the scene and introduced another one that isn't related to the former two. For that third time, it opened the possibility of this world connecting to various and an infinite amount of worlds where both sides could invade. With that in line, it's no wonder you guys started approaching this place with extreme caution. Gwen nodded once again. Yes. It's also the reason why the information about this place is highly restricted. If this spreads, the situation will devolve into an uncontrollable mess on our side. I hate to admit it, but we're not monolithic like the Evies and there are definitely a lot of people who'd take advantage of this for their own motives. And how is that related to my main question? Well, I had to explain all of that to give you the reason why the Holy Mother had to take a step back. Yoruchi narrowed her eyes. Step back. That's right. Instead of her, the one running the show is now the Holy Father. And he took control for an additional reason. Seeing Gwen stare strangely at Yoruchi, the latter was immediately bothered and asked, what is it? Elimination of Kisuke Urahara, Yoruchi Shihuin, and Aika Kiryu. How are you, milady? Kisuke gave a cheerful greeting to the tall and feminine mechanical being who looks closer to a human than a robot. However, his happy greeting was only received with a glare which instantly gave Kisuke a shiver. Damn. She won't kill me, right? Don't you have something to say first? Kisuke's jolly expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by an apologetic one. I'm sorry for what happened. I hurt her and placed her in danger. Saraselbs glared at him for a whole minute and Kisuke just stayed still. Soon enough Saraselbs sighed and turned around to enter the log house she built. I would have cut off a limb or two if you just spouted some excuses. Come in. Kisuke smiled and followed her inside. I heard that Yoruchi already explained the situation to you so there's no point. If you want, I don't mind repeating it, but in greater detail. I already received permission from Stralit. Saraselbs turned her head in curiosity. You needed her permission for that? Of course. It's something very personal for her, after all. Sarah Selbs continued walking towards her kitchen while gesturing to Kisuke to sit down. Then I'd like to hear it. I'm also curious as to what really happened since it wasn't also clear to your lover. Do you have any requests? Kisuke sat down and replied, I'll have whatever you're having. What if it's something toxic for you? Something comfortable for me, please. Chapter 1333, Chapter 1333 Main Objective Part 3. It will be soon that the existence of Kisuke's homeworld will be known, so he told Sarah Selbs the story starting from there without explicitly revealing that it was his and Yorichi's origin while also keeping a few key details like personal information. Even then, Sarah Selbs managed to pick up some crucial info from it which bothered her immensely. Before I go over the main point, let me ask what's going to happen to Stralit. Kisuke leaned back in his chair and looked up to contemplate. Honestly, I don't know. When it comes to the matter of souls, any introduced variables, no matter how tiny or large it is, may or may not result in a change. Even with our best efforts, we don't have a general or standardized reference of how souls mutate. Except for my study of Hogyoku and Aizen's experiments on Shinigami and Hollows. But those aren't reliable either, and those things were probably influenced by the late Soul King. Kisuke thought to himself before continuing, that's why I left my precious partner with her to facilitate and moderate any sudden mutations that's outside of her innate adaptability. If she's lucky, her ability might evolve into something terrifying. And how reliable is this partner of yours? Kisuke picked up the strange drink that Sarah Selbs offered him and took a sip on it before answering, I won't explain any further and it might sound biased, but she's very reliable. Sarah Selbs went silent for a few moments before muttering, well, I'll trust you on this. Thank you. Kisuke smiled and sighed in relief. Moving on, what's the main point you're talking about? You're probably aware of what we're doing in the worlds we take over, yes? Kisuke nodded. And while he finds it unpleasant, he also understands that it is their way of life and survival against their adversity. Then if the world you just mentioned indeed exists, we should probably prepare for an all-out war. Kisuke's eyes instantly widened. What do you mean? I've been expanding my information network within Draconic Deus and I have reasons to think that it wasn't the Holy Mother taking charge of the Atolled operation there as I initially suspected. Sarah Selbs frowned before continuing, it wasn't that long but their faction has started moving unlike how the Holy Mother does things and it's strangely similar to the Holy Father when he's in charge. And why would that cause an all-out war? I can tell you in detail who these are, but in summary, the Holy Mother's approach is always protection and preservation. Meanwhile, the Holy Father is akin to a loose spear that will strike anyone he deems dangerous. Sarah Selbs explained while pouring another cup of drink for herself, from how I see it, even if I have a full analysis of these so-called Shinigami like you, we would still be incapable of using spiritual abilities or render it useless. It's the same problem of us analyzing the Atolls themselves, we still wouldn't be able to generate spiritual power on our own. However, if it's really the Holy Father who's moving behind the scenes, then this conclusion doesn't matter. It's still a possibility and a threat in his eyes. The all-out war scenario is the worst outcome, but more than likely, it'll be a large-scale battle just to eliminate the denizens of that world. Kisuke held his head and sighed in frustration, damn it. It'll be an all-out war. What makes you say that? Even for him, it'll take some time to gather forces, not to mention, he has to convince the others first. Kisuke, with a wry smile, explained, not to brag but our technology regarding spiritual power is far ahead of what the Atolls are using. It's not just a possible indirect threat through the Evis but also a direct one where we could counter the Atolls' abilities. Sarah Selbs was stunned, you're not exaggerating, are you? A certain scientist who lacks any ethical senses will laugh at your face and create a poison that affects the soul and could kill a large portion of the Atoll population just to prove you wrong. Sarah Selbs stared at Kisuke for a few moments before standing up, then this isn't the time to be chatting casually. I'll start preparing on my side since you'll probably need my help. Kisuke also stood up and asked, you'll be directly helping. Isn't that too dangerous for you? It can't be helped. You guys have helped me out. It's high time I return some of it. Is that so? Then I'll be thanking you in advance. Kisuke then tossed a familiar cube to Sarah Selbs, it came from Stralit. She was able to leave her post so it should be easier to contact her directly instead of going through a middleman. Sarah Selbs caught the cube and checked its authenticity before turning to Kisuke, who was about to leave through the door. If you can, try establishing a connection to the Holy Mother. I have a feeling that she and Risetoris don't get along well. Kisuke stopped for a moment before nodding and leaving, I'll keep that in mind. As Kisuke goes through the gates, he starts thinking about how he should change his approach to the newly acquired information. We should probably hold off on attacking both the Atolls and Evis we find. It'll benefit us more if we could track their movements. However, the biggest problem is that I'll be dragging that world into another war. I doubt that they'll want another one after what just happened. Kisuke stopped at one of the gates to continue contemplating, if war is not ideal, then it's best to limit the scope of the conflict to where we could deal with it on our own. Or divert their attention to another. If this Holy Father guy is still adamant about attacking. For a second, Kisuke's calm eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. I'd have no choice but to take him out, huh? But first, I need to plan things out with Yuruchi, Sona, and Serafal. And if indeed possible, I'll try talking to that Holy Mother. If things come together conveniently, Kisuke was hoping that he'll be able to use this chance to remove the messy situation within the Draconic Dais. For starters, Shiva and Indra would be great opening actors. Chapter 1334, Chapter 1334 Main Objective Part 4. Yuruchi was resting when she received a notification, and when she looked at it, it was Kisuke's request to talk. After a few minutes of preparation, a call came in and Yuruchi immediately answered. You're contacting me because something urgent came up. Yeah. Something pretty big actually. Kisuke then proceeded to relay what he had heard from Sarah Selbs, and with each passing moment, cold sweat accumulated on Yuruchi's back, and that's the gist of it. I'd like you to confirm if the one giving commands is indeed the Holy Father, Resetoris. I already had a suspicion that something changed within their command hierarchy, so I asked those Atold girls about it. While the Luxu kid had no idea, the Yarwood kid pretty much confirmed that it's now the Holy Father who has taken the reins. Yuruchi then explained to Kisuke how the Holy Mother had to take a step back and the Holy Father took charge because of Draconic Dais' potential to connect to countless worlds. How did you notice that something is different? I started becoming suspicious when Issei-kun's position slowly became irrelevant and Shiva's position strengthened. Kisuke over the line became silent to arrange his thoughts. No wonder they could disband the DXD team and dissolve the alliance this easily. Shiva was probably in favor of this too, to take in some talents for himself. Which part of the DXD team moved to either Shiva and Indra? It still isn't confirmed, but there are rumors floating around that the hero faction is going to Shiva's faction while the Buddha faction is taking Indra's side. I see. It's about time that both sides become saturated. Indra is probably already looking for the chance to spark a battle. In those few seconds, several ideas immediately floated around Kisuke's head about how he would set up the stage for them and hopefully drag those behind them along to the light. However, he'll need more pawns to make it happen, and he first had to make sure the stance of all those involved. By the way, where's Stralit and her companion? They decided to settle down in the dungeon world for now to avoid attention. I gave them your Ryatsu cloaking bracelets and tweaked them according to your specifications so it'd work for Atolds. Did it work? Yuruchi nodded. It did, but only within a certain threshold. A slight exertion of their spiritual power will immediately reveal their identities. Send me the logs. The hardware on those bracelets should still be capable of more, so I'll try to update the program and add more parameters. I'll arrange it as soon as I return to your lab. Oh, and another matter. Aizen just tried to snatch Gwen when we were meeting. I didn't notice that he was tracking me. But instead of getting worried, Kisuke started chuckling. You let your guard down, huh? You thought Ophis and Lilith were enough to keep him in check. Yuruchi pouted and grumbled. Those two are a lot more lenient than I thought. Since you're talking about how you're settling those two down, you managed to fend him off. Yes, with Aika simultaneously using her Bankai and outrage. That nasty form. He'll probably think twice after experiencing that super strength, selective phase change, and ability silence even if he's an undying immortal. I don't know if he did, but he stopped bothering us. The Atold managing the Draconic Dais forces, Alicia Crowfeather, disappeared, so he probably opted for her. Then it won't be long before Aizen realizes the true nature of our enemies. Since there will be hardly anything he could do meaningfully alone, he'll probably look for others he could use. So what now? Depending on how Crowfeather-san reacts, he'll either go back to the Soul Society or find a way to move forward further behind the front lines. If he chooses the former, he'd need to go through the gate. Please wait for him there and tell him about Ajuka and Azazel. Yuruchi was a bit apprehensive about this. Is that all right? Yep. Tell him that there's a chance for him to challenge a so-called god that seeks to eliminate those with spiritual abilities. Which one are you talking about? Kisuke grinned. Both. In addition to the ryokan that Tenjiro built, there's also an additional building on the Ouroboros floating island. Its metallic dome is 100 meters wide and 30 meters tall, painted pure white. It was not far from the ryokan, but it didn't receive the attention that the former did. And within Ouroboros Academy's own records, this dome was only used to contain raw materials for the ryokan, and it wasn't even that heavily guarded. And if one were to infiltrate it, they'd only find specially treated construction materials that are a bit sensitive to an open-air environment. They are expensive materials that only the richest faction could afford to use for their constructions, but it's almost nothing of value for those looking for anything other than monetary value. But within a small subsection of this place is an obscure door that leads to a small room. I would guess that you've already talked to Urahara. Aizen, who secretly entered the dome along with a black-haired young lady, stopped just before they reached the door. Guarding the door was Yuruchi, seemingly bored of waiting. Well, you're right about that. She replied shortly before turning her gaze to the young lady. It has been a while, Miss Alicia. I hope he didn't hurt you too much. The young lady with a dark expression returned her gaze. Yuruchi. As expected. You know this guy. Can I assume that he's your comrade? Yoruchi shrugged her shoulders. I would if he wasn't such a traitorous bastard that only listens when it's convenient for him. Alicia gritted her teeth. Then can you at least try saving me from him? I promise to return the favor to the best of my ability. You're a skilled and smart person. You should already have some idea what this guy could do. Yoruchi could only give a wry smile to her pleas. Alicia clenched her teeth and wanted to try escaping again. However, after remembering the aura Aizen released and how nonchalant he dismissed her every attempt until now, she immediately lost all of her motivation. Is he really at the level of those from the Holy Family? But how is that possible and where did he come from? Yoruchi stared at Alicia for a few moments before coming to a decision. She turned her eyes towards Aizen and said, I only intended to inform you of a few things, but it would seem that it would be better for me to come with you. There was no change in Aizen's expression, so Yoruchi could guess what he was thinking. He only stayed silent for a few seconds before cracking a small smile. Are you sure you can leave this place? I'm of the impression that time is not on your side. I'll be fine. I won't be gone for long and I want to make sure that you don't assume the wrong things and mess things up. Besides, I had a previous deal with that Itold. It'll go smoother if you can give her some sort of benefit for all of this, right? I guess that's true. Aizen nodded to himself. Lead the way. Yoruchi immediately turned around and started opening the obscured door while raising her voice. I'll take it from here, Ophis, Lilith. From the outside of the dome, the twin humanoid dragons looked at each other before walking away. They're free, so they wanted to eat something good and decided to look for Claire. Chapter 1335. Chapter 1335. The first Itold in that horrifying place. Alicia, still very much clueless as to what was happening, silently followed Yoruchi and Aizen through the door. The next thing she knew, she arrived in a white desert in the middle of the night. Did we teleport into a different time zone? But as soon as she thought about that, the wind hit her face and she noticed that something was amiss. As an Itold and a long-time spacefarer, she could survive in many, many places as long as it supports carbon-based life. Even if there isn't any air for her to breathe, as long as she has a steady stream of magic power, she'll be able to sustain her body for long periods of time. However, the problem right now was not the quality of the air, but its composition. The quality of the air is akin to that of the draconic dais, but each time Alicia inhales, it strangely invigorates. She froze in place and carefully inspected what was happening. Naturally, it didn't take too long for her to figure it out. Wait. All of this is made out of spiritual matter. Oh. Now this is interesting. Aizen muttered softly, this place actually has regenerative effects on you. Yoruchi immediately took note of that and stared at Alicia too to watch out for other changes in her. Where are we? Alicia exclaimed as she looked around in disbelief. She also kicked up some sand to confirm that it was indeed all spiritual particles. How is this possible? Don't you have something similar in your homeworld? Alicia was stunned silent and gave Yoruchi's words more thought. It's true. I heard that the capital has something like this and only those from the Holy Family, important court members, and a few selected people are allowed to go. Nevertheless, those are still just some rumors. While Alicia was deep in her thoughts, one person cautiously approached the group. A tall female Arankar of a curvaceous and well-endowed frame. She has olive skin, aqua-green eyes, thick eyelashes, and short golden blonde hair. She wore a variation of the Arankar jacket with a high collar, which covered the lower part of her face downward while bearing a good portion of the lower half of her large breasts. The jacket has a zipper running along its entire length, which is open from the bottom upwards. It had a beige air filter on either side just below the trim. The jacket's sleeves completely enveloped her arms, terminating in black glove-like extensions at her extremities, resembling the appearance of a cat's paw. Tyr Harabel. It has been a while. Yoruchi greeted her. Tyr first glanced at Aizen with trepidation before returning her greeting as she landed in front of them. It seems that you're doing well, Yoruchi Shihoin. And you too, Sosuke Aizen. She also eyed Alicia, who staring at her as if she was some weird creature, but soon ignored her and continued addressing Yoruchi. I apologize, but it's required for me to ask your purpose, seeing that you crossed unannounced. I also apologize for doing this. After all, it's hard to coordinate when this guy is involved. Yoruchi turned her eyes toward Aizen while answering. We'd like to go to the Soul Society to meet Captain Kuratsuchi. Tyr was silent for a moment before waving her hand and a slit in space was formed, revealing a dark void. I see. I'll inform them from my side. Well, that was easy. Aizen chuckled and started walking through the opening. Meanwhile, the corners of Yoruchi's mouth could only twitch. This bitch. She just didn't want to deal with Aizen. That's fair, though. She sighed and grabbed Alicia's arm to drag her in. Thanks. Alicia's thoughts slowed down, but as soon as she stepped into the void, she panicked and thought she'd fall. Thankfully, she didn't and noticed that there was an invisible floor for her made out of thin solidified spiritual power. And upon further inspection, this thin floor was created by the men who kidnapped her and was walking in front. Soon, the slit in the space disappeared behind them, but strangely enough, they could still see each other clearly despite the fact that the only source of light was the fluctuating void. What's all of this nonsense? Even this strange void is full of spiritual particles and spiritual power. She didn't have to be that scared, Eisen commented, initiating some small talk while continuing on his path. After you almost cut her in half and she only managed to survive through luck. I'm actually surprised that she didn't hate you much more. Yoruichi instantly retorted without letting go of Alicia. In any case, is this really leading directly to the Soul Society? I'm surprised that they were allowing something like this. You can thank Kiraku for that. He doesn't care about norms and traditions. Well, he's the one who released you against Yawatch, so I can see that. There were no more exchanges between the two of them after that, and that caused Alicia a huge amount of frustration. Why stop now? Please continue. Her only source of information right now was what she could observe, and their conversation with the latter gave her more utility. She knew that they won't answer her questions now, so all she could do is wait and hope that they'll start talking again. Unfortunately for her, the silence continued until they reached the end of the tunnel. Bracing herself, Alicia squinted her eyes to prepare for the sudden light. The moment she regained her sight, however, she saw Eisen holding a blade aimed at his neck by a scarred, very wild-looking, muscular man with a maniacal smile on his already scary face. When are you going to get bored of this, Zaraki? Eisen asked with a nonchalant voice while pushing the blade away from him. Meanwhile, the one holding her hand until now have released her and also have come face to face with a relatively petite woman with gray eyes and black hair. As their short blades clashed with each other, Yoruichi couldn't help but mutter, since when did Godai 13 develop such violent tendencies? The black-haired woman smirked at her and retorted, who knows? It was you who left for such a long time. The two separate clashes brought down the heavy weight of their spiritual pressures. And Alicia, who was standing in the middle of it, came to a terrifying realization, that golden-haired woman from before opened a tunnel using spiritual power. And it was the same for these four. I can't deny it anymore. It wasn't just a few special individuals. There's another race. No, another developed society that's capable of using spiritual power as much as the Atolls do. It's a common belief in their society that aside from the Evis, only a large organization of other spiritual ability users of their level would be able to stand against the Atolls if it existed. It was due to this belief that they were always watching out for such a group. As of now, the current consensus for the appearance of such a group is elimination. At least, that's what the Holy Father's faction would do. Chapter 1336, Chapter 1336, the first Atolled in that horrifying place, Part 2. The four people were about to clash for the second time when a loud clap caught their attention. All right, that's enough. You're scaring our little guest here. The four Shinigami, if you could consider one of them as one, stopped and all turned their heads to the men wearing a pink, flowered lady's kimono followed by a female Shinigami. It has been a while, Yoruichi. I didn't think I'd be seeing you this early though. Well, the situation really calls for it. Yoruichi sheathed her Zanpakuto. I'd like to make sure this guy doesn't torture this poor little lady. Alicia shuddered and Shunsue instantly became more interested and started rubbing his chin. Oh. So the little guest is actually a little prisoner. Eisen smiled and peeked at Yoruichi. If I needed that to happen, how are you going to stop me? Fear instantly enveloped Alicia and she hurriedly hid behind Yoruichi, who is seemingly the only one interested in her well-being. Alicia didn't like Yoruichi for tricking and making her an accomplice to her movements within the Atolled territory, but right now, she has forgotten all of that and was extremely grateful for the lifeline she's offering. I can't die here. I still have to save those two. If I'm gone, how are they going to survive that filthy house? Yoruichi could feel Alicia shivering inside. I'll provide you with the information I have too. Besides, I think there's a way to peacefully pull her to our side. If Stralit's information about her is accurate, that is. Yoruichi thought immediately after. No matter. We'll know whether what you're providing is enough to replace her use. Eisen then turned to Kiraku and said, where's Kuratsuchi? In the special region, neck deep in his experiments. Shunsue answered after giving it some thought, but it's my duty to ask the reason why you're asking for him, so please don't make it complicated for both of us. I'm also very tired of work. Urahara might have underestimated the overall situation on the other side. Whether you like it or not, this place will also be dragged into their conflict. Good enough. Zaraki, Soifun, and Nanao's eyes shot wide open while Shunsue tipped his straw hat lower, and here I was hoping it wasn't that bad of news. Is this accurate? He asked Yoruichi. According to my sources, yes. I was too late to realize this, and Kisuke already changed things up to adapt to this. I assure you that he certainly didn't want to have this place get involved so early. Shunsue already promised that the Godai 13 would assist him before the problem with Ichibai evolved out of proportion, and they still intended to keep it. However, they are still recovering and figuring out what they should do, so immediately jumping into a large-scale conflict is really out of the question right now. Shunsue turned around and went towards the stairs to get down from the tower where they were standing. That's reassuring to hear. I'll call Kuratsuchi back, but don't expect him to be in a good mood when he arrives. Nanao gave Yoruchi a small bow before following Shunsue. In response, Yoruchi smiled and cheerfully waved her hand at her until she turned around. Then I'll be going somewhere else first. You take care of her, peacefully if you could, of course. Aizen didn't wait for any input from Yoruchi and directly disappeared. Zaraki also lost his interest and jumped off the tower, leaving only the ladies behind. So, any place we could relax? Yoruchi asked Soifun after a few moments of silence. The entertainment industry within the Soul Society hasn't restarted, so we'll have to go to the human world. I know a good place. Soifun turned towards the Senkamen that's just behind them and added before opening them, it would be great if you could let me in your special talk too. Yoruchi nodded as that's what she intended from the start. This decision stemmed from the fact that she helped out Kisuke and even hid Ophis and Lilith's identity for a while. I'll even satisfy your curiosity. I know you have a lot of things to ask. I'm certainly looking forward to that. Alicia, on the other hand, couldn't keep up. These two ladies were baring their fangs at each other, but in an instant, they acted like they were best friends of many years. Within a cozy and peaceful cafe in Shibuya, one table, occupied by 3 beautiful ladies, was not peaceful at all. You're kidding. There are 9 other women aiming for Urahara aside from you. Soifun exclaimed while slamming the table. If not for the repelling barrier that's surrounding them, they would have been kicked out long ago. 12, actually. If I include the messy goddesses. Yoruchi then took a meaningful peek at Soifun and added, or maybe 13. Sadly, that attempt of teasing failed as it went over Soifun's head since she was very shaken by this sudden revelation. T12. 13. What the hell are you seeing in that bastard? Soifun clutched her head, genuinely confused and frustrated. By the way, I'm still not counting those who gave up or lost their chance. Are you sure he's not hypnotizing or manipulating your heads in any way? Alicia ignored Yoruchi and Soifun's bantering and only stared out of the window. It had been a while since she arrived in Draconic Deus and she already had her fair share of outings and explorations to study the strange planet. Actually, she's familiar with the street they were on since it's one of her go-to places whenever she's feeling stressed. However, shops are only similar to what she knew and some of them are entirely different. It looks like the Tokyo, Japan of Draconic Deus and it even has the same name. Nevertheless, she knew that she was not in Draconic Deus, the same yet different. This is a parallel world, isn't it? It was theoretically possible but she never knew it could actually exist. Now it's settled. Draconic Deus really has the capability to connect countless worlds and even dimensions. They'll never leave it alone. Worst case scenario, they'll take out all life on it if it means securing it. I see that you've relaxed enough to contemplate. Shall we proceed with our talk while we still have time? Waking up from her stupor, Alicia heard Yoruchi and she recognized that she's talking to her. And when she turned her head back at her, she also noticed Yoruchi's friend staring at her while taking a sip from her iced coffee. This is where you decide my fate, huh? I don't know what you have for me, but can you really ensure that I'll be able to return? She replied after a long sigh. That depends on you. To start, I heard that you only took the post in Draconic Deus because you didn't have any choice. Alicia's eyes immediately sharpened. Where did you hear that? As it pertains to her family, she instantly raised her guard to the highest it can be. Want to take over your clan? How about we talk with that in mind? Yoruchi grinned after seeing her reaction. Chapter 1337, Chapter 1337 The First Told in That Horrifying Place Part 3. Want to take over your clan? How about we talk with that in mind? Yoruchi grinned after seeing her reaction. Alicia glared at Yoruchi but didn't say anything for a while. She then let out a small sigh and turned her sights towards her coffee and took a sip of it. Where and how much did you hear? Alicia was able to calm herself down pretty quickly and after thinking about it for a bit, there was no way for Yoruchi to have a clear picture of what was going on within her clan. I don't think Nami's no good father, the useless uncles and aunties or the shitty cousins would run their mouth, so she probably heard it from someone outside. In that case, what she knows is nothing more than speculation from an outsider's close observations. Naturally, Yoruchi also realizes this, and Stralit is also clear that there's almost nothing known about the inner operations of the Crowfeather clan aside from the fact that Alicia's mother passed away a long time ago, but it's true that you want to take over, right? I mean, why would a young lady of a pretty high-ranking clan want to earn merits on the front lines? Lady or not, it doesn't really matter. Many of the Atolled clans are matriarchal. And are you saying that you'll assist me with that in exchange for sharing my knowledge? I was actually hoping for more than that. Then kill me. I have no intention of betraying my kind. Even if I could take over my clan, it doesn't mean anything if it leads to the destruction of our society. Alicia smirked at her as cynically as she could, and I won't have a face to show those two who grew up idolizing heroes. Yoruchi, to Alicia's surprise, wasn't discouraged at all. In fact, she looked relieved for a moment. So you'll do it if it means it won't be betraying the Atolls as a whole. What do you dash? But before Alicia could even finish asking, Yoruchi suddenly stood up and turned to Soifun. She rummaged in her pocket and as soon as she took out something from it, she tossed it towards Soifun. A USB data storage? She asked. That's what I intended to share for today. Give it to Aizen or Kuratsuchi. Tell them to spare this lady for a bit and wait for me. Yoruchi tapped Alicia's shoulder one time before she started walking towards the exit. Soifun also hurriedly stood up and asked, wait. Are you leaving her to me? Where are you going? Yoruchi only waved her hand back while saying, yes. Take care of her while I confirm something important. Don't let those two hurt her, all right? As she disappeared into the crowd, Soifun could only sigh while scratching her head. She looked at the still stunned and confused Alicia and beckoned her, follow me. I'll introduce you to the captain commander since it's impossible for Kuratsuchi and Aizen to listen to me. Soifun also started leaving and Alicia had no choice but to follow since it's her life on the line. If it comes down to it, I'll bring her to Old Man Yamamoto's place. Yoruchi returned to Draconic Dais before immediately making her way towards the dungeon world where her guests were staying. To keep their identities hidden, Yoruchi decided to leave them in a hidden house outside of the controlled area of the Ouroboros Academy, which is just outside of Orario. Since their appearances were slightly altered and their spiritual powers that formed an aura sealed, it'd be fine for them to go out from time to time and it'll be an immense help if they could actually blend with the locals. There was also no one from Ouroboros Academy who kept an eye on them to avoid linking their movements to their location. It was a risky endeavor that Sona disagreed with but ultimately accepted thanks to Yoruchi's persuasion and the fact that they wouldn't be staying within the Ouroboros Academy's territory. Yoruchi knocked on their door and someone soon answered, it's open, please come in. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by a bland-looking black-haired tall girl sitting in a cross-legged position in the middle of the living room with a katana sitting on top of her lap. Welcome back. You returned earlier than I thought. Yoruchi first closed the door before asking, where's Gwen? She went to Orario to investigate the so-called deities. After seeing one, she couldn't help but be curious. Oh. Did she tell you what she saw? Stralit nodded. She said that they possess a tremendous amount of spiritual power but actually convert all of it to instead use divine power. She guessed that it has something to do with their physiology but she wasn't sure so she's investigating. She can tell something like that by just looking. Her eyes are really good. Even though she didn't study medicine formally, many big shots would still call her when they feel something isn't right and she'll be able to tell the problem immediately. With the help of a proper doctor, her diagnosis is almost always on point. Stralit stretched her body as she slowly stood up, though that's also the reason why she ran away from home. She hated being used by those old folks. I doubt that's the only reason. From my investigation, she's so far down the succession line so even with her father's protection, there will be idiots who'll try to claim her for themselves. Yoruchi thought back to the first time she met Gwen. After all, it wasn't just her observation that was good, but also her manipulation of energy flow that stemmed from that observation. If properly trained, she could probably redirect everything that was thrown to her back to her enemies. Do you need Gwen for something? Stralit added. Yoruchi shook her head, no. It's actually convenient that she's not here. Have you checked if there are any bugs that Gwen left? I've been using my shadow to monitor my surroundings so no. You can use your shadow, even though you're restricted. It's thanks to my training with Benihime. To keep myself from exploding when I use my abilities, I need to get used to extreme control. Then what did Gwen say? I doubt she didn't notice this. I told her it's my training so she's not suspicious of it. I think. I see. Then I'll get directly to the point. I'd like you to contact your mother and ask her if Kisuke could meet this holy mother of yours. If you could, can you tell me what you need that for first? Equals 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 equals. And, finally. The first post of the year. Incredibly late but thank you very much for waiting. I'm sorry for the delay. I didn't really expect to get the assistance I applied for this early. But thanks to that, my father was able to get the surgery he needed for his snapped femur. He's already 70 plus old with a bunch of age-related issues so I'm pretty worried. Thankfully, the surgery was a success and he's now resting in the recovery room. If you message me, I might not be able to respond immediately. Anyways, please enjoy and have a great day. Cheers. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 1338, Chapter 1338 The Right Time. Yoruchi was silent for a short while and stared at Benihime in the form of a katana. It'll probably be hard for her to materialize since Itold's uses different channels to utilize spiritual power. It was only possible for Stralit to release her Bankai because of Kisuke's residual spiritual pressure and that he was able to modify her before that ran out. I'd like Kisuke to confirm where Jimyun Chapati is standing on this. Depending on the outcome of this talk, a few things might have to change. What sort of change? Like how we treat the Atolls as a whole. Stralit was still unaware that Yoruchi already personally knew Saraselb, so she was still a bit guarded of what she should say around her. Unbeknownst to her, this was something intentional from Yoruchi's side because she thinks that it might be useful at some point. Stralit thought about Yoruchi's request for a few minutes before finally deciding, I'll contact my mother's aide and relay your request. I'll add my own words so that mother will perceive it positively, but that's all I can do for you. That's more than enough. Thank you. Yoruchi didn't ask how she'll going to be contacting the other side, but she told her how to use the gate discreetly in case she needed it. Of course, Yoruchi monitored this gate so she'll be alerted once Stralit goes through. To her surprise, however, Yoruchi received a message from Stralit a week later saying that the other side agreed to a meeting and added a method of transport, so I'm still overlooking something. Yoruchi wondered if Stralit used the path that the sneaking Evis and Atolls were using, but immediately put that possibility aside since she would be revealing herself to them. Of course, I can't completely disregard that. It's also not impossible for both of them to look for this path if they help each other out considering their abilities. While further investigation is required, that's not the current priority, and immediately passed the message to Kisuke, who has been hiding as John Smith, receiving various offers from both Shiva and Indra factions after Mephistopheles introduced him as his chief advisor. John Smith, Kisuke was lazing around Mephisto's office while the owner of the said office was busy sorting out all the invitations that Kisuke received. I didn't think they'd be this blatant about this even with your dubious origin. Right. Kisuke turned towards Mephisto while enjoying his smoothie. Although I did think of this plan, I was really only fishing for idiots and to start investigating from there. I didn't think they'd be this open and desperate. Mephisto sighed as he threw his back into his chair. It means that they are about to start. I think the dissolution of the alliance accelerated this. He turned his sights to Kisuke and asked, what do you plan to do now? I don't think tracing the Evis and Atolls will work with how crunched we are for time. If you're waiting for them to make a mistake, then you'll just be gambling. Kisuke didn't answer immediately. In fact, he couldn't give an answer because that's exactly what he's waiting for among other things. Don't tell me. Am I right? Mephisto's eyes widened in shock. Although infamous, he has already heard of Kisuke's exploit, so he had been expecting more than this. There's really nothing else I could do aside from this, is there? As soon as I appear on their stage, all their attention will be focused on me. They might try to recruit me, but I'm already pretty clear with my stance, so most probably, they'll immediately move to eliminate me. Kisuke replied, still nonchalant about the situation. I don't think I need to remind you what would happen if those two were to remain unchecked, do I? If no one stops those idiots, it's going to be the end of this world. It doesn't have to be us. Kisuke wanted to retort, but he didn't want to piss him off more than he already is. Sadly for Mephisto, Kisuke didn't really have any other course of action aside from waiting. Indeed, Mephisto didn't have to remind Kisuke of what would happen if this goes on, since he was fully aware, much more than the former. But unlike Mephisto, who's cornered, Kisuke has a path of retreat. Rather than taking on two giants with lackluster preparation, he'd rather escape and continue preparing. In this case, if shit hits the fan, he'll just bring the whole Ouroboros Academy and others who are important to him to the special region and create a defense line over there. Say something, will you? Mephisto's impatience is already getting into him. Well, that's not the only thing I'm waiting for. There's something else. Mind sharing it? Kisuke shook his head. I can't. But let's just say that I don't want to get involved yet because I might burn an important bridge and it'll be disastrous for everyone overall. Mephisto, understandably, was confused. What could it be that's making him so passive now? Kisuke only smiled and didn't say anything more. At that moment, Kisuke's phone rang, and upon checking it, his smile grew deeper. Well. Would you look at this? It looks like I'm done waiting. Ah. What's going on? What happened? While asking, Mephisto also started checking on his intelligence network to see what sort of event happened for Kisuke to react like that. Nevertheless, he found nothing and was only left further confused. Something my network can't reach. Kisuke stood up and threw the smoothie he was holding to his inventory. Nothing big happened yet. I just received a piece of relatively good news and will go meet someone to see if this is actually a great one. Mephisto only stared at him as he left his office. But before Kisuke closed the door behind him, he asked, and if it's a great one? Then I wouldn't have to hold back. As soon as his presence disappeared, Mephisto also started preparing for the inevitable by himself. Thankfully, most of the members of the DXD team are staying within their respective factions without taking any side. Chapter 1339, Chapter 1339 The Right Time Part 2. Before Kisuke left to meet his pretty master's mother, he made a final call to confirm things with Yoruchi. I want to say not to mess things up, but you probably won't be able to hold yourself back when you see something interesting. Kisuke smiled wryly. I doubt she'll give me any leeway to play around though. You're a menace to those who don't know enough about you. Yoruchi retorted inside her mind. She knew that voicing that out was useless, but she slightly hoped that he'll mess with her for a bit as a form of revenge for hurting her last time. Anyway, be careful of her, light. It's not just some thermal ability. Light, eh? That's really interesting. I already came across an artifact that uses light to weaken and train a Luxu, but didn't know that a shadow ability could evolve like that. Kisuke muttered, recalling the time he saved and met Stralit for the first time with his real body. It's the direct opposite of the spectrum, you know. It's like having a fire ability suddenly changing into an ice ability. But strangely enough, it still makes sense. From my further investigation, it seems that no one else from the current Luxu clan possesses something similar, and if we were to convert it to our own ranking system, she's most likely on Super Devil rank. Super Devil. A special rank is designated for special individuals of the devil race due to their innate ability to mutate and break all conventional limits. However, it doesn't designate strength. Claire is a super devil in Kisuke's opinion, but even with her special ability, she has no way of winning against actual super devils like Surzex, Ajuka, Serafal, Issei, and Valley. Regarding Claire's ability, it was discovered with intensive testing that her silver light could only nullify the formation of abilities one energy type at a time. It means that when she released her ability to disable magic, any other system that uses a different type of energy is still free from any restrictions. And not even against Sona, who could just switch from normal water magic to corrupted water, or Reveria, who can quickly adapt depending on the situation. Among Kisuke's group, it was actually Reveria who improved the most with her soaking everything up, even unique abilities of different lineages, and one of the most terrifying and mysterious people in Ouroboros Academy from the outside perspective, though most of her effectiveness will disappear as soon as you find a way to blind her. That's why Kisuke wasn't surprised when he saw Reveria conjuring various protective spells on her head that could be considered over the top while sacrificing her body and leaving it mostly defenseless. As long as her head is intact, she can always regenerate her whole body with various recovery magic that she learned. Anyways, I'm going. If she tries probing me, I'm not going to just stand there quietly. Kisuke ended the call after saying a few goodbyes. Based on how this is going to end up, it might be time for him to return to the surface, and he found himself actually a bit excited for it since it has been a while since he properly talked to everyone. Kisuke went through several gates just like how he does when he occasionally meets with Sarah Selbs. I wonder how her mother will react if she found out that her precious daughter is good friends with one of the overlords among the Evis. He thought to himself before he stepped into the last one. This was the main reason why he didn't want to burn this bridge. If he could actually come into an agreement with the Holy Mother, it'll also be a lot easier to work with Sarah Selbs, as the latter's main goal is to have an open dialogue between the two camps and ultimately come into a truce. Still, how in the world did those two meet and, impossibly, become friends? These lingering thoughts immediately left Kisuke as he arrived into complete darkness. Yoruchi had to be invited in to reach this place, yet she just tossed me in here, huh? Kisuke then saw a tiny twinkle of light in the distance, not even a word, huh? He thought with a chuckle and compared his current experience to what Yoruchi told her. Is this for messing with their daughter or a countermeasure to someone like Yoruchi? He stared at the tiny light that would disappear intermittently before suddenly grinning and turning around. Those who were watching him wondered what he was doing until he suddenly broke into a sprint, opposite of the direction they wanted him to go. Wait. Stop. Just like Yoruchi, Kisuke knew the implications of veering off the right path. And his reaction to the voice. He ignored it. So that's Kisuke Urahara. He's more plain than I thought. Corvina's aide, Adrena, commented while watching Kisuke enter the pitch-black space through the screen. Of course, she's not referring to his appearance. His face, body, and attire, nothing of that mattered to her really. What she's looking at is his movement, mannerisms, and aura. Right now, Kisuke only looks like some random guy they could find anywhere. But when she said plain, it's actually a compliment of how well he could hide. Corvina, who's standing beside her, was also impressed, a sign of true master. I see. You said that he isn't even 30 in Draconic Deus years. Can something like this really be learned with that short amount of time? According to my investigation, he's an odd one even in their standard. That also extends to those around him, so we don't really know what to expect. The two of them silently watched him for a bit more to figure him out better, but soon enough, they were confused. Why is he just standing there? Could it be that he doesn't trust that light? Adrena asked. Might be. Corvina sighed and was about to talk to him when all of a sudden, he turned around and started sprinting. Wait. Stop. But he didn't listen. Soon, he disappeared from the screen, engulfed by the darkness. Corvina sighed once again, and this time, while rubbing the bridge of her nose, he fell. Adrena was silent for a whole minute out of shock and asked, I certainly recalled including the instructions on how to navigate that corridor. What is he thinking? I knew you wouldn't make that mistake, so don't worry about it. He probably wanted to test this space out of curiosity. Should we take it down now? Well, there's no point in waiting. I just don't know where he'll appear. If he's unlucky, he'll be stranded somewhere really isolated that he won't have a chance of reaching anything. Corvina started the procedure for powering down the dark space. She wanted to be done before their guest did something even more stupid. Didn't you have safety measures for this? I do. But they are useless if he tried tampering with them. And I have a feeling that he'll do something wrong while poking around. I have to hurry. What a well-designed trap. That's really good for securing and blocking places but still allowing entry for those invited. Adrena was about to instinctively reply but she immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait. That's not Corvina's voice. Corvina and Adrena then absent-mindedly turned their heads to the source of the voice and found a man with a green and white bucket hat standing in the middle of them. Is it possible for me to learn how to do this too? He asked while looking at the screen, full of interest. Chapter 1340, Chapter 1340 Assimilation. Corvina's guard was down and her mind blanked out for a moment when she saw the strange man beside him. However, her body reacted before she could think about it. Her left arm instantly became covered with glittering light as she lifted and swung it towards the man. The shining arm made a whipping sound as it traveled through the air, giving only the man a tiny fraction of a second to react and save his head from being cut horizontally. The man bent his back to avoid the arm but it still wasn't enough as it still would be able to reach his chin. Thankfully, his arms were already on their way up and he was able to use his hands to deflect the attack. The man was successful but he was also thrown back from the force behind Corvina's attack and flipped a few times in the air before landing on his feet some distance away from her. Hey! That was dangerous. Is this how you treat your guests? He immediately complained while looking at his right hand which didn't have knuckles anymore and his fingers only dangling with a thin strip of flesh attaching it to his palm. Fuck. Although my he arrow is only partially active, to instantly cleave off my bones just like that. She was more terrifying than I heard. Behind the veil, Kisuke could feel Corvina's intense stare and the woman beside her had been releasing a massive amount of spiritual power that started fusing with the surrounding shadows. Is there any guest that would suddenly enter their host's room without permission? As far as I'm concerned, that's an intruder. Corvina retorted, still confused about how Kisuke reached this room, through random chance. That's impossible. I would have felt the cracks in space. And both Adrena and I couldn't feel his presence for a moment even though we were both directly looking at him. As Kisuke's hand started regenerating, Adrena frowned while turning on all the monitoring devices in the room. They were already partially active and prepared for their guest's arrival but now he intruded like this, she turned it up to their maximum power. Kisuke stood straight up while dusting his clothes and ignored the uncomfortable feeling of being openly scanned. This is your room. Then I apologize. I must have entered the wrong door. Then care telling us how you reached this room without even going through the entrance. As the owner of this place, I'd like to know how you avoided security. Corvina replied while thinking, no matter how I spin it in my head, I still can't understand how he pulled that off. This man is way more dangerous than we all thought. It was her duty to filter who was going to meet the Holy Mother and as it stands, she couldn't let him meet her now. Kisuke didn't give an answer immediately and proceeded to dust his hat. Despite his actual casual appearance, he's actually very drained right now after the stunt he just pulled off. I didn't think it'd use this much Riryoku. What are you talking about? I'm actually surprised that you didn't turn into a withered old man. Going back a few minutes ago when Kisuke just veered off the path, Tiamat in his inner world immediately voiced out, I thought you promised your lover that you wouldn't mess around. It's clearly a different treatment from her. I'm just responding in kind. Kisuke replied as he felt his footing disappear and he just started floating in this dark space. He turned back and immediately figured out that he wouldn't be able to go back anymore. Besides, I'm really curious how this space works. It's clearly created through Luxo, shadow, but this is way too complicated and intricate for a race that doesn't allow research into spiritual power. Maybe they were just being careful around you. Thanks to Kisuke's influence, Tiamat also started questioning things around her and not just looking through the lens of a supreme and untouchable being. In this regard, she is a bit similar to Flanna, Ophis, and Lilith. That might be, but I still came with good intentions and I think Stralit made that very clear. Kisuke flipped his body around but couldn't find the right orientation. He knew that he was moving towards somewhere because the air around had already disappeared and he already started expending his magic power to supply the necessary energy for his body to continue functioning, and you know how much I hate being told what to do from people who think they're the superior one when they haven't gained a single ounce of my respect. Corvina may be Stralit's mother, but to him, she's just another stranger with a slightly known alignment. Aren't you the same? Kisuke smiled, yep, I don't like a lot of things but that doesn't mean I don't like doing it to others. As you're saying, I'm just a big hypocrite. That makes you a lot better than other people since you can actually admit it. Well, enough about that. As expected, I can't figure out anything from here. I can't even find any trace of the one powering this space. Kisuke tried sending out his magic power and spiritual power out but he couldn't feel any feedback. He could try twisting the space he's in, but decided against it since that's not really something he could do effectively and even if he's successful, Kisuke thinks that he'd just appear in a random spot. If he's not careful, he might become lost and waste his precious time just finding his way back home. It was then a certain idea popped into his head after staying a bit in this dark space. Hey Tiamat, remember that experiment with the elements? What of it? I think I can do it here. The experiment of elements or Kisuke is called the Prima experiment. It's not much of an experiment compared to other projects under Kisuke's belt, but it's an important topic he wanted to explore if he wanted a card that he could use when he's cornered. Here. Tiamat asked while watching through Kisuke's eyes. Nothing worked when you tried sensing it. What's different this time? Spiritual power. This place is filled with it. I grew up with it, so I'm in tune with whatever changes happen to it. Kisuke spread out his limbs while also closing his eyes to focus on his other senses. In addition to that, this is shadow. Something that I also have. Pulling from the very vague experience he had when he was fighting against Ichibai, Kisuke released his shadow while also taking note of its difference from the surrounding shadow. Prima materia. A substance. A type of energy. I'm still not sure, but I know for sure that it could transform into something that exists. I tried sensing its derivatives by comparing it to other elemental magic since elements are Tiamat's domain. Kisuke then pulled out a knife from his clothes and unsheathed it, but all of those attempts failed. Because I'm not Tiamat. While I'm borrowing the power to sense this elusive thing from Tiamat, I'm also not Tiamat and I don't have her senses unless I transform into something closer to her essence. If that's really the case, then maybe something will be different when I reference something that I already can use well. Kisuke immediately put this theory to the test. Tiamat, who's sharing her senses with Kisuke, doubted that it would be that easy. However, she also momentarily forgot that Kisuke was someone who was able to use her prima elements instinctively when he possessed the same body as her. A monster with a potential as deep as the endless abyss. What? How? It only took a minute for Kisuke to mess with Tiamat's perception of reality. Kisuke, on the other hand, didn't hear Tiamat's voice at all as he focused his senses on the foreign world that he was seeing right now. Is this it? Different from the shadow surrounding him and the shadow he released, Kisuke could vaguely point out the existence of a much purer form of shadow lingering around. It looks like it's being emitted by the two shadows, with how few and far they are in between, but upon closer inspection, it's actually the other way around. This very few and pure shadow is transforming into the other two. Naturally, Kisuke's next step is to manipulate this foreign shadow, but as soon as he attempted it, he could feel that his entire being was sucked into nothingness. What? He instantly pulled back because he knew he'd die if he went further. Thankfully, that wasn't in vain because a bit of contact with the very pure shadow allowed him to clearly differentiate the other two shadows, and even allowed him to find the source of the shadow covering the dark space. Before the feeling of touching the pure shadow, Kisuke's body melded into the dark space and followed its source. The next thing he knew, he was already standing beside Corvina and Adrena. What? They haven't noticed me. Chapter 1341, Chapter 1341 Differences. While fixing his ruffled clothes, Kisuke fixed his posture and made sure that the two women in front of him wouldn't notice that he was very drained right now. Why did they not notice me immediately? The moment you assimilated with. Let's call it Prima Shadow for now. Your existence had to adapt to something close to it. Since it's normally impossible to sense anything that's a direct derivative of the prima materia, you slipped past their consciousness for the moment. Assimilation, Even though I'm the one who did it, I still can't understand how I actually did it. That assimilation was also why I thought you'd become a withered old man. You are not simply being drained, but you're changing into something that could use it. So don't expect it'll work how you normally handle magic power or spiritual power, where those two will convert and assimilate themselves to something you could utilize. Is that why you could only use the elemental types? Kisuke asked. He had been wondering why Tiamat just settled for simple fire or wind if she could use prima materia that could change into anything in existence. Probably. I'm also only learning about this power from observing you. I never really bothered in the past. While the two of them were talking inside Kisuke's head, Corvina and Adrena were closely observing Kisuke's every movement while also secretly talking among themselves. Corvina. How did he come in? I'm still trying to figure that one out. Corvina glanced at the shadow below her, but I'm now certain that he used shadow to reach this place. Is that even possible? Adrena is doing her best to keep a straight face. I know he's the young lady's successor, but that's impossible if you're here. He didn't just enter this place, but also hid his presence to the point that both of us never noticed his arrival. Corvina saw the complete shutdown of the barrier. She prepared to trap Kisuke for a bit and hesitated for a moment before adding, unless dash. Don't say it. Adrena hurriedly interrupted Corvina's words. She already knew what she was about to say and didn't want to hear it for the sake of her sanity, unless he handles shadow way better than one of the strongest shadow owners in the entire history of their clan. That's impossible, both of them wanted to think that. However, they couldn't think of anything that would close that possibility forever, not even the tiniest of excuses. Both sides silently stared at each other, trying to gauge what's the next appropriate set of actions. The room was at a standstill for a whole minute, and thinking that nothing productive would come out of it, Kisuke made the first move with a sigh. I apologize for intruding. It wasn't really my intention. Corvina was also of the same opinion and sent a message to Adrena to prepare to receive their guest. I'd like to know how you did it, but don't really have much time, so let's set that aside for now. Adrena immediately moved and cleared out the room from distractions before quickly setting up a table and 2 seats. And while she was at it, Kisuke slowly approached Corvina, and making sure that he didn't appear threatening, he extended his right hand towards her. I'm pleased to finally meet the illustrious Luxo matriarch. Kisuke Urahara is the name. Corvina first looked at his hand and then back to his eyes. Draconic Deus greeting, huh? A few seconds later, Corvina also extended her right hand to receive Kisuke's. I was also hoping to meet you, my handful of a daughter's successor. You can directly address my name. She replied while gesturing for him to sit down. Kisuke let go of her hand and smiled. Then please call me Kisuke. Thank you. The both of them sat down facing each other while Adrena stood behind Corvina. There are no refreshments offered because it's not really a part of the Atolled culture, and they are here for a serious talk and not some snacks. Before we start, I first would like to hear it from you as to what really happened to Stralit back then. Yuruchi already told me the story, but there are parts that she couldn't explain properly, so I'd really appreciate it if you could give me a clear picture of my daughter's current state. Of course. I owe you the explanation for that. Kisuke then told the same story that he told Saracelbs, but a lot more obfuscated since he didn't want to allude to the existence of a new world. It is, however, difficult to hide the fact that there are others like him and Yuruchi out there. It was still confusing due to all the omitted parts, but it's still better than Yuruchi's explanation of things. So you're saying that Stralit just absorbed a unique spiritual ability? She did. I already gave her a look, and my partner, Benihime, is facilitating this absorption. I don't know how it'll end up, but I can't see anything bad to it. Kisuke replied while adding in his head, for now. Corvina was silent for a moment before saying, do you mind telling me all about this unique spiritual ability again? I think I heard some parts of it wrong. Adrena also vigorously nodded behind her. Kisuke chuckled and answered, true name manipulation via ink. The original owner of this ability is capable of manipulating the true names, the metaphysical representations of, among other things, sentient beings, which grants him power over those he targets with his power. One way he does this is erasing a part of his target's name, and proportionally, that target will be weakened overall in power. He can also rename his target, but I can't really explain how that works. All I can say is that if he rename you as a worm, you'll become an existence similar to that of a worm. There are still others, but those two are his main things. When he described it like this, Kisuke also thought that it was a very terrifying ability. However, he also has a feeling that it won't be as effective outside of the world where the Soul Society is in. It's probably only that effective because everything originated from the Soul King. If I were to say in other terms, Hyasub Ichibai has some admin privileges in the system that the Soul King built. Corvina and Adrena shuddered to hear about it again. They still couldn't imagine what this ability truly entails, renaming someone and they will become the renamed existence. What sort of godly ability is that? They really thought that they heard it wrong, hence asking about it again. Assuming that this ability indeed exists, will Stralit be able to use this too? And are there other practitioners of this power? It honestly could mutate to anything, and only Stralit will figure out what changed once the time comes. Kisuke answered the first question and thought, I should probably ask Uetsu-san to make an Asachi for her to contain that power. And regarding your next question, you're misunderstanding something. We don't inherit our abilities like you guys. Not through blood nor through some ritual. Chapter 1342, Chapter 1342 Unexpected Guest. And regarding your next question, you're misunderstanding something. We don't inherit our abilities like you guys. Not through blood nor through some ritual. Kisuke added. It comes down to the difference in physiology between the soul race and the Atolls. In the first place, the soul race doesn't have any unique abilities they are born with, unlike the Atolls, and are only capable of manipulating spiritual power through systematic means like Kidu. If there's something close to Atoll's inheritable ability, it would be the Hollows and Quincy's inherited and innate techniques and abilities. It's an ability that was spawned from, well, circumstances. Although Kisuke was being deliberately vague, Corvina was still able to figure out what he was talking about. That sword, huh? This is getting weirder and weirder. From my point of view, you guys are the weird ones. Every soul is different, so how come you can inherit your innate abilities and be wildly different from clan to clan? Where did it all start? And my biggest question is, how can you guys transfer these abilities to others? Even considering that you have to find a compatible person, it's still a nonsensical thing for me. Naturally, Corvina didn't have the answer for that, nor was she obligated to give him one. She and Adrena wanted to arrange their thoughts and gather more information from Draconic Deus, because it's only now that they are realizing how little they know of Kisuke's quiet group compared to others vying for supremacy. Perhaps it's still too early. The situation within the Draconic Dais is explosive with fire all around it, but I can't risk them meeting like this. If it was any other person from the Draconic Dais, Corvina would have already led them to the Holy Mother. However, Kisuke was someone who could manipulate spiritual power in unknown ways, and he was a genuine threat to every Tolds out there. The Holy Mother may be untouchable, but she doesn't know what he could do to her. Corvina wanted to end it here, for now. Kisuke noticed the change in her demeanor and guessed that this was it for his trip. Since he wanted to know her exact stance in all of this, Kisuke told her a few things more than necessary and that backfired on him, so it's really wait and see for me, huh? I feel bad for them, but as long as I can't pull the puppet master out of the backstage. Kisuke doesn't have any real incentive to participate in a war that those who started it won't even make their appearance. It's a shame, but I would have to convince Sona and the others to back out. And I would have to negotiate with Kuraka-san too to let us stay in the special region. Too much work. But just as Corvina was about to relay her intention, a fourth voice resounded throughout the whole room. That won't be necessary, Corvina. Kisuke's eyes narrowed and hurriedly scanned the surroundings without hiding what he was doing. But even after an extensive search, he found nothing. The voice actually came from our heads. Is it a communication device and the one on the other side watching all of this? But contrary to Kisuke's expectation, Corvina was also shocked and instantly stood up from her seat. Master. Adrena, on the other hand, immediately lowered her head and made herself look as small as possible. Master. Kisuke asked himself while still trying to trace the source of the voice. The voice, however, ignored Corvina and directly addressed Kisuke. This is the first time we would be talking, Kisuke Urahara. I'm Chimune Chapati. The one they call the Holy Mother. Kisuke's eyes went wide open and also stood up as he scanned his surroundings with further fervor. And before we start the next part of this conversation, I'd like to let you know that I'm watching through my disciple's senses. Disciple's senses? I couldn't even sense that someone else was looking at me. Is it because it's Corvina who's observing me? Kisuke turned to look back at Corvina, but even after a whole minute of silently and rudely staring at her, he couldn't figure out anything. She also went silent, so this voice was probably talking inside her head. What do you think, Tiamat? I also can't see any sort of fluctuation from her. Although it's just a single minute, the silence is making Adrena very nervous, and thought that it would never end until the one who introduced herself as the Holy Mother to Kisuke added with a seemingly amused tone, "You still don't get it." Get what? Kisuke muttered. A certain possibility crossed Kisuke's mind and he started getting nervous too. Fuck me. Please don't be like that. Then I'll give you another clue. I consider everyone who received my blessing as my disciple. Fuck me. This time, Kisuke exclaimed out loud, "You're not trying to say you blessed Issei Haida too, right?" But that's exactly what I did back then. Kisuke could only be silent, and even though he tried smiling, he couldn't control his mouth from twitching. Right now, he's having the same feeling and experience as when he first met Saracelbs. Don't these transcendents have anything else better to do other than just coming out of nowhere like this? If she's reminding you like this, then she's probably aware of what's inside of your treasure box. Don't say it. And here I thought I had the upper hand. Kisuke's back was sweating profusely, but he was doing her best not to show that in his expression. There's no way I can leave now, can I? Kisuke sighed and sat down. I apologize if I'm being rude. I didn't have enough time to learn your etiquette. That's all right. I don't mind. Chimune replied while Corvina also nervously sat back down. You're someone who's capable of dictating the fate of many worlds, so it should be me who's trying to earn that respect. Kisuke smiled wryly. You're too humble. That I actually feel uncomfortable. Excuse me, master. But what do you mean that he's someone who's capable of dictating the fate of many worlds? Corvina couldn't hold her curiosity back and interrupted to ask. There's really no easy way to answer that, but in simpler terms, the man in front of you is fully capable of destroying your clan and the worlds you occupy, even if you prepare for it if he becomes serious. Quite easily, in fact, if he turns into a terrifying monster. Corvina and Adrena couldn't believe what Chimune said and wanted to refute it immediately. But before they could say anything, they heard another sigh from Kisuke. You even saw that. Just so you know, that form is a product of special circumstances that I doubt would repeat. We have a nasty serial peeping Tom in our hands, it seems. Tiamat muttered inside Kisuke's head. Don't ever come out and say that out loud. You hear me? Are you sure? It's going to be an amusing reaction for you. You hesitated. Shut up. Chapter 1343, Chapter 1343 Unexpected Guest Part 2. So what can I do for you, Holy Mother? I doubt you revealed your presence because you just wanted a chat. Kisuke gave up trying to guess her intentions and completely ignored the other two. Looks like they won't be doing anything anyway. That's incorrect. It is you who needs something from me. This one might make more mistakes, so I'm just making it easier for the both of us. Corvina flinched. Although she doesn't know what sort of grievous mistake she made, it is apparent for her that the Holy Mother is talking about her. Kisuke was silent for a while to think of his response. It was a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, but Kisuke ultimately agreed to make it easier for both of them. I just want to know what your stance regarding your husband's actions on Draconic Dais. And what you're going to do when. You know. I accidentally kill him because he's meddling too much. Kisuke couldn't help but leak a bit of his very dense bloodlust towards the end of his sentence. He wanted to confirm if there's some truth to Sarah Selby's words that the Holy Mother and Holy Father don't get along, which is the sole reason why he's here in the first place. Corvina and Adrena wanted to speak out, but with the Holy Mother in their presence, they couldn't have their turn yet. And even if they could, they have this strange feeling that the man in front of them is, by some miracle, capable of toppling one of the pillar gods that existed since the inception of the Eviatold world and have no words to deny it, not after the Holy Mother claimed that he can destroy the Luxuex clan with relative ease. There was another minute of silence, but this time, it was not uncomfortable, but dreadful. Corvina and Adrena looked at Kisuke with complete hostility, but the latter just continued ignoring them since whatever the Holy Mother decided to do, Kisuke knew they had no say in it. Accidentally kill, huh? That's a threat that I can't easily let go of. But if it's just sealing him for a bit, I think we can discuss it. Contrary to Kisuke's tone earlier, Chimyun's tone became jovial at the end of her sentence. This didn't just shock Corvina and Adrena but also Kisuke. Although it wasn't a straight answer, it was still far different from what he was expecting. Sarah Selbs is actually right about them. I know killing him is out of the question, but sealing him is fine. Are you two going through some marital issues? Kisuke jokingly asked, but wasn't really expecting an answer because he was trying to buy some time to arrange his thoughts and maybe could indeed get Chimyun's cooperation regarding certain things. You're misunderstanding something, Kisuke Urahara. We, the Pillar Gods, don't have the same relationship dynamics as you mortals have. We only use labels for the sake of simplicity. Although Melvazoa, Regal Ziva, and Sarah Selbs call themselves siblings, and Resetoris and I called the Holy Father and Mother, it doesn't hold the same meaning as you're thinking. In other words, partners, colleagues. It's much more complicated than that, but those are probably more accurate depictions of our relationships. However, those don't do good when you're trying to run a whole civilization where blood and lineage was given the utmost importance. Kisuke was still trying to understand her words when Tiamat talked to him. That's probably true, as the same could be said to my sister and me. Even though we were born at the same time and in the same place, that technically is just us randomly spawning out of nothing, a mere coincidence. The mysteries of the universe, or multiverse, I guess. Kisuke thought to himself. I think you know that we're already running out of time, so I won't ask why you're agreeing with this, but should we discuss how we'll stop and seal him? That's true. But we'll do that another time. It's time for you to leave now. Kisuke was confused. You understand that, yet you want me to leave now. When is this another time? They were really out of time, so why postpone it? Although he's prepared for some delay, he was already expecting something concrete when he successfully told the Holy Mother, did I misunderstand her intentions? You'll know. And don't worry. It'll be sooner than you think. Kisuke stared into Corvina's eyes for a few moments before letting out a defeated breath. Fine. I'm going to be very busy moving forward, so when the time comes, I hope it's convenient for all of us. He stood up and used his shadow to find out the way out. Since the barrier surrounding this facility had been taken down, it was easy for Kisuke to find a path. A few seconds later, he melded with the shadow and disappeared, leaving behind the two people and one ghost. Master, what do you intend to do? Corvina, I trust you. And this war has gone on for far too long. After leaving those perplexing words, Corvina could feel her master's consciousness disappear. What are you going to do next? Prepare to retreat. Although I threatened her to kill the Holy Father, I won't be able to do that if I can't even meet him. I was hoping that this Holy Mother would be able to pull him out, but I guess that's out of the question as of now. You don't trust that she'll discuss it with you in time. It's not about trust. There's just no way I won't do something when waiting for something I'm not sure would even come. But just as he got out of one of the many gates he had to go through to go home, another familiar voice resounded in his head. Should we discuss it now, Kisuke Urahara? Understandably, Kisuke instantly froze on his spot and in panic, hurriedly scanned his surroundings and himself. What? How? The voice didn't give any regard to his panicked state and just continued with her jovial voice. I told you, it'll be sooner than you think. Let's go back and eliminate Corvina, Tiamat immediately suggested. Good call. Stralit won't be able to forgive me, but we have to cut this connection. A peeping Tom's connection. Kisuke turned around intending to go through the gate that he just came out of. Seeing his actions, the voice asked, You're going back. Why? Kisuke stopped for a few seconds before thinking, looks like she can't hear us. How would you rate my rapid response? Tiamat asked, proud of herself. Kisuke didn't think that Tiamat would be fishing out compliments this time, but he gave her what she wanted. It was great. Although we're still not sure if she couldn't really hear us or she's just pretending to be unaware. It's true that she can pretend to not notice us discussing killing her precious disciple, but I can assure you she can't. On what grounds? She's using prima materia to attach her consciousness to you. I would have noticed it if she were to directly attach that to your soul or consciousness like I did with the Soul King's remnant. Chapter 1344, Chapter 1344 Unexpected Guest Part 3. Prima materia. Kisuke was astounded, but thinking about it again he thought that this was normal. Please don't think that this is normal. Tiamat immediately refuted what was on his mind. You qualify those with abilities beyond the rules of the world as transcendence. However, out of all of those beings, which ones can use prima materia? Despite absorbing a part of me and my sister, Chaos was not even able to allude to its existence. Ophis and Great Red, while having their unique attributes that let them control a part of reality, also can't use this. I've also seen the man called Aizen and there's no doubt that he's strong. However, I don't think he's capable of sensing it, much less manipulating it. Ichibai, your last adversary, wasn't able to see through your abilities. Maybe the Soul King and the King of Quincy's may have it, since the former was able to create expansive worlds to contain both the living and the dead, and the latter was able to bestow unimaginable abilities to those who follow him. But as you can see, this is not the norm and doesn't dictate one's strength. Chimyun, who attached herself to Kisuke, wondered why he suddenly became quiet and asked, "Are you perhaps talking to your sword?" "Yes, so please be quiet." Kisuke replied in his head while still contemplating what he should do next and what it meant for Chimyun to make her presence known now, these guys. But from Chimyun's perspective, he's only staying silent and correcting his perception. Just so you know, I can't read your mind even if I wanted to. I can only do that to those I directly gave my blessings to after agreeing to it. Yet you're here even though I didn't agree to anything. Kisuke finally spoke up. I can attach my consciousness to anyone who comes in contact with the ones I have blessed. Then you must have a very intimate knowledge of the Draconic Deus' inner workings from Issei's perspective. Not as much as you think. I blessed Issei Haida, but I haven't met him directly, so the reach of my power is very limited. At most for a few minutes. Kisuke sighed and found a good rock to sit on, then forgot about Issei. If you have someone properly blessed like Corvina Luxuex, then you must have extensively peeped on Stralit Luxuex. Peeped is a very strong word. Chimyun's voice felt offended. I'm just carefully monitoring things through the eyes of my agents. Albeit, secretly. That's peeping. Kisuke let out another exasperated sigh. That would mean you're aware of her too. Chimyun became silent for a few moments before speaking. You know about her too. Her previous jovial voice has disappeared and was replaced by something close to robotic, an emotionless tone. Now it all makes sense. I was already expecting that someone was supporting you and Yoruchi from behind, considering how fast you were able to set your foot down in Atolled territory, but I didn't expect it to be an Eevee overlord. It would seem that we have a lot more traitors in our midst. Yoruchi also warned Kisuke about this. While using the resources that Saraselbs provided, she noticed that not all of it is Saraselbi's own resources but Eevee's resources as a whole. It wasn't really a problem since they would be able to hide their connection with Saraselbs more easily, but this also opened the risk of the Eevees detecting them. Kisuke allowed Chimyun to think and stayed quiet. He's trying to anticipate her next reaction to this new information. When I heard that she can attach her consciousness to those who have close contact with her blessed ones, I thought for sure that she already knew my connection with Saraselbs. It looks like there's indeed a limit to how long she can attach. But that would mean that you also don't have much time with her. Tiamat commented. That's true. And I also want to know why she didn't want Corvina to hear any of this. She could just simply ask her to leave to give us some private time. It's not the ideal time yet, but I'll have to ask Corvina to go on the offensive. Anyway, shall we discuss how we can pull Restorers out of Draconic Deus? I would love to, but I hope you'll satisfy a bit of my curiosity first. It's important and it will decide how I'll approach you and Saraselbs from now on. Chimyun's jovial tone re-emerged. We don't have much time, but go on. Why did you decide to approach me now? From how you're handling things, I can see that you're trying to gauge me by letting me go through Corvina. What changed? 2 reasons. Chimyun cleared her throat. The first is the way you infiltrated Corvina's shadow. That power, what do you call it? Prima materia. Kisuke hesitated for a bit but decided to answer her. Prima materia, huh? Even though it's in your language, it's a good name from my perspective. I shall call it that henceforth. You didn't have a name for it. When only Melvazoa and I can use it, why bother? Kisuke furrowed his brow. Only the 2 of you. Yes. You're the 3rd one and the most interesting out of us. I wasn't expecting a compliment, but thank you. It wasn't a simple compliment. It's genuine intrigue coming from my side. After all, you're the only one not born with it. Melvazoa and I both tried our hardest to impart this technique but none was able to learn it. I thought that it was impossible. Until now, that is. Kisuke became silent. Him sensing the prima materia was just his luck completely assimilating with Tiamat. However, he could neither say nor explain that. are you going to kidnap me now? I would if I could. But I figured I'd get more cooperating with you. Kisuke stood up and chuckled, thank you for your honesty. What about the second reason? I noticed that you didn't like Corvina very much. I had to intervene before the bridge between us totally collapsed. Blame that on your precious disciple. Although she didn't technically go back on her words, she still hurt Yoruchi. If it's just me, I would have returned the favor 10 times over. Even though she's Stralit's mother. Doesn't matter. I judge someone's character by their content, not who they are in relation with. I see. So this perspective is how you were able to adapt to Stralit's situation easily. I can't say it's rare, but you won't find anyone practicing it to this degree. Chapter 1345, Chapter 1345 Additional Guests. I'm back. After a few days of his trip beyond the Draconic Dais, Kisuke energetically greeted everyone as he openly appeared on the Ouroboros Academy grounds. There was silence for a moment before black and white silhouettes shot out from the nearby building and crashed toward Kisuke. Go. There was enough time for Kisuke to react and dodge, but the moment he saw the expression of those silhouettes, he became scared of what they might do the moment he dodged them. Kisuke didn't dare resist and was thrown to the ground, creating a small explosion of soil and dust that momentarily covered their surroundings. They were approached by some onlookers, and when the dust settled, they saw their prestigious instructors, Chiron and Kuroka, devoid of their respectable demeanors, were burying their faces on the familiar men that they only saw in the photos. I know you missed me, but did you really have to attack me? Kisuke complained while patting their heads. If it's most people, they would have disintegrated. Kaneko angrily looked up to his face and said, we'll only do this with you. Kisuke was stunned for a bit before smiling wryly, my bad. How are you guys? Kuroka also finally looked up, all smiles, after taking a few sniffs. We're good, Naya. We just really miss you. Is that right? I heard that you guys got hurt. Kaneko shook her head, I'm fine now. There was a crowd gathering, but soon they started dispersing as other Ouroboros Academy personnel made their appearance in addition to some familiar faces. I didn't believe the stories. Until now. Tenjiro is looking at Kisuke with a strange expression. How I wish Kiryu could see this scene right now with me. I wonder what face she'd make. Kuratsuchi, Aizen, and Soifun too. Behind him was Yoruchi and Medusa dispersing the crowd, and when they moved away, Kisuke, Kaneko, and Kuroka also stood up, though the latter two didn't leave his side. Kisuke dusted himself using magic and chuckled at Tenjiro's words. If you had told me a few years ago that I'd be in this position, I would never have believed it too. How are you doing? I hope they are treating you well. They're treating me well. Tenjiro made a bothered expression as he peeked at Yoruchi, who was already approaching. Too well, in fact. Just what else do you want from me? Kisuke shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? I'm not the one running things here. Then it must be for a very good reason. Because he does whatever he wants. Those girls are dedicated to taking advantage of whatever chaos he has been leaving. Yoruchi went past Tenjiro and asked Kisuke in surprise, are you done? I thought it'll take you a few trips to settle that side. Yep, thanks to a certain Peeping Tom. Peeping Tom. I'll tell you about it later. Kisuke then looked around. What's the occasion anyway? He immediately noticed that several people were being captured out of his sight. It's because you appeared for the first time in a while. You may not realize it yet, but you're very popular right now. Very, very popular. Spies, huh? That's quite a lot. Or maybe it's their way to feed them confusing intel. Kisuke caught the sharp glint that appeared within Yoruchi's eyes momentarily. Heh. They can't wait to start, huh? Only a spark is needed to light the whole world on fire. Which is why your appearance right now is extremely convenient. We were invited to a summit. The main purpose is de-escalation. Sona planned to attend it, but do you want to do the honors? Everyone who's watching Kisuke's expression shuddered as his small smile turned into a large grin. When is this summit? Yoruchi was already regretting her decision to tell him, but she already had no choice but to tell him, a week from now. Do you want to present something too? Of course. Since it's a very rare opportunity, I'd also like to contribute for the greater good. Yoruchi's shoulders slumped and she had a fed-up expression on her face. Greater good, eh? I wish them well. It's only now that Tenjiro realizes the depth of Yoruchi's words when she says he does whatever he wants. By the way, please call Roswai-san for me. I have a lot of work for that regrettable Valkyrie. Kisuke was already feeling a bit giddy about what he was about to do. As he was being dragged by Kuroka and Kaneko to meet everyone, Tenjiro leaned towards Yoruchi and whispered, aren't you going to stop him? Even though it has nothing to do with me, my instincts are crying for help. Yoruchi chuckled, you know him. There's no stopping that guy. Maybe those girls may be able to, but they like just letting him lose. And with the amount of frustration they're feeling right now, they'll look forward to the bomb that he's about to drop so we can forget about that possibility. She then recalled something. Oh right, his mother might be able to stop him too. But she spoils him too much, so that's a no-go too. He has a mother. Tenjiro exclaimed, but he didn't receive any further explanation from Yoruchi. With a sigh of defeat, he asked, "Is there anything I can do to prepare?" Yoruchi thought about it for a moment before answering, "How about asking for some backup? I don't know what he plans to do, but we could probably use a Shinigami or two. A hollow is fine too." I guess I'll do that. Is it alright for me to bring a few of my men too? I can't really do anything when I'm stuck in that ryokan, and I also can't leave its operation with Retsu. Sure, that's fine. And wait for a little bit before you go. I'll confirm some things from Kisuke first before you pass some words to Kiraku and the kidnapped lady. 3 days later, Tenjiro led a group of individuals out of the secret gate in the Ouroboros Academy with Medusa and Yoruchi waiting for their arrival. However, while the former still has the same deadpan expression, Yoruchi couldn't control the corner of her lips as they kept twitching. "What? Aren't you happy? I got some reinforcement just like you asked." Tenjiro nonchalantly greeted. Of course, Yoruchi is happy with the reinforcement. However, the lineup is, this is a bit overkill, isn't it? We're not really trying to go against the world here. Behind Tenjiro is the remaining members of the Zero Division looking around curiously. Although Kiryu doesn't emit any aura right now, just the presence of an additional 2 instantly increased the density of the spiritual power in the surroundings. Nevertheless, it wasn't just them as Soifun, Shinji, Lisa, 2 burly men who are Tenjiro's assistants, and 2 unknown female Shinigami with an aura that's even more potent than the captains Yoruchi knew. What do you mean? This is still extremely lacking if you want to go against this world. And be happy that Zaraki lost his way, or else he'll also be with us. Chapter 1346, Chapter 1346 Additional Guests Part 2. The air here is very different, were Soifun's first words while looking around the familiar yet strange world. It's actually quite similar to hell. I mean special region. One of the female Shinigami with an eye patch and dark pink hair walked up to Yoruchi, that gait and skin tone. Are you Shihoin? Yoruchi was a bit taken aback when she suddenly approached with judging eyes, but she still answered, yes. I'm Shihoin Yoruchi. And you are? Oh, so I was right. The Shinigami started laughing and patting Yoruchi's shoulders. I'm Saito Furufushi. I am a good friend of your great. I don't really know how many greats, granduncle. For a moment, Yoruchi thought that her name was a bit familiar, but when she thought about it deeply, a certain person that she only knew from history books appeared in her head. Could it be that you're Saito Furufushi? One of the founding members of the Gotei 13. That's true, but that's not really important right now. Furufushi then looked around and asked, where's Urahara? He's a bit busy with something. For now, let's head somewhere comfortable. I'll introduce you guys to our organization. Yoruchi then turned to Medusa and said, I'll leave them to you. I need to close the gate. Even in this world, he's busy. Must be tough being him. Furufushi muttered loudly. Medusa nodded at Yoruchi and turned towards the group. This way, please. We've prepared your lodging. Medusa's eyes, being sealed and not affecting any of them, unnerved everyone except for Tenjiro, who already got used to it. Follow the girl. Tenjiro told everyone, I need to talk to Shihoin about something first. Yoruchi waved her hand goodbye to the group as they left the place. As soon as they were gone, Yoruchi started resealing the gate, and this needed to be done to control the movement of certain individuals. I received word that the lady you brought to the other side has started cooperating. Tenjiro softly muttered. No wonder Soifun was able to come to this side. What is she asking in return? I'm not sure, since I was not explicitly told, but I heard she demanded a few things from Aizen. Yoruchi smiled wryly, a fearless one, Ignorant is more accurate. Well, regardless of what it is, I just hope that her demands don't create conflict between us. Kiraku is not saying anything, so you guys don't really have to worry about it. That only means that her request doesn't have anything to do with us. It's going to be a pain in the ass if Aizen ends up helping our targets. Tenjiro was stunned for a bit. I was surprised that that's only a pain in the ass. If any other person said that, I'd laugh in their face. Yoruchi finished closing the gate and began walking away from it. Whether he likes it or not, he has already given Kisuke years of prep time to deal with him. I doubt he's willing to open the box of surprises prepared for him specifically. Tenjiro called for his 2 assistants to delegate tasks regarding the Ryokan, but due to the upcoming summit, there's hardly anyone using the hot springs. Yoruchi went straight towards the assigned building for their guests from the Soul Society. But when she arrived, Medusa was nowhere to be found, and their guests were left drinking tea in the lounge area. Where's Medusa? If you mean that lady with long purple hair and strangely distracting eyes, she went ahead saying that there's an emergency call for her. Shinji answered while completely making himself at home. Did we come at a bad time? Yoruchi shook her head. No, not really. It's just that a big event is coming up, so the others are busy preparing shelters. It sounded like we came at a bad time. Lisa commented while adding, "It's good to see you alive, Yoruchi. I heard that you came over the other side but when I tried looking for you, you already left." Yoruchi poured herself some tea too and sat down to relax. "What can I say? Too many things need to be done and I asked for reinforcements because it might turn ugly. I won't be asking you guys to move out, but if it turns out to be too much for us to deal with, I'd like you guys to give me a helping hand. Of course, you will be properly compensated." Uetsu excitedly raised his hand. "I'd like to build a workshop on this side too. I'd also like to ask for the same thing." Senjumura followed suit. Yoruchi was surprised for a bit but soon turned her head towards the last member of the Zero Division. "Kiryu, what about you, Hikifune?" Hikifune was grateful that Yoruchi asked her but she could only shake her head. "I'm only here because everyone insisted that I come too. I've already lost all my abilities and am no different from a normal person. I'm already thankful that you're giving a roof over my head." Yoruchi already heard from Kisuke what happened to Kiryu. "I've never thought I'd see you incredibly pessimistic like this. Far cry from how you were in the past." It wasn't just Kiryu who had a solemn expression but also Uetsu and Senjumaru. "Don't lose hope now. You'll sooner or later return to how you were previously." Yoruchi continued. Nonetheless, she only got a wry smile from her. "I know myself best. This is different from Kurosaki Ichigo exhausting his spiritual power. I still possess some form of spiritual pressure that's on the level of a normal Shinigami, yet I have no way to move it. That doesn't matter." Yoruchi immediately refuted, "You and I know him the best. Kisuke won't be discouraged by something impossible, and he has proven that time and time again." The wry smile on Kiryu's face didn't disappear but she didn't say anything else. "In other words, we're only able to take action when something bad happens." Furufushi immediately changed the topic, not allowing the room to devolve into an awkward silence, "And here I was hoping to go around." "Go around?" Yoruchi muttered and thought of something. "How about going to Seraph's side? I think she'll appreciate your company." "You know Seraph, right?" Furufushi's eyes instantly shined. "That's it. Katori is coming with me." The other unknown, female Shinigami, Batsuansai Katori, sighed but didn't disagree. She'd rather meet Tanis and ask her a few things regarding Ki. Chapter 1347, Chapter 1347 Additional Guests Part 3. The day before the summit, Kisuke returned to the Ouroboros Academy after getting an earful from Issei for overworking Ross Weiss. What he came into after long days of work was a small gathering between the core members of the Ouroboros Academy who also just came back from the summit preparation and the guests from the Soul Society. Just as he walked in, he heard Kiryu happily narrating his childhood stories. Because he didn't have any friends, he would recklessly sneak into Shihoin Manor to ask Yoruchi to play with him. Kiryu caught sight of Kisuke entering with an embarrassed expression and stopped momentarily. "Era, you're finally back." Everyone in the room also looked in his direction but he told them to settle down. "I hope you aren't saying anything exaggerated." "That wasn't exaggerated. That's the main reason why I asked you to come to the Onmitsukido." Yoruchi immediately piped in while lazing on the sofa with chips in her hand. "I didn't tell you this but you seriously hurt the Shihoin house's pride that time. Think about it, a snotty brat was able to sneak into the house that cultivates spies and assassins. You have no idea how funny it was when they were trying to figure out how you did it, not just one time, but several." Kisuke walked towards Shinji and gestured for him to move a bit before sitting down beside him. "At that time, I already had the first prototype for the Ryatsu hiding cloak." "And you didn't share the tech until you became the captain of the 12th Division?" Shinji asked. In response, Kisuke just chuckled. "If you were in my position, would you?" Shinji thought about it for a moment before answering. "I certainly wouldn't. But it's impressive you were able to think that far as a child." "Well, the outer layer of the Rakongai district isn't exactly safe and peaceful. Hikifune-san, please continue your stories." Kaneko, not at all bothered by his seemingly grim past, urged Kiryu to continue what she was doing. Kiryu smiled and restarted her narration while entirely ignoring Kisuke's presence. In front of her were Kuroka, Kaneko, Akino, Irina, and Aika, carefully listening to every detail. Meanwhile, off to the side on another table, Riveria, Medusa, Sona, Senjumaru, and Retsu are sharing a lively conversation. On the other hand, Uetsu and Tenjiro are catching up to each other while Yoruchi and Shinji occasionally chime in. Kisuke took a long, deep breath before a soft smile cracked on his face. This peacefulness is what he has been trying to achieve, however, circumstances don't allow that. During that time, another person sat beside him and offered him a drink. "It seems that your girls can't be interrupted, so here." Kisuke to the side and saw Lisa staring at him. "Yudamura-san. I hope you're enjoying your time here. Last time I saw you, you were scared out of your wits." He replied jokingly while taking the drink. A small blush appeared on her face and she immediately hid it by fixing her glasses. "It wasn't just me, all right. And are there any appropriate reactions when you show something like that?" "What was her name again?" "Tiamat." Kisuke chuckled. that was Tiamat's idea to catch those chained off guard. Though I doubt something like that could work for the second time. By the way, what is she doing? Kisuke changed the topic by pointing at a certain corner where Soifun is staring at everyone. She looks like a cat in her new home, so I didn't approach her. Did she eat something wrong? Lisa turned to the corner he pointed and paused for a moment before giving a reply. Apparently, she can't believe what she's seeing right now. What exactly? Lisa pointed to everyone in the room, this whole thing. And honestly, me too. I just got used to it. She probably can't imagine you having not just one or two lovers, and now she was confronted by this reality. Is it really that hard to believe? Shinji turned around and answered with conviction, yes. It's unbelievable. How did you pull this off? Even if you ask me that, all I can say is that it happened. Before Kisuke knew it, Kiryu stopped her narration and was looking at him, but seriously. How did all of this happen? I'm also really curious. Yoruchi's attention was also attracted as well as Sona's group. Where do I start? It probably began when his childhood friend had a not-so-coincidental accident, and he decided to mess with the people behind it. That time, Sona started reminiscing about the past. If I remember correctly, Akino had the greatest reaction and became his prime target for harassment. Akino, who was just quietly listening all this time, instantly turned beet red and tried hiding her face with her hands as a certain incident that she didn't want to remember resurfaced with great force. Please. Don't pivot the conversation towards me. That was my darkest history. Please, that was not as dark as your childhood. Kisuke immediately retorted. While it was his fault that he played the video without checking its contents beforehand, it was Akino's idea to settle her frustration in his room out of all places. Of course, that retort only earned him a pillar of lightning descending on his head. Kisuke was able to block it, but more and more magic circles started gathering above him. That's right. I haven't been able to properly get back at you for that time thanks to your sweet words. I think it's time to settle this grudge. In addition to the red face, tears are also on the brink of spilling out from her eyes. Sweet words. Kisuke drew a blank in that, but he didn't have the time to think since he needed to defend himself. All of a sudden, Medusa spoke up. Akino, mind turning this way? Confused and curious, Akino turned around, but as soon as she met her eyes, she noticed that Medusa wasn't wearing her glasses. What? The next instant, although she didn't turn into stone, her body froze. It's a story that I don't know. Sounds amusing. I'd like to hear it. And no. Akino tried to resist the petrification, but Medusa was also pouring in a massive amount of divine power into her eyes, rendering her actions useless. That night, a lively party of storytelling consumed their time, with each girl recounting their experience with Kisuke, giving a whole lot of perspective to how Kisuke was able to end up with this web of relationships. As for Akino's embarrassing story, it was set aside for later after this very cool and mature woman cried for real. When the sun came up, the members of the Ouroboros Academy except for Kisuke and Yoruchi started leaving to prepare for the important event. That was a strangely fruitful night. Yoruchi commented while stretching her limbs, do you finally get it now? She turned to Soifun, who was looking at the rising sun. To summarize all of it, you guys have a strange taste in men. Was Soifun's takeaway for the entire night. Yoruchi was speechless for a moment before chuckling. If you put it like that, I can't exactly deny it. She then turned to Kisuke with a big smile, but enough about that. It's about time you confront them. I'm sure they already got word of your attendance and are seeing you as a very valuable player. They'll use any method to pull you to their side. Yeah, I'm really flattered, but they are misunderstanding something and I'll make sure to tell them that to their faces. Yoruchi let out a short breath before patting his back. Whatever. Leave everything on this side to us. I'll make sure that they won't be able to take hold of your weakness. Kisuke grinned, but this time, full of malice. Don't worry. They won't have the chance. All Kisuke told them was he'd do something big at the summit. He's afraid that his intentions would leak, so he doesn't tell anyone what exactly he's trying to achieve. With all the weird techniques and spells floating around now that the Eevee and Atolled technology have flowed into those guys' tech basket, I can't risk diminishing the surprise I prepared. Chapter 1348, Chapter 1348 Summit. At noon Japan time, various leaders of the world started virtually appearing one by one in a pure white space that lacked anything. Soon enough, the leaders of the biggest factions like the Underworld and Heaven also started arriving, giving birth to the small talks between the different cliques that have developed over time. Because the alliance had already dissolved, it revealed various factions' true alignments which surprised no one. The representative of the Underworld, Surzex, the representative of Heaven, Michael, and the representative of Grigori, Shemhazai, all stood together. Although the alliance was gone, their group still had a good relationship with each other. However, this in turn made others think that they just took down alliance in name and that their real goal was to cut out the smaller and weaker factions for their own stability, which, of course, didn't sit well with many. Michael first invited Surzex and Shemhazai into a private voice call before he started talking with a smile on his face. It would seem that we're hated quite a bit. I thought that they wouldn't reveal their fangs this much if we didn't compete in the dungeon world. Shemhazai sighed. He could feel his head throbbing, and it has been like this for the past few months. I wish Azazel would take this position back. I doubt it. Surzex chuckled, also unperturbed by the surrounding hostility. He and Ajuka are doing something secretive, and with how much effort and resources they are pouring into it, those two won't be able to deal with anything else. Shemhazai's ears perked up. Yeah, about that. What are they doing? They are moving around massive amounts of resources, but no one can figure out what they are up to. Some say they are preparing for the Shiva-Indra war, but I don't think that is. Michael nodded in agreement. I'm of the same opinion. If they really were preparing for the war, we'll at least be able to see where those resources ended up. However, no one can find them. I agree that they are capable people, but I doubt they could just make those things disappear without a trace. What about the personnel they recruited? Surzex asked. Shemhazai shook his head. The peerage that Sona Citri previously led, including Genshiro Saji and the Slash Dog team, no one can find them. Just like those other resources, they seem to have disappeared from the face of this world. Surzex and Michael were surprised. Both of them were extremely busy with their respective problems, so they are not updated on what's happening on Azazel and Ajuka's side. In addition to their trust of those two, they ended up ignoring this very important information. No trace at all. None. I asked Azazel about it, but he didn't give any concrete answer. He even asked the Grigori's intelligence department to trace and figure out what they were doing to see if they overlooked something on their side, but we still found no answers. All I can say is that they are very secretive about it. Nevertheless, he reassured me that they are not performing dangerous experiments on the kids. It would seem that we neglected them. Michael commented while making a complicated expression. Shemhazai could understand his feelings but still reassured him, please don't say that. Azazel also reiterated that they were only able to do what they were doing because we were keeping them free from interference. That's good to hear. I'm also rather embarrassed that I couldn't help them. Surzex let out a long breath, but couldn't they just be hiding in some small world within the dimensional gap? That's the most probable explanation, but I have a feeling that it isn't as simple as that. First of all, I couldn't think of any scenario where that would be advantageous unless they are preparing something dangerous, but my previous conversations with Azazel don't sound like they are doing anything even remotely close to that. The new world that Kisuke discovered came into Michael's mind, but he didn't say anything. In any case, it also doesn't make sense, since that would only make it easier for others to discover it, and unwanted attention would be gathered on them once again, which would be exceedingly disadvantageous for them in the current political climate. But while they were deep in their discussion, the three noticed that everyone else's attention shifted to a certain corner, and when they too turned in that direction, Surzex couldn't help but frown. What a way to announce that the devil's side is fractured. Shemhazai remarked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, were you expecting this? Surzex didn't answer immediately and stared at a middle-aged looking man with black hair and peaceful violet eyes, wearing a nobleman's attire. He has an aura of strong dignity that exudes from him that doesn't just attract eyes toward him but also evokes fear in those surrounding him. Zikram Baal, the very first head of the House of Baal, and is said to have greater influence than the current 4 Devil Kings. He was the de facto leader of the Devils after the death of the original 4 Devil Kings, but he mostly left the management side of things to the newly appointed Devil Kings. While it's not strange for a power to have multiple representatives present, it's clear that Zikram is not here to support Surzex's position. Throughout these years, Surzex and the other Devil Kings had tried wresting away authority from him, but the most they could do was push him to the sidelines. Unfortunately, that failure has come back to bite them in a most dangerous way, as his attendance has told everyone that he's not here to represent the underworld government like Surzex. He's been unsatisfied that the 3 biblical factions are not taking a side despite its power to tip the scales to one side easily. But I didn't think he'd take a stand like this. That would mean he already gathered enough support and approval to oppose you. Michael muttered, do you have anything prepared to deal with this? I do, but they were rendered useless the moment he appeared here. After this, he won't just have the devils under him but also other factions behind him. And most probably, support either Shiva or Indra, making him virtually untouchable from where we stand. Shiva or Indra? Do you have any idea whose side he'll go to? Shemhazai asked. His supporters are endorsing Shiva, but he never said anything regarding it. Soon after Zikram's arrival, 2 more lights appeared, revealing the main actors of today's summit, Shiva and Indra, causing the surroundings to go absolutely silent. Chapter 1349, Chapter 1349 Summit Part 2. The first one to appear was the god who has the appearance of a man with a buzzcut hairstyle, greenish-brown hair color and lavender eyes. Unlike his normal attire, he's now wearing gray armor that exudes the power of storm. With a confident smile and overbearing demeanor, Indra loudly declared, let's start this damn thing. Indra, not everyone is here yet. One of the gods from Eastern Europe interrupted him. It was obvious to everyone that he was hostile against the loud god. But Indra just smirked at him as he turned his head to the right. What do you mean? He arrived earlier than me. Shocked by his response, everyone hurriedly followed his gaze and found a handsome young boy, a middle school student with normal features having a well-structured face, with shiny blue-black hair. But contrary to his outward appearance, he has sharp eyes possessing bottomless divinity and limitless superiority that cause people to shiver in fear. Aren't we in a virtual space? How was he able to hide his presence? One attendee softly muttered, but it was heard by the majority of those who were present. It was just him, but everyone was also asking themselves in small murmurs. They weren't just wondering how he's hiding his presence but also why he's doing it in the first place. In response, the young boy only smiled softly at Indra and stopped hiding his presence. There's still someone we need to wait for. The Ouroboros Academy is already one of the strongest factions out there. Aren't you interested in what he's going to say? Indra's eyebrow raised and he started darting his gaze around, ignoring everyone he deemed weak, and only gave a cursory glance to the leader of bigger factions. I, indeed, heard that he's going to attend. Where is he? He's not going to hide again like a creepy insect, is he? Why are you so interested in the guy who's not interested in current affairs and just hides among his minions turned sex slaves? A ghastly god from Akan mythos grumbled loudly, openly declaring his dissatisfaction to the attention of the accursed man they were referring to. Sadly for him, neither Indra and Shiva gave him any attention, and that instantly hurt his pride. But just as he's about to go off, another light shoots up, signifying the arrival of another attendee, and because he's a few seconds late and the last one among the more or less 100 faction leaders present, he gathers all the sights towards him. With his signature striped green and white bucket hat, dark green Eastern attire, and wooden sandals, Kisuke emerged with a huge grin on his face. Good day, everyone. What did I miss? Kisuke's eyes immediately landed on the main characters, Indra and Shiva. This is the first time he's meeting them face to face, if it could even be called one in this virtual space, but he immediately understood why these two are considered as the frontrunners of world domination. But aside from that, he also noticed something else that surprised him very much. What's this strange feeling? He asked himself as he surveyed the surroundings more carefully. Of course, from the outside perspective, Kisuke still has this grin and no one could actually see through what he's thinking. He also made some countermeasures against mind readers, as he knew that there were a few of them like Shiva. While it couldn't block ridiculous abilities like Issei's, Palingual, it's more than enough measure for anything else below that grade. Don't worry. We haven't started yet. Surzek stepped forward. Well then, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we officially start this summit? And hopefully, you'll keep it in your mind that we're all here to preserve this world. Although this is a summit that's attended by the most powerful forces in the world, there are no clear organizers, and was hastily put up because of the accelerating decay between various relationships that might just spark a war they couldn't get back from. Indra crossed his arms and asked, since you stepped up, do you have a suggestion? Surzek is one of the people that Indra respects due to his strength, so he allowed him to continue moderating. In any case, he'll only care if the policies and treaties proposed at this summit would affect his desire to duke it out with Shiva. Surzek sighed. He was hoping that there would be proper procedure and decorum to this very significant event, but all of it was destroyed by Indra's casual approach to the very serious problem they are facing. If we go like this, everyone would just speak up over each other when there's a minor disagreement. And for all of this to go downhill, all it takes is just one out-of-turn interruption. Here. I got something. And just as Surzek had expected, someone immediately jumped the gun. With a sigh, he thought, I hope it's not something ridicule. However, his thoughts immediately halted when he recognized the voice and hurriedly turned to the one who spoke up. There he saw Kisuke happily waving his hand up in the air as if he were a kid who was trying to get his teacher's attention as best as he could because he thought he had the right answer. Similar to Surzek, the others also turned their heads on him with skepticism. Kisuke ignored all of them and continued, instead of doing something as unproductive as discussing policies with no one enforcing them and us just wasting our time, let's get into the heart of what everyone wants to establish. The crowd parted and Kisuke saw Shiva emerging from it with slow and measured steps. I don't agree that this gathering would result in something unproductive, but I'm curious as to what you're trying to reiterate. What do everyone want? Kisuke could feel a slight hostility from Shiva. He stared at him for a few seconds and the latter did the same until he continued, even after going this far, do you still want to pretend that this is some kind of school group project where we pat each other's backs when we accomplish something small? Why bother when all of us are trying to sabotage each other? Indra also approached Kisuke and Shiva, taking the third corner. Oh? So this meeting won't be boring after all. He then turned to Shiva and snickered at him, Rudra, isn't it about time that we draw the proper lines while everything is still at a manageable stage? As soon as Indra finished his sentence, a weird atmosphere instantly descended within the virtual space. Without anyone saying anything, the leaders of various factions started sorting themselves out into 3 distinct groups. Upon seeing this, Kisuke's grin grew wider. I thought it was weird, but it turns out you're the one receiving EV support, Shiva-san. Chapter 1350, Chapter 1350 Alignment. As the people within the virtual space moved around, 3 distinct groups formed. A large group behind Indra, a small group behind Shiva, and an even smaller one behind Kisuke. Unlike Indra's and Shiva's, however, the people behind Kisuke took some distance from him. This would look like we're not accepting him as part of the neutral ones, Shemhazai muttered softly. It's fine. Michael reassured him with a smile. He gave me a word that he won't be staying neutral this time. Surzex, Shemhazai, and those around them exclaimed, isn't that dangerous? If the Ouroboros Academy takes a side now, it's going to be an all-out war. Shemhazai nervously said. Although Ouroboros Academy is not as big as the other top factions, its members are all top class and they have a huge sway among the grassroots regardless of their affiliations and races, as the Academy is the one uplifting and making them capable of adapting to these dangerous times. If the Ouroboros Academy takes action now, there's no way of knowing how large their army is. And with the increasing dissatisfaction with the leader classes, they might even pull out a major chunk of other factions' forces. Shemhazai shivered at this thought, and this is why he was so sure that an all-out war would instantly spark if they joined in. This is also why the other factions are so apprehensive of Ouroboros Academy. While they are a very small group on the surface, their reach is far more than they could ever imagine when they first heard of Sona Citri setting up an educational institution. If they knew that it would come to this, they would have never allowed their citizens to set foot on that floating island, thinking that they'd have convenient soldiers in the future. When they realized what the Ouroboros Academy was truly doing, it was already too late. They ignored their own base because they had the power to control them, but now that same base is now threatening their position. No one thought that their education would be that good. It's going to be dangerous from here on out. Are you guys sure you want to stay here? Surzex turned to the others who approached them. Zeus chuckled and just shrugged his shoulders. That lad scares me too much. If I actually consider the danger, this is the safest bet I could make. Odin on his side also nodded while stroking his beard. I also received a fair warning from Issei regarding this. It would seem that he has some idea of what's about to go down. He then turned to his right and looked at the middle-aged men with a mixture of red and blue hair. I thought for sure that you'd leave the neutral side after that protege of yours started meeting Shiva and Indra's people. I had a plan. Mephisto sighed. The situation changed, so I had to take a step back. Michael then turned to the last member of their group, a beautiful lady with long black hair tied up with a sun-like ornament on the back of her head. She also has deep black, shiny eyes that radiate with wisdom. She's wearing a typical white robe that other Shinto deities are wearing, but with a golden and much more glamorous accent to it. I've always thought that you'll be taking Indra's side because of your recent frequent meeting with Wukong. What makes you come to this disadvantaged side, Amaterasu? Amaterasu, the leader of Takamagara, was hiding half of her face with her white fan. Their offer isn't attractive enough. But now that I'm hearing that Urahara Kisuke won't be staying neutral, I'm regretting my decision now. She didn't elaborate on her reason enough. But regardless of what it is, the other 5 were all suspicious of her real motives, and they didn't hide their suspicion with her either. Amaterasu ignored their eyes and turned toward Indra's group. I'm also really disappointed, you know. I thought that I wouldn't be the only lady here. She added while looking at the leader of the yokai faction, Yasaka. I heard her daughter is really close to Urahara's group. Shemhazai also looked towards the beautiful nine-tailed fox standing behind Indra and sighed. It's the struggles of a leader. She has to prioritize the needs of her people first before her blood relatives. Kisuke keenly listened to their conversation and figured that they were not very surprised by the situation. The moment he appeared in this space, he thought that something was strange with the way people are positioning and the way they carried themselves. Instead of dragging things out, he immediately suggested getting into the final part. Kisuke thought that he had some understanding of Shiva and Indra's allegiances, but turned out that he was wrong. Behind Indra are the stronger factions all throughout the world. Meanwhile, Shiva only has a third of the factions present, and most of them are destruction and chaos-aligned divinities. Kisuke doesn't really judge a deity with the concept of their divinity, so he couldn't draw much conclusion regarding Shiva. But a few of them, maybe due to them not being used to it, revealed something to Kisuke that should only exist outside of this world. If I'm not wrong, they have an Eevee heart somewhere in their bodies. Eevee hearts are magic power generators that the Eevees use to give them a substantial amount of energy, and depending on its class, it could generate enough power to boost someone's level multiple times and even prolong their combat effectiveness. Saraselb said that it could be transplanted into other beings, but also said that a major portion of its receiver would have to be modified at achieve stability. Did they have some breakthrough? Kisuke set aside those thoughts for now and went back on the fact that he didn't have any idea that the division of forces would end up like this, a miscommunication. Did they assume that I already knew this? They trust me too much. Thinking that, he couldn't help but crack a wry smile. While he's flattered, this is also very dangerous. I have to talk to them in length about this. But regardless of the result, what he has to do doesn't change. So is it alright for me to assume that Indra-san has the Atoll's support while Shiva-san has the Eevees? Indra and Shiva didn't answer and just stared at Kisuke, trying to figure out what he wanted to happen next. They saw him not standing with the neutrals and thought that he was finally going to take one side depending on the situation, and both of them knew that it wouldn't benefit Kisuke and his group to stay away from the conflict since they'll be the first one that's going to be eliminated by both sides due to the threat they pose. Indra and Shiva looked at each other and without saying a word, they came into the understanding that if they can't have him, the other shouldn't either, and any possibility of that happening. With that in mind, Indra and Shiva resolved themselves to either protect or destroy Kisuke at a moment's notice, and failure to do so would only give the opposing side a massive advantage. Looking at them, Kisuke couldn't help but chuckle. While we're at it, why don't we properly settle everyone's alignment right here and right now? It would be disastrous if a few people were to suddenly jump ship, isn't it? Chapter 1351, Chapter 1351 Resumption of the Game. Indra thought that Kisuke would be coming to their side since Evis are seen as villains by the public and he had a previous encounter that almost killed them. While he knows that Kisuke doesn't view things as black and white, he's still confident that his choice would be the Atolls because Kisuke is not alone. He may be fine being called a villain or evil, but that doesn't apply to those who are around him. Indra knew exactly how important his lovers were to him and wouldn't hesitate to use them to win him over. And why would Shiva think that Kisuke could possibly move towards Evi's side while knowing that they are branded as villains? Because he knew something else that those on Indra's side didn't know. The Atolls won't tolerate Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Aika's existence. Although they allow weaker abilities like summoning spiritual creatures or body strengthening through spiritual power, they won't allow the development of unique abilities that directly come from the souls. When Shiva was trying to make a choice between the two camps, he tried gathering as much information as possible, utilizing every bit of his power to do so. Fortune smiled at him and he was able to peel away some fog covering their adversaries. The Evis paint the worlds as they see fit and Atolls tries to do the same while pretending to stop the former in the name of justice. Shiva has seen both of them. He also figured that the Evis find the soul gears fascinating and the Atolls wanted to eliminate them at all cost. So if that's the case, siding with the Atolls would just be placing a timed bomb beside him, Shiva thought. With those in mind, he manipulated both sides to gain as much advantage as possible, which included instigating the Atolls to attack Kisuke's camp and causing one of their members to fall into critical condition so that their group won't be able to work with the Atolls. While we're at it, why don't we properly settle everyone's alignment right here and right now? It would be disastrous if a few people were to suddenly jump ship, isn't it? As soon as they heard Kisuke speak of this, they all looked at each other and thought that it was really a good time. The first one to respond was Indra, who raised his hand and said, "Make a vow. To those who won't do it, forget about leaving. I'm destroying you." Shiva also silently raised his hand and the next instant, two distinct magic circles appeared on the two groups, containing their insignia and their divine power. Every other leader looked at each other before a few of them started shuffling between the two groups. While there are virtually no changes in their size, they've exchanged a few members who intended to spy from the inside. Indra and Shiva looked back. It's a shame that their insiders were gone, but that's still a lot better than knives on their backs. The magic circles descended on their groups and soon, the members were made aware of the contents of the vow. As the vow only restricted their allegiance between Indra and Shiva, they all soon agreed by raising their hands and saying that they'd be aiding either Indra or Shiva in their quest to best the other. It was a simple ritual, but it's immediately binding. The moment they betray their vows, their cores would be destroyed, reducing them into powerless mortals. For most of the prideful deities, that punishment was way worse than death itself. They can die with dignity, but they'll never allow embarrassment. Kisuke's smile grew wider as all this happened. He couldn't care less about how they align themselves, as what they are doing is just the same thing. Collecting soldiers to fight their war. Obviously, Kisuke doesn't want any of that. But as he expected, the two sides won't allow him to stay out of it. Now that a clear line has been drawn, it's time you make a choice. Indra stated. As soon as Kisuke started shaking his head, killing intent instantly appeared within Indra and Shiva's eyes, while those behind him were a mix of worry, amusement, and hostility. You're giving me way too much credit. We're just one faction that isn't even that big. What difference am I going to make? If you truly believe that, then I truly overestimated you. Shiva replied, "Stop joking around. You know what you're capable of, and that's the very same reason that we can't leave you alone. Come to my side and aid me. You have no hope of surviving on Indra's side." Indra's eyes sharpened and didn't say anything. He knew Shiva and wouldn't just say something like that, because even if he's confident that he could destroy him easily, Shiva wouldn't be declaring it. Did I miss something? He turned to one of his trusted deity and gestured at him. The next moment, the deity nodded and left the virtual world. But contrary to Indra's reaction, Kisuke's expression didn't change, still as confident as ever. "I appreciate the concern, but aren't you guys misunderstanding something?" "Misunderstanding?" Shiva asked. It was his turn to make a serious face. Kisuke turned back and started walking away from everyone. "We're playing on the same field, yes. But since when did you guys think that I'm a chess piece? Are you saying that you're actually the third player?" Indra smirked. "You know what? I wouldn't actually mind that. Just beware that you might get attacked from two sides at the same time. It would be a shame for you to drop out as soon as you step up. He's insinuating that, unlike the neutrals who would like to stay out of their conflict, Kisuke was someone who wanted to actively oppose them. That threat of Indra against the Ouroboros Academy was further realized after both he and Shiva gestured to their pawns, and they also left as soon as they received their instructions. Player. So you really are misunderstanding me. Kisuke just chuckled, Let's see. If you really want a label, then I'm more of a referee or an umpire. At that moment, Indra, Shiva, and the other deities recalled something very important that they'd forgotten until now. Taking delight in the expressions they were making right now, Kisuke continued, if I can pause the game, I can also resume it. Shiva's full-blown killing intent immediately drowned the entire space and said as his face twisted, you wouldn't dare. Ah shucks, you just had to say my favorite phrase. Kisuke then clapped his hands twice, thank you very much for making this a worthwhile decision. There were a few seconds of silence before the deities who just left suddenly returned. They were shocked at the hostility that Shiva was releasing, but they immediately got out of the stupor and reported, Indra/Shiva. The barrier surrounding the planet has been taken down and numerous ships of unknown origin were on their way down. Everyone turned to them, speechless and frozen. It was only after they heard Kisuke chuckling that they started moving again and returned their sights on them only to see him, still smiling, but this time, filled with gleeful malice, you want to play? Here you go. Let the games begin. Chapter 1352, Chapter 1352 Resumption of the Game Part 2. It wasn't just Shiva's killing intent but also Indra and the other deities revealed and aimed their fangs at Kisuke. The recipient, however, just shrugged his shoulders, why are you angry? I'm just doing you a favor. Do you want a grand war and no one to stop it? Here you go. No one's stopping this and it'll be so grand that if you guys are not careful, you could potentially eliminate all life on this planet. The smile then disappeared from Kisuke's face before continuing, you may say that I'm exaggerating, but I've already witnessed a few of those already. Shiva and Indra's eyes went wide open. Kisuke just revealed that he went behind the Eviatold line so their information might be inferior to his. Shiva clicked his tongue and his body started glowing, you'll regret this. Kisuke sneered at him and retorted before he completely disappeared, that's my second best favorite line. Soon enough, Shiva's newly formed faction also disappeared, following their leader. Indra first stared down at Kisuke before smiling fearlessly, it's really a shame that you couldn't come to my side, but it's also worth it seeing Shiva like that. He then also started glowing, not many could agitate him so take pride in it. He messed with my girls and that won't be the last thing I will be doing to him. Then you can have my scraps after I'm done with him. Indra disappeared after leaving those words. Unlike Shiva's faction, not any of Indra's faction are hostile to Kisuke so they respectfully nodded at him before leaving. The formerly full white space became wide once again with just the neutrals and Kisuke remaining. Kisuke turned towards them and saw that they were discussing something among themselves, aren't you guys leaving too? Zeus turned to him with a smirk, if not for that harem of yours, we would have been completely caught off guard. Thanks to them securing a lot of places prior to this summit, we were also able to prepare our own. Spying on my girls, huh? I don't think I can approve of such a hobby. Zeus instantly shuddered, you know what I mean so don't say it like that. I'm really scared of you right now, you know. Kisuke only chuckled, they are probably also surprised by this. You didn't tell them? Odin asked, not believing a word he just said. With so many mind readers around. This is the best avenue for maximum effect. Xerxes then remembered something and inquired, didn't Ross Weiss work with you this past week? She did. It's so much fun watching her trying to keep it to herself. She didn't go insane, did she? Xerxes sighed, I heard that she had been uncharacteristically clingy with Issei these past few days. He then turned to Odin and said, now I know why this old man was warned by Issei. Kisuke then turned to the last member that he hadn't met previously. Taking off his hat, he extended his hand, nice to meet you, Amaterasu-sama. I've heard so much about you. Amaterasu closed her fan and revealed her face with a beautiful and enchanting smile before receiving Kisuke's hand, I'm also glad to finally meet you, Urahara-kun. I've heard so much about you too that it's hard to gauge which ones are accurate. People who want to paint certain pictures and narratives like exaggerating too much. Kisuke replied while shaking her hand for a brief moment, forgive me for being forward, but I'm curious. Will the Takamagara finally fully step forward? And why on this side? Prophecies, but I heard you don't like them so I'll leave it at that. You're right about that. It's essentially a monkey paw situation for those who are expecting them. I agree. Amaterasu nodded while sighing, but we also can't ignore it so now I'm forced to appear here. Seeing a good chance to interject, Shemhazai spoke up, Urahara, what do you plan to do next? We'd really appreciate it if you give us a bit of heads up this time since this war could really end the world. More than any other situation from the past. I'd say that you don't really have to worry about it, but you'll never believe me with that. Just understand that I've essentially created a prisoner's dilemma between Shiva and Indra. They are still not fully prepared, so it's advantageous for both sides to stay still first and consolidate their new faction. However, it'll be disastrous if the other side makes the first move, and that's the same for those who are supporting them from behind. They have no choice but to go in. And why shouldn't we worry about that? Surzex asked. After their initial clash, they'll stop and be at a stalemate. They would try to inhibit each other's abilities to consolidate through small skirmishes. The members of the neutrals all looked at each other. They are now sure that Kisuke indeed has access to more information about the Eevee-told world, and maybe even more than Indra and Shiva. Why are you certain that it'll just be small skirmishes and not a full-blown battle when the alien forces arrive? Michael asked what's on everyone's mind. Kisuke grinned widely and answered as if his prank was a grand success, because Beelzebub-san and Azazel-san are doing a really good job right now disrupting their backlands. Instead of Earth, why couldn't they just directly attack each other's supply lines? They what? Surzex and others' heads short-circuited. Run that by me again. You heard me. Having said that, do you guys want to make a deal with me? I assure you that it'll greatly benefit you. For the first time since this conversation started, they are now realizing how much of a devil Kisuke is compared to the King of Devils. A few moments after the barrier covering the entire Earth disappeared, all the core members of the Ouroboros Academy gathered within the rarely used war room. As most of us have expected, he took down the barrier. Sona sighed while sitting on the head of the table. As soon as he called for Rosweiss, it was easy to guess. Yoruchi added, and she's sitting on the opposite side of Sona. For now, let's monitor the situation. You guys focus on what's happening on the surface. Let my girls handle the dark sides. Will they be all right? Sona asked, a bit worried. Yoruchi introduced her team to them just a few days ago, but they haven't met any of them personally. They'll be fine. Yoruchi gestured, and multiple floating holographic monitors depicting various areas of interest appeared in front of her. Actually, they are safer since most of the eyes will be looking at us. At that moment, Aquino interrupted and made a bigger screen appear on the wall behind Sona. It just came in right now. A major spacequake was detected from the dimensional gap, and the readings suggest that it came from the clash of magic power and spiritual power. We can assume that the leaders of Atolls and Evies have come into contact. Sona leaned in and became serious. Great. Their clash should be able to disrupt various major communication lines. As we've discussed before, Kaneko and Kuroko will open and guard the gate to Soul Society. Yoruchi, Riveria, and Aika will be going to their side and bring Alicia Crowfeather back, peacefully, of course. Kaneko, Kuroka, Yoruchi, Riveria, and Aika nodded in agreement. Aquino, Irina, and I will stay here to monitor the situation, while Medusa will take Serafalnissima to guide our guest from the Soul Society. Keep your lines open as much as possible. We'll coordinate further once Kisuke's done with the neutrals. What's our objective for now? Medusa asked as she fixed her glasses. Be as disruptive as possible without revealing too much of our cards, and eliminating Evies and Atolls that you'll encounter if possible. Sona's eye narrowed and her killing intent started leaking. Those two for now, but keep in mind, once we find our chance, we'll take Shiva's head. Shiva thought that he was able to keep his secret maneuvers just to himself. Unfortunately for him, he just officially made enemies with one of the most vengeful groups on the planet. Chapter 1353, Chapter 1353 Resumption of the Game, Part 3. Kisuke exited the secured room that was provided to him to connect to the virtual space for the summit. Since no one was expecting that the summit would end just a few minutes after it started, everyone was scrambling for information of what just transpired. In addition to the sudden descent of alien ships across the globe, it's an understatement to say that everything is in chaos right now. Kisuke hid his presence and left the facility while everyone was panicking. He soon returned to the Ouroboros Academy floating island but found it very empty. Did Sona send all of them out? But instead of going straight to the war room, which he noticed is being used, he took out his phone. I can just call the other two. As for Stralit, I guess I can contact her through the shadow. He sent out a message tagged as urgent to two people before activating his shadow and sending the last message of summon to his master. That settles it. The noise they are creating right now should have disrupted their intelligence network. He finally made his way towards the war room, and the moment he entered it, he saw three girls busy with their work of monitoring all the data and news that was coming in real time. Sona, Aquino, and Irina all turned their heads towards him, with the latter immediately waving her hand at him. Welcome back. You really pulled the trigger this time, huh? Kisuke chuckled and found an empty seat to take. Don't worry. I wouldn't have done it without any sufficient preparations. So do you mind letting us in that preparations of yours? I think it's chaotic enough. Sona asked, and Kisuke could feel a bit of frustration behind her voice. I'm sorry. I needed to hide it until the last moment because I wanted to reduce the risk as much as possible. Risk? Kisuke nodded. We need to wait for a few people before I explain it. By the way, where are the others and our guests? I asked Yoruchi, Aika, and Riveria to go to Soul Society to secure Alicia Crowfeather. Kuroka and Kaneko are guarding the gate and would be the ones to relay for any further instructions. As for our guests, I sent them to Serafal Nisama's side with Medusa to avoid eyes, but they should be ready to move at any moment's notice. Sona reported while glancing through the various news that's appearing on her screen. What about the neutrals? I sent them behind the Eviatold lines. They'll also take action when the time is right. At that moment, Akino picked up people crossing the security perimeter of the floating island, Hayadu Issei coming in using a private channel. Should I allow him? Please. Kisuke nodded, and also that cloaked person. I invited her in. At the same time, a notification also caught Irina's attention, a request of entry from Stralit Luxu and Gwen Yarwood. Kisuke didn't immediately give the permission and muttered, the Yarwood girl is also coming. He then stood up and walked towards the door, keep them there. I'll fetch them. Kisuke didn't have enough time so he used his shadow, and connected it to Stralit's to use it as a medium for teleportation. Stralit accepted the connection and soon, Kisuke found himself standing in front of the two Itold girls about to leave for the Draconic Dais. Do you really trust her? Was Kisuke's first words to Stralit. Gwen was shocked. This is the first time she's meeting the men in front of her so she didn't say anything and just looked at Stralit. Even though they are in a different world, Gwen knows that something big has just occurred. She thought that it was none of her concern but all of a sudden, she got a whiff of the Holy Father's spiritual power leaking from somewhere. And when Stralit was about to leave, she pleaded for her to take her with her. It took a while to convince Stralit and her to create an oath to be considered. Gwen doesn't exactly know what's going on, but she has a feeling that she has to do anything in her power to go with her. If I'm wrong, then I lost my bet. But if I'm right, that might be possible. She took an oath and I think she's trustworthy enough. Stralit gave her answer straight. We'll be meeting your friend. Stralit shuddered and stared straight into Kisuke's eyes. She hesitated for a minute before eventually shaking her friend. My decision will remain the same. Kisuke was quiet for a moment before asking again, are you really sure about this? Yes. I realized while watching you and those around you that I won't be getting anywhere if I don't take the initiative. Kisuke sighed and turned his sights at the silent Gwen before smiling at her and introducing himself in a Itold language. Gwen Yarwood, is it? Nice to meet you. I'm Kisuke Urahara. Not aware of the significance of their conversation just now, Gwen also introduced herself, not knowing what else to do, and nice to meet you too. I'm Gwen Yarwood. I heard much about you from Stralit. I hope we can get along too. I really hope that too. But for now, please don't be too surprised. You're about to be part of a very big change that will affect both the Itolds and Evis. Gwen swallowed a mouthful of saliva before nodding, that's not a problem. It'll be preferable for me too. All right. Then please allow me to take you back to the Ouroboros Academy. After getting both of their permissions, Kisuke used his shadow once again to teleport away. As soon as Kisuke returned with the two Itold girls in tow, he saw Issei and a short-cloaked woman present in the war room. Kisuke just nodded at Issei before gesturing at Stralit and Gwen to take a seat. After seeing them settle down, he turned to the cloaked girl that's around 4.5 feet tall. The girl noticed his stare and pulled down her cloak, revealing her bob-cut gray hair and black eyes. Why have you called me here, Kisuke Urahara? The girl was Sephara Saraselbs, a survivor of the world called Fader Fedora. Actually, you're not the one I need. Sephara tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? However, she couldn't hear her answer because Kisuke started muttering something gibberish. The moment she heard those nonsensical syllables, the light within her eyes disappeared and she lost consciousness. A second later, her hair turned white and her lifeless black eyes turned golden. Her brief transformation finished and the next thing everyone knew, the room was covered by a suffocating aura. Chapter 1354, Chapter 1354 The Heads. Sephara's sudden transformation caught everyone off guard, especially Issei who has been long friends with her. While he doesn't know much about her, she's been a good friend of his wives and even babysat his son multiple times. However, the transformation didn't stop there as her face also soon started wrapping into someone else's, and this time, it was Stralit who let out a voice of surprise, and no way. Kisuke grinned at her and asked, do you regret it now? Stralit was stunned for a moment before shaking her head, it's fine. But I don't think her presence will do us good. Gwen turned towards her and immediately asked, do you know her? She wasn't really surprised by the gimmick at the start but the moment she looked at her properly, she shuddered when saw the inner workings of an Eevee in a body made out of flesh and blood. What is she? Sephara finally finished her transformation and her mind became clear. She scanned her surroundings, landing her eyes for a little bit longer on Stralit before reining in her malevolent aura and taking the seat in front of her. Finally. I was wondering when you'd start. Kisuke. Issei immediately figured out that she was not the Sephara that she knew. Who is she? Where's Sephara? All these years, Sephara has been hiding from the Evis and Itolds alike because they thought that she was a survivor of their world who was able to escape both influences. They knew that she was hiding a lot of things, including why she bears the same one as one of the pillar gods, but they thought that wasn't a big deal since if it is, she wouldn't be using that name that openly. Before Kisuke could say anything, Sephira turned to Issei with a smile and said, "Hi to Issei, I'm thankful to you and your wives for taking care of this body. I'd say I enjoyed the experience these past few years." Although he was talked to, Issei didn't really know how to respond. It sounded like she was the Sephira that he knew, but that way she carried herself was very different from his memories. Ahem. Kisuke gathered everyone's attention. "Everyone, let me introduce you, Saraselbs, one of the pillar gods. Also known as the wicked god." Kisuke was smiling, but no one could see as they stared stunned at Sephira Saraselbes, who was introduced as Saraselbs, except for Stralit, of course, who could only make a wry smile. Issei massaged the bridge of his nose. He knew Kisuke liked his surprises and he was used to it. However, this is far too much even for him. "Care to repeat that again?" he asked, hoping that this is one of those gotcha pranks. Saraselbs. The wicked god. One of the pillar gods. Sadly, Kisuke didn't grant his wish. Issei only has one question: why? Issei has grown out of his impulsiveness, but he still couldn't help but raise his voice in this unbelievable situation. "This? How? Why? That's the leader of the invaders, you know. And why am I the only one very surprised by this?" He scanned the surroundings and soon found someone else opening and closing her mouth. Issei doesn't know if she's trying to say something or gasping for air. "Oh. You're surprised too." Thanks to that, however, he was able to calm himself. The very surprised person, Gwen, couldn't see nor hear the others the moment Kisuke introduced Saraselbs. It's as if it was only her and Saraselbs in the whole world. Issei was correct to think that she was trying to say something, but the fear of death doesn't allow her that, and even breathing is extremely hard for her right now. It was only after Stralit patted her back, sending a wave of her spiritual power into her, that Gwen was finally able to remember how to properly inhale and exhale. As soon as she gained a bit of clarity, she bit her lips, using the pain to fully wake herself up. Gwen didn't want to believe that the one in front of her was one of the pillar gods from the Evi's side. Sadly, her eyes are good enough to see whether Kisuke is lying or not. It was also at this moment but she finally remembered Kisuke and Stralit's strange exchange, signifying a far more terrifying implication. Her head slowly turned to the one patting her back, and fear was apparent in her eyes. She looked into her eyes and it only took her a moment to catch a glimpse of guilt on it. Gwen inadvertently took a step back and dodged her caring hand. At this moment, she truly felt alone, surrounded by her enemies. She wanted to ask, but she was very much scared of the answer Stralit would give her. If by some chance that they really are colluding with the Evis, then death will be the least of her worries. Gwen wanted to take some more distance from everyone, but before she knew it, Kisuke appeared behind her, making her shudder and almost lash out. Kisuke thankfully was able to stop her in time by pressing his hand covered with calming Kadu on her trembling shoulder and saying, "I know what you want to ask and I'll answer it for you. Stralit here indeed personally knew Saraselbs, and they aren't just simple acquaintances. However, Stralit didn't bring you here to harm you. On the contrary, it's because she trusts you." Gwen turned to Stralit once again, but the latter didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. It might have been her survival instinct, but Gwen managed to crack a nervous smile as she pivoted her head towards Kisuke. "It's going to take a lot to convince me, and if you can, please do it as soon as possible because I'm this close to flipping out." Kisuke grinned. "Actually, it's going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience." Gwen wondered what he meant by that, but she'll soon realize what he meant when a silhouette began materializing behind Issei bearing a very familiar aura of a royal Atold. Chapter 1355, Chapter 1355 The Heads, Part 2. Partner. Someone is channeling their power through us. Drake's panicked voice loudly resounded within Issei's head as he turned around and took a step back from the materializing light. But soon enough, Issei and Drake realized who it was and didn't know what to do. "Why are you?" The light formed a silhouette of a tall curvy woman with a large bosom. Since it's just made out of soft white light, there are no other distinct features that could be gleaned from her aside from those. But even with most of the details blurred, everyone in the room could feel that the woman's silhouette was smiling. "I apologize for suddenly intruding like this, Issei, Drake." The moment she spoke up, Issei and Drake immediately figured out who the woman was, and the former muttered her name, Jimyun-san. Meanwhile, Stralit and Gwen immediately went down on their right knees and lowered their heads, with the latter saying, "Greetings, Holy Mother. We weren't expecting your presence here." Gwen's fear of Saraselbs had disappeared but was replaced by panic and confusion. She took a peek at Stralit's expression beside her but found that she still had this composed face. Gwen's mind went back to Kisuke's words of Stralit not meaning any harm to her, and she became resolute. "Whatever this is, I'll make sure you cough it out for me. That's the least I could ask for after almost giving me a heart attack, right?" The white silhouette turned her head towards them and chuckled. "You two don't have to go through formalities. This is a secret, but also just an informal meeting." The silhouette then turned her head towards the other side and saw Saraselbs glaring at her. "I don't really want to incur her wrath right now. With a slight tinge of hostility, Saraselb smirked at the Holy Mother, so you really are aware of it. Hopefully not from this man. The Holy Mother, however, just covered her mouth with her left hand and softly chuckled, of course not. And even if I did say that I discovered it through him, you won't believe it. He's someone you trusted, so I doubt he's that easy. Saraselbs clicked her tongue, don't act like you know me, which? Not just everyone, but also Kisuke were surprised that Saraselbs was acting like this. He wanted to make a comment but decided against it for the sake of continuing this very important meeting that would decide the fate of both Draconic Deus and Evia told. Ahem. Kisuke cleared his throat to gather everyone's attention. Now that we're all here, let's properly introduce ourselves before we continue, and I'll start. I'm Kisuke Urahara, part of the Ouroboros Academy. Sona Citri. Sona added next while fixing her glasses, the director of the Ouroboros Academy. Nice to meet you. I'm Akino Haimjima, a member of the Ouroboros Academy. Same. I'm Irina Shidu, a member of the Ouroboros Academy. After those three, Issei also stepped up. Issei Hayadu, a former member of the DXD team and currently part of the Gremory household of the Four Devil Kings faction. Issei felt the need to clarify that he's part of Devil King's side because of the news he just received from the summit. I initially didn't know why I'm here, but I guess it was for a good reason. Issei didn't know how he should feel about the whole situation. He was shocked by Saraselbi's sudden appearance, but he's more bothered by the fact that the leader of the Atolled faction could materialize through him. He wanted to ask Kisuke for more specifics since he knew that this was going to happen, but he figured that could only be done once this was over. Now that the people of Draconic Deus finished their introduction, Stralit thought that it was a good time and came next. I'm Stralit Luxuex of the Luxuex clan. Stralit visibly hesitated before taking a deep breath and continuing, and Saraselbi's friend. But instead of glee, Kisuke noticed that Saraselbs became lonely. Huh. Stralit also noticed this and immediately corrected herself after clearing her throat. I mean best friend. She's my best friend. It was only then that Saraselbi's subtle expression returned to normal. Kisuke had to use all of his willpower not to poke fun at her after witnessing it because Sona, Akino, and Irina were all looking at him extremely worried. The next in line to introduce herself was Gwen, but her mouth is agape. Out of all things revealed today, Stralit's last words fried her brain the most. Stralit shook her head and sighed, Gwen. I know it's a lot, but let's do our best to continue the flow for now, alright. It took Gwen a few seconds to react and turn off her brain. Gwen Yarwood. Everyone knew that there's nothing else they could get from her, so the Holy Mother immediately followed up, I'm Chimyun Chapati. It's nice to meet everyone. And I'm Saraselbs. Saraselbs interjected, not allowing the Holy Mother to continue any further. The Holy Mother gave her an aggrieved look, but Saraselbs just shrugged it off. If this goes on unnecessarily longer, there's a chance that Melvazoa might figure all of this out. The Holy Mother stopped for a moment before saying, that's true, isn't it? In that case, before we go into specifics of how we'll seal Recetoris, may we hear what you have in mind for Regal Ziva? Nothing complicated like yours. Let's just eliminate him. Their exchange immediately told Kisuke how complicated and tough this is going to be. I guess an additional nuke won't hurt. Issei, on the other hand, started nudging Kisuke. Oi, are you sure I'm the right guy here? I understand why I'm here, but wouldn't Big Brother Surzex or Ajuka be more helpful than me? Don't you want to use your full power to wrestle against the giant mecha? Issei saw the look of Kisuke's eyes and guessed that he might have discovered something. Issei sighed and smiled wryly. I do want to see where my limits are. But to test it out on a big fish like that? I think that's too risky. If they were still kids, Issei would have easily accepted the challenge. Well, he's a father now. Kisuke was curious how things would change for him if he were in his shoes, but also knew that it wasn't possible for him now. He can't, in good conscience, conceive a child with anyone right now when he could disappear at any moment. Chapter 1356, Chapter 1356 Agreement. The moment Yoruchi, Riveria, and Aika stepped into the Soul Society, the latter two immediately felt the difference in atmosphere and used various techniques to make adjustments to their own bodies. This is not a very friendly world. Riveria muttered after casting several spells at once. It's strange. But it feels like home. Aika muttered, also confused about what she was feeling. I don't know if there's a plan to change the atmosphere here since everyone already possesses a physical body, but that's not really important right now. Yoruchi jumped directly from the tower they were on. As soon as they appeared, Yoruchi and the other two could feel various Ryatsu waves washing through them, but they ignored them and went directly to the 12th Division barracks. However, it seems that the curiosity regarding the new guests was too much for others to ignore. I thought you said that they would be busy. Aika asked while detecting several presences approaching them and was worried about one of them being too energetic. Yoruchi sighed, that's what I thought too. Looks like they are a lot more free than I thought. She was also wondering what's with their renewed interest. Did something happen? Riveria also curiously peeked at the approaching people and said, well, isn't that a good thing just in case we'll need it? That's true, but not right now. Yoruchi replied, Riveria, could you take us in that direction? Riveria nodded and said, I could already feel the Atold's unique energy signature from here, so I should be able to bring us to her. She then took out her soul gear in the form of a thick book encased with a gem. A few seconds later, a white mist started covering the three of them completely and they soon disappeared, shocking those who are tracing them. A few more seconds later, Yoruchi, Riveria, and Aika reappeared in front of the 12th Division barracks. Running out of breath, one of the researchers from the division came running out, Shihuin-sama, the captain is waiting for you. She's one of the new members of the 12th Division that came from dissolved noble forces. She's not a Shinigami. Yoruchi commented inside her head, and only now realizing the large changes that are happening within the Soul Society, lead us to him. Certainly. The researcher lowered her head before turning around and calming herself down. It didn't take long for them to reach the room where Mayuri was, and before he could say anything, Yoruchi directly told their business, we're here to take the young lady back. I hope you've come to an agreement. Mayuri turned around and told the researcher to leave before saying, what's the rush? And whatever agreement we've come to, it's not your business. He was very interested with the other two that Yoruchi brought with her, especially Aika, but he could feel the urgency behind Yoruchi's voice, so he set it aside for now. It might be, but I also think it's time to take advantage of the current situation on the other side. Mayuri was silent for a moment before saying, let me hear about it. Yoruchi told him about the large-scale conflict that was about to go down on the other side, and it'll be a good chance to take advantage of it. After hearing all of those, Mayuri asked, and it would seem you have an idea of what that young lady wants. I heard about her background and I have reasons to believe that she'll take this chance. I see. But you would have to talk with Aizen since he's the one she's talking to. Riveria already confirmed that Alicia was within Mayuri's facility. Nevertheless, it looks like Mayuri won't allow them to meet her unless they get Aizen's permission. I hope they haven't done anything dangerous with her. Yoruchi thought before asking, so where's AI-? Before she could finish her question, a man suddenly appeared from the corner of the room seemingly out of nowhere. My impression is that it'll take some time before it all blows over. What really happened? Aizen, with his signature smirk on his face, quietly revealed his presence. Yoruchi was quiet and furrowed her brows. Even though her guard was up, she still wasn't able to feel his presence until he came out. She looked back at the girls behind her, but both of them were also quite bothered and shook their heads. Yoruchi turned back and also displayed a fearless smile. I didn't think you'd learn how to sneak around like this, not after being open about everything. Aizen just chuckled, oh, don't worry about it. I'm just practicing how I should act when I start commanding behind the scenes. Yoruchi became quiet once again, thinking about his words. I think I know now what sort of agreement they've reached. Kisuke decided to provoke everyone, and now all the guardrails keeping the peace have been kicked to the side. She decided to answer Aizen's question. How wonderful. Aizen's smile grew wider. He was genuinely amused by what Kisuke had apparently done. I'm really curious with the specifics, but I guess you'd want to meet the Atold for now. Or you could tell me what she wanted you to do first. It's actually pretty simple. She wanted me to kill her own father and his extended family in exchange for her rescinding real control of her clan to me. It was beneficial enough for me, so I agreed. Quite a resentment she got there, huh? I honestly thought that she'd only want you to take over her clan. But even though Yoruchi's prediction was quite wrong, it'd still benefit them as they would be disrupting the Atolds further. Yoruchi then turned to Mayuri and said, we might need your help too. Aren't those who were sent enough? Kisuke kicked up a way bigger fuss than I thought, so it might be dangerous if it's just them. Aside from that, it'd be revealing too much of our cards if they release their Bankai. And what do I get in return? How about living deities, Atolds, and Evis for test subjects? Mayuri finally heard something he would be happy with and grinned. Consider it done. Chapter 1357, Chapter 1357 Yurikyoto. The moment they arrived at the grandiose Citri mansion, they were immediately received by a fleet of maids and butlers. In the middle, all of them were Seraphal, Claire, Tanis, and the seemingly distraught Kunu. While the servants were greeting them and assisting their approach, Medusa walked forward and asked, where are the sir and madam? I asked them to move to a secret location along with the Belial clan, Seraphal answered with a big smile on her face while also waving her hand at the group of Shinigami behind her. Medusa stopped for a bit and looked toward Claire, Tanis, and Kunu. I'm surprised that they allowed you girls here. It took some time, but we were able to convince them. Claire then grabbed Kunu's hand before adding, besides, we can't really stay still with her like this. Yasaka, huh? Medusa muttered, also filled with regret, I really thought that she'd be able to keep herself neutral. Kunu was about to say something when Seraphal's hand landed on top of her hand, stopping her. Let's head inside for now. I heard about the situation from Sona-chan and will be busy all day. Medusa's ears perked up. She thought that they still had a bit of time to plan things out, but it would seem that Seraphal wanted to move out immediately. She turned around and invited the group behind her in, and they went straight into a secured room. Once everyone was seated down, Medusa briefed everyone on the current situation and their main objective of disrupting all front lines to cause as much confusion as possible. Seraphol then took Medusa's position and turned her head to the group of Shinigami. With that said, how much help can we expect from you guys? Nobody from them immediately answered. Instead, they all looked toward one individual, Shinji. Shinji thought about it for a moment before sighing and shrugging his shoulders. Kyoraku only told us to watch everything and secure a foothold. Anything else, we are not to partake in any risky maneuvers. Well, it's his fault for sending me who he knows is good friends with that bastard. Who is he fooling, was the question in all the Shinigami minds. Because of how it'll appear as endangering their world, Kyoraku had no choice but to give out such instructions so that he wouldn't give any more reasons to the noble for them to cry out for justice. Kyoraku made him the leader of this expedition, knowing that he'll ignore his instruction and help Kisuke out. All right. You have my thanks. Seraphol sighed in relief. Then we should start with securing the Kyoto region. But before she could continue further, Shinji interrupted her. Hold on. Before that, I'd like to make an arrangement first. Go on. Shinji turned to Kiryu and said, Kiryu-san, I'll have you leave now and join the Citri and Belial clans. He doesn't know if he's saying it right, but he saw that Seraphol nodded and successfully relayed his intentions. Kiryu, on the other hand, could only smile wryly and agree. She still doesn't understand why Tenjiro, Uetsu, and Senjimaro took her with them, but as long as she's not holding back anything, she's fine with any arrangement for her. After getting Kiryu's agreement, Shinji then turned to Senjimaro. Shitara-san, I'll leave her to you. And when it comes to a defensive battle, you're on par with Kiryu-san. Those are Kisuke's family members, so they are probably going to be a hot target regardless of how hidden their location is. Senjimaro didn't think much about it since that's also what she intended to do from the start. I hear you. I'll accompany Kiryu. Seraphol was also happy with this because even though she knew that her parents and the members of the Belial clan were capable people, additional help didn't really hurt. Although Ophis and Lilith are also there, they know nothing about protecting, and she's worried that they may only end up destroying their surroundings when they attempt to do so. Great. Seraphol clasped her hands together to conjure images of Kyoto. Let's move on with attacking Kyoto. Not only is it a large part of Indra's forces, but because of their geographical advantage, it's a good gathering spot where they could easily maintain their formation. And why choose that? Furufushi asked. Sure, it'll do immense damage to them, but that's only if we're successful. We're strong, but we can't forever fend off enemies. From what I heard, although there's a plan of cutting reinforcements from the so-called aliens, there's still a sizable amount of them that have descended on this world. Not to mention, this Indra's numerous forces, and I doubt he'll allow us to take over that easily if he wanted to maintain his advantage against his enemy. We'd be better off choosing easier targets and getting assured results. Those are valid arguments. However, we do have a path to victory, and if everything goes smoothly, we wouldn't even have to fight that much. Seraphol then showed an image of a mature fox woman. This is Yasaka-chan, Kuno-chan's mother. Due to her position, she's tied to Kyoto itself on the soul level that allows her to take advantage of the huge energy reserved within the place's ley lines. If we can secure her, we can seal the whole region and expel everyone else aside from us. Furufushi's eyes widened. The little fox, mother. From then, Seraphol explained how Yasaka didn't actually intend to involve herself with Indra. However, some of her yokai groups under her were able to find a way to hostage her using the very same connection she has with the ley lines. I don't know how they are exactly doing it, but the last brief conversation I had with Mother this morning is that she suspects that it might have been a unique ability of a soul gear. Kuno supplemented while looking down. Seraphol patted her head and continued. For her, Kuno has been able to have a conversation with her mother thanks to her soul gear's ability to create a clone, but it seems that this ability of hers was also cut off. Furufushi, not at all against attacking Kyoto anymore, asked, so what's the plan? I was hoping to ask you guys first. Since this is a matter regarding the soul, maybe you guys have a better idea of how to handle this. If we can secure Yasaka-chan, we'll be able to secure Kyoto too. Chapter 1358, Chapter 1358 Urahara Part 2. We can't really say for certain unless we see it ourselves. Tenjiro gave his opinion before turning to Retsu. She should be able to figure it out. Retsu covered her mouth with her right hand before chuckling. You're giving me too much credit, Kirinji-san. I'm not. Tenjiro immediately disagreed. While your internal diagnosis needs some more work, your external diagnosis is impeccable even using my own standards. Internal? External? What are those? Seraphol asked for clarification. Oversimplifying it, internal diagnosis is figuring out what's wrong with the soul anatomy itself. Meanwhile, external means figuring out what is influencing the soul from the outside. Tenjiro answered, it looks like you'll need the latter more, so she should be enough for the job. However, figuring it out and addressing the problem are still two different things. Seraphol furrowed her brows. You sounded so sure earlier. Tenjiro just shrugged his shoulders. I just remembered that this is a different world with a different set of logic. What's common sense for us might not be so common here. It'd be best if Urahara were to tackle this because this is his expertise, but that's asking too much right now, isn't it? You'd have to assist Retsu to find the right approach to it. From the way Tenjiro is talking, Uetsu, Senjimaro, and Kiryu suspected that Tenjiro had no intentions of coming with them to attack Kyoto. And after thinking about it for a bit, Uetsu concluded that this is for the best. Naturally, Seraphol and Medusa also noticed, but before they could ask, Uetsu chimed in, "We can't just attack one side to cause maximum disruption, can we? I figured that it'll be too much for us to launch an assault on multiple fronts." Seraphol then asked, "Do you perhaps want to? Tenjiro and I are enough for another front." Uetsu smiled confidently, "Be aware that we don't have to worry about the stability of the world and we can release as much power as we possibly can. Of course, we won't go that far unless absolutely necessary." Seraphol became silent while rubbing her chin and turning her head side to side to think about their proposal. I see. I guess that could work out. I'll ask Sona to send you coordinates where you could go bother Shiva. Medusa gave each member of the Zero Division a phone for them to receive correspondence. And while doing so, Seraphol asked again, "Is there anything else before we finalize the plan?" Seraphol thought that there would be none and was just asking just to be sure. Unexpectedly, someone raised their hand, "Lisa-chan. Go on." While pointing to the men beside her, Lisa asked, "Can we also leave this guy behind?" Seraphol and the other girls were confused. Do they not get along? That is what they wanted to ask and turned to the men she was referring to, Shinji. At the same time, the group of Shinigami made these, "I understand," faces when they heard Lisa. Ah. Seraphol and the other girls except for Medusa finally remembered what his abilities are. That's a good idea. Soifan put in, "Better yet, just toss him in the middle of the enemy formation, away from any allies." Without being able to give his opinion, it was unceremoniously decided that Shinji would be tossed into enemy formation sometime in the future. Yasaka was sitting within a relatively small room on the top of an old Japanese castle with tea in hand, overlooking the entire Kyoto, an alternate dimension that mirrored Kyoto and where all the yokai of the West Yokai faction lived. She was not alone in the room, as a white cat with black spots all over her body and seven tails was also looking down from the railings of Yasaka's room. But instead of overlooking the Kyoto, her eyes are stuck on the strangers roaming around and guarding the castle. To be fair, they all look like humans. They are the normal-looking ones and not all of them are Atolds apparently, but it's really hard to distinguish them apart. Yasaka replied to her after taking a sip from her tea and sighing, "Please tell me what you're here for, Magari. If it's not anything important then please leave. It's too dangerous around me." But instead of answering Yasaka's inquiry, the cat turned towards her and asked, "Where are your close aides?" Yasaka smiled wryly and said, "Basically imprisoned on the lower floors." "And your daughter?" Thankfully, she was able to leave prior to all of this. "I doubt they'll leave her alone, but she's in good hands." The cat then jumped down from the rail guard and sat beside her. "Boss told me to check on you since he thought that you'd be staying out of this. Before I came to you, I did my preliminary investigation but still couldn't figure out what was going on." Yasaka was silent for a moment before answering, "They somehow were able to control me through the ley lines. It might be a soul gear ability or someone from our extraterrestrial friends having this ability. All I could say is that I can't go against it." It was Magari's turn to become silent. Unlike the Kyoto Yokai faction that Yasaka led, the Kanto Yokai faction willingly went under Indra's command, so when their leader, Nurarihion, saw Yasaka behind Indra, he became immediately concerned and sent Magari, a Nikomata, to her side to confirm the facts. "This is bad. Being under Indra is riskier than we thought. Normally, if the news of Yasaka being forced to join him goes out, Indra's foundation will become shaky from mistrust. But after Urahara Kisuke's push, we ended up making a vow, trapping us with him. I should inform the boss to be careful of Indra and any commands he gives down. If he can do something like this, then it's not beneath him to see some of us as sacrificial pawns. You better leave now. Those around the castle are those who didn't like our leadership and they'll do anything to bring us down even in times like this." Yasaka urged Magari, "I don't know why, but the usual Atolds that I had contact with have disappeared and were replaced by another group that's a bit more radical." Magari was about to say something when the fur on her body suddenly stood up, and that's also the same for Yasaka's 9 fluffy tails. They hurriedly turned around and saw a thick white fog forming. Yasaka stood up and prepared herself while Magari also transformed into her humanoid form. A second later, the thick fog started dispersing, revealing 2 spears that crossed each other and were held by 2 bespectacled women wearing traditional Eastern attire. But before Yasaka and Magari could react, a golden silhouette shot out from behind them and tackled Yasaka. Magari was about to counterattack when Yasaka hurriedly stopped her and exclaimed, "Kunu! What are you doing here?" Chapter 1359, Chapter 1359 Urahara Massacre Part 1. While Yasaka and Magari were confused, 2 more people shot out, and this time, they jumped off the castle and flew into the sky. One of the two people who jumped out, Soifun, instantly flooded the vicinity with her Ryatsu as the sharp wind started gathering around her. Makyushunku, tireless flash war cry. The atolls present, of course, were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads towards the dot in the sky that's forming a tornado. Even though they are looking at it, they still couldn't comprehend why an idiot was releasing spiritual power in a pressurized form. But before they could get any answer, the tornado rapidly expanded, covering the entire castle and ravaging anything outside of it. Ku. What's going on? The leading figure, an atolled man with long blue hair, defended his face while he's being pushed far away from the castle. Who's using such a powerful spiritual technique? Is there a traitor among us? Sir. I ran a scan for this spiritual power but it returned an error. It's not within our database. One of his men shouted at him. What? The atolled leader became further confused. He tried fighting against the blade-like wind but soon found that the entire castle they were guarding was now enclosed within a giant flower made out of ice. It was then that they finally realized the objective of the unknown assailants. Immediately call Korea. Tell her to disable the yokai leader. The atolled leader hurriedly shouted to one of his subordinates. Soifun reverted to her base form and jumped back in while Serafal remained outside to reinforce her ice. That should buy us some time. Who are you guys? Magari blankly asked. But instead of answering her, Claire came forward and asked Yasaka, and Yasaka, who else should we subdue? Yasaka didn't know what was happening but she held Kunu tight and knew that they didn't have much time. In the middle floors are my subordinates. It should be easy to distinguish them since they are basically imprisoned. Without saying a word, Medusa, Lisa, Batsuansai, and Furufushi looked at each other before disappearing from the room. A few seconds later, Yasaka and Magari could hear some muffled screams before the uncanny silence. All of a sudden, Yasaka felt her heart rate speeding up and an unbearable pain started to take over her mind. She tried clutching her chest in an attempt to ease the pain but she could only go down on her knees. Mother. Kunu shouted in panic, Mother. What's happening? Mother. Kunu's voice sounded distant to Yasaka and her crying face was too blurry for her to see. She wanted to say that it's okay but she didn't even have the strength to keep herself up. At this time, a woman with long black hair that's worn as a large braid down the front of her body. She pointed her palm at Yasaka while saying, Kunu, please step aside for a bit. Kunu turned to her with tears streaming down her cheeks but the latter just gently smiled at her and said, It's okay. You can trust me. Kunu wiped her tears and nodded before jumping back but not before gently laying her mother on the floor. Retsu didn't waste any more time and muttered, Goyogai, 5 support cover. Retsu's Ryatsu solidified and formed a translucent yellow Prim's barrier around Yasaka and almost immediately Yasaka stopped squirming in pain. But in return, she lost consciousness. Kunu wanted to jump back in but Retsu reassured her, she's fine. This barrier put her condition into stasis. While it doesn't resolve the underlying problem, outside interference on her should cease. As she said that, Retsu could feel subtle tendrils made out of spiritual power trying to invade her barrier but to no avail. The other clueless person, Magari, shuddered at the sight of the barrier. It's hard even for the most seasoned yokai to freely manipulate the power of soul but here's a person who did it with extreme ease and a sophisticated technique at that. After all, even though they could use spiritual power, they could only use it to attack the soul directly. Is she an atolled? Magari asked herself. I think I found a solution, but it'll take a bit of time. For now, please make sure that no one disturbs me. Retsu kneeled down in front of the unconscious Yasaka and started sending her Ryatsu converted to Kaido into her. Magari-san. A call to her name broke her stare from Retsu. Magari hurriedly turned around and saw Medusa standing beside her. It has been a while, Magari-san. It's indeed been a while, Medusa. I didn't think we'd meet under these circumstances. I hope you can fill me in on what's happening. But before that, I'd like to ask what's your purpose here? I may be part of Indra's faction but I'm here on behalf of Boss to confirm why Yasaka went under Indra. Magari hurriedly explained, as long as you keep Yasaka and her daughter safe, I won't be going against whatever you're doing. Understood. Medusa nodded. The short story, we plan to deprive Indra access to this place. Magari swallowed a mouthful of saliva out of nervousness. Can I leave now? Medusa smiled at her, however, that smile didn't reach her eyes and with a terrifyingly cold voice, she replied, no. Magari wanted to cry, figures. Hey, it's about time we go on the offensive. Serafal's voice was heard from the outside and when everyone looked out, they saw dozens of yokai bombarding Serafal's ice enclosure. Meanwhile, the mix of atolls and other aliens that looked like mercenaries numbering around 50 were some distance away but were keenly watching any development. Claire, Tanis. Come with me. Medusa instructed, we'll only subdue them so don't go overboard. All of the significant individuals are on Indra's side right now. Yes. Claire and Tanis simultaneously answered. Medusa then turned her attention to those who just returned from clearing the castle along with her. For you girls, you can take care of the group at the back. Just subduing them too. Furufushi was a bit miffed. To her surprise, however, Medusa shook her head. They are invaders. Do what you want with them. You also don't have to bother capturing anyone since any information you'll be able to extract from them would likely not be that important. Furufushi's annoyed expression then instantly changed into a glee and killing intent started leaking from her. Is that so? That's a lot easier then. Chapter 1360, Chapter 1360 Urahara Massacre Part 2. Should we call for reinforcements? Kariya Kaira, a short woman with blonde hair, flew towards her cousin who was leading everyone, Nur Kaira, a tall blue-haired man who came from the same clan as her. She asked while the yokai were bombarding the ice barrier with various spells. They don't know how the intruders snuck in, but it shouldn't be long before someone discovers their method of entry. Nur thought about it for a moment before replying, no. The Evis are getting aggressive, so we can't bother them with this small issue. Small? We've confirmed that one of them is Seraphal Leviathan. We can't underestimate her. Kariya retorted. Nevertheless, Nur didn't budge. We may not be able to take her on directly, but we also don't fight directly. He then turned to her and asked, what about Yusaka? I can't see what's happening inside that ice, but I can assure you that she's writhing in pain right now, so they won't be able to use her position to control this space. And what if they can block it? That strange burst of spiritual power, right? If they can, there's no reason for them to keep Yusaka from making a move. The fact that she's not doing anything right now is a testament to that. Besides, I'm not really attacking Yusaka herself but the ley lines she's connected to. Unless they could separate her from the ley lines, there's no way for them to block my ability. While they have the same fundamental ability coming from the same clan, Nur's, poison, has more power while Kariya is better at controlling and manipulating it. As they were talking, Nur could feel the stares of the other Atolds. Nur harumphed at them and raised his voice, continue monitoring the situation and make sure that there are no other yokai that would take action. They all scrambled to stay away from them and Nur scoffed at them. Kariya, on the other hand, chuckled, you didn't have to go so hard on them. They're just hoping. That's the problem. The upper echelons of the Atold government won't allow something like the soul gear to exist. Or at least, they won't allow it to spread to the public. Overall, the Atold could be divided into two groups, the commoners and the nobles. The nobles who compose the tiny minority of the entire Atold population got their status by possessing the bloodlines of unique spiritual ability. All of its members possess a unique power that utilizes their spiritual power and are considered to be special from the day of their birth due to the power they possess. If by some chance they don't awaken this power, they are degraded into commoners where they'll be kicked out of the clan they belong to. The commoners, meanwhile, are part of the grand majority of the entire Atold population. While they possess the ability to manipulate spiritual power, they don't have the same unique characteristics as the ones with the nobles. They are akin to normal angels and fallen angels who have the innate ability to control the power of light but don't have unique attributes like the ones Aquino or Barakil have. It was because of this divide that there's now a big dilemma within their society. Due to the existence of the soul gear that came from the draconic dais, the commoners are gaining power. It was discarded at first because even though it's called soul gear, it didn't possess any ability that derived from spiritual power until it came into possession of a common Atold. What they thought was just a tool that gives its user some magical abilities turned out to adapt to whoever wields them. And because Atolds mostly use their spiritual power, the soul gear adapted and evolved to give its user a unique spiritual ability that they thought was not possible unless their spiritual power mutates. If this was the sacred gears, they wouldn't really have a problem because they only have to properly control the human bloodline as only they could inherit one, but the soul gear is essentially the opposite of that. As long as they have money and a little bit of connection, anyone could acquire one. It was just a small possibility, yet here they are, crowding like flies. Nur thought to himself. Of course, his attitude stems from the fact that his own special ability isn't that strong compared to the other established members of their clan, while also looking down on commoners all this while. Thankfully, the Holy Father intends to put an end to this. He saw that it could rupture the Atold society and decided it had to be stopped. Nur. While deep in his thoughts, he heard his cousin raising her voice. Nur concentrated back on the bombardment that's happening and saw three people going out. They are Claire Belial, Tanis, and Medusa. All part of Kisuke Urahara's group. Stay back. Let them handle it first. Nur commanded. Claire, Tanis, and Medusa separated as soon as they got out of the ice barrier and started attacking the yokai with non-lethal measures. Upon seeing that, Nur gave further instructions, send out a few healers and their guards. Just heal the downed yokai and don't approach any further. The Atolds and mercenaries immediately moved and sent out a few people to assist the yokai group. But as soon as they approached, another group came out of the ice barrier. For women wearing similar Eastern attire with a variety of single-edge blades sheathed on their hips. Nur turned to Kariya and asked, what about them? Korea kept tapping on her terminal for a bit before giving an answer a few seconds later, unknown. We don't have any data on them. They are not even listed among the mid-tier persons of interest. Noor thought that they were just some small fries until one of the women with a relatively petite build with grey eyes and black hair which she wore short with 2 long braids bound in white cloth, each ending in a large golden ring suddenly disappeared and reappeared within the group of healers he just sent out. Not even a second later, everyone in that group suddenly stopped moving before they started dropping from the sky with their heads detached from their bodies. But before she could even react, Korea shouted beside him, a huge spike in spiritual power, detected. Noor turned towards her to ask what she meant. But the same as before, he couldn't voice out any of his concerns when all of a sudden, a beam of red light as big as his head and emanating a huge amount of spiritual power engulfed Korea's head. The beam of light disappeared but along with it was Korea's head. Noor could only watch in terror as his cousin's headless body dropped to the ground. Chapter 1361, Chapter 1361 Urahara Massacre Part 3. After blasting the head of the person that Retsu said needed to be eliminated immediately, Furufushi looked at the fingertip that released the red beam of light. This modified by a kurai is seriously nasty. It's already something dangerous in the hands of a Kida master but it's way worse in your hands. Batsuansai floated beside her with a hint of rockiness. How do you guys properly fly like this? Furufushi turned to her and returned a question of her own. And how do you guys properly strengthen your body with ki? I've been trying it but it's still more effective for me to use my own Ryatsu. Soifun sheathed her short katana behind her and also approached the two. Since this is our first time fighting in this world, why don't we use this chance to practice? I agree. Lisa also approached them. Aside from the guy in the middle, everyone else looks like they're just normal soldiers. It'll also give us more information about these atolls that will eventually fight more. So, magic for me. While asking that, Furufushi pointed her arm forward and around 30 basic magic circles appeared around her and they started releasing multiple volleys of simple compressed magic power that exploded upon contact. As her bombardment reached the other side, they were blocked by a huge barrier made out of spiritual power. Because of the volatile reaction that spiritual power and magic power cause, just a thin barrier was enough to stop the bombardment even though the explosions were enough to cause some major injuries to those behind the barrier. But instead of being disappointed, Batsuansai asked in amazement, so you don't need your Bankai to do something like this? Furufushi chuckled, apparently, I have good compatibility with basic spells. As long as they are simple enough, I can multiply them and keep churning them out. Though I can really only use one spell at a time. What about your magic power supply? Aside from very few people very compatible with magic, almost none of the Shinigami have enough magic power to do anything substantial. Soifun asked. Furufushi grinned this time, even among ourselves, I have the least amount of reserves. But you can obviously do so much more. Soifun's eyes widened, wait. Could it be? Yep. My strange physique carried on even after acquiring a physical body. I have a tiny bit of magic power but as soon as I expend it, it instantly replenishes. She's basically cheating even in this world. Batsuansai muttered in an exasperated voice, oh well, let's see how well that barrier can keep up. As soon as she said that, Batsuansai stopped flying and created a foothold made out of her ki under her feet before disappearing with flash step. When she reappeared, the atolled and mercenary forces found her in front of their barrier that was not being bombarded. Batsuansai stared down at them and could see fear in their eyes. What's this? If you're this afraid, why even come out here? Since this was a big invasion, she thought she'd see similar eyes as those Quincy she slayed before. They may be her enemies but their fearless charge in hopes to achieve their goals earned them her respect. These guys, were they just expecting an easy job? How distasteful. She pulled her fist back and instead of utilizing her Ryatsu, she gathered the ki inside her body and circulated it the way she'd normally use spiritual power and threw her fist. The enemies behind the barrier thought that she was insane since this is the infamous atolled barrier that destroys most of the magic-based attacks and spiritually injures anyone who touches it except Evis. But contrary to their expectations, Batsuansai only created a ripple through the barrier. Aside from that, she is seemingly unaffected by its secondary effects. What is she? Noor asked himself loudly. However, he knew that he can't just stay still and hurriedly turned to the mercenaries. Mercenaries. It's time for you to do your job. Get out there and take care of her. Naturally, the mercenaries hesitated. They were only there for the good pay and thought that this was a relatively easy job of guarding a secret realm. However, what happened just now was very contradictory to their expectations and this was clearly a risk that is too much for the pay they were promised. They wanted to escape but they also couldn't easily do that because their employer wasn't told. If they were to escape from here, they could kiss goodbye to their careers, legally at least. Batsuansai wouldn't just allow them to punch back. This barrier looks like some kidda barrier without the sophistication of one. What's the point if it could only block magic? She muttered to herself before pulling her fist once more. But instead of ki, her Ryatsu flared up, so much so that the barrier started shaking even without her touching it. Ha! Even without detection devices, Noor couldn't mistake the spiritual power weighing down on everyone. What is this monster? With another punch, Batsuansai completely shattered the barrier and the Atolds maintaining it all reeled back before uncontrollably coughing out blood. Enough practice. These guys seem to be weak against soul arts. Finish them off before any of them escape. Soul arts. Noor wanted to know what she meant by that, but it was much more important for him to escape. He already sent out an emergency message about the woman in front of him, so there's no point in him staying here. But as soon as he thought of turning around, he found his body refusing to listen. Huh? When he looked down, his heart skipped a bit. If he still had one, that is. He didn't know what happened, but it would seem that his body had started falling down without his head. He couldn't even feel someone grabbing his hair, making his head suspended in the air, and the last thing he heard before he entirely lost consciousness was another woman's voice behind him. That seems to be the case. Now I can understand Kisuke's apprehension with these guys. They won't stop until our race is eliminated. With their leader dead, it became clear that it wouldn't be long before it was their turn, and escape had become their top priority. Chapter 1362, Chapter 1362 Urahara Massacre Part 4. After killing every Atold and mercenary that they brought and almost bathing in their blood, Furufushi powered down and muttered, "Well, that was easier than I expected. Thankfully, they can't teleport fast, or some of them could have escaped." Lisa cleaned her face with a handkerchief, non-Atolds aside. To think those guys are this weak against spiritual attacks. Batsuansai nodded. It's not just about that apparent weakness, but they are also inexperienced. Most of them just panicked, and I doubt they are soldiers that you would normally deploy into front lines. Did Serafal and her little sister overestimate the weight of this place for this Indra faction? We'll figure that out after their response on this, but we probably won't be able to hide our identities anymore. It'll only go harder from this point on. Soifan added while removing the blood on her Zanpakuto before sheathing it, but I guess this was already inevitable from the start. Seeing the battlefield behind them become littered with dismembered corpses, the side of yokai also soon lost their morale and started surrendering one by one, signaling the end of the battle. Soon, the yokai that were loyal to Yasaka moved out and began suppressing the dissenting forces, allowing Serafal's group to take it easy. All the girls returned to where Yasaka was being treated, while Magari could only stare at the strangers in horror. When she first saw them, she thought they looked like innocent beautiful girls, but the moment they stepped onto the battlefield and started mercilessly slaying their enemies like they were just eating their breakfast, she shuddered with another thought: they're psychopaths. I just received information from Sona-chan that there is reinforcement from Indra's faction making their way to Urahara through the dimensional gap. Serafal informed everyone while keeping an eye on Yasaka and Retsu. Tanis tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Why the long way around?" Claire also nodded in agreement, but also gave her guess: could it be that the reinforcement is quite small? Since teleporting would give out a massive signal for those on the other side to prepare, it's only used effectively when the attacker can confidently overwhelm the ambush waiting for them. Their faction is strong, but their enemy is also on the same level as them, so they can't possibly divide their forces now. Indra is probably thinking that this may be Shiva's ploy to weaken his side. So instead of taking back one of his territories, he'll instead probably strengthen his main base to reduce the attack surface on him. Serafal then turned to the Shinigami girls and asked, "Should we fight or hole up?" Batsuansai, Lisa, and Soifan all looked at Furufushi, deciding that she was going to be the de facto leader of their small group. Furufushi was surprised at first but decided to accept it. "If we can hole up, let's do that. It'll add another layer of mystery to us. The less cards we reveal now, the better will be when Urahara decides to flip the switch." "Alright. Let's do that." Serafal nodded in agreement before sending their plans to Sona. "I wonder what the boys are up to. Probably having the time of their lives." Batsuansai answered while sighing, "I heard that Nemea learned inventory from Urahara, so he probably brought most of his girls with him, so in terms of number, their side is probably in the hundreds." At this moment, a sudden surge of spiritual pressure engulfed the surroundings, and the more sensitive Shinigami all looked up. This pressure. Uetsu. As monstrous as ever, I see. Furufushi muttered. Urahara. Indra from his seat muttered after his subordinate sent a message to him telepathically. He turned his eyes towards his guests who were also sitting around the same table as him before he made a decision. Send in the feed. In the middle of the round table, multiple holographic screens facing all the directions appeared and started playing a video feed. Aside from Indra's seat, there are a total 7 other seats, but only 3 of them are currently in use. One seat apart next to Indra was the master of the Kyra clan, Zareth Kyra. Zareth appears as a tall, lean humanoid with an otherworldly aura. He has pale, almost translucent skin with a faint, spectral glow that hints at his supernatural origins. His eyes are deep-set and emit a soft, eerie light, glowing in shades of violet or white. He has a refined, angular face with high cheekbones and a sharp, pointed chin. His hair is long and dark, and flows like shadows, often shifting and undulating as if caught in an unseen breeze. He wears a form-fitting, dark tunic with intricate patterns that seem to shift and change, enhancing his ghostly appearance. His clothing is both elegant and foreboding, adding to his intimidating presence. 2 seats away from him were the master of the Pyrodhar clan, Yuen Pyrodhar. Yuen appears as a tall, muscular humanoid with a striking, fiery presence. His skin is a deep, sun-kissed red with streaks of orange that resemble flowing lava. His hair is a wild mane of flame-like strands that flicker and dance with every movement. His eyes glow like molten gold, reflecting the intense heat within him. He wears a sleeveless, heat-resistant bodysuit that is adorned with glowing, fiery patterns. The suit provides both protection and enhances his flame abilities. His presence radiates a palpable heat, and his entire being seems to shimmer with a fiery aura. And last but not least was the one beside Yuen, the matriarch of the Zephyra clan, Juna Zephyra. Juna is a striking, elegant humanoid with a fluid and adaptable form. She has smooth, light skin that shifts in hue depending on her environment, ranging from soft beige to a cool, silvery tone. Her eyes are large and expressive, with irises that can change color to match her surroundings. Her hair is long and flows gracefully, often changing color and style to complement her current form. She wears a form-fitting, adaptive outfit that seamlessly blends with her changing appearance, made from a fabric that appears to ripple and shift. Her overall look is sleek and refined, making her presence both captivating and enigmatic. All 3 of them and the other 4 that are absent are the support that the Holy Father gave Indra. As they are all clans that closely work with the Holy Father himself, they have close relationships and also have similar enemies. Spiritual power. But not utilized the way we do. Yuen softly muttered. That settles it. Kisuke Urahara, Yoruchi Shihuin, and Ika Kiryu aren't the only ones we need to watch out for. There's a whole hidden group behind them. Juna added. Zareth, on the other hand, quietly watched as his clan members were slaughtered. They are strong, but not that much. They are only as good as the high-ranking officers of our clans, and I doubt that there are much more of them out there. Yuen added when he saw Indra furrowing his brows. Because of their unknown origin, they also don't know how many of them are still out there. However, it's still concerning that they don't have any idea of where they came from, even though they have Indra's intelligence network that covers the whole Draconic Dais. The only organization that's remotely hidden is the Wizards of Oz, but even then, we still have some information about them. But then, they are unknown until now. How did they remain hidden? Yuen thought to himself. Soon enough Indra also received the information that someone was hitting Shiva's scattered bases and couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing, Kisuke Urahara. But soon that smile froze and the atolled leaders around him all made a shocked and serious expression. What on earth? Chapter 1363, Chapter 1363 A Sharp Sword. An outpost somewhere around the northern European continent, around 20 women picking up materials from a devastated landscape filled with both fleshy and mechanical corpses. Aside from the girls, there are 2 men walking around and overlooking everything. This is the third one. Instead of reinforcements, they are abandoning their small bases. Tenjiro loudly muttered, should we hit more? We should stop here. They should be wary of us enough. Uetsu replied after contemplating about it for a bit while holding a mechanical arm that he last severed, but these things sure are marvelous. Tenjiro was also intrigued by the so-called Evis and said, they sure are strange. They are sentient yet they don't have a soul. They do have a soul, all right. Just that we don't see them as a soul as we know it. Uetsu tossed the arm back to his inventory, intending to analyze it later in his free time. Urahara probably thinks the same but didn't have enough time to delve into it. Or there's no point to it as of now. We're done here, so let's leave. Tenjiro's voice suddenly trailed and both of them looked back, and all of the women, which were Zanpakutos that Uetsu had forged, also stopped what they were doing and prepared for battle, but not before we take care of that, I guess. In the airspace on top of the devastated outpost several magic circles appeared. Even though they hadn't fully appeared, Uetsu immediately commanded his legion of Zanpakuto, come back for now, girls. I'll call you out again for the afterparty. As soon as Uetsu uttered his instructions, all the women around them transformed back into various blades before flying towards their employer. They all disappeared within a small portal that Uetsu created, and the moment they were all gone, the users of the magic circles fully materialized. A few seconds later, a group of 10 Evis appeared in midair. However, only 2 of them needed Tenjiro and Uetsu's attention. Did we pull a small jackpot? Whispered the latter with the former nodding, yep. But this is seriously surprising. That turtle is fully capable of taking on several of the current Godii 13 captains. Tenjiro smiled wryly, you think so too, huh? This world is seriously in trouble if their officers really are on that level. The Evis also saw them and stared down at them, attempting to analyze the 2 Shinigami. How strange. You're weak, but you did all of this. Only Atolls are capable of escaping our senses, but I'm certain that you're not. The one in front, a 4-meter-tall mechanical being, spoke to them with fluent Japanese as if he already knew their origins. Both sides didn't say anything until the apparent leader of the Eevee group slowly landed on the ground followed by his men and introduced himself. I'm Salmida of the Devastator Order. The Earth Prime Monarch that serves under the great regal Ziva, the fierce god. Introduce yourselves, warriors. The two Shinigami didn't immediately respond and first observed him closely. Salmida towers at an imposing 4 meters, a mechanical humanoid being designed with the theme of a tortoise. His exterior is a fusion of gleaming metal and composite armor plates, arranged to mimic the protective shell of his reptilian inspiration. The two also noticed that each plate is meticulously crafted, interlocking with the next to provide maximum defense while allowing for surprising agility. Salmida's head is adorned with a stylized helm that resembles a tortoise's head, complete with intricate engravings that suggest the scales and texture of a real tortoise. His eyes glow a deep, emerald green, hinting at the advanced sensors and intelligence within. His limbs are powerful and robust, designed to support his massive frame and endure immense pressure, with joints protected by additional layers of reinforced armor. Thankfully, Salmida is part of the intel that Sona has provided them, so they have a slight idea of what he's capable of. Salmida's primary ability is his unparalleled defense. When activated, his shell can deploy an energy shield that can withstand even the most powerful of attacks. This shield not only covers him but can extend to protect nearby allies. His defensive capabilities are further enhanced by his ability to absorb kinetic energy from impacts, converting it into stored power that can be used to strengthen his shield or power devastating counterattacks. In addition to his jaw-slacking defensive abilities, Salmida can wield magic that allows him to manipulate earth and gravity. He can create barriers and weapons from the ground, shift the terrain to his advantage, and control gravitational forces to immobilize enemies or enhance his own physical capabilities. Out of the 3 members of the Devastator Order, he's the weakest and most vulnerable when brought to places like the dimensional gap or outer space. However, when on the ground, his invincibility and power exceed the other 2. Without a doubt, he's a formidable opponent. So you already know me, huh? Salmida suddenly added, which made Uetsu and Tenjiro narrow their eyes. They could see Salmida's mouth twisted into a smile. Don't be surprised. I'm one of the people with the greatest detection ability in all our forces. I can detect even the smallest change from you that's not visible to anyone. This also allows me to respond to anything that's happening around me. Are you sure it's okay for you to reveal something like that? Uetsu asked him, trying to gauge him further. You are warriors of the highest caliber. It's something you'd immediately notice once we cross our fists if you're as good as I'm expecting. Salmida explained himself. If not, then there must be something wrong with my senses. Uetsu and Tenjiro looked at each other before the latter accepted Eevee's demand. Placing his Kinpika, Gilded Splendor, on his shoulder, Tenjiro started, Kirinji Tenjiro. Former member of Soul King's Royal Special Task Force with the official designation of Divine General of the East. Since their enemy introduced themselves in such a manner, Tenjiro returned with something similar. Heian Imeya Uetsu at your service. Coming from the same task force, I have the official designation of Divine General of the West. Pleased to meet you. Uetsu followed by his usual eccentric behavior, then without further ado, let's start. Salmida also prepared himself, but at the same time, he detected something amiss. Without him knowing, the men called Tenjiro appeared and the air behind him was disturbed. He hurriedly turned around and saw that Tenjiro already pierced one of his men through the chest with just his bare hands. As they have said, you guys can't detect spiritual power. Chapter 1364, Chapter 1364 A Sharp Sword Part 2. The main reason why the Eevees are having a hard time subjugating the Atolls despite having an overwhelming amount of firepower overall isn't just because they can't use spiritual power but that they also can't feel it in the first place, and the only known Eevee who can perceive them directly was Melvazoa. So how do they defend against it? By watching everything that's happening in the physical realm. Any time an Atoll uses their ability, they would affect their surroundings in one way or another, and in turn, they'll be able to detect the use of spiritual power indirectly. Kisuke hypothesized that all the Eevees have great senses because it's a form of adaptation against their biggest adversary. The other Eevees immediately responded and attacked Tenjiro, but before they could land, he disappeared once again and reappeared beside Uetsu. A foothold and an acceleration technique that doesn't disturb its surroundings except for its 2 endpoints. Salmida immediately guessed after just seeing it once. When Tenjiro attempted another ambush, he had to fall back because Salmida was able to anticipate his movements and preemptively attack the spot where his flash step would exit. Damn. He already saw through it. This really slices through the confidence I have with my Ho-Ho. Tenjiro could use more advanced Ho-Ho techniques, but after weighing his options, he'd rather save it for later and gain a bigger advantage than just eliminating small fries. The fact that I wasn't able to get a hint of it until you're done. Are you an Atoll? Salmida asked with renewed interest, but that's strange. We have no data on you aside from the fact that you suddenly appeared within the Ouroboros Academy, and we know for sure that there's no such thing as a Royal Special Task Force within the Atolls. Oh. Maybe I'm too insignificant to be on your records. It happens a lot. Tenjiro replied with a shrug while giving a hint to Uetsu that he'll be attacking the one who looks like Salmida's second in command. No, you don't. Salmida suddenly extended his right arm, and Tenjiro and Uetsu immediately felt their bodies' weight multiplying, causing their feet to sink into the ground. If not for their timely creation of Ryatsu footholds, they would have sunk even further. Gravity manipulation. Uetsu muttered to himself, and this activation speed is insane. The 3 out of the remaining 9 Evis then used this chance to initiate their own assault on the 2 unknown individuals, but as they approached them, they could see them still rather calm, making them hesitate for a bit. That hesitation cost them a lot as Uetsu casually pulled out a sword from his inventory and muttered, "Sae." As soon as Tenjiro felt the crushing feeling left his body, he unsheathed his kinpika, flash from illuminating heavens, kinpika. The flash of light from its blade instantly blinded the Evis even though their vision tried adapting to it. What's strange, however, was their other senses were dulled, and the moment the flash of light disappeared they found themselves spinning in midair. They tried generating magic power to stabilize themselves but soon found that their cores were inoperable, and it was also at that time that they finally noticed that their body was cut into multiple pieces. They wanted to shout for help but soon their heads were also cut into multiple pieces, killing them thoroughly. Naturally, Salmida and the other Evis also tried helping them, and instead of Tenjiro, Uetsu directly moved against them, aiming directly at their leader. Salmida put forward his left hand and generated a small blue shield on it to meet Uetsu's sword. Salmida thought that he'd be able to counterattack once he caught his sword, but contrary to his expectations, he was thrown back from the impact at the moment of their contact. Salmida tried activating the thrusters on his legs to control his flight. Sadly he miscalculated and the boost he wanted instead threw him off further. What? I didn't put that much power on it. After a few more seconds of calculations, he found out what was wrong and that his entire body seemed to have become almost weightless. Since I couldn't feel it, is it a spiritual ability? There are numerous Atolled clans capable of something similar, but they could have never affected me to this degree with my gravity magic. Salmida recovered his stance soon enough and landed on the ground while counteracting the weightlessness on him using his own gravity magic. However, he was thrown so far back that he's a few hundred feet away from his subordinates, and one of their targets, the one who just attacked him, is now standing in front of him. You can counter my gravity magic to some extent, but don't think that it'll be enough to take me on alone. Or are you perhaps trying to buy time for your comrade to defeat my subordinate? I'd have to disappoint you, but as long as Bisudii is with them, they won't be defeated. Salmida proudly declared. It was also at this moment that he noticed that his subordinates and direct underling, who was a member of the atrocity fanatics, Bisudii, started chasing after the other guy and away from them. Nevertheless, Uetsu only chuckled and put away his SAE back to his inventory while also pulling out another blade. This blade, however, didn't have a sheath. You're undoubtedly strong, and from the looks of it, most of the Godii 13 captains and lieutenants won't even be able to give you a scratch. I don't understand your metrics, but I can tell that you're complimenting me. Despite his words, Salmida didn't really feel anything from it. But since Uetsu wanted to talk, he just let him, as it was helpful to his main objective of gathering more information about the unknown individuals who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And compared to the members of the Zero Division, I'm the weakest one, as I can't use Bankai. Uetsu took a step forward. Due to all the experiments that I've done before I was able to finish the first Asachi, my soul has become so twisted that I won't be able to awaken an Asachi on my own. All of a sudden, the air around Uetsu changed. Even if an Asachi observes my soul, they won't be able to get anything out of it, hence, the inability for it to form a name. But thanks to Ichibai Hyusub, I was able to forge blades with predetermined names that allowed them to develop unique abilities that I envisioned during the forging process. Salmida doesn't really get it, but a bad premonition has started to clutch his consciousness, and one of those blades with unique abilities is the sword you're holding. Nevertheless, Salmida was still confident with his invulnerability, as even someone dangerous like the matriarch of the Luxo clan had no way of breaking his defense. Uetsu suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Salmida with his blade raised into the air. Yep. This girl's ability is to be sharp. Oomph. Salmida just snorted at him and a blue bubble appeared around him. What a lousy ability. Uetsu chuckled. Hear that, Sayafushi? You'll have to change his mind. In an instant, the air around Uetsu drastically changed once again. As he swung down, the sword in his hand completely tore apart the bubble that Salmida was very proud of. However, that's not what made his mind blank. The bubble he conjured was just a very small part of his defense and didn't really care even if it was torn open. Salmida only watched the blade approach his head, the hardest part of his body, and he was thinking of mocking Uetsu after perfectly blocking his sharp sword. Fear couldn't even settle in his mind when the sword made contact with his helmet and it didn't stop its downward momentum. It happened so fast that Salmida didn't even realize that he was already divided into two. Uetsu didn't stop there and swung Sayafushi multiple times more as he landed on the ground, chopping the Eevee that's very proud of his defense into 100 pieces. As the clueless and lifeless Earth Prime Monarch completely collapsed on the ground, Uetsu turned around and returned Sayafushi back to his inventory while also reeling in his wildly flaring spiritual pressure that could be felt all around the globe. You truly are strong and could even have made Tenjiro helpless. Sadly, it was a bad match and you're too proud of yourself. Furthermore, I don't really have the hobby of seeing my opponents reach their limits. Uetsu muttered while walking away from his opponent and fixing his shades. Chapter 1365, Chapter 1365 Uninvited Guests Part 1. On the far side of the moon, a single giant throne adorned with various shiny metals that made a stark contrast with the surrounding desolation, and sitting on it was a 7-meter-tall mechanical humanoid with 5 eyes in total, 2 on each side and 1 on his forehead that shines with gold. His body has a tint of black and purple with thick limbs. His head was resting on his left hand and his eyes were closed, seemingly sleeping. But soon he was jolted awake and raised his head. Salmida. Instead of disappointment, however, his voice was filled with anticipation, another person to look forward to. I hope they don't disappoint me. Regal Ziva, the invincible devastator, muttered to himself. When Draconic Deus locked itself up, Regal Ziva immediately lost his interest and moved on to another planet to destroy, and since then, he already devastated 3 more worlds, leaving them all lifeless because there's nothing worth taking over about them. But as soon as he heard that Restoras had personally started commanding the Atolled forces on the Draconic Deus, he hurriedly made his way back, hoping that they'd finally be able to fight each other. To his disappointment, however, Restoras decided to hide himself, and Regal Ziva tried looking for him throughout the star system only to return empty-handed. He was getting impatient when all of a sudden, the barrier surrounding the Draconic Deus disappeared, and now he knew that he only had to wait until Restoras revealed himself. While he certainly wasn't expecting Salmida, who had the best survival ability, to suddenly die, he only came to look forward to the future events more. Nevertheless, he can't have his men disappear in time of war, as he could use them to hold back Restora's army so that they won't be disturbed, consolidate our forces. Aside from urgent missions, focus on preparation against an all-out attack against Restoras and his toys. Regal Ziva was betting on the possibility that Restoras wouldn't be able to stay still once his precious toys were about to break. At this point in time, he couldn't care less about other people than the leader of the Atolls. Senjumaru and Kirio arrived at the mansion somewhere within the underworld where the entire Belial clan, the majority of the Citri clan, and Aika's parents were hiding. As soon as they arrived, they were received by Cleria and Sakura. Cleria and Sakura were initially taken aback by Senjumaru's appearance with her 6 long skeletal arms sticking out of her back, but they managed to keep their faces straight, and the former immediately stepped forward. Shitara Senjumaru-san and Hikifune Kirio-san, correct? I'm Cleria Belial, and the one beside me is Urahara Sakura. We've been expecting you. Welcome. This time, it was Senjumaru and Kirio's turn to be surprised. Urahara. Are you perhaps that boy's? Kirio asked with immense interest. Sakura already heard from Sona about Kirio in detail, so she's also very interested in her, that troublesome boy's mother. Yes. Nice to meet you. Let's go inside first. We're not really safe out here, and we're already expecting an attack to come. Please head inside with Kirio first. I'd like to secure the surroundings while I still have a chance. Senjumaru suggested. Cleria could only make a wry smile. I don't really want the guest doing this for us, but I'm very thankful for any additional help we could get. Senjumaru watched Cleria and Sakura take Kirio inside and thought that they were going to get along well before leaving with a flash step. She could feel several individuals watching her movement, and some of them are not people that Senjumaru could ignore. Nevertheless, she continued what she planned to do. After the Zero Division was dissolved, I was wondering how I'll scratch the itch of being unsealed, but I guess I'll have the chance to let loose for a bit. We're here. Shall we get to work? A tall, willowy woman with skin that shimmers like translucent glass, revealing faint outlines of her internal structure. Her hair is a cascade of silvery strands that seem to float around her head as if underwater. Her eyes are a deep, mesmerizing shade of blue that glows softly in the dark and appears far above the sky of the underworld while looking down at a certain place. Beside her was an imposing figure, standing over 8 feet tall with a heavily muscled physique. His skin is a deep bronze, covered in intricate tattoos that symbolize his strength and heritage. His eyes are piercing green, and his hair is a wild mane of dark curls. What do we have to do again? The woman sighed loudly while holding her head. We're here to capture Kisuke Urahara's relatives. Conveniently enough, the Citri and the humans are also there. The man looked down for a bit and appeared to be contemplating before taking a stance and pulling back his right fist. Are you serious? The woman muttered with a fed-up voice, but she didn't do anything to stop him. They attacked our place, so it's only fair that we return the favor. The imposing man then threw his fist, generating a huge shockwave that instantly blew the mansion and its surroundings into smithereens, leaving behind a huge crater. And there's someone strong among them, right? We don't really have to take them all alive in this way. The Evis won't be able to take any hostage even if they come here. Also, let this be a warning to that impudent group. As the debris and dust scattered around, the man and woman suddenly felt that something was amiss when all of a sudden, a strange pressure that directly weighed on their sensitive souls came down. The mountain of a man looked up, trying to figure out what was going on. What is this? Releasing spiritual power in a pressurized form. The woman, on the other hand, was calmer. What is this nonsense? Who's doing this? Both of them, however, thought that this idiot was only somewhere nearby. But as much as they wanted to find the culprit, they couldn't when another set of voices resounded just beside them. My, what violent guests. And here I was hoping that I'll be able to properly introduce myself to the Belials and Citries. It was only at this moment that they felt another presence and hurriedly turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a beautiful oriental woman in traditional clothes and strange golden skeletal arms behind her. No matter. Uetsu didn't feel the need to hold back, so I'll do the same. The man and woman didn't speak up and just stared at the oriental woman. Normally, they would have retorted with something, but they couldn't because of the strange pressure that's coming off her. Chapter 1366, Chapter 1366 Uninvited Guests Part 2. Another spiritual power user. To think they're this many. I think we should capture this one instead. Not knowing the gravity of the situation and of his words, the small giant muttered with a big grin. Senjimaro didn't say anything and just smiled meaningfully. Immediately after, however, the woman beside him disappeared like a wisp of smoke, and the next thing Senjimaro knew was an almost translucent left arm sticking out of her chest. That's not what we came here for. Let's get the surviving hostages first and return. Senjimaro couldn't feel anything even though there was an arm piercing through her, but that would soon change when the flesh surrounding the translucent arm exploded, creating a big hole through her body. The woman wasn't satisfied with that and pierced her right arm into Senjimaro's bobbing head before it also met the same fate, exploding into countless pieces. She then retracted her arms, allowing the mangled body to fall out from the sky. The woman used magic to remove the blood and bits of flesh from her body before turning towards the crater where the luxurious mansion was previously standing. Did you actually kill them all? I thought at least Daihazer Belial would be able to survive. The man, however, frowned. No. That wasn't enough to kill him if the information we have about him is accurate. The woman became silent and finally noticed that something was strange. They were certain that they were able to track Cleria Belial and Daihazer Belial's aura here, and they could even feel it before she allowed her partner to attack. Was it a decoy? She asked herself while sharpening her senses. It was then that she noticed that something seemed to be fluttering not far from her. Though before she could investigate further, she heard a familiar voice, Nalara Vale, the matriarch of the Vale clan. A mutated Etold that managed to evolve their fundamental ability and gained a technique that allowed her to phase in and out of the physical realm at her discretion. The man and woman hurriedly turned to the source of the voice to see the person that the latter killed just a few seconds ago. However, what's strange is the fluttering fabric that depicts their scenery and them slowly being blown by the wind, revealing that they have been enclosed in a sphere only more than 100 feet wide. Unbothered by their reaction, Senjimaro continued reading the file she received from Sona while holding it with one of her golden skeletal arms. Drakkar Titanes, the head of the Titanes clan. You and your clan are one of the few people that utilize spiritual power to increase their physical capabilities. You specifically were recognized as the strongest in terms of physical might among the Etolds. To prove that, you're capable of destroying the boundaries between spaces with just your bare fist. Impressive. That Kenpachi would probably want to play with you once he hears this. Oh. There's a note. It says, despite acting like he's thinking, he's just a big idiot with a big ego according to the reports. Senjimaro couldn't help but chuckle. That's one helpful note if I've ever seen one. Despite the strangeness of the situation, the man called Drakkar Titanes instantly exploded at that comment and hurled his massive body towards Senjimaro. Hold on, shouted Nalara. Unfortunately, her urgent call fell on deaf ears as Drakkar became consumed with rage. Drakkar was about to hit Senjimaro with his fist when Nalara felt a chill down her spine and immediately phased out of the physical realm. At the same time, Drakkar's fist landed on Senjimaro. Nalara saw what seemed to be a giant needle originating from behind and passing through her neck. Senjimaro that Drakkar hit exploded into pieces. But instead of flesh and blood, it was all fabric and cotton. Nalara turned around to retaliate against her attacker and saw Senjimaro with a smirk on her face while swinging her arm towards her. Tisk. Senjimaro tried blocking the incoming arm with one of her skeletal arms, but as if it didn't exist, Nalara's hand went inside Senjimaro's skeletal arm before the latter exploded at the point of intersection. Senjimaro's smirk turned into a frown as she retreated while also muttering, in the stillness of time, bind and immobilize, Urida, Tachikoma, secret way, stand still. An ethereal light immediately covered Nalara, but to Senjimaro's surprise, the light only stayed for a few seconds before flickering away, not doing what it was supposed to do. That ineffectiveness immediately prompted Senjimaro to keep retreating, and by this time, all the fabric depicting the scenery had fallen off, revealing the untouched surroundings and the luxurious mansion still standing quite a distance from where they were engaging. Senjimaro wasn't the only surprised one, as both Nalara and Drakkar were also frozen in their spots. Senjimaro didn't just fool their senses but also displayed two unique spiritual abilities, one of which is her dimension-bending fabrics and the other is time manipulation. Not to mention, the needle that she's holding right now is giving the both of them a primal fear that only appears when they are in mortal danger. Special individual confirmed. Nalara muttered while biting her lower lip, we're leaving, Drakkar. We don't have to. Drakkar shouted back. However, he immediately reeled back when Nalara turned and glared at him, we are going back. Drakkar gritted his teeth and could only nod in acceptance, understood. The frustration and humiliation he's feeling was more than enough to make him explode once again. However, the woman in front of him is not someone he could touch, literally. Of course, Nalara wasn't initiating a retreat because she was scared. In fact, she's confident that she'd be able to defeat Senjumaru. It's just that it'd take too much time to do so, and it's much more important to relay the information that there aren't only 3 special individuals that they have to watch out for, and there's a huge chance that there's a whole organization with similar abilities behind them. It's a shame that they won't be able to complete their mission, but it's just it would be nice to do mission anyway, and just facing Senjumaru was enough to offset that loss. Sadly for these 2 proud Atolls, they already came here, and the decision to allow them to leave isn't in their hands anymore. You came here rudely and you're just going to leave? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Senjumaru replied with a disappointed tone. There's nothing you could do to stop me. Nalara blankly replied, still full of confidence. After all, if she wanted to, Senjumaru also wouldn't have the ability to touch Drakkar. Senjumaru sighed, and here I thought I would be able to take it a bit easy and gather more information. I guess I have to end this. Nalara sneered at her. Although she has been ignoring it now, she really does not like Senjumaru due to the fact that she's reminding her of a very detestable lady, the matriarch of the Luxu clan. You sound like you won't allow us to leave. What can you do? Nalara replied while extending her phasing ability to Drakkar and channeling a teleportation magic. It would be a shame if I really let you go without giving you a warm welcome. In the time it took for one to blink once, the air around Senjumaru solidified, sending out a huge shockwave that was enough to make the entire underworld tremble. As the golden Ryatsu rose from her body, Senjumaru muttered, Bankai. Chapter 1367, Chapter 1367 Uninvited Guests Part 3. Bankai. The unknown pressure that directly weighed down on the soul, both Nalara and Draken already heard about it from the reports. However, they only dismissed it as some idiotic technique that's only utilized by a barbarian who doesn't know the intricacies of spiritual power. Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Aika were all designated as special individuals because they possess and use massive amounts of spiritual power that could be shaped into slightly advanced utilization of the power. When this started circulating among the upper echelons of the Atolled society, some of them mocked them and some felt pity that they were not born as an Atolled. A few of them even thought and proposed adopting them into their families, not for any good reason, of course. They only want them around for their uniqueness. A show or a pet, in other words. They already knew about Kisuke's Beniheim and Yoruchi's Lightning, but there was no one among the Atolls who doubted that they were only possible in conjunction with their other unique magic abilities. Considering that Kisuke is the creator of the much sought-after soul gears, they thought that the unknown ability called Beniheim was only possible because of a very strong prototype that he possessed. Because this is the first time that they felt a proper release of Ryatsu, and that it was coming from Senjumaru, who has the amount that is expansive enough to shake the realms, Nalara and Draken's mind blanked out for a moment. It was only when they are now in unknown black and saw the area around Senjumaru is engulfed by the same darkness while a torii-like structure rose from the ground. Emitting iridescent light, the gate expands to form a massive, golden loom and produces endless swathes of red tanmono. One rolls out like a carpet over other, smaller cloths connecting to multiple tapestries looms on the sides with yet more red cloth enveloping the scene akin to a barrier, and more distinctively patterned bolts of cloth hang down from above. Shitatsu Karagara Shigarami no Suji, crossing of Saha's gate, Kala's corpse, and piercing entanglements, Senjumaru turned around from them before disappearing from their sight. Nalara and Draken immediately panicked, while the latter immediately started lashing out. But as he was about to touch one of the tapestries, he realized that he was already alone. Huh? Nalara. Where are you? Similar to Draken, Nalara also panicked a bit when Draken suddenly disappeared, but unlike him, she remained calm because she knew that this wouldn't affect him as long as she was not in the same realm as this ability. As Draken further lost his patience, he started sending out shockwaves in all directions with his fist, and as he kept going at it, his body also started releasing extreme heat that was akin to a giant fire. To his surprise and horror, however, the destroyed and burnt tapestries only returned once more, surrounding him the same as before. Shit. What is this? At that moment, he caught sight of his opponent peering at him from behind the tapestries. There you are. Enough with this trickery. Fight me head on. But the same as those detestable tapestries, Senjumaru only returned when destroyed. Unravel one, Hank. Withering roots. The picture of weaving roots from the tapestries took on a real shape and started wrapping around Draken endlessly. What? He tried breaking away from them, and it's actually easy for him because these roots are rotten inside. Draken finally gained some confidence that the situation was not as dire as he was thinking until he realized that the number of roots never decreased, and some of them even started regaining vitality, discarding their rotten state. It's only a little bit harder, is what he thought initially, and after arriving at this conclusion several times, he realized another terrifying truth. The body he's proud of started losing mass and as a consequence, strength. It was too late for him to figure out that these strange roots were draining him, and without much choice, he exploded and used everything he had to get away while raising his voice. Nalara. Where are you? Nalara. But the only answer he got was Senjimara's emotionless voice, the proud life built on top of rotten corpses. Succumb to the colors that were stolen and feel their grief. Soon enough, roots started overwhelming Draken and he could only let out a loud shriek as he became skin and bones. Not knowing what was happening to Draken, Nilara kept her calm and just stood in place while watching her ever-changing surroundings, a stark contrast from the former. Previously it was blood-colored fabric, but now there's nothing but black and white abstract design. What is this? Nilara thought to herself. Unravel 2 Hanks. Nameless shadow. Nilara remained silent while witnessing multiple Senjimara looking down on her. The surrounding tapestries then began piling on Nilara, but all of them just went through her. However, it didn't stop there as an unknown darkness started swirling around her whole body. It still couldn't touch her, but she couldn't risk getting back into the physical realm in an attempt to destroy it. Engulfing darkness. Discard them and you shall never know your name again. And similar to Draken, Nilara was swallowed by the images on the tapestries. What is that? Dylan asked after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He didn't realize that his back was now drenched in sweat. After Senjimara released an eye-popping amount of aura, the 3 men who were watching from afar almost choked. They don't exactly know what's happening, but right now, they are looking at a big ball of red yarn that trapped the 3 people who are fighting just now. That aura. Is it actually on the level of a transcendent? Diehauser's father, Dwight Belial, asked. Diehauser stared at it for a bit before shaking his head. Her aura may be massive, but it didn't have the same oppressive feeling as those who crossed that line. But that doesn't mean she's weak. She may just be on a super devil level. I heard that my son-in-law was a reincarnation that originated from another world, but to think he has enough authority to pull someone like that in. At this rate, it might really be possible to oppose Bale's group. Dylan added after a few seconds of contemplation. Since they don't really know Kisuke's standing in his previous world and the girls who went with him were deliberately vague, they could only guess his relationship with their guests. They thought that they'd be waiting for quite a bit, but that soon was proven wrong when the big ball of red yarn began unraveling itself, revealing the 3 people who were inside it. While Senjimara was virtually unscathed, their Atolled guests were faring so well. In fact, only one of the 2 is relatively intact. The visibly stressed Atolled woman was carrying a withered corpse. It was unknown what she said before she and the one she was holding disappeared from the underworld. Why did she let them escape? Diehauser asked himself, and that's also the same for the 2 men beside him. Senjimara, on the other hand, reigned in her spiritual pressure and was satisfied while muttering to herself, Nameless shadow, huh? That certainly feels familiar. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 1368, Chapter 1368 Deaths. Saraselbs turned her head to the side and muttered, Salmida died. That was fast. Although Saraselbs didn't feel the momentary spike in spiritual pressure, she could feel a threatening aura appearing in the fact that one of the highest officers under Regal Ziva had died as soon he exerted a bit of his strength. Salmida may not have an up-to-par self-recovery type, but he's still one of the most resilient people within Atolled Eevee. To think he'd die this fast. It's truly surprising. Chimyun also appeared genuinely surprised while also re-evaluating the forces behind Kisuke. While she saw the war that happened on the other side through Issei's eyes, she was just bluffing most of it since her connection wasn't that great due to the fact that it happened in another dimension and that it was further disrupted by the black giant that they were fighting. Not to mention, she can only feel what her disciple could feel. Issei, who didn't have any developed senses against spiritual power or pressure, also couldn't accurately gauge what's the true substance of the events that were happening. Chimyun, however, knew for sure that the black giant and Kisuke in his monster form were on the same level as her and Restora's. She tried gathering more information after the fight, but Issei had been away from the most important talks that were going on and was busy with restoration efforts, resulting in her not getting as much as she wanted. I should have appeared like this when Issei was on that side. I was able to let him think that I know more than I do, but that won't last long. I should rethink my way of dealing with him since I clearly underestimated this Soul Society. The room was silent with everyone trying to think about the sudden death of a very high-profile individual on their own when another spike in energy happened. Although it's weaker than the previous now, those who had sharper senses know that it didn't come from the human world this time. A minute later, it was Chimyun who delivered the news this time. Draken Titanes is also gone. Saraselbs immediately chuckled upon hearing that and leaned on the table while looking at Kisuke. 2 big individuals instantly died. The 2 sides will probably scramble and point their guns at you guys. What are you gonna do? Kisuke, on the other hand, remained calm and answered, just as we discussed. I'll lure them and we'll do our jobs. The only difference is that we have to do this a bit earlier than planned. I hope that you guys are flexible enough to make these changes. It doesn't matter. I'll continue to feed you information and isolate you with Regal Ziva. As for Restoras, Saraselbs turned to the Holy Mother, I don't really care. Just make sure that he's contained. If not, all of this is going to fall apart. Forget about any further cooperation. I'll be going after you directly for reasons you can already guess. Don't worry. I don't intend to mess this up since it won't just be you who's going to be my problem if I fail. Chimyun then turned to Kisuke, but are you sure that Ika Kiryu and Sona Citri are going to be enough? I'm not saying that they are weak, but Restoras is still one of the pillar gods that even if the 3 super devils join forces, it won't be enough to stop him. It's a matter of compatibility. Kisuke smiled widely, those 2 are enough too. His words however were cut short when he momentarily felt a familiar presence arriving on the island and disappearing just as fast. Sensitive to the pressure, Chimyun noticed that too and her eyes widened. She tried turning her body towards the direction where it appeared but before she could, she saw a glimpse of Stralit and Gwen's fear-filled expressions, who. Saraselbs could only frown because she was not able to catch what caught their attention and could only stay silent for more context. Kisuke couldn't answer for a moment and it was only a few more people who crossed the gate that he sighed, I'll tell you about him later. I doubt he's going to go overboard but prepare for some headache. What do you mean? Kisuke stood up and purposely ignored Chimyun's question, Sona, more people crossed than I expected. Although I have an idea, I want to make sure who they are. Sona was already checking her terminal before Kisuke even asked her and she was already going over the report that Kaneko sent, so Suke Aizen and his guide were the first ones who went through and already left. Yoruchi, Riveria, and Ika were safe, and other than them, 2 men named Abarai Rinji and Kurosaki Ichigo also arrived. The smile on Kisuke's face returned, Holy Mother-san, you're worried that it's just going to be Ika and Sona, right? Then I'll be adding 1 more. However, there's a bit of a problem. Problem? What is it? I hope you can watch closely and come in with good timing. Because if you're not careful, 2 pillar gods will disappear today. Chimyun narrowed her eyes. Since the only moment she sees both Ichigo and Rinji is when they're doing the restoration effort, she doesn't know how serious Kisuke is but she still decides to humor him, alright. I'll be watching carefully. In any case, she can trust Kisuke's decision and even if they are not enough to contain and weaken Restoras for her to seal him, she's sure that Kisuke has something else in his sleeve, if not, then I'm just going to drag him in. Good. Then our only problem now is the standing army. Saraselbs moved the conversation forward, those guys are doing a good job disrupting the reinforcements, but there's still a limit to what they can do and there's still a sizable amount of soldiers and deities from both sides. Kisuke knew of this, however, with that men with them, an army was never a problem. Sona, please tell Shinji to get ready. I'm bringing him with me. Understood. Just a single guy. Saraselbs was surprised and that's also the same for the other people present. He's more than enough. Kisuke didn't explain further, special individuals will be dealt with separately and I think we have enough manpower for that. With that said, we're done here. I have to show myself before they lose their patience and attack this place. Chimyun and Saraselbs agreed. Sona was about to dismiss the meeting when all of a sudden, Chimyun interrupted her, one more thing, Kisuke Urahara. It might be hard for me to contact you after I seal Restoras so I'm going to say it now. Chimyun peeked at Saraselbs, it's also a good thing that she's here. Ideally, I only want the 2 of you to hear this, but it doesn't matter anymore. Saraselbs felt that something was amiss and started listening carefully to her for the first time since this meeting started, out with it. It is how to defeat the absolute despair, Malvazoa. There was an absolute silence that veiled the room but ignoring everyone's reaction Chimyun stared at Kisuke, almost glaring even, to defeat him, you'll need the assistance of 3 people. The one who has the map, the navigator, and the shipbuilder. Saraselbs here can be your shipbuilder. As for the other 2, you have to find them yourself. If you don't get it, then I severely overestimated you and you can just forget about it. Chapter 1369, Chapter 1369 An Honorable Battle. What are you thinking? Standing beside him, Shinji asked Kisuke after noticing the latter that he's out of focus. Nothing much. Just what should I do next after all of this is over? Kisuke has been thinking about the clues that the Holy Mother gave him and while he has an idea, he's not sure until he could confirm the other 2 help that he needs to gather. At that moment, 2 other men came approaching, to think I'll be stepping on another planet. Ichigo muttered while looking around at the desolate red scenery, technically speaking, we were already on another planet the moment we came to this world. Rinji, meanwhile, was busy checking his body, how do you even make candies like these? Is it really possible to survive such a hostile environment with just those? Kisuke turned towards them and also checked their condition, I had them made when I thought that aliens would be visiting. It won't lose its effect even if you exert yourself so don't worry about going all out if needed. How long would this last? Shinji asked. About a week but I doubt this will take that long. Even if it did, I have tons of it on me and you can munch on it if you're bored. Kisuke tossed them a few more candies in their direction. Rinji took a look at it for a bit before keeping it, I'll have to ask you to start supplying the Godi I-13 with this. I'm worried that once Captain Kuratsuchi gets a hold of this, he'll create something similar. And I'm not looking forward to his drugs. Outside of possible physical changes, his drugs are more effective than my own, though. That's the problem. Renji shivered. We don't know when we'll be transformed into something unrecognizable. Worst yet, he'll dissect us before returning us to normal. Ichigo sighed and interrupted Renji. Enough of that morbid topic. I'm more interested in the life that Urahara-san is leading right now. He then turned towards the group of women having a carefree tea party. I heard the rumors, but I still can't believe you can pull something like this off, Urahara-san. Aside from the 4 men who came to Mars, Yoruichi, Aika, Riveria, Sona, Serafall, Batsuansai, Furufushi, Soifun, and Retsu were also present and having a great time among themselves. Kisuke grinned at him and jokingly said, "What? Jealous?" Ichigo hurriedly turned towards him with a fed-up expression. No way. Oriheim's going to kill me if my mind even slightly deviates toward that. Well, it's Urahara we're talking about. I'm surprised but also not. Renji added with a grin. Though what sort of people would have a tea party in a situation like this? And considering the setup they have, what sort of flowery conversation are they having? You're right. Ichigo muttered, seeing the lively conversation. Is it alright if I introduce Oriheim to them? She could use a bit of downtime. That's a good idea. Let me introduce them to Rukia too. Shinji looked at them speechlessly and asked, are you not hearing the words that are coming out of their mouths? Why should we? Isn't that rude? Shinji placed his hand on the top of his forehead. Then I suggest you do it before you do anything reckless. Ichigo and Renji were skeptical and thought that even if it's a bit sensitive, it shouldn't be that bad considering how lively they are, but as soon as they started listening in, they shivered. Right now, Yoruichi is telling a story of how she removed the balls of the bastards that disrespected Kaneko and Kuroka. Kisuke smiled wryly and said, well, women of this world tend to act more boldly, at least, the people that I know, so Yoruichi's brazenness has leveled up for a bit. As for Soifun, you know how much she likes getting along with her nonsense. Shinji shrugged his shoulders and changed the subject. Are you sure that they are going to come to this very obvious bait and trap? If the Zero Division was not here, I wouldn't dare pull something like this. While speaking, various alarms started ringing directly in Kisuke's head, notifying him that there's a huge movement that's happening on Earth right now. With the Zero Division holding the line for him for his precious ones, he could rest assured even if the enemy split their forces. Kisuke closed his eyes and tuned into the specific alarms that went off. After guessing what was happening, Kisuke turned to Shinji. You're up. Oh. Are they sending the small fries first? They probably want to brute force the traps I prepared for them. Shinji started walking forward while pulling out his Zanpakuto. Well, they have the numbers, all right. Hold on. I'd have to remind you that your Zanpakuto might not work on the Evis. I know. It affects the perception, so it probably won't work on those who can't perceive it in the first place. Kisuke nodded, as long as you know. While he was hoping that Shinji's Bankai would work on everyone, that's just wishful thinking that doesn't match the evidence that they have gathered until now. However, Shinji is still a capable captain of the Godai 13. If half of his enemies are affected, that's more than enough for him to deal with the situation as a whole, as long as he's not caught off guard, of course. Seeing Shinji prepare, the girls also stopped their tea party and started cleaning up, and as soon as they were done, thousands of magic circle appeared on the surface of Mars. Kisuke tapped his feet and in an instant, the surface became covered in a thin black sheet of spiritual power. Even though it looks like they spread out as much as possible, they were still all caught in this black sheet, and just as they are about to materialize, they all disappeared along with Shinji. Hold on. Could it be that? Renji muttered after feeling the familiar signature of the spiritual power. Yep, invaders must die. It's a copy of it. Kisuke nodded, then looked up, although it'll only work one time. Feeling another set of strange spiritual power on top of them, everyone else also looked up and saw hundreds of flaming spears raining down, and they were all accurately targeting the devices that Kisuke used to activate Yukio Han's Voroburna's full-bring ability. Chapter 1370, Chapter 1370 An Honorable Battle. Part 2. Aya, what a sight. Kisuke happily commented while watching the rain of fire coming at them. While it mostly targeted the formation he prepared for dimension transmission and isolation, it also fell on Kisuke and the rest. It was, however, easily countered by a simple Kidu barrier that the group of Shinigami deployed. Because of how the attack was structured, the rain of flame that landed on the barriers only produced a small impact before disappearing entirely. Kisuke took note of this and thought, the dispersing effect of a Kidu barrier was amplified against Itold's abilities, or is it just this particular attack? Soon, the rain of fire stopped and the one who initiated it finally descended from the dark sky that greatly contrasted the rusty land. Do you have something else prepared, Kisuke Urahara? A tall, muscular humanoid man with a striking, fiery presence directly addressed Kisuke. Yuan Pyrodhar, the master of the Pyrodhar clan and a strong supporter of Restoras. Yoruichi's voice resounded on everyone's head. As you can see, he's a flame ability user. But since it isn't on the fiery men who's present, Yoruichi also introduced those who descended with him. To his left is Juna Zephyra, matriarch of the Zephyr clan. She looks strange, but her main ability is shape-shifting. I heard that she can transform herself into a number of organisms and even non-living materials and take their properties and abilities. Let's skip the guy in the middle for now and continue to the other Atolls. Next is Nalara Vale, the matriarch of the Vale clan. Not much is known about her aside from her mutated ability to phase through things. And considering how she uses that to deal damage, we can also assume that her body is incredibly tough despite how soft she looks. The black-haired and pale woman behind her is Morgana Eldera, matriarch of the Eldera clan. Just like the former, not much is known about her aside from her ability to raise and control the dead. The woman beside her is the complete opposite. Althea Leora, matriarch of the Leora clan. She can heal other people and also possesses her own very potent regenerative abilities. She may be the healer, but she's probably the hardest to kill outside of Nalara. Finally, Zareth Kyra, master of the Kyra clan and a poison user. I'm calling dibs on him. The last of Yoruchi's words are full of killing intent that also wasn't oblivious to the other side. There are other people present like Indra, Sun Wukong, and other Buddhas among their forces. But when Yoruchi was about to introduce them too, another group appeared and descended. Indra's side isn't the only one that sent their army in hopes of triggering the traps that Kisuke prepared, but also Shiva. Unlike the former, however, there are no other gods or anyone from Draconic Deus that's beside him, instead only composed of Evis, and there are only a total of 5 of them. I was hoping that you'd pull and reveal more of your tricks, but I guess it's also time for us to step up. Shiva loudly proclaimed with a smirk. His small stature contrasting the giant mechanical beings around him gave a cartoonish image to his appearance. But those who know him personally could only frown at his descent because, unlike the previous demeanor that he gives, he's now emanating a malicious atmosphere. What are you so surprised about? Indra asked Sun Wukong and the others behind him. I already told you about this side of him, didn't I? Sun Wukong broke his gaze from Shiva and feigned a cough to hide his embarrassment. I apologize. I really thought that you're just justifying your hate for him at that time. While he and the other Buddhas and a small number of deities felt that something was amiss about Shiva, they were not expecting it to this degree. Moving to those robots, the ones directly behind that brat are Regadamu and Dermato, also known as Sky Prime Ruler and C Prime Dynast. Yoruchi continued her explanation while referring to the 2 towering 20-foot-tall mechanoids. While the former has the ability to manipulate the wind and is proud of his speed, the latter can control large bodies of water. There are actually 3 of them who directly serve Regal Ziva, but the third one was already killed by Nemea. The other 3 are servants of either Regadamu or Dermato. Unlike the Atolled side that specialize in something, they possess various abilities that make them hard to deal with. However, you can see how they fight by taking note of the shape of their bodies. That wide one that looks like he has a few armors stacked on top of each other, it's obvious that he's a defensive type. There are also times that they'll suddenly transform, so whoever goes against them, make your own judgment. Kisuke could only chuckle at Yoruchi's obvious bias. It's pretty obvious that she hates the Atolled side more than the Evis. Well, not that I blame her. Evis are simply enemies and that's that. The Atolls, on the other hand, are complicated to work with. And thanks to his improved senses from slightly mastering the prima materia, he could tell that despite the small number on Shiva's side, they aren't at all weaker than Indra's side, who has more in their roster. In fact, the group of robots has more vigor than the other side. It's amazing how the Atolls can stand on the same level as these guys. So the puppet masters didn't show themselves, huh? This time, it was Riveria's voice that resounded in everyone's head. In response to that question, Kisuke lifted his gaze further up and grinned. Nope. They are here and having a stare down. Kisuke's improved senses didn't just allow him to estimate his opponent's power, but also let him see through the cloak that Restoras and Regal Ziva that they wrapped around themselves. And just as Kisuke said, the 2 of them are staring down at each other, ignoring everything and only interested in each other. They didn't care if they were lured here, since in their eyes, the only opponent they have are each other. That was until they felt Kisuke's gaze and they both looked down to see who it was. Oh. Isn't he that guy? Regal Ziva muttered to himself, remembering Kisuke's face when he sealed the whole Draconic Deus with the help of the Black Dragon. Look like he's eager to meet his end. I don't mind having an appetizer, actually. Restoras, meanwhile, only looked at Kisuke silently and soon dismissed him from his mind. He's certainly underestimating him, but part of it was because he can't afford to give others attention when he's in front of a monster like Regal Ziva. With my blessing, even those 6 won't be able to defeat my children. He was of course talking about the forces that Regal Ziva had brought. But just a few seconds later, he'd change his mind. Chapter 1371, Chapter 1371, An Honorable Battle. Part 3. Kisuke concluded that nobody else would be coming and looked behind him. There's currently a standoff that doesn't seem to have an ending, as both sides seem to be looking for Senjumaru, Uetsu, and Tenjiro. As they are people with enough ability to easily crush an Atolled or EV executive, they all thought that they were hiding somewhere nearby and they were part of Kisuke's trap, so they are being wary of their existence. Kisuke looked at everyone and said without minding all the ears that's listening to him, nothing is going to get done at this rate, so let's just proceed with Plan C. Yoruchi immediately chuckled, nice. I'm really itching to rip someone's face off, so I'm thinking the same. Both Indra and Shiva's team immediately focused their attention on Kisuke's side. As soon as Yoruchi finished speaking, the brown-haired woman beside her suddenly smiled widely, and the casual attire she had was covered in darkness before transforming to a garb similar to the members of the Godai 13. The group of Shinigami was interested and intrigued by her transformation and wanted to know her differences. While pulling out her twin swords, Aika asked Kisuke, "So where's the target?" "Just go straight up and you'll find them." "Understood." Aika put both her twin swords together and muttered, "Bankai." As the red and black twisting Ryatsu was released from her body, it didn't just stun the Atolls present but also the other Shinigami except for Kisuke and Yoruchi. While the former were shocked at the sudden eruption of spiritual power that they had no hope of achieving on their own, the latter were taken aback and felt their hearts palpitating. Although it's the same familiar Ryatsu that they all have, Aika had something fundamentally different. Something more unique than the already strange Ichigo. The massive pillar of Ryatsu soon lit up, but the one who released it was nowhere to be seen except for a small whisper in the distance and a flash of reflected light. "Excuse me, you're in the way." The group of Atolls were trying to comprehend what sort of power this is, and after Nalara's warning, they don't think that this is some idiotic utilization anymore. Thanks to that, they also had a lapse in concentration, and it was too late for them to realize that someone else had entered their range. They couldn't clearly see the figure that just went by, but they still wanted to catch it. But before they could do anything, one of them, the muscular Atoll, Yuan Pyrodhar, slowly turned to the matriarch of Leora, Althea, "Save me." The others wondered what was going on and looked at him. But the moment they realized what just happened, they could only look at him in shock as he started falling from the sky with his body splitting in half from head to crouch. "No." Althea shouted and hurriedly and unhesitantly released her ability in conjunction with the blessing she received from Restoras. Unfortunately for her, even before her ability could touch the falling ally, a dark red beam of compressed destructive spiritual power swept and swallowed Yuan. The heat generated from the heat instantly made Althea and the others back off. The beam immediately went away as fast as it appeared. However, the person Althea was trying to save was not there anymore. Instead, they all could was some gray and black dust. This time, it only took them a split second to correctly conclude that the master of the Pyrodhar clan was reduced to ashes. When they blankly looked towards the source of the beam and saw the orange-haired man, but this time, there was a horn sticking out on the right side of his head and his skin had turned pale white with various black markings. This, however, was just a small part of his transformation, and the Ryatsu, although not as aggressive as Aika's, was much more refined and heavy. The man on his side grinned and said, "How surprising for you to immediately go for the kill." Ichigo sighed and replied to Rinji, "I learned it from the last time. I can't just pull my punches in a war like this." He then disappeared from his spot with a flash step, and before everyone knew it, he was already following Aika. The Atoll group wanted to chase after the two of them, but this was also the time the others started to take action, starting with Yoruchi appearing near the Kyra Patriarch, Zereth, and grabbing his face. "I have an issue with you, so let's take this somewhere else." The lean man couldn't react in time and was dragged without much resistance. Even though he's releasing his potent poison on Yoruchi's arm, the latter doesn't let go of him and continued flying away. Soifun, meanwhile, immediately released her Shunko, and the target she had chosen was the 5-meter-tall humanoid mechanical lifeform with 3 eyes. "They said you're fast. How about you play with me?" Soifun wanted to give him a surprise attack during the commotion but found out that he didn't sufficiently let his guard down. Rugatamu first stared at Soifun with very sharp wings before various boosters appeared on his body and said, "Very well. Prepare to be reduced into pieces." The next instant, the two of them disappeared in a blur, and a few moments later, a shockwave of their clash rang from the distance. These two instances finally pulled everyone else from their temporary stupor, and it became a free-for-all all among the three sides. As it became more and more chaotic, the only ones left standing still were Sona, Kisuke, Indra, and Shiva. Sona stepped forward and came to Kisuke's side while eyeing the two gods who were the root cause of all of these. She fixed her glasses and muttered, "How surprising. To think they'll be waiting like this." Kisuke cracked a small smile and raised his voice, "What's up? Didn't like the stage I prepared for you guys." Despite the chaotic surroundings, his voice managed to clearly reach both of them. Indra and Shiva broke their staring contest and looked at Kisuke. However, they didn't have a word to say. But seeing their expression, Kisuke immediately guessed what was on their mind. "Aren't you too demanding? You got your war, so be satisfied being relegated as side characters. If you don't like it, blame it on yourselves. Who told you to drag others in your squabble just so you could elevate it into a glorious divine war?" Chapter 1372, Chapter 1372 An Honorable Battle. Part 4. Indra and Shiva were still silent. However, it's very obvious that they were bothered by what Kisuke had just said with how their aura was flaring up. It started with just two of them gathering support from all over the world, and while they didn't agree to it initially, the support of the Atolls and Evis proved to be indispensable. But before they knew it, the control of the conflict left their hands, and although they still lead each faction, it feels like they are only there as a representative. Shiva was not as bothered, but Indra really hated this and deliberately ignored this fact. He's ashamed to admit that he could only retain his leadership because Restoras told the Atolled reinforcements to follow his lead. And what is the main reason why their influence became indispensable? They are extremely wary of Ophis. Ophis was the main reason why both Indra and Shiva had to get help and tried to eliminate Kisuke and his group from the equation. Although she's weakened right now for being divided, it still doesn't stop her from reaching her full capability when she needs to, and the proof of that was when she repelled Regal Ziva. Even now, Indra and Shiva choose to stay still because they are sure that the reason why Kisuke is confident that they can take on both sides is because he has Ophis on his side. They didn't need to know what method Kisuke used to control the infinite dragon because what's important is that this being will move for him. Of course, Kisuke was aware of this sort of thinking and even deliberately hid Ophis and Lilith's location so that they wouldn't do anything remotely outside of his expectations. The battlefield continued to evolve and the four people continued staring at each other, still looking for openings and gauging what the others would do. However, that stalemate was soon disrupted when all of a sudden, a heavy pressure came from above them and an instant later a scream of pain was heard all around. Everyone then saw something flash from the darkness of space and crash to the Martian ground, which made everyone stop what they were doing. Silence prevailed as they somehow waited for the dust to settle down because of the aura that's coming off the item that had just fallen down. But when they finally saw what it was, the Atolls were horrified and regretted not instantly reacting. They all looked up and decided to abandon their opponents to fly up towards where the object came from. Riveria immediately reacted and fully released her soul gear. No, you don't. The Martian soil suddenly started shaking and cracking. From those cracks, hundreds of intersecting invisible walls, ceilings, and floors, creating numerous rooms, spanning a quarter of the whole Mars surface and going as high as 10 miles. Naturally, the Atolls who wanted to go to where they heard the scream from didn't care about this barrier. While it's invisible, the magic power emanating from it is very defined and can be easily detected by basic magic perception. The first one to reach the barrier was Juna, the shapeshifter. Putting both of her hands together, they melded and formed a sharp cone with black metallic shine on it. It was one of the most precious materials discovered in the universe, capable of breaching most of the protective shells out there if used as a weapon. However, as she propelled herself, she soon found herself facing the ground and crashed into it. Soon, others who were rushing and trying to break through the invisible ceiling similarly faced the same problem. Their attacks or they themselves were transported to a different room of the barrier. It was then that they realized what this barrier did. While they are correct to initially assume that this is meant to trap them, it was not through stopping them with a physical boundary. Instead, the moment they go through the invisible walls, ceiling, and floor, they are warped to a different point in space within the barrier, essentially creating an infinite maze. The Atolls panicked even further and tried everything they could do to escape from this maze. Sadly for them, even if they deployed any and all of the space-time warping techniques that they knew proved to be futile. It was as if they were within an entirely different dimension than the one outside the barrier. Still, Atolls and Evis alike are all seasoned veterans and they immediately figured out the barrier's limitations. First, it was impossible for such a complex barrier to operate continuously without being fed by an enormous amount of magic power, and the fact that after activating it, Riveria doesn't seem to be maintaining it points to the possibility that there's a core somewhere within the barrier that holds this spell together. Second is that the warping feature of the barrier is static. Meaning that the points of entry and exit of each room created doesn't change, so with enough time, someone will be able to map out the whole barrier and freely navigate it. And finally, the third, members of Kisuke's group seems to have something with them that allows them to bypass the invisible walls, since they were all able to gather together in the center without being impeded, allowing them to retreat from their enemies. This point actually helped Soifan immensely because she's being thrown around by her opponent that's several times faster than her. If they could somehow figure out what it is that they have and take it for themselves, they'll be able to free themselves from the constraints of the barrier. Divided by a wall, Kisuke grinned at both Indra and Shiva. Too bad for both of you. If you didn't dilly-dally, you could have punched my face. Kisuke then started floating and so did Sona, intending to leave the two furious gods staring intensely at him. Don't look at me like that. I just did what both of you wanted. A stage to showcase your dominance. In fact, I am so mindful of your wishes that everything in here is being broadcast to the whole world right now. Both Indra and Shiva's eyes widened in shock and immediately started throwing attacks at Kisuke. Of course, they were all swallowed up by the invisible wall in front of them and reappeared somewhere else. Oh ho ho, Kisuke pulled out a paper fan and placed it in front of his mouth. Well then, be good boys and entertain our audience. After leaving those final words to them, Kisuke disappeared along with Sona. The fuming gods were left without being able to sate their rage. While the situation was similar to the Azazel Cup being broadcasted to the world, the arena that Kisuke prepared for them was fundamentally different. They were not participants of a contest but were forced to face each other. This is not something as glorious as the Azazel Cup where they could prove themselves, but a cage that made captured beasts tear each other apart. Their divine war, which was supposed to instill fear and awe throughout the lands, was desecrated and reduced to a mere spectacle. And because of that, whatever victory, defeat, or death that will come out of this won't ever be honorable. These two couldn't accept that humiliation. Chapter 1373, Chapter 1373 Start of the Real War. With Sona and Kisuke leaving to follow Aika and Ichigo, Yoruichi and the others regrouped as planned. As soon as Yoruichi returned, she immediately noticed the injured Soifun who was being healed by Retsu. Was that guy too much after all? Soifun was enduring the pain of the broken bone of her right arm and nodded, although both of us were still holding back, it's clear that I have no way of defeating him even if I go all out. Soifun's opponent, Restoras, also known as the Sky Prime Ruler, was not just faster than Soifun but also very experienced in close-quarter combat. In addition to that, he's also very sturdy despite his stature, and most of the attacks that allowed Soifun to create an opening were ignored. When I heard that Nemea instantly defeated one of them, I thought it'd be viable for me to take on one, Soifun added in a rare defeated tone. Well, he did warn us that he's only lucky that his opponent was overconfident with his defense. Yoruichi replied while recalling Uetsu's exact words, I was only lucky that he didn't move at all. And that's actually the first time I felt resistance when I swung Saifushi despite further sharpening her with my Ryatsu. He was a total monster that I wouldn't want to fight. According to the records of my clan, Nemea's Saifushi was infamous for cutting absolutely everything including its fellow Zanpakuto even if it's in Bankai state. For him to feel resistance, that must mean the guy he cut was unbelievably tough that almost no one would be able to scratch. Yoruichi thought to herself and looked around, the biggest problem is his speed. Even I won't be able to catch him in my shunku. What about you? Soifun asked back while staring at Yoruichi's left arm that was partially rotting, that looks nasty. I'm fine. Yoruichi was already pouring a medicine specially crafted by Kisuke based on Tenjiro's ability to replace blood, I just didn't expect him to suddenly power up. Let me help Soi-chan. Serafal raised her arm. Everyone looked at her before Yoruichi nodded, alright. Support Soifun. He's also the greatest threat right now since it'll be easy for him to map out the whole barrier if left alone, so this is good. What about the other guy? Asked Furufushi, referring to the C Prime Dynast, Dermato. If Rigatamu was already giving them a massive headache, it wouldn't be strange if that guy was on the same level. Yoruichi thought about it for a moment before saying, you, Katori, and Renji will take him on. Furufushi smiled and started dragging Batsuansai with her, let's go, redhead guy. It's Renji Abarai. Renji corrected her but he still closely followed them towards Evie who hadn't done anything until now. By the way, our goal is not to defeat them but to keep them in here for as long as necessary. Yoruichi reminded, if they are still too much, don't let your pride go in the way of you using the barrier to your advantage. That Evie has some pure hate towards the Atolled so you can use that too. Soifun and Serafal also soon left after patching up the former. They are not impeded by the invisible walls, but they took their time to go to their opponent because they noticed that Rigatamu was also actively hunting down the Atolls. What about us? Retsu asked Yoruichi. Please stay here with Reveria. She's our only way to confuse the enemy so she can't directly engage in combat. I understand that. But while this is a three-way battle and we're in an advantageous position, we lack people. If those guys for some reason decide to stop fighting each other, we'll all be in danger. That's true. We don't really know these people so it might really end up that way if they lose their patience. Yoruichi then looked up before continuing, that arm that just fell down was the first development. On the second one, a few helpers will be coming in. Helpers. This time, it was Reveria who asked as this is the first time she's hearing this. I'm currently scrambling my head with my lightning so no mind reader could access it. Reveria's eyes widened, I see. So that's why you were caught by that poison. How the heck are you fighting in that state? I don't. I'm just messing around with him. Once the second phase starts, however, I'm cutting off his head after breaking all of his limbs. Yoruichi didn't explain any further and also left to disrupt the side of Atolls who also started gathering together. With just Reveria and Retsu staying behind, the former smiled at the latter, I'll be in your care. Retsu chuckled softly and also said, I'll be in your care too. However, Reveria immediately noticed something, and her smile changed into a grin, but it looks like you can't wait to join them. Retsu was surprised and asked, what gave it away? I was actually just guessing. Reveria also started chuckling, I'm used to closely watching other people's intentions so I noticed something from you that is similar to those battle maniacs. I see. I guess after my last battle to death, it has been hard to hold myself back. Then how about this? The moment the second phase starts, you can also join the fun. Oh. Is that all right? Reveria nodded, we can just ask whoever's coming to stay with me. And I have a feeling that I wouldn't need to protect the barrier at that point. Going back a few minutes earlier, Aika was rushing upward and she seemed to be going into deep space. But after around 50 miles above the surface of Mars, she found herself in a world with very conflicting features. Huh? Where am I? It was a sudden transition as if she was suddenly transported to a different place. Aika remained calm and backtracked and found the boundary she just crossed. It was stopping her from returning, so she used her Zanpakuto to cut it. Thankfully, she was able to cut it like butter and saw the distant surface of Mars. Soon, however, the boundary closed. I can still cut it, so it's not a problem. She finally turned around to look around, and to her left, a lush forest was present. Meanwhile, on her right was a land of lifeless metal and crystals. It was a disorienting view that was split exactly in the middle. I'm in the middle of their domain contest, huh? Soon, a man also crossed the boundary. Wadash. Where are we? Aika turned around to see the hollow-eyed Ichigo. So you can do that too? Ichigo turned to her and asked, do what? Nothing. For now, let's go to the left. Chapter 1374, Chapter 1374 Pillar Gods Part 1. Restoras and Regal Ziva had already noticed Ichigo and Aika's approach before they even intruded into their clashing domains. However, because their hostility was directed at just one side, the two of them had very differing reactions. Restora's aura immediately flared up when he noticed that the intruders were coming towards him. While he admits that they're strong compared to his followers even with his blessing, they have no right to step on their stage. They simply are on a different level, and he found their actions extremely disrespectful. Regal Ziva, on the other hand, would normally also be angry at their intrusion. But after a bit of a clash with Restoras, he realized that the latter was prepared to retreat as soon as possible. Regal Ziva was thinking about how he could make the coward stay when Ichigo and Aika arrived and found it amusing. For smaller beings to suddenly challenge the ruler of the atolls, the ruler would certainly feel disrespected and would never back down due to pride. He naturally wouldn't intrude in their fight if they decided to clash, but he was hoping that they could at least make Restoras angry enough to stay after he's done dealing with them. If they could get a lucky hit on him, I'll have a reason to mock him. Hopefully, that's enough to make him properly face me. But to his surprise, just a minute into their clash, he heard Restoras scream and his left arm went flying. Aika and Ichigo came face to face with Restoras. Although he's a lot smaller compared to his Eevee opponent, he towers at nearly 7 feet. His figure radiates spiritual power that closely resembles divine power. His muscular frame is wrapped in shimmering, golden-hued skin that seems to glow from within. His eyes, a luminous crystal blue, hold a penetrating gaze that commands both reverence and fear. His long golden hair cascades to his shoulders, crowned by a simple silver circlet adorned with a single blue gemstone. He is clad in shiny, celestial armor etched with unknown symbols that radiate mysterious power, with a white mantle trimmed in gold flowing behind him. The small frown he has on his beautiful face clearly conveys the rage he's feeling, and with his deep and resonant voice filled with calm authority, he says, "Barbarians who wield spiritual power like worthless toys, how much disrespect are you going to subject me until you are satisfied?" While they were in their Bankai states, both Aika and Ichigo were holding back their Ryatsu as Kisuke had suggested to them. So instead of getting affected by Restora's words, both of them are glad that he's clearly looking down on and underestimating them. Aika didn't waste any time and dashed forward while wielding her greatsword that's even bigger than Ichigo's. Restoras understood Aika's ability to ignore defense and disable supernatural phenomena by cladding her sword with high-pressure spiritual power from the information he'd gathered, so he already knew how to deal with her. Putting forward his left arm, Aika's charge was stopped. Go. What the hell? She tried to break free, but even with her already abnormal strength, she couldn't. The easy way to deal with Aika was stopping the wielder herself instead of her very special sword. It was simple enough, but it's not that easy to take advantage of since one has to contend with Aika's brute force. And here I thought you already knew about me, considering how you worthless people already knew my followers' abilities. Restoras displayed a smirk. He has the ability to manipulate a multitude of forces, and by creating an invisible force field around Aika, he managed to effectively detain her. Though to his surprise, he's using much more power than he initially thought. Restoras, however, wouldn't ever admit that. Of course, Restoras didn't ignore Ichigo, who was following closely behind Aika. He intended to do the same to him and crush both of them into meat paste. But as soon as his power got hold of Ichigo, he released the full strength of his Ryatsu, which instantly caught Restoras off guard. Ichigo's Ryatsu's physical manifestation took the form of a golden pillar, and the moment Restora's spiritual power melted under its influence, Ichigo raised his sword. The golden pillar immediately disappeared as if it was just a fleeting illusion, but Restoras knew that wasn't the case at all. Getsuga Tenchu. A sharp golden wave of pure high-kinetic spiritual power was ejected from his sword and traveled the short distance between Restoras and Ichigo. For the first time in a very long while, Restoras felt threatened. He couldn't figure out how this feeling came to be, but he was certain that if he didn't dodge or block it, he'd be gravely injured. But how is that possible? Restoras had to release Aika and waved his right hand towards the golden wave that's about to cut him in half. A moment later, Ichigo was shocked to see that his Getsuga Tenchu suddenly veered and shot upwards, entirely missing his target. The next instant, however, he heard Restoras in front of him shouting in pain as his left arm was separated from his torso. Aghai. Aika had just finished sneaking to Restora's side using the massive turbulence that Ichigo caused. It's as they said. You can only use reality warping and probability manipulation when you're aware of it. Insect. Restoras instantly lashed out, but Aika had already left his range with Flash Step, and that was the same for Ichigo. As the both of them got away, Ichigo asked, "You didn't aim for the back?" "I was worried that he'd notice me if I went for something bigger. We've got to take small wins against someone like him." Ichigo looked at Restoras, who was staring at them with bloodshot eyes, and replied, "I think you only made him angrier." "That's good. He won't notice it then." Aika displayed a grin which only further infuriated Restoras. "Sadly, I don't think we'll be able to approach him anymore, much less get another arm." Chapter 1375, Chapter 1375 Pillar Gods Part 2. Aika and Ichigo's eyes went wide open when Restora's body suddenly became distorted, and before they realized it, he was already standing in front of them, fully healed, and waving a white sword made out of pure light. Aika gritted her teeth and placed her sword in front of her to block the white sword radiating with extreme heat. But before it could land on her, Ichigo went in front of her and blocked it with his own sword. He was successful in stopping it, but the rageful Restoras didn't stop there and manifested another sword with his newly regenerated left arm. What he didn't expect, however, was Ichigo extending his other arm and catching it with his bare hands. Ichigo's pale white hand with light-emitting blue nerves tracing his skin caught the sword. He was cut and scorched a bit, but nothing else besides that. Ichigo then took advantage of Restora's shock and raised his Ryatsu once again to generate a Gran Ray Zero in front of his horn, immediately shooting it. But a red beam of destruction split into several streams and was just brushed aside by Restoras. Still, that was enough for Ichigo to push Restoras back and made him think twice about assaulting them. "Thanks." Aika sighed in relief. While she has a high attack potential and makes even Aizen wary, her own defense and survivability are extremely lacking unless she was using outrage. "You're pretty sturdy for catching that with your bare hands." "You're welcome. Though that sword can't even be called hot compared to an old man's sword that I know." "Seriously? That can already instantly incinerate pretty strong people, but you can't call that hot. Is that sword made out of the sun?" Ichigo turned his head slightly towards Aika and chuckled. "You could say that." It was at that moment that Aika remembered Serafal's story of failing to freeze an old man no matter what she did. "I'd really like to meet this old man." Aika then returned her attention to Restoras, who was now just staring at them from the distance. "That reality warping and probability manipulation is really not fair. Sona said that it's not that strong, but it's still potent enough to manipulate everything around him. Even this guy's point-blank Zero only managed to scratch him in a few places. So what's the plan?" Ichigo asked. "I'm not really that experienced fighting against someone with ridiculous abilities." "But you've experienced it. That makes you the extreme minority." Aika replied while calming her nerves. "We wait. Though it won't be that long." As soon as she said that, everyone within this strange mix of domains felt another two people intruding, with one of them immediately making their way towards Aika and Ichigo while the other going in the opposite direction. It didn't take long before Sona reached Aika and Ichigo. "Good work." That arm made the Atolls panic and it became easier to deal with them. She inspected Restora's state and couldn't help but smile. "Shall we make sure that he won't be able to escape?" Sona closed her eyes and took off her glasses. The moment she opened it again, the color of her eyes became inverted, and at the same time, she started emitting an aura that was very familiar to Ichigo. "You're kidding." Ichigo couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sona first looked at Kisuke and nodded before separating from him. But before she could take some distance, Kisuke sent her an encrypted message. "If things don't go as planned, I leave it to you to improvise, but don't overreach. Don't forget that you guys are my top priority, and I'm willing to throw all of this away if it means keeping you safe." Sona didn't stop moving or turn around, but a small smile appeared on her face. Kisuke sighed and turned around to go towards the depths of the desolated world. As he went through it, he carefully observed what was happening while also asking questions to Tiamat. "I know the right transcendence could create worlds, but how are they doing this exactly? I'm sure it's not through prima materia though. I'm as clueless as you, but if I were to guess, it's a projection of their inner world, a unique ability that both sides developed as they competed with each other." Soon, Kisuke caught sight of the Eevee that towers at 7 meters, a mechanical humanoid exuding an aura of dominance. His body is a blend of sleek black and deep purple, with thick, powerful limbs built for both strength and precision. His head is adorned with 5 eyes, 2 on each side and 1 on his forehead, the latter shining with a brilliant golden light that seems to pierce through the darkness. Kisuke felt the Eevee glancing at him but immediately ignored him to put his attention back on Restoras. Kisuke also stopped his flight, maintaining his distance from the Eevee, and turned towards the direction of the fighting that had resumed. After a few of their exchanges, Kisuke suddenly heard the Eevee's deep voice inside his head. "How belittling. Did you actually think that I would interrupt them?" Kisuke glanced at him before replying loudly, "Not really. I have heard of your reputation. You're brutal and merciless, but you treat each fight that you take with seriousness and pride." Regal Ziva became interested. "Oh. Are you saying that those small beings have a chance in besting one of the greatest beings out there?" He may not be a strong one compared to the others out there, but there's a reason why he could survive this long. Regal Ziva also noticed that all three of them seemed capable of countering most of Restora's techniques. However, he still believes that this is still not enough to defeat him. At most, all they can do is contain him for some time. A rewardless effort that may cost them their lives. Kisuke smiled, but he didn't answer Regal Ziva's question. It didn't strike me that you were someone who cared. Heh. It looks interesting and got me a bit curious. But more than that, Regal Ziva then fully turned his head towards Kisuke. This doesn't change the fact that you intruded into my fun. For that, you'll have to compensate for this itch I'm feeling with your life. The next instant, an aura so domineering that it made Kisuke stop breathing for a few seconds spread from Regal Ziva. Struggle and fill in at least a few minutes of my time. Kisuke could only smile wryly. With just pure force alone, he's even stronger than the transformed Hyasub. This is nuts. This made him think twice about the feasibility of the entire plan. Chapter 1376, Chapter 1376 Pillar Gods Part 3. The hulking collection of metals suddenly appeared in front of Kisuke. Kisuke felt his gigantic hand coming towards him and immediately used Flash Step to get away. But the moment he stepped out of the technique, he felt something sharp coming from his left shoulder and made its way through half of his torso before Kisuke decided to detonate himself. As the huge explosion ensued, Kisuke came barreling out of the smoke and fire with half of his body gone and the remaining half badly scorched. However, this is still the best outcome for him as he was able to get away from his enemy and already started regenerating. Damn. I almost forgot. He cut Great Red's head without much effort. Kisuke muttered loudly while staring at the aftermath of the explosion that started clearing itself. I see. You're one of those with pseudo-immortality. The explosion fully cleared and Kisuke saw Regal Ziva without even a single scratch on him except for his right hand that had transformed into a short blade. I've come across beings like you several times, but all they were able to accomplish was to last just a bit longer than the rest. Kisuke could only smile wryly while writhing in pain. Pseudo-immortality. I guess I get it since I still could get killed, but how do you define true immortality? Regal Ziva transformed his right hand back and entertained Kisuke's question. There's no definition. There's only one being in this vast space and time that could be considered truly immortal. Melvazoa, is it? Kisuke asked. Regal Ziva crossed his arms on his chest. I guess it's not really a big secret. Are you interested in why? Kisuke was surprised at his question. Will you tell me about it if I say yes? Sure, why not? I have time to kill and it looks like you can't last longer than I initially imagined. That's some arrogance, but considering your strength, I guess it's just confidence. Kisuke sighed. He has now fully regenerated but doesn't really want to go all out until he's sure that Restoras can be fully contained. I'd like to hear it, please. There's almost nothing to hear about it. Despite being weaker than both me and Saraselbs, he's the absolute leader of the Evis for the sole fact that he's immutable. He'll always be present even if everything else ceases to exist and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Kisuke scratched his head while also pulling out Tiamat. That's not really helpful. Everyone who comes across him is all saying the same thing. Because there's no other way to explain it. Regal Ziva dropped his arms. Only he himself knows the exact details. Only him, But the Holy Mother seems to have an idea. Kisuke thought to himself while peering through the battle happening between Restoras and the other three. At that moment, it would seem that Sona found an opening and suddenly enclosed everyone within a sphere of opaque black water. Naturally, Regal Ziva also knew of this development, but the instant that he felt Restora's aura weakening considerably that he was not capable of maintaining his domain anymore, Regal Ziva was shocked and turned his head towards them. How? Kisuke didn't let go of this chance and stabbed himself in the chest with Tiamat. Kisuke disappeared from Regal Ziva's senses, but he couldn't care less about him and focused his attention on the black sphere of water. Although he couldn't peer through it and couldn't sense Restora's spiritual power, it's still very obvious to him that the powerful Restoras was beaten out of nowhere. What happened? He tried to rewind his memory to process more information. Although he's having a conversation with Kisuke, his attention never left Restoras, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he came to the conclusion, there's another one. Regal Ziva concluded that if there isn't a fourth person, it'd be hard for those three to threaten Restora's life, since even if by some miracle they could, Restoras had many life-saving and escaping techniques and one would need to render all of those useless if they wanted to get him. There's someone else. Considering how secretive that fourth person is, that guy might really have a way to render Restora's abilities useless. Regal Ziva was about to fly over to observe them closer and to see if this fourth person was a worthy opponent for himself when his instincts started sounding the alarm. WH-. Without any warning, something hit and nicked his neck, breaching his defense that's known to be absolute. For the second time in his life, Regal Ziva activated his shield. Although it was immediately breached, it exploded and allowed Regal Ziva to pivot his body out of the blade. However, this maneuver sent him spiraling away uncontrollably towards the surface of Mars. The domain of Regal Ziva's that had just overpowered Restora's domain also collapsed, revealing to everyone with keen senses their forms. Regal Ziva tried regaining control, but his instincts were still screaming at him, "What's happening?" It was only then that he saw a man with monstrous features pointing his forefinger towards him. Regal Ziva immediately recognized his face, but it was strange because he was now standing a bit taller than him. A black mass of energy started gathering from the tip of the monstrous man's finger, which made the alarms go further off. He's obviously standing there and doing something, but why does it feel like he doesn't exist at all? Regal Ziva crossed his arms and pulled his legs up before fully reactivating his dense shield. A beam of black light engulfed Regal Ziva and his golden translucent shield. It took a few seconds before the shield went down and Regal Ziva had to endure the destruction with his now vulnerable frame. Regal Ziva felt like he hit the ground, but he didn't care about it and redirected his power towards reinforcing and healing his melting arms and legs. This moment also stopped the three-way battle that was occurring nearby and made the previous calm Evis panic. "My lord." One of them shouted while trying to understand what the black beam was and where it was coming from. Although there's a visual confirmation, they couldn't glean anything from it. Soon enough, the black beam lost its power, but it left behind a melted crater with a partially melted Eevee in the middle. Even until now, he still couldn't understand what was happening, and his confusion only served as an opening to his consciousness. The alarms in his head were still ringing as loudly as ever, but he couldn't figure out where the next attack was coming from. The next instant, he felt something weird and his fifth eye that was in the middle of his forehead stopped working. It was only a bit later that he figured out that a wide black blade slipped through the back of his skull and split his head in half. Ridiculous. Chapter 1377, Chapter 1377 Pillar Gods Part 4. The shadow that Regal Ziva's body cast extended and expanded out behind him, and a second later, Kisuke, who had taken on Tiamat's form, emerged. Kisuke was breathing hard, and there were various cracks on his body, but Regal Ziva couldn't see that. "This is consuming so much more power than I initially thought, and the strain on my body is crazy." He had initially calculated that he would be able to last for at least 5 minutes, but as he used Tiamat's form that utilized prima materia, he adjusted that time down to 2 minutes at most. Kisuke wanted to make sure to finish the job, but aside from standing still and looking around, he couldn't do anything else. He was already expecting some sort of overheat, but he didn't think it would come this early. "Sadly, I can only gather data about prima materia while using it like this." His eyes caught the people within the barrier and noticed that their eyes were also glued to him and Regal Ziva. Kisuke could tell that the Evis were shouting something, but their voices couldn't escape the barrier. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of the barrier with just simple echolocation. Phase 2 should start any moment now. Among the stairs, 2 of them stood out, and they came from Indra and Shiva respectively, their expressions a mix of shock, anger, and horror. Kisuke wanted to grin at them, but even that simple facial movement was too much for him. A few seconds later, the transparent barrier became opaque black as if ink had been dumped into it, breaking all the sightings of what was happening inside. "Too bad. You couldn't kill him." Tiamat's voice resounded inside his head. It was Kisuke's biggest regret. Although he had managed to pierce through Regal Ziva's defenses, it wasn't as easy as he thought. Even though he managed to split his head open, his blade made of shadow collapsed before he could do more damage. Clearly, he won't go down with just that. Kisuke had the same opinion, and those thoughts became a reality when Regal Ziva's head started melding back and his half-melted limbs started recovering. "Do you think he'll give me 20 seconds to recover? After what you did, I'll be surprised if he doesn't move to instantly kill you." Just as Tiamat finished speaking, Regal Ziva's body started floating and shining. He immediately reached Kisuke's waist height before releasing a massive shockwave, pushing Kisuke away. Kisuke was happy to gain some distance from his opponent, but that happiness was soon erased when he saw Regal Ziva begin transforming, growing even bigger and sharper. 13 more seconds, but I guess that's asking for too much, huh? You already failed the moment you weren't able to kill him before you overheated. Too bad. I didn't really want her to step into this. Regal Ziva disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Kisuke, bearing his enlarged fist. With a single hit to his stomach, Kisuke bent like a bow about to snap. Thankfully, before Regal Ziva could punch a hole through his body, Kisuke was sent flying into deep space at a speed tens of times faster than the speed of sound. The ground beneath Regal Ziva quaked before it was vaporized, and the shockwave raised countless valleys and mountains across half of Mars' surface. Feeling this massive vibration, Riveria panicked and barely managed to secure the integrity of the barrier. Gwa. All the air in Kisuke's lungs was forcefully expelled, and although he didn't really need it, it was still painful to endure. Not to mention, his incredibly sturdy body was almost broken by that single punch, with several of his rib bones sticking out. Damn. That punch was on the same level as Issei's Apocalypse Answer Arms Revelation whatever blaster, and he dished it out so casually. Unlimited power-up, huh? It doesn't sound so ridiculous now. Tiamat commented. Regal Ziva was similar to Issei in a sense, with the main difference being the scale of their abilities. The amount of power that Regal Ziva could amass was also limited to the strength of his body, but compared to Issei, Regal Ziva's body was exponentially stronger. Worst of all, the time Regal Ziva needed to accumulate his power was nearly instantaneous, whereas Issei would require several minutes or even hours. Will you force yourself to move? I don't have any choice now, do I? Kisuke asked back. And this is better. The more he accumulates, the more he'll be vulnerable to mistakes. He could actually start acting before the 20-second mark, but he wouldn't be at full power, and the amount of time he'd need to recover would be exponentially longer. Kisuke saw a bright light flash from the surface of the wrecked Mars that soon transformed into a hulking metal humanoid. Although there was no expression on his face, he exuded a dreadful atmosphere along with intense killing intent. What caught Kisuke's attention, however, was the silver sword that Regal Ziva was now carrying. Now that's dangerous. But Kisuke also saw an opportunity within that danger. Resolving himself, he decided to forcefully move and meet Regal Ziva head-on. Kisuke materialized the Prima Shadow within both of his hands and gathered as much as he could while also combining it with his hollow ability, Zero. This attempt nearly twisted both of his arms off of his torso, but he held on. Dang it. I'm counting on you, Saraselbs. Regal Ziva still couldn't sense anything, even though it was very obvious that Kisuke was gathering something. However, the unknown feeling of dread was very real, and he didn't want to give Kisuke another chance. I have to end him before he poses a threat to Melvazoa. When he realized where his train of thought had led, Regal Ziva was surprised. He knew for sure that Melvazoa was untouchable, so it didn't matter how destructive Kisuke was. How did I even think of that? Nevertheless, there was no time to contemplate this, and he soon reached Kisuke. He only had one goal. Regal Ziva brandished his sword and poured all of his power into it, intending to reduce his enemy to nothing and deprive him of any chance to revive and regenerate. Unfortunately for him, that was the mistake in the window of opportunity Kisuke had been waiting for. Faster than Regal Ziva's sword, Kisuke smashed his hands together, creating a black void that swallowed both him and Regal Ziva. Chapter 1378, Chapter 1378 Toppled Part 1. A few moments before Kisuke transformed himself, Restoras was having a hard time believing that he was actually struggling against three mortals that he disregarded before. What's happening? What are they? Restoras had started questioning his own reality. It's very clear that they are not on his level, however, this is the first time he had come across people who can effectively utilize spiritual power but are vastly different from how the Atolls do it. What's more, he realized that he'd already made a big mistake by underestimating them. Because he decided to take over the operation in DXD from Chimyun, he had gleaned through the information that they had gathered, and according to their intelligence network, one of his opponents right now, Ika Kiryu, was just a normal human from the start, unaware of the mysteries of her world. But now, she's standing in front of him with a weapon capable of hurting him. The devil, on the other hand, is a strange case too, as her demonic power and spiritual power seem to have melded and synchronized together to give birth to a nonsensical black water that's able to flow to wherever its master wants, to the point that it can invalidate his probability manipulation. In the first place, demonic power is a subset of magic, and any mixing between magic power and spiritual power would cause a violent reaction. There had been instances in Atoll's history of combining the two powers to get a head start against the Evis, but none of them succeeded, and those who wanted to force it only met gruesome deaths. Restoras understood that these two women were probably special cases, but the fact that they exist means that it's possible for more individuals like them to appear, and they could be a huge threat to the Atolls as a whole. But compared to these two, he was more concerned about the men who he had no idea about. No matter how he tried recalling it, there was no information about this man at all, and he just wasn't on the same level or more as the two women, but his existence confused him incredibly. As a forefront practitioner of spiritual power, even if he couldn't fully understand how and why they were using spiritual power in a certain way, he still could differentiate the attributes of their souls. While Ika has something that purifies, Sona has something that rejects that purification and is malevolent in nature. They are the complete opposite and also complement each other. So when Restoras sensed something from the unknown man, he wasn't that surprised until he realized that something else was mixed in. Another attribute that's wholly incompatible with the previous two. An attribute whose main purpose was the destruction of the two others. He couldn't understand why these three could not just exist within this man's body, but that he could also use all of them effectively. If he could have met this man in a different manner, Restoras would have offered him a seat beside him just solely because of the nature of his existence, which might help the Atolls evolve onto the next level. Unknown to him, this was already happening and was set in motion when a certain sibling picked up a certain lost shopkeeper pretending to be a tiny human. Restoras already had an inclination to eliminate the spiritual power users from Kisuke's group, but after meeting them and having them baring their fangs at him, he made a vow that he would issue an elimination order for them of higher priority than even most Evis once he gathered more information about them. Unfortunately for him, Ika, Sona, and Ichigo didn't have the same opinion. The moment Sona got a hint that Restoras was about to escape, she immediately raised her voice, now. In an instant, more black water around Sona manifested, enclosing and trapping everyone within it. Sona was aware that Restora's most dangerous abilities, reality warping, and probability manipulation, were only effective in his immediate vicinity thanks to Chimyun's intel. It was not wise to trust her words even though it appears that she's helping them out, but they don't have much time and choice in the matter. The Holy Mother also reminded them that when cornered, Restoras could extend and strengthen the effects of his abilities at a price, so they had to weaken him sufficiently enough before he could turn the tables on them. The moment Sona's cage manifested and began contracting, Aika also released her limiter and went to use outrage. The sudden change caught Restoras off guard. He wanted to get away and exit the sphere he's trapped in, but his current probability manipulation won't work if there's little to no chance of what he wanted to do happening in the first place. He could push himself and do miracles, but he hesitated because of the price he had to pay. He decided to use reality warping, but it'd take a few seconds for him to break through Sona's trap. However, Restoras immediately had a change of mind when Aika used outrage. Within this instant, Restoras felt that she's now standing on the same level as him. As it became clear to him that she was not just another mortal, Restoras was quick to decide to fully pull out of there and released a massive wave of radiating spiritual power that began to change the surroundings. Alas, he was already a split second too late. With a face like an angry Buddha, Aika gritted her teeth as she endured the raging power within her and slashed down at the warping environment and at Restoras himself. Restora's expression changed, and he also gritted his teeth while raising his radiant golden sword. Aika only smirked upon seeing that. In their short number of clashes, Aika already realized that although he's cosplaying as one, Restoras was not a fighter, so it became apparent that even until this point, he's underestimating her. With a single downward slash, Aika's Zanpakuto went through both Restora's reality warping and radiant sword before reaching the man's right shoulder. Another dumbfounded voice came from Restora's mouth as he felt Aika's greatsword entering his shoulder without any resistance and leaving his left flank. For the first time in a very long while, Restoras felt the threat of death, and fear took hold of his mind. The influence of his reality warping and probability manipulation further strengthened even though his body was divided into two. But just like earlier, he was already a split second too late as Ichigo came from behind Aika, now in his base form and his Zanpakuto transforming into its initial form too. With a single horizontal slash, Ichigo detached Restora's head from his body. This time, Restoras couldn't even mutter a voice of disbelief as the power he started gathering immediately dispersed. If Aika's blade went through his physical manifestation, Ichigo's blade directly cut Restora's soul, the source of his power. Restoras couldn't understand why this was happening to him, and he was already losing hope until he heard a familiar voice. That's enough. Chi, Mune. Chapter 1379, Chapter 1379 Toppled Part 2. Restora's head spun uncontrollably, but even then, he was able to hear a familiar voice and saw a familiar but vague silhouette. Chi, Mune. Chimyun caught Restora's spinning head and hugged it, making sure that he was facing away from her. She had a complicated expression on her face and never thought that he'd be reduced to this state. Even if he's just a head, he should still be able to easily regenerate his body. But I can't even feel him manifesting his power. Chimyun turned her head and looked at the three people who still hadn't sheathed their swords and were now pointing at her. She thought for sure that only Kisuke would be able to threaten Restora's life, but clearly, she didn't know enough about them. I shouldn't have been complacent just by viewing Issei Haido's perspective. Now that I think about it, he has been making an effort to avoid Kisuke Urahara's group. Could he have realized it long ago? As Chimyun secured Restora's head, he closed his eyes and cut off his consciousness. While she was doing so, she felt the inactive seal that Aika gave him the moment she cut his arm for the first time. It was a seal that Kisuke gave her to contain Restoras, but it would seem that it wasn't needed in the first place. He did remind me that Restoras might die, but I didn't take it seriously. Sighing, Chimyun sealed Restora's head in a transparent cube. Thank you for your efforts. I'll be taking it from here. You should go back to his side. Chimyun didn't wait for their reply and disappeared along with Restoras. Only then did Aika and Ichigo release their tension. Thankfully, it worked out the first time. Aika also released her outrage and groaned in pain. Right. Thankfully. Ichigo found her voice strange and immediately turned his head towards her. He was shocked to see that blood was seeping out from her orifices. Hey. Are you all right? Sona caught Aika and immediately began the process of teleporting. She's going to be fine. Thank you very much for your assistance today. We'll be sure to return the favor one day. Ichigo couldn't say anything else as the two of them also disappeared. He could only scratch his head as he watched Sona's cage disappear and Restora's domain collapse. I guess I'll go back. With Ichigo returning to Mars' surface, the previous battlefield descended into complete silence. But little did everyone involved in it know, there was a pair of eyes keenly watching them from the depths of space, undetected by even Kisuke, Regal Ziva, Restoras, or Chimyun. Are you now convinced? A young man's voice resounded quietly. Inside his head, a voice replied, as I've said, I'll leave it to your judgment. The young man smiled wryly, are you really the same guy? Receiving no response, the young man continued, and it has been a while since you've seen the Holy Mother. How do you feel? No matter how similar they are not the same person. Just like how I'm not the same person who exists in this world. It's also because of that this project is possible. After that brief reply, the young man felt the presence inside his head disappear. He sighed, but he also agreed with his words. Although there were many familiar faces in this world, they were not the same people that he knew. I certainly underestimated his influence in this world. I guess I should meet him again. And this time, I should probably introduce myself properly. For the sake of our worlds. It was an unbelievable sight. One of the gods they worshipped had fallen to the ground, helpless. Master. Both Regadamu and Dermato exclaimed at the same time. Despite the distance, the two of them and everyone else paying attention saw a blade going through Regal Ziva's head. The Evis couldn't say anything anymore and could only stare at the monster that emerged from the ground beneath their lord. With extreme hate, all the Evis started blasting the barrier in an attempt to break through by brute force. Sadly for them, the barrier was specifically designed to neutralize such tactics. Just what is that? Dermato muttered in frustration while blasting the invisible wall in an attempt to oversaturate it. Regadamu flew beside him and carefully stared at the monster. Its face matches the individual known as Kisuke Urahara. What? But before they could investigate further, their view dimmed as their sights were covered by darkness. They immediately realized that the barrier itself had stopped the light from coming through from the outside and between the rooms. Nevertheless, this didn't stop Dermato from his attempt at wanton destruction. He didn't care who he hit. He figured that as long as he pumped and flooded the rooms with enough energy blasts, he'd soon hit a critical infrastructure that's keeping this barrier up. Regadamu wanted to stop him because it might just complicate their situation, but he knew that once he became like this, he would listen to no one aside from the pillar gods. Thankfully, the voice of such a pillar god reached the Evis who had started to panic. Gather together and retreat the moment you have the chance. Master. Regadamu and Dermato exclaimed once again. What's going on? Asked the latter. Normally, this tone of voice and refusal to listen to orders would have warranted punishment, but this wasn't the time to think about that for Dermato. However, there was no further reply from Regal Ziva. Dermato was about to raise his voice once again when Regadamu grabbed and stopped him. Do you not trust the master? He's the strongest being in this cosmos. Don't worry about him. Better yet, let's follow his will. He might have discovered something that would be extremely detrimental to our cause, so he's asking us to retreat. There's no point in fighting here. Dermato clenched his fist but was able to calm himself down and understood Regadamu's words. But while he understood that inside his head, he still couldn't easily accept it and could only begrudgingly agree with Regadamu. All right. Let's consolidate our forces. Riveria, who could peer through the now blackened barrier, managed to keep track of the Evi's movements. They are gathering to one side. What's this? At that moment, Riveria received a telepathic call from Yoruchi. How is it? Can you keep track of everyone? Yes. But there's something strange going on. Let me guess. The Evi started gathering together. Yes. How did you know? I'll tell you about it later. Just send everyone a reminder to disengage from them and focus on eliminating the Atolls. They won't be a threat as long as no one approaches them. Understood. What about Indra and Shiva's side? We can't have Indra's side fall here. No matter how at odds we are with them, this world needs their existence. Shiva's side, on the other hand, is free real estate. You can pour all your frustrations into them. Don't let any of them leave alive. Although confused, Riveria smiled at Yoruchi's words. I'll make sure to relay that to everyone. Oh, and by the way, some of the helpers are about to arrive. Let them do what they want. Chapter 1380, Chapter 1380 Annihilation Part 1. Yoruchi dropped her call with Riveria and turned to her opponent, Zareth, with a smile. Shall we continue? However, Zareth was not in the right state of mind. What's happening? He muttered to himself as he stared at his pale, almost translucent hand. Why can't I feel his blessing? Yoruchi's smile widened. They did it. What's up? Found out your babysitter can't look after you anymore. Zareth snapped. Silence, barbarian. But Yoruchi chuckled. Aren't you curious? If Regal Ziva ended up like that, what do you think happened to your beloved Restoras? Zareth froze. The thought was unbearable. If Restoras had fallen, what would become of him? He needed to escape. Sensing his shift, Yoruchi wasted no time. In a flash, she was gone from sight, her Ryatsu flaring as she released the power she'd been holding back. The explosion of spiritual pressure hit Zareth hard, disrupting his focus. Centuries of battle instincts kicked in, and he raised his right arm just in time to block a kick aimed at his side. But he underestimated the sheer force behind Yoruchi's attack. The kick rattled his soul, making him cough up blood. Kaha. He was sent flying, crashing through the walls of their warped battlefield into another room. Zareth thought he had escaped, but the moment he stabilized, he sensed another attack from the opposite side. This time, it was a fist. Desperately, Zareth activated his poison armor, a ghastly gray aura enveloping him, capable of melting any soul that approached. Yet Yuruchi's fist pierced through the aura with ease, shifting in midair to land squarely on his face. Gwa. His body was flung once more, his soul shaking from the impact. Even his poison armor had been dispelled. What is this? What kind of power is this? He screamed in frustration. Yuruchi's mocking voice echoed in his ears. You're a lot weaker than I expected. Is this the side effect of losing your blessing, or were you always this weak? Zareth's hate-filled gaze landed on her. But more than anger, confusion clouded his mind. His spiritual power was fading, and he couldn't understand why. Yuruchi continued, as if reading his thoughts. Oh, this. It's called Shunko. Think of it as a fusion of magic and martial arts. Against your kind, it works wonders, unless you've got some fancy ability like that phasing woman or absurd strength. Powerful enough. Zareth muttered, before realizing he'd spoken aloud. He didn't bother retracting the question. Yuruchi grinned, enjoying his curiosity. One example. The matriarch of the Luxo. That lady's on a different level. Even at my best, I'd barely scrape out a win against her. Zareth's eyes widened in horror. He wasn't shocked by Corvina Luxua's power, that was well known. But the revelation that Yuruchi had faced her and kept her abilities hidden from their faction sent chills down his spine. This is worse than I thought. Desperation set in. Zareth knew he had to escape and warn the others. Summoning the last of his strength, he channeled his remaining energy into his heart, sacrificing decades of his lifespan. Ha! A cloud of gray poison exploded from his body, filling the warped space with lethal fumes capable of destroying even the strongest souls. The thick mist cloaked him as he prepared to flee. But as he started to leave, a familiar voice echoed through the poison. Zareth. Save me. What? Nilara. He turned, recognizing her voice. She shouldn't be affected by his poison, given her intangibility. But why was she calling for help? And why was her voice filled with such fear? When he saw her, Zareth froze. Nilara emerged from one of the walls, but her body was covered in what looked like black ink, her face contorted in terror. Before she could reach him, a blade pierced through the wall and severed her head in one swift motion. Zareth's mind reeled in disbelief. This shouldn't be possible. The figure holding the blade stepped out of the wall and caught Nilara's head by the hair, kicking her body away without a second thought. You. Corvina's daughter. Zareth gasped. But before he could react, a pillar of lightning descended upon him, engulfing him in blinding light. And then, there was nothing. Chapter 1381, Chapter 1381 Annihilation Part 2. A few minutes earlier, Nilara Vale remained unnervingly calm as chaos unfolded around her. Unlike others who panicked after seeing Regalziva's arm fall, she focused on the barrier trapping her. Even if I phase out, I still can't escape. The barrier allows light to pass, but not sound. How does it work? How does this barrier see? What Nilara couldn't have known was that the barrier wasn't merely a physical construct. It was part of an elaborate hidden base designed by a shopkeeper obsessed with secrecy, situated on another planet. The base constantly phased in and out of different dimensions, making it impossible to enter without matching its frequency, a frequency that Nilara's phasing ability couldn't manipulate, despite her best efforts. Unbeknownst to her, the base's dimensional shifts were enhanced by two powerful beings, the Infinite Dragon and the Illusion Dragon. Nilara's misfortune began when Regalziva fell. The boundaries of her room became opaque, giving her a claustrophobic sensation. For someone who had always been able to slip through barriers at will, the realization that she was truly trapped rattled her for the first time. What happened? Before she could investigate further, two figures entered her space, figures she never expected to see. You are Stralit Luxu and Gwen Yarwood. What are you two doing here? It took only a moment for Nilara to realize that this situation reeked of betrayal. Tisk. Without hesitation, she turned to flee. She wasn't afraid of Stralit and Gwen per se, but their presence here, now, confirmed her worst fears. This was an inside job. When did it start? When we began planning the attack. When the barrier fell. Or, could it have been when we first arrived in this world? Her thoughts raced, almost causing her to forget about the two women who, despite their youth, were clearly threats. But everything changed the moment Nilara touched the boundary of the room, and Stralit appeared beside her, emerging from her shadow. Nilara barely had time to react before Stralit swung her sword. The blade brushed against Nilara's skin, sending an unnatural shudder down her spine. What? It wasn't the sensation of a blade slicing her that unnerved her. It was soft. But why can I feel it at all? In an instant, Nilara phased through the boundary, arriving in another room. As she looked down, her legs were covered in an eerie black substance. Her left leg was completely drenched, and half of her right leg was marked as well. Her shadow. No. This is more like ink. Instinctively, Nalara tried to phase through the ink, only to realize it was somehow fused with her body. Worse still, it was spreading. Stralit watched as Nalara fled, casually observing the ink on her sword, Benihime, as it dripped. Just as you said. So, your eyes can detect when she becomes tangible again. But why? Gwen hovered beside her and shrugged. Who knows? But now we know she's not invulnerable during the moment of transfer. She smirked, eyes gleaming with revelation. And this ink, anything it covers becomes vulnerable. Stralit raised an eyebrow. You mean she can't phase out with the ink on her? Only the parts it touches. It's like they become separate from her. What even is this ability? Stralit glanced down at her blade. I'm still exploring it, but according to Benihime, anything covered by this ink has its name erased. Though I suspect it's something more. Benihime, unusually quiet, kept her thoughts to herself. She didn't expect to take on the properties of a brush. If Gwen's right, then Hyusub Ichibai's ability must have been absorbed into her shadow and evolved beyond my control. Concern weighed heavily on Benihime. The longer she stayed with Stralit, the more likely she was to be absorbed as well. I can resist it if I have to, but it's best not to push things that far. After this, I should return to him. She couldn't help feeling a pang of jealousy as only Stralit and Gwen had been taking the spotlight recently. Stralit studied Gwen's face. Are you sure you want me to continue? If I cover her with this ink, you might be able to touch her. Gwen's expression darkened, a smoldering hatred brewing beneath her calm exterior. But after a long pause, she shook her head. We can't risk anything now. Failure would have massive consequences, so I'll leave it to you. Besides, she's only one of them. I see, then I won't delay any longer. Nalara's panic intensified as the ink spread further up her body. Stralit appeared again from within the ink itself, her expression as calm as ever. Ha! Nalara's instincts kicked in, and she tried to phase out once more. She succeeded, but something felt off. There was an incongruity she couldn't pinpoint. She would learn the reason too late. Stralit reached out, grabbed Nalara's ink-covered leg, and used the spine of Benihime to brutally bend the knee in the opposite direction. Nalara's scream echoed through the chamber, her mind nearly shutting down from the intensity of the pain. Is this pain? Her thoughts slowed as shock took over. But survival instincts prevailed. She fled once more, phasing into another room, too terrified to think of fighting back. Stralit followed closely behind, her expression unchanging. Benihime's voice echoed in her mind. Can't you just paint her more? Stralit shook her head. It won't work. After the initial hit, I can only wait for the ink to take her over. She paused, sensing the ink's progress on Nalara. The more she tries to ignore it, the faster it spreads. Mother told me she's never experienced true pain before, but I didn't think she'd break this easily. Benihime sighed. Her upbringing, she'd fit right in with Kisuke's crowd. From then on, Stralit relentlessly pursued Nalara. Every time the ink advanced, she'd find her and break another limb, torturing her until she had no limbs left to break. Eventually, Stralit moved on to meticulously shattering every bone she could grasp. It wasn't long before Nalara was entirely consumed by the ink, her ability to phase in and out of reality stripped away. Stralit found no reason to prolong the inevitable. As soon as the opportunity arose, she severed Nalara's head in one swift motion. It was an anticlimactic end for someone who had once roamed battlefields unscathed, hailed as a hero by many. Stralit turned her gaze towards the distance, noticing a figure engulfed by a pillar of lightning. Chapter 1382 Conclusion. Zareth struggled for a bit but soon turned into a pile of ash that was scattered everywhere. Immediately after that, the cloud of poison he had ejected lost its effect and briefly cleared out. Yoruchi, with her Shunko active, came down to where Stralit was. Where's the other one? Stralit didn't answer and just turned from the wall where she came from, and soon Gwen also emerged from it. Gwen was about to comment on how brutal Stralit was and how she truly was her mother's daughter when her attention was caught by Yoruchi's current form. I'm seeing it personally for the first time. But that technique seriously doesn't make any sense. Why does it look more complicated than most of the unique abilities of Atolled lineages? If you could make sense of it in the short time you've seen it, then it wouldn't be considered a special technique, Yoruchi quipped. Though those eyes are really something else since you can see how a Shinigami uses their Ryatsu. You saw how I remained unaffected by his poison, didn't you? Gwen watched Yoruchi power down and stayed silent for a moment before answering. The Kyra clan's poison works by directly invading one's soul. Even if you don't breathe it in or block every opening on your body, it'll still be able to reach you if you have a soul. In your case, however, the spiritual power was circulating so fast that his poison was just being knocked off to the side. It was a very impressive defensive mechanism. But normally you'd be burned, body and soul, if you even attempted this. Seriously, what nonsense is this? Yoruchi smiled and recalled Aizen's words to Soifun when the latter's death in 2 steps didn't work on him. But instead of staying on this topic, Yoruchi asked, "Can you see the others? Please tell me what's happening." Gwen nodded, but before fulfilling Yoruchi's request, she turned to Stralit. "Can you let me have that head?" Stralit first looked at Nalara's head, still dripping with blood and frozen in its horrified state, before she tossed it to Gwen. "What are you going to do with it?" Gwen caught the head and immediately used magic to preserve it. "I'll gift it to my father." Yoruchi was curious how such a gruesome gift would make her father happy, but she also didn't want to get involved, so she kept her mouth shut. After keeping it in her inventory, Gwen finally properly looked around and was speechless. Her eyes were obstructed by the barrier, but if she focused enough, she could vaguely see through the entire barrier and make some assumptions. This time, however, she didn't need to assume, as it was obvious from the silhouettes running back and forth that a massacre was happening, with the Atolls on the receiving end of the punishing stick. They'll only last for a few minutes. The matriarch of Leora might last longer, but the ending is already inevitable, Gwen gave her assessment. "Who is she up against?" Yoruchi asked curiously. "I don't really know how to describe her, aside from a smiling scary lady covered in blood and hacking away at her. Can I look away now?" Anohana, of all people. Yoruchi instantly guessed who she was talking about. Talk about rotten luck. But now that you mention gifts, I think she'll be durable enough. She then turned away from both Stralit and Gwen before making a call. Riveria. Can you tell Anohana to keep the one she has alive? It's for negotiations. Thank you. I'm certain I heard something I shouldn't have, Gwen shuddered and whispered to Stralit. Stralit sheathed Benihime and sighed, don't think about it. Stralit turned her eyes to Yoruchi and thought, so they are keeping those from that world alive. Well, considering how small their world is, losing Indra and his forces would be a huge blow to their overall strength as one world. The jet black orb, akin to a giant black hole, disappeared, leaving behind no traces of Regal Ziva. Kisuke, who had returned to his base form, managed to come out of it with half of his body gone. He didn't have the strength to move anymore but wasn't too concerned about that as there were no more immediate threats to him. Unbelievable. He really managed to get away from that. Aren't you more surprised that I managed to stay alive? Tiamat didn't say anything immediately and observed Kisuke's state. I know you enough that you'd never sacrifice your life for something like this. How cold. At least act like you're worried. Kisuke chuckled internally before his eyes turned upward and saw a familiar figure looking down on him. Are you here to finish me off? Great timing. I won't be able to fight back. The figure smiled and replied, with those petrifying eyes keeping a close watch on you. I wouldn't dare, even if I wanted to. Kisuke cracked a smile and replied, to think the great Aizen Sosuke would admit weakness. Those back in our homeworld would be speechless. Aizen didn't mind Kisuke's words and turned his head toward a certain direction. Of course, I'll admit it. Even I wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent you took on just now. Yet that one is even more terrifying. Despite his words, a big smile was plastered on his face. Kisuke closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. That woman lifted your competitive spirit, huh? You truly presented me with a very wonderful world, Urahara Kisuke. You have my gratitude. I'll be sure to enjoy it to the fullest. Don't kill yourself over it. It's really convenient to be able to talk to someone of your caliber. Deep within the vast space and in the direction where Aizen was looking, a very tiny Regal Ziva, only around 3 inches tall, was traveling more than 100 times the speed of sound and still continually speeding up. That was close. Who would have thought that he'd self-destruct like that? If anybody finds me in this state, it's going to be very dangerous. It would take some time for him to recover and open a gate to warp out, so his only option right now was to crudely escape. At that moment, however, he felt a very familiar aura of an ally. Regal Ziva hurriedly stopped and spoke out loud, "What are you doing here, Saraselbs?" The darkness of space rippled before a woman appeared before him. But without a word, she lifted her left arm towards Regal Ziva, making the latter shudder, huh? Regal Ziva tried to get away, but the space around him twisted and contracted into a very small point, swallowing and disintegrating him completely. Saraselbs turned towards Kisuke and Aizen's direction and scoffed before disappearing into nothing. Touch him, and I'm going to make sure that there's nothing left of you. Within the original Atolled Eevee world and the deepest chamber within the Eevee territory, an Eevee that closely resembled a human, just like Saraselbs, slowly opened his eyes and softly muttered, Regal Ziva died. Let's see. He died in 39,465 worlds. A major event but only within those few worlds. What changed? Chapter 1383, Chapter 1383 Debut Part 1. As Gwen predicted, it didn't take long before the atolls that came with Indra lost their lives, except for one who was sealed by Retsu. The deities and Buddhas that Indra brought with him managed to read the room and surrendered, but that wasn't the case for the deities that Shiva brought. With Furufushi, Batsuansai, and Renji leading the charge, they each dispatched Shiva's faction members with the help of Indra's faction. After taking care of the last evil-aligned god, Furufushi turned towards the first Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Was he the last of them? Wukong took a deep breath of his cigar before answering. He was the last one. Wukong was very curious about where she came from. She and the other lady look very young, but their attitude and demeanor suggest they've been in countless battlefields. The red-haired guy, on the other hand, while very disciplined and experienced, can't be compared to these two. Just where did Kisuke Urahara pull them out from? The most undeniable thing, however, was their strength. If their group were to go directly against Kisuke's group in a straight fight, Wukong didn't know how it would end. But with the battlefield in their complete control and this confusing barrier, they wouldn't have a chance at all. Regardless, they had already surrendered, and it was obvious that the other side didn't want to antagonize them completely either. But I'm worried about Sakura. Something is amiss with Rudra. With that in mind, Wukong risked his and his comrades' current standing by asking, "Miss, do you mind extending my request to Yoruichi Shihoin?" Furufushi turned to him and asked, What is it? Just like Wukong, Furufushi was also curious about this short old man, as he wasn't really using magic. Instead, he was using ki, which was far more skillful than what she had seen from both Kunu and Tanis. Unlike those kids who essentially only have firepower, he's in complete control of his energies. Not to mention, his pure combat skills are on par with those in my generation. He'd be a tough opponent to beat. Sure, I guess it's not that big of a deal. Wukong let out a long breath before saying, "I'm requesting the barrier be taken down." Wukong thought they'd be hostile, but to his surprise, Furufushi didn't even ask for any clarification. She simply opened a line to Yoruichi. "Hey, Yoruichi. The old man with me is requesting the barrier be taken down." All right, I'll ask him. Furufushi turned to Wukong and asked, "She said as long as you can promise that Indra's faction members won't initiate any hostilities." Wukong hurriedly nodded. He had already spoken to the others and finalized their surrender, so it wasn't difficult. "I can assure you of that." He said it's all good. Furufushi gave Yoruichi an immediate reply. Not even a minute later, the barrier cleared up, revealing the massacre that had transpired. The scattered dead bodies were immediately ignored because there was still one singular battle happening, and that was between Indra and Shiva. Wukong's premonition had missed its mark. He had severely underestimated Shiva, who was now holding the half-dead Indra, strangely mechanical, by the neck. "Sakura!" Wukong shouted, along with the other deities and Buddhas. And just in time, the entire barrier was taken down. Wukong was the first one to move, extending his staff to propel himself forward and using his hand to slap away Shiva's arm. Wukong put a considerable amount of strength into the strike, but to his shock, he didn't even manage to move his target. Shiva's eyes, which had been on Indra, turned to Wukong with disdain before he lifted his free arm and threw a fist at the Monkey King. Wukong wanted to counter that fist by deflecting it, but even though it hadn't connected yet, he could feel its heaviness and the super-dense magical power infused into it. Nevertheless, he couldn't back off now, or Indra might really die in Shiva's hands. "Goo." He groaned as he took the fist, trying his best to resist being pushed back. What is this strength? And he spectacularly failed. Wukong was thrown back and crashed into the Martian soil like a meteorite. Naturally, it wasn't just Wukong who took action but also the other deities and Buddhas. They all converged on Shiva in an attempt to save Indra, but given their numbers, they could only use concentrated ranged attacks. They had to be careful in case Shiva tried to use Indra as a shield. However, they still severely underestimated him, as black and purple flames erupted from Shiva, devouring all the incoming attacks. Flames of decay. Xianzong Sanzang, a former human monk who became a Buddha, exclaimed. How can he use it so casually? Isn't that supposed to destroy him as well? With a grave expression, Neza approached from his left. Take a closer look. That's not the Shiva we knew. Although Shiva had stood victorious against Indra, it didn't mean he came out unscathed. His upper garment had been completely destroyed, and along with various scratches, his skin was peeling off. This was most apparent on his arms, where only bits of his skin were hanging on. But instead of flesh and blood, underneath the skin was a metallic sheen. Wait, that's not armor. Wukong, who had just gotten up to join the group while coughing out blood, added his own insight. It's just that. He has an overwhelming amount of magic power. As if it's unending. He's probably using that to fuel those flames. They didn't know how he achieved that, but they despaired. Shiva was already one of the strongest beings in the world without using his flames of decay, but for some unknown reason, that limitation had been lifted. They estimated he was now on par with Ophis in her complete form. Yoruchi, who had been keeping an eye on the Evis until they left, sighed in relief and turned to Soifan, who was poised to attack. That's not the same as Barragan's rot. It's way more potent, and any exposure to it could spell death, so be careful. It's similar enough. We just have to save that buzzcut guy, right? Soifan replied, raising her shunku. Besides, I can feel that bastard's gaze from where Kisuke disappeared. I have a feeling he'll be stepping in just to assert dominance. Well. It's a good stage to debut on, and it'll hide what he just did on the Atolled side. Chapter 1384, Chapter 1384 Debut Part 2. After the barrier was taken down, Shiva became aware of everyone's movement with his ultra-accurate senses and was able to understand the situation faster than everyone. The only one of the Atolleds is alive, and everyone on my side is dead. As he swatted Wukong to the side, he also took note of the Evi's movement. They're leaving. I also can't feel Regal Ziva and Restoras anymore. What happened? What did Kisuke Urahara do? Recalling the scene before the barrier blocked their views, he also wondered what happened to Kisuke and where he is now. The Evis are retreating calmly, so I can assume that although Kisuke Urahara managed to hold his ground, he's not able to defeat Regal Ziva. Shiva knew how loyal Regal Ziva's underlings were, and there was no way they would just quietly leave if something bad had happened to Regal Ziva, but to think he's capable of pushing Regal Ziva back. If he's still alive, I'll need to get rid of him before he fully recovers. He was confident that Regal Ziva had also maimed Kisuke and needed to take advantage of that situation. Soon, various abilities descended on him, but he was able to easily defend by covering himself with his Flames of Decay. While these flames were very similar to the Baal clan's power of destruction, they were much more malleable and flexible than the latter. And with Shiva using them, they were much more destructive than even Surzek's power of destruction in his super devil form. There was a reason why the deities and Buddhas thought that Shiva couldn't use these flames casually, as they usually destroyed his own body due to their potency. For interfering in this divine battle, I'll hang their lifeless bodies on the gates of Mount Kailash to rot. Shiva then noticed the smirk on Indra's face and asked, I can snap your neck at any moment, and you still have the gall to smile. Divine battle, my ass. Kisuke Urahara already took away the honor of this battle. Indra's smirk became a condescending smile, and I'm very glad he did. The corner of Shiva's brow twitched. Indra then started chuckling, you may have won, but your victory was meaningless. I didn't realize it at first, but before Kisuke Urahara could steal the honor of this battle, you had already killed it. You threw away your dignity and became someone disgraceful. Ha! Disgraceful. This is all just the whining of a loser. Despite his words, however, Indra could tell that he was bothered by what was said. Whining. Sure, call it that. But do you think your words have weight? You, who have forsaken your divine body and can only rely on borrowed pow, gah. Shiva clutched Indra's neck firmer, interrupting what he was saying. However, Indra continued to smile and kept going, this is no divine battle. Not with someone who's essentially a fake. And to think that you have the face to be mad after what Kisuke Urahara did. Isn't that hilarious? Shiva's patience ran out, but he felt a slight movement of air from behind him. He didn't bother turning around and could only feel a tiny point trying to break through his force field defense. Curious about the strange aura coming from it, he turned around and saw one of the unknown women from Kisuke's group with a black and gold gauntlet and a small chain linking it to a stinger-like blade on her middle finger. Behind her was a pair of raging mini-tornadoes acting as wings and propelling her forward. Black and purple flames emerged from his body once again, intending to devour his assailant. The woman's sharp wind warped and met the flames. The wind blew the flames away, but only for a short moment before the flames became stronger as if she were adding fuel to them. The woman's eyes widened, and she hurriedly retreated. But the attack from Kisuke's faction didn't stop there, as two more women in oriental attire brandished their blades, one towards Shiva's neck and the other on the arm he was using to hold up Indra. Just like the first time, the blades were stopped by a semi-translucent barrier covering Shiva's body, and the flames also came after them, forcing them to retreat. The next one to make an attempt was a man with red hair and a strange weapon. He thrust his blade toward the top of Shiva's head while twisting his hand, Suzabi Maru, Zaga Tepu. Twin King's Snake Tail, Snake Fang Iron Gun. Behind the red-haired men, jaws of spiritual energy formed. These jaws then closed down on Shiva, forming the visage of a large, serpentine skull, crushing it with its fangs. This blast of dense explosive energy cracked Shiva's shield, and he finally took note of the threat. However, it still wasn't a big deal for him, as he just willed his flames to erase the serpentine skull. Although it was a clash of spiritual power and magic power, the properties of the flames made it impossible for the inherent reactiveness of the two to occur. Seriously, the red-haired man muttered with a wry smile. Although this technique of his was not as effective when his sword couldn't impale its target, he was still confident that he could at least burn Shiva's face off, but I'm just the opening act, he added softly. Within the covers of his black and purple flames, Shiva suddenly shuddered and turned his head upwards. He was sure that he had deflected the red-haired man's attack, but something much more threatening was coming from that direction. It hasn't ended, Shiva thought while clenching his hand, intending to behead Indra with brute force. Unfortunately for him, Indra still had some energy left, as he was able to save his life, and Shiva only managed to snap his neck. Regretting that he couldn't finish him off, Shiva let go of Indra and crossed his arms in front of him while also increasing his magic power output. Shiva was already expecting it, but seeing a greatsword cutting through the flames he was very proud of still surprised him immensely, and that same greatsword immediately reached him, cutting through his barrier and reaching his metallic arms. Shiva gritted his teeth, and his chest lit up with purple light. A split second later, everyone was surprised to feel that Shiva's magic power had increased yet again exponentially, and his already very nasty flames had strengthened. Ha! The barrier surrounding his body immediately mended and expanded outwards, pushing everyone near him away. Witnessing this, Uruchi muttered, so he really accepted the EV generator, and it looks like it's one of the highest class too. Chapter 1385, Chapter 1385 Debut Part 3. Furufushi, Batsuansai, and Renji were pushed back by the expanding barrier, along with Ichigo, who had used the previous attack as cover. Despite being thrown off, their objective was a success, rescuing the men Shiva had been holding. Will he be alright? Ichigo asked with concern, noticing Indra's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Catching her breath, Furufushi, who had seen Reveria attending to Indra, responded, probably. These guys can be restored as long as they're still alive. No wonder Captain Kuratsuchi is so fascinated by this world, Renji commented, with healing tech like that, you could save almost anyone who hasn't been completely obliterated. In their world, medical technology had advanced under Mayuri's guidance, but battlefield medicine remained rudimentary. Soldiers still often died unless they received advanced medical treatment in time. Here, Renji thought the situation was similar, but what he didn't realize was that it varied across different factions. While the care Indra was receiving from Reveria was rare, teams of skilled healers were not uncommon among the larger powers. As long as a sliver of brain activity remained, people could often be saved. Soifun joined her fellow Shinigami, issuing a warning, be ready. We're his primary targets now. Shiva's body had been heavily damaged, and his flesh from the neck down was removed, revealing a fully mechanical frame. It was clear that Shiva had undergone a significant procedure to attach his head to this new form. Uruchi sneered, her suspicions confirmed, so that's why you sided with the Evis. You threw away your godhood for this. I thought you had more pride than that, Shiva. The sight angered Wukong and the other deities on their side. Even those unfamiliar with Rudra's personal motivations were fuming. Rudra. Why? One of the gods asked, disbelief clear in their voice. For many factions, upgrading one's body to push past natural limits was acceptable, even admirable. But for the deities of Hindu mythology and the followers of Buddhism, it was a grave transgression. To achieve godhood or enlightenment, one had to undergo countless trials, refining both body and soul to attain true divinity. Their divinity wasn't just power, it was the culmination of their life's meaning. Discarding the body meant casting aside that meaning. To them, Shiva's actions were a desecration of everything they stood for. But Shiva remained calm, his expression unreadable as he spoke, you don't understand. My flesh was a prison. I am a god of destruction, and yet the first thing my power destroyed was my own body. How could I fulfill my purpose when I was so fragile? My godhood lost meaning long ago, but now I've regained it. Wukong and the others could understand Shiva's frustration. As one of the strongest, Shiva was often compared to a glass cannon, powerful but self-destructive. Still, they couldn't accept his choice. To them, he had taken the easy way out because he couldn't advance through enlightenment. Uruchi, however, was focused on something else entirely. Shiva's betrayal had nearly cost Kaneko her life. Though she wanted revenge, she knew they had to be pragmatic. Even if they managed to win against Shiva, the cost would be high. Her first priority was the safety of her group. According to Saraselbs, the quality of the EV generator he was given shows how much Regal Ziva invested in him, and it's clear they spared no expense, Uruchi thought, her eyes narrowing. The core shining within Shiva's chest was proof. It was comparable to those used by Regal Ziva's direct underlings, an unlimited source of magic power. No wonder his flames are that strong, she mused. She didn't know how Shiva's body could withstand such potent energy, but it wasn't her priority at the moment. It would be much easier if we could contact Saraselbs directly. Shiva's gaze fell back on Uruchi, and she felt a brief flicker of unease. Did he sense my thoughts, she wondered. But a moment later, Uruchi exhaled in relief. Although Shiva was eyeing her suspiciously, he didn't seem certain of what triggered his instincts. You, he growled, what are you hiding? Uruchi scoffed. You must be insane if you think I'd answer that. As she spoke, she felt a faint fluctuation from the snake Ophis had lent her for a specific purpose. A sly grin spread across her face. I've thought of a fate worse than death for you, Shiva, and it's going to work out in our favor. Shiva's wariness grew, but before he could react, a voice interrupted from behind, magnificent. I believe you and I will get along quite well. Shiva's eyes widened in alarm as his flames flared, lashing out in the direction of the voice. But when he turned, he realized he had incinerated the corpse of one of his own allies. Huh. Shiva muttered, confusion overtaking him. Something was wrong with his senses. Is that how you greet potential friends? I can't say I approve, the voice taunted again. Shiva slowly turned, this time laying eyes on a man with brown, swept-back hair and an unsettlingly calm demeanor. Who are you? Shiva demanded. The man smiled politely. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Sosuke Aizen, someone who fully understands your plight. Chapter 1386, Chapter 1386 Debut Part 4. Shiva felt that something was amiss when he stared at the man who introduced himself as Sosuke Aizen, and without any further word from him, a vertical slit appeared on his forehead. Aizen was curious about it and watched as it opened, revealing a golden reptilian eye. At that moment, Shiva realized that the Aizen speaking to him was just another corpse, and the real man was standing off to the side. These petty illusions won't work on me. Aizen's eyes widened in surprise. He already knew that his hypnosis would be discovered not long after he revealed himself, but he didn't expect it to be this early. Fascinating. Ever since I've come here, I've been humbled many times. With his newly upgraded body, Shiva managed to approach Aizen swiftly and silently. The latter, however, felt his movement and was able to dodge with a masterful flash step. To those who didn't have Ophis Snake's protection, it just looked like Shiva had suddenly swung his fist towards an empty space. Of course, they had no reason to think that he had completely lost his mind, so those competent enough were also able to see through Aizen's hypnosis after some effort. It's not an exaggeration to say that if not for Shiva's action, they wouldn't have realized their senses had already been tricked, and they all shuddered at the thought that they were being manipulated without their awareness. My. How violent. Didn't I just say that I understand your plight? Aizen continued with a smirk on his face. Shiva turned in his direction once again, and it was obvious to everyone that he was not amused. With that condescending tone, Aizen didn't deny it. I mean, I really appreciate the effort towards improvement regardless of everyone's beliefs. It's just that I can't say I approve of your attainment. Shiva stared at Aizen with all of his eyes and soon enough lost interest in him, dismissing him as a madman. In his eyes, the strange man also had this strange aura that directly came from his soul, like the other strange individuals from Kisuke's group. However, compared to them, Aizen's aura was a tad bit lower than even the weakest member of their group. He was shocked at Aizen's unusually powerful illusion technique that directly affected his perception, but there was nothing else special about him. Shiva could also understand why Yoruichi and the others didn't want to interfere. It seemed that this illusion of his affected everyone indiscriminately. With that conclusion in mind, Shiva immediately started arranging his priorities. Considering her importance to him, I should try capturing Yoruichi Shihuin and implant my flames on his other lovers. At first, Shiva wanted to eliminate Kisuke, but after the unforgettable scene that he showed them earlier and planted a seed of doubt and fear within their minds, Shiva thought of using Kisuke to his advantage. And it just so happened that his weaknesses were currently standing in front of him. It'll be a disservice to myself if I don't take advantage of that. While thinking of such things, Shiva burst into action once again, but this time, in a much faster and quieter manner than his previous attempt. His movement could be mistaken for instant teleportation with how fast he appeared behind Aizen. And instead of a punch, Shiva just calmly placed his flaming right hand on Aizen's back, which instantly engulfed him. Unlike normal fire, Shiva's fire didn't emit any heat. Instead, it directly deconstructed anything that it touched into elementary particles, giving it a destructive effect. As the purple and black flames completely swallowed Aizen, Shiva commended him in his mind as he saw that the rate of burning would take a few seconds for Aizen to be annihilated. Maybe he indeed has something else, considering that it would take that long to erase him. Regardless, he was already done with him and turned his head back to Yoruichi. I'm disappointed in you. Did you think that madman could do anything to stop me? I've been disrespected enough. He knew that more of the neutral and Indra's forces would come to Mars, so Shiva prepared to capture Yoruichi and curse the other girls to avoid the disadvantageous position of being alone in the middle of an army of the strongest people of Draconic Deus. Even though he's very confident with his current ability and still has several hidden cards up his sleeve, there's no reason to confront them now. But just as he was about to move, Shiva suddenly heard Yoruichi chuckling. Madman. No words could better describe that guy. But I think we view the word madman a bit differently. Shiva's brows furrowed, wondering what Yoruichi meant. He thought about it for a moment and considered that Yoruichi might just be buying time when he finally realized that the flames behind him had continued burning past his estimated time for Aizen to be reduced to nothing. He hurriedly turned around and saw that his flames were still burning bright. But that was the problem, they were still burning bright instead of snuffing out. Shiva was still confused when he and the others heard a voice coming from within the thick flames. I apologize for your disappointment. I wonder how I can amend that. It was an arm first, then a leg. Soon enough, Aizen walked out of Shiva's flames of decay and stood in front of him with a grotesque smirk on his face. Aizen didn't come out of the flames unscathed, as his flesh, bone, and a portion of his skull were visible. These parts, however, had started bubbling with white matter, which began mending his grievous wounds. Though I must say, your flames are even more terrifying than the one I knew in certain ways. You can be proud of that. Shiva gritted his teeth and formed a knife with his hand before aiming at Aizen's neck. Let's see you survive without your head. I won't be holding back this time. Contrary to his expectations, however, Aizen easily caught his hand. When Shiva tried prying it away from him, he found that his machine-like arm had become immovable. Huh. In the distance, Ichigo frowned and muttered, "That's... what is it?" Renji immediately asked him. "It's similar to my state before I used Mugetsu, Moonless Sky." Yoruchi's eyes also widened. If someone like him was able to emulate that. Please don't. It's depressing enough that he can do something similar to that. And he decided to become our enemy right now, we won't be enough to go against him. Unless, of course, I activate Final Getsuga Tenshu once again, Ichigo muttered in defeat. It took a bit more time for Renji to understand what they were talking about, and when he finally remembered what Ichigo did before his Mugetsu, Moonless Sky, he shuddered. Wait. He converted his Ryatsu to physical strength. No wonder I can't feel his usual Ryatsu. Chapter 1387 Fatality. While holding Shiva's arm, Aizen fully regenerated. It was only then that everyone noticed that he was now wearing a long white robe instead of his previous black attire. In addition to that, his hair was now longer, reaching up to his waist, and the color of his eyes had become inverted, with black sclera and white pupils. What caught the attention of the group of Shinigami from afar, however, was the dull purple gem embedded in his chest. I didn't disappear, huh? Ichigo muttered before turning towards Yoruchi. Shouldn't we start calling for reinforcements now? Yoruchi remained silent for a bit before shaking her head. It's going to be fine. Ichigo didn't know where her trust in him was coming from, but he also recalled Aizen's strange relationship with the people of this world, including Claire, Kunu, and Tanis, so he decided to stay quiet while also preparing to jump into action if needed. The moment Aizen transformed, his hypnosis also broke, allowing others to witness what was really happening, and they were speechless at what they saw. While Shiva was very surprised that Aizen could suddenly overpower him in terms of strength, he felt more disrespected by the smirk on Aizen's face. He pulled out all the stops and summoned his flames once again, but this time from all over his body, and these flames were more purple than black. I see that you're confident in your regeneration. Let's put that to a test, shall we? Aizen was astonished by his words but was soon engulfed in flames once again. Shiva saw that Aizen was still regenerating and frowned. He increased the output of his flames, surging his blackish-purple flames further, but before he could see the results of his efforts, he suddenly heard a chuckle from the crackling flames. Foo-foo. Ha ha ha. Test. Me. Shiva then felt a sudden pressure on the arm that Aizen was holding, and he couldn't even react before it was crushed like a tin can. What? Shiva felt a sharp pain, but he was more concerned that his opponent managed to crush a metal body that he was promised could withstand almost anything. He had confirmed this against his brief fight with Indra, who had merely stood still and taken all of his attacks. This was the very reason why he was able to suppress the latter with so much ease. Yet right now, it was like a piece of foam in Aizen's hands, and he couldn't comprehend the physical strength required to achieve that. Aizen, on the other hand, ignored Shiva's reaction and continued speaking. I did compliment you, but you said you'd test me. I thought that I could see a lot more, but apparently, I gave you too much credit. Shiva couldn't bother to respond and tried pulling away his arm once again when he felt Aizen's grip lessen. He contemplated whether he should just cut off his arm, but that hesitation would prove to be a grave mistake. The blackish-purple flames that had been eating at Aizen suddenly exploded outward, separating from him. In the next instant, a bright purple aura began surrounding him. The aura was so dense that Shiva's arm started melting within Aizen's hand. Shiva was stunned, not because his flames couldn't penetrate the bright purple boundary around Aizen, but because of the instant discrepancy in his senses. He perceived a shadow of a giant, horrifying monster that made him feel like a small, insignificant ant standing in front of it. Because of this, he failed to notice that Aizen's other hand was approaching and grabbed his face. It was only when he heard Aizen speaking that Shiva came to his senses once again. You wanted to test me. Instead of surpassing yourself, you're someone who took a step back just for glory. Shiva couldn't properly listen because he could feel a sheer force lifting his head away from his body. In his last moments of struggle, he burst into flames again while using his remaining limbs to bash the hand that held him. He even tried summoning his ace, his divine weapon Trishula, but for some reason, it wouldn't respond to him. YRRRGH. What are you? Whoa, war YRRR doing. Shiva couldn't help but scream, but Aizen just chuckled in response. I respect your effort to gain strength, but you wasted it. You can now fully control your flames. But why did you stop? Was it satisfaction? Was it pride? Or did you think you were strong enough, even though it's very obvious that there are beings out there who could stomp you? Shiva then started bleeding from his orifices as Aizen squeezed his head and pulled it in the opposite direction from the arm he was holding. Shiva could only release a scream as he panicked and tried to escape Aizen's clutches. You had ambition, but it fell short. I can understand it if you have other interests, like a certain self-proclaimed candy shop owner, though I still can't accept it. Aizen continued his questioning. You, on the other hand. Was it worth it? Did regaining your flames mean anything? Was their look of a worth it? How worthless. If you want to gain strength, you don't impress the weak but make the strong kneel. Saying his last words that were drowned out by Shiva's shrill screams, Aizen forcefully separated his head from his body, dragging what looked like a metallic spine. Shiva's body was indeed strong because instead of his arm, his neck popped off first. The blood that sprayed everywhere also landed on Aizen but was instantly vaporized before it could touch his skin. Aizen curiously looked under Shiva's neck and saw some traces of modification inside his head too. Lucky you. You'll be able to survive with just a head. Shiva's flames finally stopped along with his screams. His third eye also closed while his other eyes became blank. The situation, however, was still far from calm as Aizen's aura was still flaring out, making the others look at him with fear. This was especially prominent with Indra, who seemed to have his pride crushed and a dark cloud enshrouding his mind. Aizen ignored them and turned to Yoruchi before tossing Shiva's head, with his spine still attached, to her. You have a way to contain him, right? Yoruchi took out a small bottle and threw it towards Shiva's head that was approaching her. The bottle expanded and caught Shiva's head in it before it shrank once again and returned to Yoruchi. What are you going to do with the body? It caught my interest, so I'll take it as my compensation. Do you have anything against it? Yoruchi stared at the partially hollowified Aizen before shaking her head. Forget it. She wanted Shiva's body too, but Aizen right now was too much for them. Aizen smiled and turned around before disappearing with a flash of purple light. Instant teleportation. Ryukong exclaimed once he understood what just happened. Chapter 1388 Aftermath. Jimyun's clone, which was holding the sealed rest auras, was about to leave when she suddenly felt a huge spike in spiritual power. Even though it was just her clone, she couldn't help but sweat. Did I really make the correct decision in helping them out? Or did I just unleash a group of terrible monsters? There were many questions from Indra's side regarding Aizen, but Yoruchi and the others ignored them and quickly returned home. Riveria, please contact some available healers and go back to Mars, Yoruchi instructed as soon as they got back on the floating island. For Shinji Hirako's surviving victims, huh? Riveria thought to herself. Even now, she couldn't really imagine what it meant to have a reversed worldview. She wanted to witness it but knew she would also fall victim to it. Got it, but it might take some time. I've been receiving news that conflicts between Indra and Shiva's sides are still raging in various parts of the globe. Not to mention the independent Atolled and Eevee forces making things worse for those who didn't take any side. Then we're coming with you, Furufushi proposed, with Batsuansai stepping up beside her. We can't stay still with all of those skirmishes. We're already involved, so we might as well see it through to the end. Thanks. Yoruchi then turned to Ichigo and Renji. What about the two of you? Renji and Ichigo looked at each other before the latter answered, we're going back. If we go any further, we'll get an earful. I see. I appreciate your help. I'll ask someone to guide you back, but I'll get back to you later. Yoruchi replied, and soon, one of her girls, whom she had recruited in Nenvatun, an Atolled territory, appeared and led the two away. With Riveria, Furufushi, and Batsuansai leaving as well, Yoruchi was left with Retsu, Soifun, and Serafal. After taking a few steps with them, Soifun suddenly asked, are you sure you can let Aizen roam around like that? We can only trust Kisuke, since even if we do something, we'll only make things worse, Yoruchi gave a brief answer. For now, let's meet Sona and Aika. I'm pretty sure the latter is not feeling well. Let's go. I also want to see Sona-chan. It has been a while since she used the black water. I'm worried about her other personality coming out. Serafal walked past Yoruchi and began leading the way. Soifun, meanwhile, stopped for a moment before saying, I'm going to Kuratsuchi. I can't settle down when I don't have any idea of what he might be doing. Sure, I'll leave it to you. I doubt he'll do anything drastic, but it doesn't hurt to be on guard. The height of conflict across the world would increase and last for a long time. But as soon as the news of Atolled executives dying and the Eevee executives leaving spread, it started slowing down, with momentum shifting back to the neutrals led by Surzex, Michael, Azazel, Zeus, Odin, and Amaterasu. When the rumor of Restoras and Regal Ziva disappearing started circulating, a retreat order from both the Atolled and Eevee sides was issued. It took only a few days before they almost completely departed from Draconic Deus due to fear of the volatile situation. A few more days later, the barrier surrounding Draconic Deus was restored, trapping any remaining fighting forces of the alien factions that wanted to observe the situation longer. Indra and Shiva's factions, on the other hand, were severely fractured. While most of Indra's faction came out alive, they soon began turning against each other to separate from their faction. Without Indra to settle their unease, it devolved into smaller conflicts, each trying to avoid responsibility and accountability from the now very strong neutrals. Shiva's faction not only fractured but was also actively hunted down for siding with the Evis, who caused the most casualties among everyone. With news of their leader's death, they could only hide in the darkest parts of the dimensional gap, losing their place forever. 10 days after the monumental battle that occurred on Mars, Sona, Serafal, Uruchi, and Medusa gathered in the war room, assisting with global post-war efforts in hopes that civilians could return to their normal lives as soon as possible. "Are you sure about this?" Sona asked Uruchi after reviewing her proposal. The other side also wanted it to happen. "If they want a place here, it's a great time to get started," Uruchi answered with a nod. Sona looked back at the papers in her hand, which were the same as Serafal's. "Shall we give a part of the underworld to them?" Uruchi and Sona's eyes widened. "Is that even possible?" Sona asked. "Of course. I just received some news from Surzek-chan. I heard he received a substantial amount of assets from Zikram Bale's faction after their negotiation, and he didn't really need it. We can give a part of it to them as a payment," Serafal cheerfully explained. Uruchi contemplated for a moment before responding, "Well. That sounds nice, but doesn't that mean we'll only become indebted to him?" "Nope. They are the ones who will take advantage of this, as it appears they did nothing at all. As you know, the Ouroboros Academy was the greatest contributor to resolving this global crisis, and they just want a bit of that popularity to keep their citizens happy and their reputation up." What Sona and Serafal were discussing was the proposal to use the special region to supply resources to the war-devastated regions of the world. After the war, the lack of resources for restoration became very apparent, as not a single faction was unaffected. They wanted to use their own resources for themselves first, which might not even be enough for complete restoration. This left the vast majority of the world destitute, waiting for others who still had spare resources. Since the Goti 13 wanted to establish a foothold in Draconic Deus, Kuraka had immediately presented the resources available within the special region, which was several times larger than Earth and had become a ghost world after all of its inhabitants joined the cycle of souls. Right now, the only things living there were the remaining maggots and flies that hadn't been exterminated, along with a few special cases of Hell's Beasts that were being actively researched. In other words, it was a vast land filled with materials. "I guess we should start arranging a special team to extract those resources," Sona muttered while listing names on her free hand. At that moment, a knock came at the door, and when the four of them turned around, they saw Irina entering the room. "You guys have to see this," she said while presenting them with a tablet. Chapter 1389, Chapter 1389 Lazy Elf. Sona, Serafal, Uruchi, and Medusa were curious about what Irina was showing them and saw a video of Aizen ripping Shiva's head off. "I guess this is why he dispelled his hypnosis," Uruchi muttered. Sona then asked, "Where did this come from?" "We can be sure that this came from someone in Indra's faction, but we can't exactly pinpoint who it was at this time," Irina immediately answered. "Will this be a problem?" Serafal was rubbing her chin while contemplating. I can't see the problem for now. In fact, I think this works great for the Goti 13 and us as long as we don't mess up in portraying Shiva as the villain of the story. Besides, with how violent it looks, it won't be disseminated to the public. At most, it'll reach the leaders of the countries." "All right," Sona nodded. "But closely monitor it and everyone's reaction to it. If things look like they're going in an unknown direction, I'll leave it to you and Aquino's discretion to respond." "Roger that. It's hard to know what they are talking about behind closed doors, but it should be easy enough to capture any weird movements with the personnel we have." Irina took back the tablet and kept it inside her inventory. "By the way, how's Kisuke? I heard that he's still trying to work." "We already sent Riveria to deal with him, and she should be enough," Uruchi answered. "I wonder how she's doing it. Out of everyone, she's the one Kisuke listens to the most when it comes to rest times." Uruchi thought about it for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. "Well, she's really the only one with the courage to mess with him, even if it means mutual embarrassment or destruction. Oh, and by the way, make sure everyone gets to schedule a time with him. I have a feeling that he's leaving again soon." "Again?" Irina murmured with a frown. Sona and Uruchi recalled the conversation between Kisuke and Chimyun. "Hopefully, this is the last one," the latter softly muttered. In the still desolated Urahara shop, which was even quieter than normal because the surrounding parts of Kuo town were destroyed after being attacked by the Evis, Riveria was enjoying the vacation time she received after a certain someone refused to stay still. Wearing a white sando shirt, pajama shorts, and untied long hair almost to the point of being messy, Riveria was lying down on the floor while using a pair of legs as her pillow and reading some novel on her tablet. Her usual regal, elegant, and mature image was nowhere to be seen. "Say, isn't this more tiring for me?" The owner of said legs spoke up. He had been sitting straight for 3 hours now, and although it's really not that long, doing absolutely nothing was still tiring in a different sense, especially for someone like him. "I never said anything about you staying still," Riveria replied with her eyes still locked on her screen. Kisuke watched her casually swing her legs around to play and said, "Aren't you worried that others may see you like this? Especially those guys from your familia." "I'm sure they are still on the other side," Riveria blankly swiped on her phone. "And even if they are around, I'll be able to detect them through the multiple barriers surrounding the shop. I'll figure it out too if you've tampered with them." "Can those barriers block physical entry?" "That would only catch the attention of others, and it would be weird if there's an invisible wall." Riveria finally felt that something was wrong, and as she slowly looked up, she shuddered when she saw Kisuke's huge grin. "So? No." Kisuke didn't need to say anything as Riveria checked the barriers that she had placed once again. "Weird. There's nothing." She was able to confirm that it was not tampered with. She wanted to ask what he was up to when, all of a sudden, the sliding screen partition that divided the entry hall and the living room suddenly opened abruptly. "Yo. Riveria. We've come to play." The one who opened it trailed off when she saw how close the two were. "Loki, what's the hold-up?" A tanned flat-chested woman peeked from behind and also froze at the entrance. Soon enough, the sliding door was further pushed open, allowing the others behind them to see what was going on. One of them had a knowing smile. "Era. Ah. Another was angrily pointing at them and was being stopped from jumping by someone else. "Calm down, Hestia." Meanwhile, another straight up fainted, with someone with a small white dragon on her head catching her. "Lafia." The last one, however, could only give Kisuke and Riveria an unbelieving expression while muttering, "Impossible. Riveria. That Riveria." Riveria immediately sat up when Loki opened the sliding door but couldn't react immediately because of how ridiculous the situation was. For a few seconds, it was just Hestia's angry voice and stomping feet that could be heard until Riveria finally remembered her current appearance. "Eek." After letting out a strange voice, she raised her hand, and a pillar of opaque greenish light surrounded her. A few moments later, the pillar disappeared, and what was left was Riveria standing with her usual attire, demeanor, and straight face. Everything seemed normal, except everyone could see her bright red ears pointing slightly downwards. "Ahem. Loki and everyone. I didn't know you'd be visiting today, so I wasn't able to prepare anything." "And no. That's fine." Loki didn't know what to say in this situation. But one thing was for sure, she wanted to tease and laugh at her face but was afraid she'd be immediately kicked out, so she was doing her best to suppress her impulses. "You damned elf, Erafu. It's my turn." Hestia was still rampaging while Artemis was trying to stop her. "Arrow." Riveria instinctively retorted but immediately cleared her throat and ignored him. "Ahem. I'd like to receive you immediately, but I'd like to have a private conversation with him first if you don't mind." Riveria then started dragging Kisuke to another room with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'll be with you in a moment. Please wait and make yourselves at home." As soon as Riveria shut the door behind them, she hurriedly cast soundproofing magic. But even then, Riveria was quiet, and this made Kisuke quite nervous. Gotcha." Riveria was obviously pissed, but she was more embarrassed that her previous lethargic state had been revealed just like that. With a deep breath, she managed to calm herself down. More than anything, she was curious about how Kisuke was able to sneak them past her barriers and even her senses. "How did you do that?" Kisuke smiled and also stood up. "It's a new trick I learned, and thanks to you, I was able to confirm its effectiveness." However, Riveria was still skeptical. "You wouldn't call them here just because you're testing it out, right? The other girls or a close friend would have been enough for that." Kisuke patted her head and was proud. "You know me well. I'll leave them to your care for now. I need to meet some other guests." "Some other guests?" Kisuke just smiled and used the back door to exit the shop. Riveria curiously followed him until the door, and just as he was about to close it, she saw a man and a woman whom she immediately recognized from the data she received some time ago. "Is that Sarah Selbs? And that one is Kenzaki Mitsuya." At that moment, Riveria understood that Kisuke used Loki and the others as a decoy in case anyone noticed that they had guests. Chapter 1390, Volume 19, Chapter 1390 Guests. "I wasn't sure if you two were going to receive my message, but I'm glad that you're here," Kisuke started first as he walked toward his two invited guests. But the two didn't reply to him and instead just stared at each other. Kisuke understood how they were feeling, and he was also gauging how much they knew each other, so he just let them do what they wanted. I doubt they'd reveal anything on their faces, but I should at least be able to pick up a few hints. Especially Kenzaki-san. If he's really who I think he is, then I'm looking forward to his reaction. Contrary to his expectations, Kisuke wasn't able to get anything substantial from their silent interaction, and the first one to break the silence was the young, handsome man with slightly long black hair and eyes veiled in a mysterious aura, Mitsuya Kenzaki. How did you do it? Kisuke smiled and asked back, Do what? You hid our presence, and even though I'm standing in front of her, I can't feel her presence at all. Mitsuya then looked down at the ground before adding, Was it our shadows? Kisuke's smile grew deeper. Is that what the voice in your head told you? For the first time, Mitsuya's expression broke, and his eyes widened in shock. Kisuke guessed what he was thinking, so he added while shrugging his shoulders, just a lucky guess. But thank you for making it easier for me. I was getting worried that you wouldn't reveal anything. Is this the same way Regal Ziva failed to notice him? Sarah Selbs, in the appearance of her, Shrine Maiden, had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. She also noticed that something was hiding her presence, but she couldn't point it out even after looking around closely. Mitsuya was about to say something when Kisuke interrupted, Hold on. Before you continue, isn't this tiring? Can you keep this up? It's actually pretty tiring. Hold on. Let me set a boundary instead of individual encapsulation. Kisuke closed his eyes for a few seconds, and Sarah Selbs could finally feel Mitsuya's presence, including the other invited guests inside the shop. So we're not the only ones, Mitsuya muttered. When he was walking toward this place, he was sure that it was only Kisuke and Riveria who were present. This could last for a few hours. The only downside is that Mai and Riveria's presence are also masked, so it won't take long before someone notices that something is wrong. Sarah Selbs looked around before her body started transforming once again, revealing her real appearance and aura. Although it was just her clone, it was still her real essence, so it caused a commotion inside the shop. Sarah Selbs, however, didn't care about them since she could trust Kisuke. She was more curious as to why the young man in front of her was still acting casual. He already knows about me. But I have little to no information about him. Why did he call us here? Mitsuya also ignored what was happening inside Kisuke's shop and asked, So how did you know? First, you're the only one who noticed that it has something to do with the shadow, Kisuke answered while conjuring a table and seats for the three of them. I just happen to know that there are only two people aside from me who can feel this particular strain of energy. You couldn't feel it, but you were still able to point it out. I can only imagine that someone else told you about it. Mitsuya was intrigued and sat down after being invited. I see. And I only know one person who can attach their consciousness to someone else. Sarah Selbs also sat down, but upon hearing Kisuke's words, she froze for a moment before glaring at Mitsuya and releasing a bit of her killing intent. Kisuke raised his hand to stop Sarah Selbs and continued, But I have reasons to believe that she's not the one whispering in your head. He then took out a tea set and some snacks. Sarah Selbs frowned and became even more lost. I guess I just have to listen for now, she thought while grabbing the cup of tea for herself. Mitsuya, meanwhile, remained calm and said, Who? As expected of you, Urahara Kisuke. Do you mind if I ask for those reasons? This time, Kisuke was a bit surprised. Oh. You're not even going to deny it. Mitsuya also grabbed his teacup and said, I came here to discuss some important things with you, and it might cause a misunderstanding if I keep hiding my identity. I was actually surprised that you invited me today. Not to mention with a VVIP. I see. Then that makes things a lot easier. Kisuke gauged Sarah Selby's reaction before continuing. When he found that she wouldn't do anything drastic, he inwardly sighed in relief. I became suspicious of you when you suddenly started ordering several soul gears through different channels. Mitsuya took a sip of his tea and was visibly uncomfortable. You noticed that. But even then, that shouldn't be enough to sound the alarms. We were just taking note of your general movements. Though that's also another point of suspicion. How? It was hard to track you, but when we used certain people, you were able to avoid them completely. As if you knew very well how they do things. Mitsuya became quiet and could see where Kisuke was going. Coincidentally, all of those failed tracks came from the operatives that usually work in atolled territories. But that's still not enough for you to draw any conclusions, is it? Kisuke chuckled. Of course not. The breakthrough came when I decided to mess with the power suits and equipment that Yorichi gathered from when she went on a shopping spree and ended up buying a ship. A translucent screen appeared in front of Kisuke, showing the various data he extracted from that equipment. Sarah Selbs, however, noticed that one of them was not like the rest. Compared to the other entries, the data from it was lacking, but it was the most technologically advanced. I'm not familiar with that one. Kisuke had already expected that Sarah Selbs would notice this, and he was just watching Mitsuya's reaction. The small changes in his expression made Kisuke happy, and he added, Yep. This one is yours. The power suit you use whenever you activate both of your balance breakers at the same time. And what of it? Kisuke took down the screen. You see, engineers and researchers like us enjoy correlating things when we don't have enough information to use. Your power suit and the power suits that are being used in EV-told territories are essentially different. However, there are several points on the graph that suggest they use the same underlying and fundamental technologies, with the only difference being that yours seems to be several generations ahead. And if I assume that you're the one who delivered Gaspar Vladi's message to Ajuka Beelzebub, then a lot of things would make sense. Chapter 1391, Chapter 1391 Guests Part 2. Sarah Selbs wasn't stupid, so with so many clues given, she too was able to understand what Kisuke was trying to say, a time traveler. It was also from this string of thoughts that Sarah Selbs had guessed who was inside Mitsuya's head. I wonder if she's still the same miserable woman. So you know about Gaspar Vladi. One of Kisuke's concerns became a reality. I'll have to let those guys know. We know about it, but nothing about the content of the said message, Sarah Selbs replied. Besides, Melvazoa told us to just ignore it. That's strange, isn't it? Kisuke wanted to delve into what he just heard, but he knew he couldn't derail the conversation now. So are you a time traveler, Kenzaki-san? Mitsuya confidently shook his head. No. Right. Kisuke chuckled. If you had said yes, I wouldn't be able to trust you. Curious, Sarah Selbs asked. Why is that? Because there's no such thing as time travel. You can insert yourself into the past and enforce the future. Kisuke then took a peek at Sarah Selbs before continuing. You can also manipulate the present. However, you can never really transcend the flow of time. One can try, but they won't be time traveling. Instead, they'll just go to another world. Kisuke then turned back to Mitsuya, and now that that's out of the way, the question becomes, are you a native or a foreigner? Mitsuya smiled. What do you think? Kisuke shrugged his shoulders and gave up without trying. I honestly don't have any idea. You hold the Telus Karma, which is also known as the History Breaker, so maybe that's a clue. I can already trust your expertise, and I'd like to cooperate with you. Mitsuya's eyes became sharper. But before I fully introduce myself, I'm curious. What else do you know? Kisuke rubbed his chin for a few seconds before casually answering, the fact that it's not the Chimun of this world nor the future who's in your head, but Restora's. It wasn't just Sarah Selbs who was shocked, Mitsuya was also frozen on the spot. Oh. I was right. Kisuke grinned and decided to take it a step further, so she's really dead, huh? This time, Mitsuya's eyes widened, and he hurriedly tried to say something, but it was so sudden that nothing immediately came to his mind as he wasn't even sure if he should deny it or not. Correct again. Way to go, me. Kisuke, on the other hand, was only happy from the reactions he was getting. So isn't it about time to reveal yourself? Mitsuya was having a hard time formulating thoughts because this was an utterly unexpected situation for him. He thought he still had the upper hand regarding the information they had, but that notion was instantly dismantled by Kisuke's last words. Even though he could deny it, it wouldn't matter if Kisuke had those suspicions in the first place. The next instant, a fourth voice joined the conversation, which almost made Sarah Selbs jump into action. How did you know? It was Restora's voice. Besides the fact that I can feel your existence when you're this close, I thought that Kenzaki-san's Telus Karma and Innovate Clear were unusually powerful, Kisuke explained. Since your abilities are directly adjacent to his abilities, I thought it would make sense if you're the one who blessed him. And with you speaking to us now, Chimun probably was able to transfer her power to you. The table was quiet, and Kisuke calmly took a sip of his tea before continuing and peeking at Sarah Selbs, and most importantly, I can guess who killed her. Why do you keep peeking my way? Sarah Selbs could tell what he was talking about, but that didn't mean she liked it. She was surprised by the existence of Restoras, but she thought about Kisuke's words first. Let's see. I didn't have any inclination of risking myself and killing Chimun since that'll only put Stralit in harm's way. But contrary to her expectations, Restoras acknowledged Kisuke's claims. That would be correct. At this point in time, Chimun had already perished thanks to the rage-filled Sarah Selbs. Ah. Why would I do something that stupid? Sarah Selbs still wasn't sure if she was really speaking to the real Restoras, but she also couldn't let go of the fact that he was making her sound reckless and dumb. Sarah Selby-san, there's a certain passage within Gaspar Vladi's message that I want you to know. Kisuke replied to her question after a second of pause. In their world, I apparently don't exist. So what if you? Sarah Selbs stopped mid-sentence as she realized the implications. Stralit is dead. This time, Mitsuya was confused and asked, Stralit? Are you perhaps referring to Stralit Luxo? I heard that she survived in this world, but in the future world, she failed to escape her assassin. Mitsuya wanted to ask how she was related to Sarah Selbs killing Chimun, and Restoras inside his head had the same question. However, the former was a bit afraid of directly asking her that. There are two main points on why the Sarah Selbs of your world put up with the risk and killed Chimun, Kisuke answered the confused duo. First is that I was the one who saved her from that assassination attempt, and second is that Saraselbs here would destroy anyone who tries hurting her precious friend, Stralit Luxo. What? What? For the first time, the two of them realized the significance of an almost unknown character that they had ignored. Kisuke carefully explained Stralit's relationship with Saraselbs. And because Saraselbs herself wouldn't say anything about it, it took some time for Kisuke to fully convey that Stralit and Saraselbs were best of friends. This is truly unbelievable. Mitsuya covered his mouth with his hand. To think a variable like this exists. Do you think this is also the case on that side? Most probably. But I'm surprised by the fact that someone like her is capable of caring for another. Kisuke didn't want to trigger Saraselbs with that comment and immediately changed the subject. Let's conclude this guessing game and get into the real topic. Kanzaki-san, please tell me your story and what you're trying to propose.